When worlds cross, so do hearts.
The hero every warrior fell for.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Made Harem with Akame and Others Movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Belle, after losing his grandfather due to a goblin attack in his village, decides to go to Orario to fulfill his dream of being a hero. Who would say that there he would also find several girls and fall in love with all of them, but what will he do? Will he choose just one or all of them? Belle. Love is very confusing. My arrival at Herario, Chapter 1. After the death of his grandfather bellcranel, a white-haired boy with red eyes resembling a rabbit heads towards Orario, a labyrinth city where you can fulfill your dreams. Our protagonist's dream is to be a hero, like the one in the stories his grandfather always read as a child. Of Belle, 2 months after the death of his grandfather, Zeus. Belle. It's been 2 months since Grandpa's death, and now I'm heading towards Herario to fulfill my dream of being a hero and meeting a beautiful girl who loves me. Sorry Grandpa, but I don't want a harem. I swore that I would only love one girl in my life. Flashback. Grandpa Zeus. And remember Belle, if you want to be a hero you have to protect the girls and do good and never forget that you have to have a harem. Belle. But Grandpa, that's wrong, you should only love one person in your life. Grandfather, Zeus. Very bad Belle, remember. Harem. Belle. Grandad. Grandpa Zeus. Hi Harem. Then flashback. Bepov. The white-haired man is seen arriving at the entrance of the Orario, which is guarded by 2 guards. After walking a little further, he reaches the entrance where they interrogate him and ask him to show his luggage for security reasons, since they are at war with Rakia. After that, our protagonist decides to go to an inn to sleep and eat, since tomorrow he will go look for a family to join and then he will go to register at the guild. Of Belle. After going to look for an inn and eat a little, since I don't want to spend too much of the valis that grandfather left me, well, I have to sleep. Tomorrow I will go look for a family, I will register in the guild and I will go to the dungeon to fulfill my dream of being a hero. Time skip tomorrow. After waking up I went to look for a family, but something happened that I really didn't expect and that disappointed me a lot, since all the families I went to always told me that I looked very weak and to come back when I was stronger, or that they didn't want another mouth to feed. They all rejected me, including the Phrygia family, Maiach, Hermes, Take Mikazuchi, Apollo. In this story Hestia never came down from the Tenkai, and when I was going to go to the Loki family, the very terrifying werewolf blocked my way and I ran away. I felt that if I stayed there too long he was going to kill me. I tried for several days, but no family accepted me. Without any other option I went to the guild to register before continuing to look for a family. Guild. Hello, I came to register as an adventurer. Half-elf. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Ina Tull. Starting today, I will be your advisor. Belle-kun. This is Ina. Belle. Nice to meet you Ina-san, blushing. Ina. Okay Belle-kun, follow me so I can register you as an adventurer, smiling. Hi. In the registry there were different questions such as name, age, former occupation, gender, family, ec. After I registered, Ina-san started reading it silently until she asked me something. Ina. Belle-kun, why didn't you put your family? Curious. L. W. Well, you see I tried to find one but nervous. Ina. L. No one accepted me because of my weak appearance, so I'm not in any right now. He, nervous. Ina. L. Ina. You know I can't let you go to jail if you don't have a family, right? Seriously. L. I know, but please let me go now, just to the first floor, but let me go, I'm running out of money, and if I don't get money soon, they'll kick me out of the inn I'm staying at. Begging. Ina. Firm, no. Sorry Belle-kun, but I can't allow you to go to the dungeon without a fauna, blessing from a god. L. Please. Begging. Ina. I'm not sorry, but I'm worried about you, Belle-kun. I can't allow you to die in the dungeon, and letting you enter without a fauna is very dangerous, worried. L. Depressed, so what do I do? I'm running out of money now, depressed. Ina. Then why don't you find a job? L. Surprised. Ina. You can get a job and get money until you have a family and I let you into the dungeon, smiling. L. Depressed, it's okay, thank you very much for the advice Ina-san, panty-wetting smile. Ina. Blushing, don't worry Belle-kun. Belle headed for the exit as he said goodbye to Ina and said. Belle. I love you Ina-san. Ina blushing, Bepov. After Belle left the guild, Ina's friend Misha appeared and told Ina. Misha. Don't fall in love with him Ina. This is Misha. Ina. Blushing, WW what are you talking about Misha? Misha. Adventurers never keep their promises, they always promise to come back to you, but in the end they end up dying. I'm angry Misha. Misha. I'm just telling the truth, besides look at him he looks very weak, everyone has already bet how long he will live, I bet 1000 veils that he won't last even a week. Ina. Angry, don't say that Misha. Other counselors. Counselor. I bet 3500 valis that he won't survive a month. Counselor. I bet 2000 valis that he won't survive 2 days. Counselors. Yes. Ina. Super angry, well, I bet 10,000 valis that in less than a year he will become someone recognized all over the world. Counselors. No one spoke after that, they just continued with their work. Ina. Worried, please take care of yourself, Belle Kun. Of Belle. After searching for a place to work, I saw that a place called the Fertility Hostess said they needed a waiter and were offering free food and a place to sleep, etc. After going to that place, I was greeted by a beautiful girl with silver hair and eyes and a green and white waitress outfit. Waitress. Hello. How can I help you? Belle. Blushing from the proximity, hi, I'm Belle, bellcranel, I'm here for the job offer. Waitress. Oh. Wait here, I'll call mommy to give you the offer. Belle hi. Waitress. By the way, my name is Sir Flova, smiling. This is Sir. Belle. Blushing, nice to meet you Sir-san, she is very beautiful. After Sir left, a few minutes later a very large hobbit woman for her race, almost 1.80, brown hair and eyes. My mom. Hi. They told me you're here for the job offer, is that true? My mom said curiously. This is my mom. Belle. Why yes, I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you, San, said Belle, quite nervous because of his intimidating aura. Mamma mia. Haha relax boy, you can call me Mamma mia and tell me Belle do you know how to serve customers or cook? Belle. I can cook very well, Mia saw Mamma mia, Belle replied somewhat nervously. Mommy. Okay Belle, follow me. Belle hi. Then Mamma mia led Belle to the kitchen and asked him to show her what he can do, to which Belle replied that if he has something in mind that he wants and Mamma mia just asked him to improvise, to which Belle accepted. Time skip. My mom. Well I have to admit that you showed off quite surprised by the dish. Belle smiling with satisfaction. This is the dish. Mommy. Is that a roast pig? Belle. Nope, they're potatoes wrapped in bacon in other words. Mamma mia. A fake roast pig, quite surprised. Belle. Exactly, smiling. Mamma mia. Well it looks good, but let's see how it tastes. After saying that he tried the food and was quite surprised by its flavor, which in simple words was exquisite. Mom. Smiling, very well Belle, it's delicious, you have the job, here, gives her a key, it's the key to your room. Belle. Thank you very much, my mom, quite happy, good. Now I just have to find a family so I can go to the dungeon and that's it. My mom. But first. Belle. Mommy. I'm going to tell you the rules if you're going to live here, seriously. Belle hi my mom quite scared. My mom. Fine. Rule number 1. Be organized and clean. Rule number 2. All the employees except you are girls. If I'm too strict with them you don't want to know, right? Gloomy voice. Belle. And no mom mia, very scared. Mamma mia. How good that you understand. Rule number 3. You will have your allowance of 5,000 valis a week. Rule number 4. Do not offend the clients and always be respectful unless he offends or attacks you, in which case you have the right to throw him out of the bar. Rule number 5. You start at 6 AM and finish at 11 PM. Rule number 6. You have 30-minute breaks, 4 breaks in total. Belle hi Mamma mia. My mom. Okay, follow me, I'll introduce you to the other girls, we'll have dinner and then you'll go to sleep, is that clear? Belle hi. After that, my mom called all the waitresses. After 20 minutes, all the waitresses arrived and my mom asked them to introduce themselves. Belle. And nice to meet you, I'm Belle, bellcranel, I hope I can get along with you. Sir. Hello. I'm Sir Flova, nice to meet you Belle Kun, happy. Ryu. Nice to meet you Cranel-san, I'm Ryu Lion, he said seriously. Anya. Hello. Naya I'm Anya from Belle Kun Nya she said happily. Chloe. Nice to meet you Belle Kun Naya, I'm Chloe Rollo Nya she also said with happiness. Lunwar. Hello. I'm Lunwar Faust Belle-san, she said happily. My mom. Well with the introductions already made. I welcome you Belle Kun now if you can go to sleep tomorrow you start at 6 AM and in your closet is the Belle Kun uniform. The black-haired catman on the left is Chloe, the blonde-haired elf is Ryu. The brown-haired human on the right is Lunwar. The orange-haired catman is Anya. Belle. Hi. My mom. After that I went to sleep so I could work well tomorrow. When I went to my room, I saw a simple room with a normal bed, a somewhat large wooden wardrobe, a desk with a chair and lamp and a small bookshelf. Belle. Good. Now I can get money. Now I'll go to sleep. Tomorrow morning I start working. How good that in the town where I lived I woke up at 5 to help on the farm. I'm used to waking up at 5 a.m. After that Belle fell asleep quickly without realizing that he didn't check his closet and didn't see his work uniform. Time skip tomorrow. Belle woke up at 5 a.m. and went to take a shower. When he finished showering, he opened his closet and was very surprised by what he saw. Belle, this is a joke. It's the fertility lady's women's uniform. I'll go tell Mamma Mia if she can give me the men's one. Wait, I left my clothes in the washing machine. Damn, I'll have to wear this for now. Moments later we see a Belle with his face completely red from embarrassment going down to the bar to go and ask Mamma Mia if she doesn't have a boy's uniform, but he ran into a setback called Anya. Hi B, why are you wearing that? Anya, Anya said with a perverted face. Belle. Anya. It's not what you think, let me explain, said Belle extremely nervous and blushing. Anya. Oh, you actually look good Nya, you're just missing a few touches of makeup Nya, extensions and so on. Creepy laugh. Belle. Wait, why are you laughing like that? Belle said, very scared. Anya. Don't worry, bunny, or should I say bunny Nya, I'll help you look divine Nya haha. Belle. Wait Anya, After that little integration with Anya, Belle was dragged to Anya's apartment where Anya began to put makeup and other things on him. Anya. Don't move Nya, let me put a bra on you Nya. Belle. Wait Anya no. Anya. Okay, now filler sponges, a pink lipstick Nya, hair extensions, false eyelashes, a little shadow Nya and that's it, stay beautiful bunny-chan Nya. Anya said happily. Belle swallow me earth, thought Belle. Anya. Okay, let's go down with the others. Belle. What? Wait. No. Imagine she has red eyes, pink lipstick and the fertility hostess's waitress outfit. After Anya put on Belle's makeup, she quickly grabbed him and to Belle's surprise, he couldn't even move a little. Anya was very strong because she used to be an adventurer. Anya quickly took him down with the others and when everyone saw him, including my mom, they were quite surprised by that. My mom? Well, I was expecting something, but I'm surprised you looked good as a girl. She said, smiling, quite surprised that Belle looked so beautiful as a woman. What surprised her the most was that she had a C-cup bust. She wondered why, although after thinking about it more seriously, she realized that it was Anya's bra and that she must have told her so. This only made Belle blush more from embarrassment. Sir. Wow. You look beautiful Rini-chan. Fact. Rini means bunny. Belle. Don't tell me Rini-chan, I only dressed like that because I didn't have anything else in the closet and my clothes are in the washing machine, Belle explained, quite blushing. Lunwer. And how do you explain makeup, huh? Lunwer said mischievously. Belle. It was Anya, she brought me to her room and put makeup and a bra on me. Ryu. Lunwer. Sir. Chloe. Belle. Blushing. Chloe, well it doesn't matter, you have to change quickly before the clients arrive. At that moment a bell rings and a door opens and several people appear. My mom. It's too late, sorry Belle, but today you'll have to work like this, said Mia firmly. Belle. Well it can't be that bad right? No. Sir. Anya. Chloe. Lunwer. Ryu. My mom. Well that doesn't matter, now go and take care of it. All. Hi, my mom. Belle quickly started serving tables where she was quite praised, or rather praised that she was very beautiful, and things like that. Everyone who saw her believed that she was a very beautiful girl, since Anya used Belle's voice to have a beautiful woman's voice. And so Belle spent almost the entire day waiting tables and cooking when it was his turn. After the bar closed, Mamma Mia gave Belle a waiter's suit and told him what he would wear tomorrow. The next day after opening, several civilians and adventurers asked if the white-haired girl was not there, and when they received a negative answer they simply left. Many of them only asked for her, and as they received a negative answer they left. My mother, realizing this, ordered Belle to put on her waitress's butt and be a woman financier to attract clients. Of course Belle refused, but my mother offered her a raise and some high-quality knives for when she went to the dungeon in her different free, to which Belle had no choice but to accept. And who are we? You could see a white-haired girl with red eyes, quite beautiful, C-cup bust, lips painted a beautiful pink color, and false eyelashes. The employees of the fertility hostess nicknamed her Belly-chan, and everyone started calling her that, although of course it also caused a little jealousy in some of the employees, since everyone asked for her and wanted her to serve them. Adventurer. Hey Rini-chan here. Elli Belle. Why, so what do you want? Belle asked quite nervously. Adventurer. Here, your tip. Elli Belle. But it's too much. Belle said, quite surprised since it was 500 valis. Adventurer. Don't worry, keep it. Said the adventurer, winking at him. Elli Belle. Thank you very much, bowing down, quite blushing, making her look adorable. After a few weeks, the fertility hostess had gained a lot of fame due to a new rumor that a white-haired, red-eyed girl worked there, so Belle had no choice but to dress like that whenever she worked. After a few more weeks, Mamma Mia gave Belle, Lunwer and Anya a week off. In those 3 days Belle has been looking for families to join, but they have all rejected him. He had no choice but to go to the guild to ask Ina to let him enter at least the first floor to explore, see a little. Belle. Ina-san. Ina. Oh Belle-kun, how are you? Belle. Very well Ina-san, he said smiling. Ina. Well Belle-kun, tell me, have you found a family yet? The half-elf asked curiously. Belle. And not everyone keeps telling me the same thing, but I was able to get a job. Ina. Oh really, and where do you work? Belle. On the hostess of fertility. Ina. At the fertility hostess. Isn't it the place where they say a beautiful white-haired girl with red eyes recently started working? Belle. Ina, it's you right. Belle. Yes, it was an incident. I didn't have my waiters but just a waitresses, and I had no choice but to dress as a girl. After that, thanks to me, more and more clients came, and my mom ordered me to dress like that whenever I work. They nicknamed me Rini-chan. Belle explained, quite blushing for having to tell Ina all this. Ina. Sighs, well at least you got a job, and tell me, what are you here for? Belle. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. I came to ask you to let me into the dungeon. I only have the first floor. I already have all the equipment, please. Begging. I know you're not going to stop bothering me with that, right? Belle. Nope. Ina. Fine, but only up to the first floor, okay? Belle. Hi Ina-san. Belle said quite nervously. After that Belle returned to the fertility host to put on his armor and equip the knives that my mother gave him. These are. My mom told him that their names were Herario the white blade and Yami the black blade. After collecting the blades, Belle went to the dungeon. Once inside, he began to walk until he heard a noise and saw the walls cracking. At that moment, goblins appeared, 3 in total, that went to attack him. As soon as they saw him, Belle defended himself, and with a slash from Yami bad to the first goblin, the second one supported him, and I have to cut off his left arm where he had a carry, but the block with Yumi, and with a carry, I cleanly cut the goblin's head. The last goblin attacked him from behind, but he could see him easily, and stabbed him in the chest, and they vanished. When the goblins disintegrated, they left 3 shiny stones smaller than my hands. I was like that all day until, without realizing it, I had already gone down to the 3rd floor, and when I realized it, I was quite surprised that someone without a fauna like me could reach this floor. It was not very different from the 1st floor, only that the goblins were stronger and appeared in groups of 4, and kobolds also began to appear. It was not very difficult to kill them, so I continued going down until I reached the 5th floor. When I realized that, I decided it was time to go back until a roar prevented me from doing so. No Huaya. Belle. What is that? Out of nowhere a Minotaur appeared. He saw that his stone axe was dripping blood, so we deduced that it was from some adventure, since the Minotaur had no wounds, but that terrified him since before coming here, Ina gave him a study section of the dungeon, which was very difficult by the way. Thanks to that, he realized that he had to run, since he was barely an adventurer with no level. He didn't even have a fauna, and that monster was considered a level 2 monster that even a level 2 would have difficulties to kill. Minotaur. Wow. Belle. Shit, I have to run, scared. Belle started to run, and the Minotaur started to follow him until, unfortunately for Belle, he found himself cornered and with no way out. The Minotaur approached him slowly, as if he was enjoying seeing Belle suffering. Belle was terrified. Belle. Is this how I'll die? Is this how I'll die? Sorry Ina-chan, I won't be able to come back like I promised you. Grandfather Zeus. Belle. Belle grandpa. Grandfather, Zeus. What happened to you, Belle? I didn't raise a coward who accepts his death just like that. I'll get up and fight. You still haven't gotten a harem, Belle. You still haven't become a hero. Is this how you're going to die? Belle. But grandpa, what do I do? I don't even have a fauna, and that mount is level 2, I don't have a chance, I'm very weak. Grandfather, Zeus. What are you talking about? This is your chance to show everyone who despised you, everyone who called you weak, that you are truly strong, and that it was a mistake to call you weak. Get up and fight, and remember, Belle. Without realizing it, a green-haired elf and a golden-haired girl appeared at the end of the corridor to hear what the boy is about to say. Belle Zeus lives with honor. Belle dies with Gloria. At that moment Belle quickly went to the Minotaur, who was a little surprised that the boy was not afraid of him, but at the same time he was excited about this because maybe he found a rival worthy of him. Belle quickly approached the Minotaur and tried to take his right arm, but the Minotaur covered himself with his axe and tried to hit Belle. But Belle managed to cover himself in time and block the attack to reduce the damage to a minimum, and he succeeded, but he felt a small sting in his right shoulder, but that's better than a broken bone. Belle quickly tried to give the Minotaur a horizontal slash and another diagonal slash, the first one failed, but the second managed to cut his eye. The Minotaur got angry and let out a roar of pain and fury. The Minotaur threw a blow at Belle that managed to hit him, and he was sent flying and hit a wall. His vision was a little blurry, but he could still fight without knowing that in a certain part, a perverted goddess had been watching him for a while, and she was quite surprised that an adventurer without a Felna went to the dungeon, and even more so that he was fighting a Minotaur, but already. It was edited because Belle's soul was becoming more and more beautiful, bright and bigger. After that, Belle quickly got behind the Minotaur and cut the tendons of his feet, making the Minotaur much slower than before. Thanks to that, he managed to stab one of his arms and left it half unusable, but he could still hit with a little force. The Minotaur, seeing that Belle was starting to beat him, decided to end this quickly, so with his horns, he tried to attack him. Belle, realizing this, covered himself with his right arm and the Minotaur pierced him with his horn. For bad or good luck, Belle managed to stop the Minotaur thanks to his now useless arm. Also thanks to this, Herario ended up on the floor, quickly took off his chest and threw it at the Minotaur. The Minotaur threw a blow to the chest and threw it forward without realizing that it was just a distraction. When he looked ahead, he couldn't see anything, and when he turned around it was too late. Belle had pierced his eye with Yami. Belle, after realizing that his plan worked, tried to pierce the entire skull of the Minotaur. He pushed it with all the strength he had until he succeeded, and when he realized, the Minotaur began to turn into dust, leaving a stone the size of his hand and a Minotaur horn. After that, Belle fell exhausted to the floor, almost without strength to fight with his useful arm. He took out 3 healing elixirs of medium quality that he bought with the money he earns at the fertility hostess and quickly took the 3. He could feel how the elixirs took effect quickly, since after a while, he stopped feeling pain in his left arm and in his back that was damaged when the Minotaur threw him through the air. After that, Belle retired, but not before taking the Minotaur stone and the horn, without realizing yet the presence of the green-haired elf and the golden-haired girl. Riverside View. After we returned from the exploration to raise funds, on the way we found a horde of Minotaurs that began to attack us. We began to take care of them when suddenly they began to escape. Finn ordered us to chase them and kill them. He sent me to Ace and Bed on the side, to the Amazon sisters and Lafia on the other, while the others took care of those who did not escape. After killing almost all the Minotaurs, one went even higher towards the upper floors when Ace and I found it. We found a young man with white hair and red eyes who looked like a rabbit cornered. He was quite cute in my opinion, and when we were about to intervene, we heard him shout, "Live with honor. Die with glory." Those words surprised me quite a bit, and even more that the boy started fighting with the Minotaur and even managed to damage it. I was impressed by his blades, they were very strange. I had never seen the same ones, they were like the yin and the yang. Surprisingly, he managed to resist several blows from the Minotaur. He used a distraction and attacked him from behind and managed to pierce his eye and then pierce his brain, something very intelligent since the Minotaur's skin is extremely hard. After that, the Minotaur disintegrated and his gem remained next to an item that was a Minotaur horn, something very rare that the monsters drop an item but not impossible. I saw how he took out some elixirs and consumed them. By his equipment, I deduced that he was a novice. That surprised me, since a novice should not be capable of even harming a Minotaur. I saw how that white-haired adventurer came to the surface, and I stayed there admiring him. Why, instead of accepting his death or crying for it, he fought and won. That was something to behold. I didn't realize that a strange feeling began to rise inside me as I blushed. Aves. When Riveria and I headed to the last Minotaur to finish it off, we met a white-haired boy with red eyes resembling a mini rabbit. Ace wanted to go and hug him. When we were going to save him, he shouted, "Live with honor, die with glory." And he fought the Minotaur. Judging by his appearance and weapons except for his knives, he was a rookie and still managed to defeat the Minotaur. It was something very amazing. I have to admit it, when I saw him hurt, I don't know what it is or why, but something inside my chest hurt. I wanted to go help him, but when I saw that he took out 3 elixirs and healed himself, I relaxed. Then those boys went to the surface limping a little from his wounds, I guess. After that, Bed arrived. He saw the Minotaur's blood and I thought we had taken care of him, but he didn't see the white-haired boy, or so he thought. Of Belle. I head to the hostess of fertility after killing that Minotaur. It was the hardest battle I've had so far, and you really let go of my whole body. It was a short but hard battle. When I arrived at the hostess of fertility, as it was still early, there were no people, there were only lasers helping with some things. When they saw me enter, they were scared, since my clothes were all torn and with blood in several places. I did not have any part of my armor, and I only brought my knives. Despite the fact that the elixirs healed my most serious wounds, they healed them as best they could. There were still some cuts here and there, and my arm was still pierced, better, but it was still pierced. I was quickly given medical attention and that's all I remember. After that, I fainted. Time skip. Belle. D, where am I? This is my bed, but how did I get here? I see the door open and Sir appears with bandages. When he saw me he was surprised that I was awake. Sir. Belle-kun. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Can you move? Worried. Belle. Don't worry Sir-san, I'm fine and I can move properly, smiling. Sir. It's okay Belle-kun, I'm glad, I'll go tell Mamma Mia that you're awake. Belle, hi, thanks Sir-san, purple panties smile. Sir. And don't worry Belle-kun, blushing. When Sir left I only had to wait 10 minutes for Mamma Mia and all the waitresses from the fertility hostess to show up. Mamma Mia. Belle. How are you, girl? Concerned. Belle. Don't worry, my mom, nothing hurts anymore and I can move around freely. Belle said with a reassuring smile. My mom. Sigh, what happened to you that you ended up like this Belle? My mom asked with concern, since his injuries were a little serious. When my mom asked her question, everyone turned to look at him and paid close attention. Belle. Well. And so Belle would end up telling them everything that happened exactly the same, except for his grandfather's hallucination. It should be said that when they all heard the story they were surprised, not only why Belle went to the dungeon without a fauna, but why he was able to reach the 5th floor and kill a Minotaur. You are listening correctly, a Minotaur. A person without a fauna defeated a Minotaur. They thought he was lying, but when he showed the gem and the Minotaur's horn they just remained silent, surprised that Belle without a fauna managed to defeat a level 2 mount that is considered the strongest on the 15th floor. Belle. What's up girls? Girls. Ryu. Cranel-san, you realize that what you just did was something incredible, right? Incredulous. Anya. Yes. You defeated a Minotaur Naya all by yourself without a fauna Naya. Happy and surprised. Mommy. You should feel proud, girl. Not many people achieve something like that, surprised. Anyway, congratulations, girl, that's a great achievement, smiling. Belle. Thank you very much, my mom, smiling, but can I ask something? Embarrassed. Mamma Mia. Of course, what do you want to know? Belle. Why do you keep calling me girl? Mamma Mia. Ha 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 ha, well that's thanks to your somewhat effeminate appearance, since whenever you work here you dress like a girl, and many adventurers say that you are beautiful ha 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 ha, even Lunwar, Anya, Chloe and Sir have become jealous of you girl. Belle. Oh okay, a little blushed. My mom. Well, since I see you're fine, then get to work. Paint yourself. Bring her makeup and other things. Now work. We'll see the bar the whole day before because of you, and now we'll barely open it at night, girl. Belle. Hi my mom. After that, the employees and my mother rudely left Belle's body to let him do his thing before opening. Belle went to take a hot bath and then went to put on her waitress uniform and her other things. Already at the bar were all the waitresses including the divine Rini-chan. Anya. Rini-chan, are you sure you're okay Naya? You can stay and rest Naya if you want, worried. The other employees nodded in agreement because Belle is barely recovering, even though he says he is fine or that he can move now. Rini. Don't worry, I'm fine. If there's any problem, I'll let you know, smiling charmingly. Anya. By the way Rini-chan Naya, I want to give you a gift and I want you to use it today Naya. Rini. A gift? What is it? I asked, intrigued and happy. Anya. It's this. Rini. Yeah. But that's it, blushing. Anya. Yeah, some bunny ears Naya, now put them on Naya. Rini. I don't want to. My mom. Girl, put them on. Rini. EA, surprised and terrified. Oh my goodness. Maybe we'll get even more customers with that, so put them on. Is that clear? Rini. Hi my mom. After that, adventurers started arriving one after another. Word quickly spread that the fertility hostess's bunny had returned from her break and customers started pouring in, even more so after seeing Rini. They left her a lot of tips, even if she didn't serve them. Pav. Loki, upon hearing that a very beautiful bunny was in the bar of the hostess of fertility, the bunny who supposedly has a beauty comparable to that of the goddesses and is more beautiful than her A's tan, decided to go check it out, taking advantage of the fact that her family had just returned from their expedition as a kind of welcome party for the members of her family at the hostess of fertility the next day. Time skip tomorrow. I woke up like every day at 5 a.m, I took a bath, had breakfast, put on my suit, put on makeup to pretend to be Rimi, and put on the ears that Anya-san gave me, just like my mom ordered me. I worked all day serving customers, kicking out those who wanted to go too far with some of the employees including me, and when night came after serving some adventurers, male and female. Anya screamed. Anya. The reservation people have arrived Naya. When Anya said that the goddess Loki is red-haired, chest without chest, wears blue and black clothes, along with a dwarf named Gareth, a blonde-haired hobbit Leto Finn, two Amazons, one with a lot of chest called Tyan, and another without chest called Tyan, an orange-haired elf Lotalafia, a light blue-haired werewolf with amber eyes called Belle, the most beautiful women I've seen in my life. A green-haired elf named Riveria and a golden-haired one named Aze were the most beautiful women I've seen in my life. All the others were serving other customers, so it was my turn to serve them. Loki's POV. When we arrived at the fertility hostess and I didn't see any white-haired girl with red eyes. Then a cat girl with brown hair named Anya gave us our table and we waited to be served. Then someone said to us, "May I take your order?" When Loki turned to see the owner of that voice, her mouth fell open and she blushed quite a bit. As did several male members of the Loki family, including some girls. She was, in simple words, the embodiment of true beauty and innocence. She was a white-haired girl, with beautiful ruby red eyes, pink lipstick, long eyelashes, and a neither too big nor too small C-cup bust, a soft and innocent voice and bunny ears. If I didn't know she was a human, then I would believe she was a goddess of beauty, the most beautiful of all, leaving Ishtar Afraja far behind. "Rini. Nice to meet you, I'm Rini, I'll be the one to serve you tonight," blushing and shyly. When I heard her speak like that, I swear that several of the people here present blushed and started to bleed in the nose. Loki. Nice to meet you, Rini-chan, you look really beautiful, you knew that, smiling wickedly. Rini. They've told me that a lot. He, nervous. Loki. And look what we have here. At that moment he stood behind Rini-chan and began to massage her breasts. Rini, not knowing what to do, could only moan a little. After that Riveria-sama hit Loki and told him to behave. I was quite blushed. After that incident Loki asked for his food and all his other members also started to ask for the adorable bunny. When she left, several members of the family started to talk about her, saying that she was beautiful even more than Aze. I wanted to complain and tell them that it's not true, but I couldn't because I know that what they said is true. For God's sake, she was beautiful, much more than Aze Tan. After that, about half an hour later she arrived with our orders and left us the food to leave again. After they talked a little more about her they started talking about the expedition, until after an hour a drunken Bet started talking. Bet. Aze, tell us that. What does Aze talk about? Bet. Haha, after what happened with the Minotaurs, Aze started looking like crazy. For the last one left, when she found him she defeated him and saved a white-haired guy. Hahaha, he must have looked pathetic, he was covered in blood, he looked like a tomato. Hahaha, he didn't even thank Aze, he ran away terrified for sure. Hahaha. After the bed uploaded that, almost everyone started laughing except for Finn, Gareth, Loki, Aze, Riveria, Tyan and Lafia, because it was their fault, and that's why many adventurers died, the employees of the Lady of Fertility, because they knew who he was referring to, but they got confused. The werewolf claimed that he arrived after Aze and Riveria, so probably he didn't know what happened. After everyone had noticed, without anyone noticing how much, Rini-chan began to go to her room in silence, but before going up the stairs, she managed to hear something that made her quite happy. Riveria. Actually, Bet, you're wrong. Bet. What do you mean, old lady? Aze. When we arrived we saw that white-haired boy with red eyes fighting against the Minotaur, and he was the one who managed to kill him. We did not intervene one bit, he did not even notice our presence. Riveria. Yes, it was surprising from what I could see. He was a rookie because of his equipment, but his weapons were the only thing he had that were of very high quality. They were twin blades, one white with a triangle at the beginning that was black and another exactly the same, but with inverted colors. It was surprising, happy. That. What? Are you telling me that damn rookie managed to kill a Minotaur all by himself? Incredulous. Aze, yes, he ended up very injured but he made it. It was surprising, with a small smile. At this everyone was surprised, not only by the fact that a novice would kill a Minotaur, but by the small but noticeable smile and blush of Aze and Riveria. Finn. Well, that's certainly amazing, amazed. Tyan. Seriously? Wow, I would have liked to see it, surprised. Fiona. That reminded me of a book called Argonaut. Happy and amazed. And so everyone else started giving their opinions. They knew that Riveria and Aze weren't lying, but the one who was thinking this the most was Finn, who was surprised that a rookie there managed to kill a Minotaur. That was crazy. Loki. Aze Tan, Riveria, what did they say the boy was like? Curious. Riveria. She had ruby red eyes, she is white-haired, she was approximately 1.68, and she had novice equipment and the white and black daggers, if I heard correctly. The white one is called Akari and the black one Yami. Why the question? Curiosity. Loki. For nothing, for nothing. After that the Loki family continued with their welcoming party, without realizing that a certain white-haired girl was listening to all that and was quite happy that they have defended him after that, following working with a radiant smile on his face. End. A new weapon and entry into the Loki family, Chapter 2. Me point of view. The next morning Belle woke up and used her same routine as always. After serving some more customers, Anya told me to give Sir her wallet. She apparently forgot it. At first I didn't understand, but Ryu-san told me that Sir is at the monster fair, somewhere in the Colosseum, to which I accepted. After changing into my adventurer clothes, I asked Mamma Mia what monsterphilia was. Mamma Mia. The monster fair is a fair where the Ganesha family tames horses outdoors and shows them to the public in the Colosseum. Hello, surprised. My mom. You can go if you want. L. Really? Happy and surprised. Mamma Mia. Of course. You've been working hard these past few weeks, and thanks to you, we're attracting more clients, so you deserve a break, smiling. L. Thank you very much, my mom. Happy. After that little conversation I head to the monster fair. On the way I found many fun things, like monster masks and normal animals. They also sold things like Ligerfang fur, Almridge fur, crystal mantis wing, hellhound fang, needle rabbit horn, metal rabbit fur, raider fish fang, etc. I bought Almridge fur, metal rabbit fur and needle rabbit horns and an Almridge mask. What can I say, I really like rabbits. After searching for a while I came across Sir-san. Sir Belle-kun waving happy. Belle. Hello Sir-san. Smiling, here, it's your wallet, you forgot it at the bar, handing it to him. Sir. Oh how silly of me, thank you very much Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Don't worry Sir-san. Sir. Since you're here, why don't you come with me to the monster fair? Smiling, getting very close. Belle. Oh sure, nervous because of how close he is. Sir. Okay. Let's go, happy. After that Sir and Belle went to see the other things out there, and when they were heading to the monster fair, the monsters escaped. All the monsters started chasing people, but a silverback stared at me and ran towards me. L. Sir. We have to go. Worried. Belle grabbed Sir Princess style and carried her as far as she could. After running for almost 20 minutes, she realized how much the silverback would continue chasing them. Belle Sir. I need you to go that way and don't look back, seriously. Sir. But. And you. Worried. Belle. I'll distract him, don't worry, I brought my knives just in case. Here, gives him a bag. Sir. Okay, worried, and what is this? Belle. These are things I bought at the monster fair, take them to my room when you get to the fertility hostess Sir-san, smiling. Sir. Take care Belle-kun, worried. At that moment Sir came closer and gave him a kiss on the cheek, very close to his lips. Belle. That's B because, blushing. Sir. For good luck haha, smiling happily. After that Sir ran away, I quickly took out my knives, a carry in my left hand and Yami my right hand. After that I quickly tried to cut him, but only managed to make a small cut on his skin. I quickly moved away only to see how in the place where it was before, there was now the silverback's fist. After that the silverback tried to hit me again, but I managed to dodge it with difficulty. I climbed onto his arm and started running for it. I tried to cut him in the face, but the silverback didn't give in and quickly hit me with his other hand. I was embedded in the wall when the silverback was going to hit me again. He stopped abruptly to turn to you, irritated goddess, Loki. Moments before. Loki's POV. After meeting with that nymphid and perverted Freja, I head with Ace Tan to Monster Fair, when suddenly quite a few monsters escaped from their cages. A brown-haired half-elf named Ina told us that the monsters escaped and that they needed help to kill them. Ace Tan quickly went to finish them off, leaving me alone. After that, Lafia, Tyan and Tiona appeared and let Ace take care of everything, when suddenly some snake plant type monsters attacked us and Tyan and Tiona started to take care of them while Lafia gave support from behind. I didn't want to hinder them, so I went to look for shelter when suddenly I saw a silverback hit a white-haired boy with red eyes and send him flying into the wall. After that the silverback turned to look at me and approached me slowly. I was terrified because the gods cannot use our arcanum, divine power, in the human world, so now I am like a mere civilian. But before the silverback attacked me, he received an attack from behind in his back by a black blade with a triangle at the beginning of it in white. When I saw it I was surprised. It was the same boy that the silverback had beaten before, and he was as if nothing had happened. The boy quickly went to the silverback and gave him a clean cut on his neck, which drew a lot of blood from the silverback, but did not kill him. After that he began to give him cuts on his arm astra, leaving it completely useless. The silverback tried to hit him with his other arm, but the boy dodged it and gave him a cut on his right eye. The silverback roared in pain, and the white-haired man went towards his neck to finish what he started. Without the silverback realizing it, he made 2 clean cuts on his neck and cut off his head. After that the silverback disintegrated, leaving only its magic stone and its silverback fur. The boy had a broken arm and blood dripping from his head, but nothing else. After that I saw how the boy fell to the ground after killing the silverback. I quickly caught him as I could and began to stroke his hair as a thank you for having saved me. Loki. You insist very well, boy, smiling. Belle. That's what heroes do, besides I couldn't let them hurt her goddess Loki, smiling weakly. Loki. Oh then, thank you very much my hero, smiling radiantly. Belle smiling. After that Belle ended up fainting while all the civilians who were nearby sang victorious to the white-haired man. Civil 1. Did you see that? It was incredible, wasn't it? Civil 23. Yes. Those moves and attacks were incredible. Civil 12. How incredible, what do you think if we give him a nickname? Civil 47. How are you, Shiro Yasagi? Civilians. Yes. After that little chat and the inhabitants of Daedalus Street decided to give Belle a nickname, the goddess Loki took him with her to the Twilight Mansion. Tiona and Lafia saw me and ran towards me. Lafia. Hey Loki. Where were you? And who is that human? Loki. I don't know his name, but he protected me, so I want to thank him, smiling. Fiona. Did he protect you? Confused. Loki. You see. And so Loki told them everything that happened from when he left there until when he caught Belle in the air. Fiona. Wow. That sounds amazing. Hey Ace, look at his appearance. He's just like the guy you and Riveria described at the bar. Surprised. Ace hi, it's that same one, expressionless but with a slight smile. Lafia. And what will you do with the human, Loki, angry at how Ace looks at Belle. Loki. I already told you, I want to give him a reward for saving me, so help me take him to the Twilight Mansion, smiling. All hi. After that they all helped Loki take him back to the Twilight Mansion. When they arrived they saw the guards guarding the entrance and asked them about the white-haired man, to which Loki told them not to worry about it and that he would let them in, to which the guards only accepted. Inside the Twilight Mansion, they left Belle in the infirmary and let him rest, of course, not before treating his wounds. After that the girls went to do their things and I headed to Finn's office where Gareth and Riveria were also there. Loki. Hello. Smiling. Finn. Loki. What's wrong? Weren't you at the monster fair? Curious. Loki. Yeah, but there were problems and the monsters escaped, calm down. Finn. Okay wait what? What happened? Worried. Loki. Well, you see. And so Loki began to tell everything to Finn, Riveria and Gareth. Riveria. I see, so that boy saved you, right? A little jealous. Loki. Oh what do I see, is that jealousy, mom? Haha. Riveria. Who are you calling mom? And no, it's not jealousy. Loki. Really haha. Riveria. Then Gareth surprised. Loki. Well, back to the topic, I want to thank the boy for saving me, so why don't I give him a reward, what do you think? Curious. Finn. It's a good idea, besides he saved you from dying so it's the least we can do, but what can we give him? Thoughtful. Gareth. How about a gun? Thoughtful. Loki. Oh I know. Riveria. What? Curious. Loki. I'll give you a sword, yes, a powerful one. Finn. Will you ask Hephaestus? Loki. No. It's a sword I have stored away, but I've never used it and it would go well with a rabbit, Gareth. Rabbit. Confused. Loki. Yeah, the boy has white hair and red eyes, resembling a rabbit. Hahaha, funny. Riveria. She certainly looks like a rabbit, blushing. Loki. Well it's decided I'll give it to Murasum. Finn. What? Curious. Loki. You see, Murasum is a very powerful sword, more specifically a katana, but what makes it special is that it is made from the blood of some gods of death. The katana has a curse that any living being that is cut with it, no matter how small the cut is will die, it would be. Then Gareth. Riveria. What? Loki. Yes, since Muramus has the soul of its first carrier Akame, thanks to the fact that it has a soul inside it, the katana cannot be wielded by anyone. If someone uses it the sword will have a dead edge and will not cut anything in addition to dirtying your physical and mental energy. Finn. So why are you going to give it to that boy? Intrigued. Loki. Why is the sword only allowed to be wielded by someone with a pure heart? Only someone with a pure heart can wield it, since only someone pure can endure and suppress Muramus's anger until it calms down, it would be. Finn. I see, and that boy has a pure heart. Loki. Yes, only the goddesses of beauty can see the color of souls, and the goddess Freyja wants Belle in her family for that reason, for the boy's purity. According to her only someone with a totally pure heart is worthy of her, would be. Riveria. That damn thing wants to take my bunny away from me. Jealous. Loki. Are you jealous Riveria huh? You rogue. Riveria. What are you talking about, blushing? Finn. Oh Riveria, I didn't know you were a pedophilia ha 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 ha. Nervous. Gareth. Loki. Finn. He's behind me, right? Calm down. Gareth. Loki. Yes. Finn. Mercy. Nervous. Riveria. Do you think I'm going to give you mercy? Calmly. Finn. Yes. Nervous. Reveria. Hahaha, Kashina mode on. Time skip. 2 hours after the Turtlecough talk with Finn, Reveria, Loki, Gareth, and a bandaged Finn with blood on his face went to the infirmary to talk to Belle and heal Finn v. Nursing. Of Belle. I woke up on a hospital-style gurney. I didn't know what I was doing there until I suddenly remembered. Belle goddess Loki. Belle. Wait, where am I? Quickly Belle began to look everywhere, but he was only in a very large white room with many stretchers for patients, so he just lay down and waited for someone to come. He didn't have to wait long, because after 7 minutes the scared goddess Loki, along with Finn Mummy, scared Gareth and Reveria already calmed appeared at that moment. Loki. Oh, you already woke up, happy. Belle. Goddess Loki. Are you okay? Concerned. Loki. Haha, calm down, nothing happened to me, smiling. Belle. Where am I? Nervous. Loki. You're in the Twilight Mansion infirmary, calm down. Belle. I see, and what am I doing here? Confused. Loki. After you saved me, you fainted and I brought you here. Happy. Belle. I see, thank you very much for healing me, Loki-sama, bowing. Loki. It's nothing, besides you saved my life, so it's the least I can do, smiling, and tell me what's your name? Curiosity. Belle. Ah yes, I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you. Happy. Loki. Very well, Belle-kun, tell me what family you are from, curiosity. Belle. Well, haha, nervous. Loki. Surprised. Belle. Well, I don't have a family, nervous. The 4. Belle. Haha, nervous. Finn. Are you telling me you managed to defeat that silverback without a fauna? Incredulous. Belle. Yes, but I didn't come out well, as you can see, nervous. Gareth. Boy, stop joking, we already knew what family you belonged to. Belle. But I'm telling the truth. Loki. Hey Belle, turn around and take off your shirt, it would be. LHHAI nervous. After that Belle turned around and took off his shirt, revealing that there was no skirt on his back. That surprised the 4 of them a lot because Belle was telling the truth, but it made Loki happy because if this boy didn't have a family she could have one of her own. She won the lottery. Loki. Tell me Belle, do you want to be part of my family? Smiling. Reveria, Finn, Gareth, Belle, eh? Loki. Yes. What are you saying, bellcranel, do you want to be part of Loki's family? Holding out her hand. Belle really surprised. Loki. Of course. You saved me and defeated a silverback without help and without a fauna. That's incredible, how could I not want you in my family? Now that I think about it, why haven't you joined a family? Curious. Belle. Well, I tried, but everyone always said that I looked too weak or that they didn't want to feed another mouth and none of them accepted me, nervous and a little depressed. Loki. And why didn't you try it here? Intrigue. Belle. Well, I tried, but that werewolf threw me out before I even asked, haha, nervous. Reveria. I'll be right back, she left the infirmary. The 3. 5 minutes later, the screams of a Tsundeer werewolf were heard. Minutes later Reveria returned to the infirmary. Reveria. Where were we? Elegant. Loki. We were going to bring Belle-kun into my family, scared. Reveria. Okay, tell me Belle, do you agree to be part of the Loki family? Reassuring smile. Hi, it would be a pleasure, extremely happy. Loki. Good. Now lie down and let me put my skirt on you. Belle. Hi Kami-sama, lying down. After that Loki proceeded to prick his finger and put his fauna on Belle's back. Loki. Incredulous. What is this? Finn. What's going on? Intrigue. Loki hands Finn a paper with Belle's stats. Finn. Surprised and disbelieving. Belle. What's happening? Loki gives him the paper with his stats. Belle. Let's see, reading. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 1. Family Loki. Statistics. Strength 98I. Resistance 157H. Skill 92I. Agility 277G. Magic 32I. Total 656. Universal power 656. Skills. Harem equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beastman, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. They can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Acquired skills. Belle. This isn't a joke. Incredulous. Loki. No Belle, it's not a joke, those are your real stats. Belle. But that should be impossible. Loki. I know it also surprises me, but it's the truth Belle-kun. Belle. I have a transformation magic. Surprised, Henkin I'm going to try it. Smiling. Loki. Wait Belle, we're not done yet, it would be. Belle. Surprised. Reveria. A transformation magic that is capable of giving the user 30% of the abilities of what they transform into. Surprised. Finn. Belle, could you use it please? Seriously. Belle hi, scared. Belle. Okay, here I go, sigh, Henkin. After saying those words, Belle transformed into Reveria exactly like her only without her magic staff. Reveria. It's me, surprised. Bell Reveria. It's incredible, surprised. Loki. You also copied his voice. Impressed. Finn. Belle, can you try to do a Reveria spell, seriously? Belle, Riviera. I can try, but I need to know the spell chant. Finn Reveria could you? Reveria. Sigh, okay. 10 minutes later. Twilight Mansion Training Yard. Finn, well, Belle, here, this is Reveria's magic staff, are you ready? Bell Reveria hi. Finn. Okay, let's start. Belle, Reveria. Herald of the End, white snow. Forms whirlwinds before twilight. Fading light, frozen earth. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters my name is Alphaz Windheim. After saying that chant and surprisingly Reveria's intertwined chant, an incredible cold appeared throughout the training field and ice began to form which Belle, Riviera shaped into a small wall. Finn. Amazing, not as big as the ones in Reveria, but it's still very incredible, surprised. Reveria. I managed to use my intertwined song, in shock. Loki. Celebrating, yes. I won the lottery, happy. After saying those words, Belle detransformed from Reveria and fell to the ground exhausted, something that Finn noticed and gave him a mana potion. Finn. How do you feel? Belle. As if he had just run the longest marathon in the world, nausea. Finn. It's normal, Reveria's spell uses a lot of magic, even if you only use 30% it's too much, calming him down. Reveria I will definitely make him mine. Reveria thought blushing. Loki. Well Belle-kun, now that you've given us a demonstration of your magic I want to give you this, take it as a welcome gift, smiling. At that moment Loki gave Belle a small black sword box with some strange ruins. When he opened it he found a red belt with red protections on the sides, it looked like a skirt, there were some red oriental style arm protectors and some tight black gloves, a katana with a completely red handle with a strange seal on the handle, and a red sheath with a black protector at the end. When he unsheathed it, there was a black blade with a silver edge. While I was admiring it, the katana began to release a kind of black mist from the blade, and out of nowhere my body also began to dig that same mist, but in a white color. A few seconds later the mists combined and a strange flash blinded me. When I opened my eyes I was in a completely white place, the floor was water, and I could float on it. I stayed like that for a while, surprised until something or someone caught my attention. Whispering who are you? Belle. I am Belle, bellcranel. Whispering, what do you want, bellcranel? Power? Money? Fame? Or maybe everything? What do you want and why? Belle. I want power, enough power to protect those I love and not allow them to be harmed, neither me nor those I care about. I couldn't protect my grandfather that time because I was weak. That's why I want to be strong, enough to never let those I love be harmed. Whispering that is all. Belle. Yes that's all I wish for, smiling. Smiling, well, in that case, nice to meet you bellcranel, from now on I accept you as my new master, my name is. In reality. After a white mist and a black mist appeared on Belle and a flash of light emerged from the sword's blade, when everyone opened their eyes, they saw Belle slowly opening his eyes while saying a name. Belle. Akame. Loki Belle. Confused. Belle. Ah nothing, now that I remember, I have to go to the fertility hostess. Loki. Why? Confused but suspicious. Belle. Well, since no family accepted me, I had to take a job so I wouldn't be left without funds, and I worked there for about 3 weeks, a little blushing. Loki. Suspicious even more. Belle. Why does Loki-sama say that? Nervous. Finn. Isn't it supposed that 3 weeks ago a beautiful white-haired girl with red eyes started working there 3 weeks ago? Belle. Can I explain it nervous? Reveria. Go ahead, calm down. And so Belle began to tell them everything that happened and how my mother forced him to work dressed like that to attract more clients. After that story, the 4 of them became thoughtful and Belle became a little nervous. Loki. Fine, I believe you, smiling. Belle. What? Just like that? Surprised. Loki. Of course Belle-kun, you can't fool a god, much less a god of deception, smiling. Belle. Sighing, uff. Thanks, ah that's true, Loki-sama can't let me go to the bar, my mom and the others must be worried about me, nervous. Loki. Okay, go get your things. When you get here, I'll give you an invitation and other things you need, in addition to telling you the rules, smiling. Belle arigato kami-sama. See you. Loki. See you bunny-chan. After that Belle just blushed at the last thing towards the hostess of fertility. Already at the fertility hostess, since it was early there weren't many people, there was only one client and she was already leaving. When everyone saw him, they quickly started asking him questions like, where were you? Why did you leave, are you okay? Etc. After a few more questions, before I could answer, my mom appeared in front of me. Mom. So, are you well? Where were you? It would be. Belle. Well, what happened was. After explaining in detail everything that happened, my mom deposited me for killing a silverback and joining the Loki family. She was also quite surprised when I mentioned the sword. My mom said she had never heard of anything like that. Mommy. So you're not going to work here anymore? My mom said a little sadly since she appreciated Belle during this time as did all the employees, and thanks to Belle, sales increased by 20% during the day and 40% at night, and that is saying a lot. When my mom said this, everyone felt a little sad for not being able to see Belle for so long, especially Sir. Belle. Don't worry, even though I've joined a family, I'll still come here at night to work, happy. Mommy. Oh, so you like to dress like a girl, I didn't know you were like that, Belle, hahaha, mocking voice. Belle. Why you're wrong, my mom, I do it because I like spending time with you, besides, it's not bad to have an allowance there, right, nervous. My mom. Well, thanks to you we made a lot of money, so I'll pay you 800 valis a day, okay? Belle. Hi. Thank you mommy. Hugging her. Belle had grown very fond of the girls, especially Mamma Mia, she really sees her as a mother, since she was the one who gave him his knives and was the one who taught him how to use them properly and gave him advice for the dungeon when he got a family, and Mamma Mia already well appreciates Belle very much, do not misunderstand her, she loves all her employees, no matter how lazy they are, she loves them, but Belle was the only one she could give mother-type advice to and life advicer to survive. She taught him several things, how to attend properly, how to do housework, how to manage your money, how to care for and maintain his weapons, and most importantly, she was the one who taught him how to fight, she taught him strategies, weak points of both monsters and people, as well as support him. In the short time that Belle was there she had taught him all of that and earned his appreciation to the point of considering him almost her own son or daughter too. Although she also liked to make fun of him when she could. Mom. Hey Belle. Mocking smile. LHHAI nervous. My mom. You said you had a magic that would allow you to transform, right? Mockingly. Belle. Why yes, more nervous. Mommy. Can you change your gender? Belle. I don't know, nervous. Mommy. Tried he, gloomy. LH high nervous, Henkin. After saying that, everyone saw how Belle transformed into her female version, in other words. Anya. Rini-chan Aya, happy. My mom. Well it seems that you can, but can I ask you to try something? Rini. See clear, nervous. Mamma Mia. I want you to transform your ears into bunny ears and have a bunny tail. Can you try it? Curious. Rini H. Hi Henkin. After saying the spell, Rini's real white bunny ears and a small fluffy white bunny tail appeared, now she really was a bunny. After that, Anya and Chloe lifted her skirt and began to play with her tail and ears, to which Rini could only moan. After that, Anya became interested in whether Rini's breasts were real and began to grope them. When she groped them she was surprised, they were super soft and round. After groping them a little more and Anya and Chloe almost raped Rini, Mamma Mia and Ryus and stopped them. Mom. Well that's a good thing, we can get more clients like that, smiling. Belle. Do you want me to serve customers like that? Blushing. Mommy. Of course, we'll get a lot more customers with a cute bunny working here, don't believe it, mischievous. Belle. I'm going to ask for a raise, defeated. My mom. I'll give you a raise of 300 valis, smiling. Belle. Sighing, it's okay, smiling. My mom. Well since it's barely 3 p.m. go pick up your things for death at the Twilight Mansion, oh, and leave your work uniform here and some of your things for when you come at night, keep your key just in case girl, smiling. Fight. Hi my mom. After that Belle cancelled his transformation magic and went to his room to take some of his things. Time skip. After almost 3 hours I put all my things in my new room in the Twilight Mansion, although it is a little strange since after the dining room there are 2 stairs, the one on the left has a pink carpet and is somewhat feminine, and many rooms like the one on the right, the one on the right has a blue carpet and is a little more messy and dirty. I suppose the one on the right is the men's room and the left is the women's room, now the problem is why am I in the women's room? When I went to ask Kami-sama at his office, there were all the top brass in his office. Reveria-sama, A-san, Bet-san, Fin-san, Gareth-san, Lafia-san, Tien-san, Tiona-san. When they all saw me there they were surprised, no one said anything until Bet spoke. Bet. What are you doing here, Tomato? Angry. Fiona. Argonaut-kun. Happy. Lafia. What are you still doing here, human? A little angry. Loki. Calm down, I'll take him here, it would be. Bet. Why did you let that weakling in? Even more angry. Loki. Why did he save my life, it would be. When Loki said that, Bet didn't say anything else until. Bet. What do you mean? Annoyed. Then Lafia told Bet and Tien everything that happened. Tien. I see, thoughtfully. Bet. Whatever, and why are you still here, irritated? Loki. Well, that's why he's now part of the Loki family, smiling. Everyone except Reveria Gareth Finn. What? Surprised. Bet. You're joking, right? That damn weakling can't be in this family. Angry. Lafia. Why irritated? Loki. Why did I decide that way? Reveria. Besides, it's the least we can do after seeing how he killed a silverback being just a rookie and how he cut Loki down, with a small smile. Fiona. Then welcome to the family, Loki. Argonaut-kun, smiling. Belle. Argonaut. Confused. Fiona. It's a story of a hero, when I heard about you reminded me of him, smiling. Belle. I know that story, it's my favorite, smiling. Fiona. Really? Happy. Belle. Yes. My grandfather always told me stories about heroes when I was little and I still read them. They're really good, smiling. Fiona. That's right. Happy. Finn. Hey Loki, thoughtful. Loki. What's wrong? Curious. Finn. Where will Belle sleep? I understand all the men's quarters are already occupied. Intrigued. Loki. Well, he'll sleep on the girls' side, where there's more space. Everyone. Belle. I actually came to ask that same thing, but now I know, nervous. Lafia. But how do you guarantee that he won't see us, or that he will spy on us? Loki. Don't worry, Belle isn't one of those guys. Besides, thanks to Belle's magic, he probably won't see anything he hasn't seen, right Belle? Mischievously. Belle blushing. Tien. Magic. Curious. Loki. Yep, Belle has a special transformation magic called Henkin. His magic allows him to transform into anything he's seen before or imagined, including them. He can also transform into himself, but of another race like an elf, half-elf, beastman, dark elf, dwarf, hobbit, even a dungeon monster. He can also transform his gender and age, and depending on what he transforms into, he gets 30% of the abilities of who or what he transforms into. A while ago we did a test of his magic and he transformed into Reveria and managed to do one of his intertwined singing spells with 30% of Reveria's real power, smiling. Lafia. What increduca? Loki. Yes, just as you heard, that is the magical ability that Belle Henkai, smiling. Baze. Incredible, surprised. Bet. It can't be. Well, I don't accept it. After saying that, Bet went to his room and I didn't see him again all day. After introducing ourselves, Kami-Sami said that tomorrow he would introduce me to the other members of the Loki family at breakfast, to which I just accepted. When Loki fired us from his office, everyone went to do their things and I went to the fertility hostess. It was almost 8 p.m. and that time I start working. After transforming into Rini Rabbit, I went to work waiting tables and sometimes helping in the kitchen, and I was there all night until they closed, and I went to the Twilight Mansion where I just went to my Avitavian, threw myself into my bed and fell asleep. Tomorrow I will introduce myself to the Loki family and go to the guild to announce my joining the Loki family and go to the dungeon more freely. Now that I think about it, I haven't gone to see Ina for a while. She must be worried about me. I'm sure he's going to give me a very long lecture tomorrow after he finds out everything that happened before bed. End. Training with Akame and New Ability Chapter 3. After waking up at 5 in the morning, I dressed in black pants, red boots, a tight black sleeveless shirt and tight black gloves. When I left my room I went to the courtyard with Murasame to practice a little with her. When I got to the training courtyard I unsheathed Murasame and started practicing some movements that my mom taught me. After a while, a strange voice in my head spoke to me. Do you want me to help you, master? Belle Akame surprised. Became high. Belle. How can you talk to me inside my head? Curious. Became. When I accepted you as my carrier, I intertwined our minds, for that reason I'm afraid to speak to you mentally. Belle. I see, and how can you train me? Curious. Became. First you have to enter your mental space, calm. Belle. I see, and how do I do that? Became. Sit in the lotus position and focus only on my voice. Belle. Hi. After doing what Akame said for about 15 minutes, I opened my eyes and was in the same place where I met Akame. Akame. Hello master. Belle. Hello Akame. Happy, tell me how are you going to train me? Curious. Akame. First I'll tell you how you have to take care of Murasame. Listen, Murasame has a curse that makes anyone die almost immediately with the slightest cut, including you, it would be. Belle. What? Surprised. Akame. Calm down, as you're the bearer you can control the curse to such an extent that you can control how the curse affects, it would be. Belle. What do you mean? Seriously. Akame. Simple, you can control the curse so that when it cuts someone, it only leaves them paralyzed or poisons them, and lets them die slowly and painfully, leaves them blind, affects their nervous system, etc. You can also make it a normal katana, and that it does not affect anything when it cuts someone, it would be. Belle. I see, that's great. Smiling. Akame. It is, smiling slightly, but you have to learn to control it or else whenever you cut someone with it, the curse will kill them quickly, seriously. Belle. Hi, serious. Akame. Okay, let's get started. After that, Akame and Belle were practicing combat stances and tactics and how to maintain Murasame while she still doesn't control the curse. Time skip. In the dining room of the Twilight Mansion, all the members of the Loki family were eating and chatting, some watching Belle and asking what Belle is doing here, until Finn caught everyone's attention. Finn. I would like to introduce a new member of the Loki family, his name is bellcranel. Introduce yourself, Belle, smiling. Belle. HHAI nervous. Akame. Calm down master, just introduce yourself and that's it, Akame told him mentally. Belle. Thinking, how do you ask me to calm down if everyone is staring at me? Nervous. Akame. Do you want me to help you? Belle. Can you do it? Curious. Akame. Hi, I'll take care of everything. After that mental talk that Belle and Akame had, Belle suddenly changed her face and nervous attitude for a chibi face without expression and introduced herself. Belle, controlled. Nice to meet you, I'm bellcranel, and I'm a new member of the Loki family, treat me well, he said without emotion. After that short introduction, everything went smoothly except for everyone's constant glances at Belle, who was sitting next to Tiona reading stories about heroes. It's worth mentioning that a green-haired elf and a golden-haired girl were very jealous of him. After lunchtime was over, everyone went to do their things, including me. I said goodbye to Tiona and went to my room to think about what I could do, until I remembered. Elina-san. After that I quickly went to the guild to talk to Ina since I haven't seen her in almost a week. When I arrived at the guild I saw Ina carrying some papers to her office and I went after her. Ina. Very well, I've finished all my paperwork, sighing. Belle. That's a lot, isn't it? Funny. Ina. I know Belle-kun. Surprised and angry. Belle. Hello Ina-san. Haha, nervous. Ina. Why haven't you come in almost a week? Angry, I thought something had happened to you, you know how worried I was. Belle. Sorry Ina-san but a lot of things happened, but I have good news, smiling, I joined a family. Happy. Ina. Really? That's incredible Belle-kun. Happy, and tell me which family did you join? Belle. To the Loki family, smiling. When Ina heard that she almost fainted after she calmed down and asked Belle how it happened. Belle told her about the Minotaur, the silverback, how he saved Loki when Loki asked him if he wanted to join his family, his new ability Hinken, and about his new katana. Of course, he didn't tell him about Akame or the Murasame curse. To say that Ina was surprised was an understatement, she was almost on the verge of collapse from all the new information she received from Belle. After composing herself, she asked him to give her his skill sheet and she almost fainted when she saw what he had. Imagine that Belle gave her his skill sheet, but with the KM Saich's ability hidden, so that Ina wouldn't be so alarmed, but even so, Ina was very surprised since this was not normal at all. After talking a few more things with Ina, I left the guild towards the Twilight Mansion. Once inside the mansion, I went to the room and put on my belt with red skirt-like protectors on the sides, my black pants, red boots, a sleeveless black shirt with a black and white striped collar and a red tie, the Murasame sheath on the left side of my waist, my knives behind my waist, my tight black gloves, and my red oriental-style arm protectors. So, but imagine that it's Belle and the suit is a little more masculine, that her belt has protectors on both sides of her waist, almost looking like a skirt. After putting on my armor I headed towards the dungeon, where I was killing monsters left and right with Murasame. With a single cut the monsters died quickly. I didn't want to cheat so much, so I also used the knives on Akari and Yami while I guarded Murasame. The armor, although it covered me very little, it was comfortable and very resistant. I went down to the 6th floor where I fought against several frog shooter and war shadow. I wanted to venture a little more and went to the 7th floor where I fought against several monsters like killer ant, purple moth, needle rabbit and blue papilio. After 6 hours in the dungeon, I went back to the Twilight Mansion where I headed to the courtyard to practice more with Akame. After entering my mental space and asking Akame to train me, she accepted without problems and well, here we are. Belle. Tired? It's very difficult. Akame. Breathe through your nose, relax your body and try to imitate my movements, try to make them as fluid as possible. Love, expressionless. Belle. Hey Akame, can I ask you something? Curiosity. Akame. Of course, what do you want, master? Expressionless. Belle. I wish you would call me by my name, I feel weird every time you call me love, uncomfortable. Akame. Confused, just that. Belle. Yes, just that please, smiling. Akame. Of course, Belle-kun, smiling slightly. Belle is better this way. Smiling. After that we practiced again and Akame was correcting me and advising me about Murasum. Akame. Belle, expressionless. Belle. What's wrong, nervous. Akame. I'm hungry, chibi face. Belle. What? Confused. Akame. I'm hungry, chibi face. Belle. But how do I feed you? Confused. Akame. My soul is inside Murasum, but I can take human form momentarily, didn't I tell you? Confused. Belle. No. You never told me. Akame. Well, I already told you, chibi face. Belle. Sigh, it's okay. After that Belle left his mental space and asked Akame to take human form, and so she did. After saying that Murasum began to transform into Akame. Belle. Okay. What do you want to eat? Curious. Akame. Crickets, chibi face. Time skip. We see Belle and Akame sitting in the dining room of the Twilight Mansion, eating crickets, too many crickets. Belle. I can't take it anymore, a ghost comes out of his mouth. Akame. Destroying the food. Belle. How is it that you eat so much? Ugh, defeated. Akame. It's delicious, happy. After that it was around 7 p.m. and I went to the fertility hostess to work at night as Rini. When I arrived I saw that the place was full of people, so I quickly started to help serve and cook, only now there were a lot more people, so I stayed longer than I should have, so I had no choice but to stay and sleep here in my old room. When I woke up it was 9 a.m. I got up, I transformed into Rini and put on the fertility hostess uniform to help Mamma Mia and the others with some things before I go to the Twilight Mansion to train with Akame. My mom made me hang the clothes, Ryu-san was helping me while I was doing it. I realized that there were also the girls' underwear, so embarrassed I just hung them quickly while Ryu looked at me fixedly. Then I went to do other homework, how to wash the dishes, because Sir went to laze around when it was her turn to wash them. When I was about to clean the dirty dishes that by the way were too many, Ryu-san appeared and offered to help me. At first I refused. I said that I could take care of it, but she insisted and we ended up cleaning them together. Ryu-cranel-san, why do you want to be an adventurer? Curious. Belle. Why, so I can fulfill my dream. Ryu. What is your dream, Cranel-san? Curious. Belle. I want to be a hero, smiling. Ryu. Oh, I see, smiling. Belle. Ryu-san, can I ask you a question? Nervous. Ryu. Sure, what do you want to know? Curious. Belle. Well, what do I have to do to level up? Curious. Ryu. You see, when all of an adventurer's stats exceed the rank C or one of his stats reaches rank A. He can level up, but something else is needed to do it, seriously. Belle. What a thing, curious. Ryu. You have to overcome adversity or an opponent that is stronger than you, in simple words you have to live an adventure that impresses the gods, it would be. Belle. I see, thank you very much for the information Ryu-san, smile wets panties. Ryu. Blushing, and don't worry Cranel-san. Belle. Ryu, can you call me Belle please, it's a little strange that you call me Cranel-san every day, smiling. Ryu hi, Crane B Belle K-kun, blushing. Belle. That's better, Ryu-chan, smiling. Ryu. Blushing. Belle smiling. After that talk with Ryu, I went to my mom to ask her for some fighting tips, which she gladly gave me. After that it was already 3 p.m. and I went straight to the dungeon with my armor on. I don't know why, but on the way I bought some cookie candies. Recently I started to really like sweets, I can't go somewhere without a small bag of my sweets. When I went to the dungeon I decided to kill monsters quickly, so I was killing monsters with Murasum while trying to control the curse. Little by little I am controlling it, I can now make Muramus just paralyze a monster, although it was quite difficult. Time skip. Twilight Mansion. Training yard. I was training with Akame in the training yard until out of nowhere, Akame made some kind of movement and a gust of air came out of her training sword that cut a tree and cracked a rock behind the tree. Belle. Was that magic? Surprised. Akame. No, that was a sword technique, you can learn it too, but you have to train a lot to be able to. At that moment Akame had to dodge a gust of wind like the one she used before and block some stabs and slashes that Belle was trying to give her. Akame. Those movements. Are mine. Akame thought, quite surprised that Belle was using her movements perfectly. When Belle stopped attacking he started breathing heavily from tiredness. Akame Bell would be. Belle. Tired, what's up Akame? Akame. How did you manage to copy my movements? Belle. I don't know, they just came to my head and when I tried to use them alone I used them, also confused. After that Belle decided to go ask Loki if she knows anything about what happened when she copied Akame's movements. Loki's office. Knock. Knock. Loki. Come in. Belle. Hello Loki-sama, nervous. Loki. Oh Belle-tan, what are you doing here? Have you come to update your status? Belle. What? Confused. Loki. Don't you know what it is? Curious. Belle. And no Kami-sama, I came to ask you something about Murasame, nervous, but what is this status update? Confused. Loki. Belle-tan, you have to update your status every week so your stats increase and you can level up, funny. Hello. Then you could update my status, smiling. Loki. Sure. Take off your shirt and lie down here, smiling. Belle hi smiling. When Loki started updating his status he was shocked by what he saw, when he passed the sheet with his status to Belle he was also shocked. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 1. Family Loki. Statistics. Strength 163H. Strength 203G. Skill 146H. Agility 308F. Magic 192H. Total 1012. Universal power 1012. Skills. AM Saichme equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want, they can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once, but is unable to copy physical attributes. Skills acquired. Belle. This is true. Loki copy, thinking. Belle. That's why I was able to do that. Surprised. Loki. What do you mean? And so Belle began to tell Loki what had happened, how Akame could take human form, how they trained, and how he copied her movements in training. Loki was really surprised by that, he never thought that the spirit of Akame would speak so freely with its bearer. He asked Belle if he could show it to him and Belle accepted. Belle Akame, could you take your human form please, smiling. Akame. Transforming, here I am. Expressionless. Loki. Incredible. Hehe you are beautiful, trying to grab her breasts, but only received a blow to the head from Akame, ouch. Haha I will keep trying but in the meantime, Belle. Belle H high nervous. Loki. Transform into Rini, Belle. W what? No. I won't do it, nervous. Loki. It's a divine order. Smiling even more. Belle had no choice but to transform into Rini and let Loki grope her breasts until Loki allowed her to leave. In the dining room of the Twilight Mansion, we see Belle sitting with his head on the table comically crying, thinking about how humiliating it was, while Akame just patted him on the back with a chibi face. Belle. Crying comically, I felt violated. Akame, patting him. Belle. Do you want to eat curious? Akame. Belle. Okay, let's eat then, smiling. Belle after eating a little and Akame a big plate full of meat. I ate some of my sweets and noticed Akame looking at them so I offered her some. Belle. Eating, do you want? Akame. Nodding. Belle Tom. Imagine that Lubbock is Belle and is giving his candy to Akame. Belle. Akame eating. Belle Akame. Akame. Yes. Belle. Forget it. After that funny scene we went to sleep, I took a bath and changed into my pajamas. When I was going to sleep Akame appeared with pink pajamas with bunnies and asked me something. Akame Belle. Belle what's wrong? Curious. Akame. I can sleep with you, shy. Belle. WH what? Nervous. Akame. If I can sleep with you, does that bother you? Shy. Belle. And it doesn't bother me, just why? Nervous and shy. Akame. Well, it's been a long time since I slept in a bed and I would like to be able to sleep comfortably, shy. Belle. It's okay. Belle lay down on his bed while leaving a space for Akame to lie down. When Akame lay down, he hugged Belle. When he was going to say something he saw that Akame was already asleep. Without any other option he hugged Akame, while he covered himself with a blanket and slowly fell asleep. Time skip. Belle. What is this? It's round and soft, is it my pillow? I didn't know my pillow was so soft, squeeze. Ah. When Belle heard that moan he opened his eyes and saw that what he was squeezing was Akame. He was squeezing Akame's breasts. From the shock he was stone cold, not knowing what to do, he didn't take his hand off Akame's breast until he heard. Akame. Blushing, be Belle, if you wanted to play alone you had to ask, flirty. NT. Akame has had several carriers, both male and female, apart from Belle, but of all of them Belle is the purest and most innocent carrier she has ever had, which is why she began to fall in love with him the more time she spent with him. Akame will only be this flirtatious when she is alone with Belle, and will give him hints and insinuations. She will also sometimes behave shy when they are with more people or in public places. She will be like her normal self. Belle. Getting out of bed and bowing, I'm so sorry, nervous and blushing. Akame. Don't worry, if you do it, it doesn't bother me, flirty. Belle. We have to go train. Nervous. Belle quickly went to the bathroom while telling Akame to change for training, and in the bathroom he was changing. Belle. What was she doing and why did Akame suddenly get flirty? Akame from the other side of the door, Belle, I'm going to change now, flirtatious, you can see if you want fufufu. Belle. What? No. No. Calm down Belle, don't fall into tempt to wait. You won't open the door, traitor body. Grandpa, Zeus. Now Belle. She's asking you to see her. Do it. Belle. Grandpa. No. I can't do it. Grandpa, Zeus. Say it, Belle. She'll be the first one you have to include in your harem. Smiling. Belle. Grandpa. Grandpa Zeus harem. Belle. Grandpa. When Belle saw that, he got a pretty big nosebleed and opened the door by accident. Belle. Blushing. Akame. So you spied on me, flirty. Belle. Why you're wrong, totally nervous. Akame. Really? Then what is that, pointing to a bulge in Belle's pants? Belle. Blushing. Akame. If you want, you can. Knock. Knock. When they knocked on the door, Akame made an annoyed face while I sighed in relief. When they knocked again, Akame transformed into a sword and I quickly calmed down so Belle Jn could get off. When Belle Jn and I calmed down, I went to open the door only to find Wallenstein-san. Expressionless. Belle. Nervous. We both stayed silent for a while until I decided to break it. Belle. What do you need Wallenstein-san, nervous. Do you want to go train? Expressive, I have to discover his secret to grow so fast, maybe by training him I'll discover it. Flashback. Loki. Very well Tan, you are one step away from being level 6, you just need something that impresses the gods to go up to level 6, I wonder how long it will take Belle to reach you fufufu, laughing. What do you mean? Confused. Loki. Shit, I can't tell about Belle's rapid growth ability, I already know, you see, Belle has had a very rapid growth this week for some strange reason, in 1 week spending only 6 hours in the dungeon, he achieved what an adventurer achieves in a month, spending almost the entire day in the dungeon. These are his stats from last week, and these are those of Barely. Loki taught Belle's stats when he joined the Loki family, and the ones he recently updated, of course, hiding the ability of KM Saichma. When saw her statistics she was quite surprised because that was a very accelerated growth and she wondered why or how Belle grew so fast and then she remembered that she heard from some of the family members that Belle trained very often in the Loki family courtyard, so she assumed that he has a special training or ability to grow faster. She wanted to find out what it was, so she thought of a way to find out. I know. I can train him and while we train we're finding out how he grows so fast. While was thinking that, Minnie was jumping happily because she could see her bunny. Then flashback. Belle. Hey. Do you want to train with me? Confused. Nodding expressionlessly while Minnie was anxious for her answers. Belle. Of course. Smiling. When Belle said that he felt a sharp headache, in his mind came an image of a Minnie came pouting annoyed. Minutes later, Twilight Mansion training camp. Belle. How are we going to train Wallenstein-san? Curious. Expressionless. Belle. Confused. Tell me everyone does it, expressively. Belle hi, nervous and blushing. Smiling while in her head Minnie was grinning from ear to ear, okay, I want you to attack me with your katana to see how good you are with it, don't worry I'll just use the sheath from my awakening, expressionless. Belle. Better I'll also just use Akame's sheath, nervous. Baze came confused. Belle, ah, that's the name of my katana, smiling. Baze. Nodding, why won't you use Akame? Curious. Belle. Well, you see, Akame has a curse, with the slightest cut from Akame to a living being, the curse kills it quickly. I can control the curse, so that it only paralyzes or other things, or that it is only a normal katana, but I'm just learning to do that, so for the moment, I better fight only with Akame's sheath, nervous. When Ace heard that he was quite surprised, he never believed that such a sword existed, it could easily be considered the best sword in the world, or at least for assassins it is, but that's not the point. Ace. Where did you get that sword? Confused. Belle. Kami-sama gave it to me, happy. Ace. Loki. Surprised. Belle, hi, I understand, why the question, curious. Ace. Curiosity, expressionless, well, let's fight. I want to see how good your sword technique is. Expressionless. Time skip 4 hours. We can see Belle with some bruises and dirty clothes on Ace's lap while she caressed his head. She was not so careful on the subject of love, she knew that what she felt for the rabbit was love. This morning she went to ask Riveria for advice on what to do when you like someone, and Riveria gladly answered why her adopted daughter will show feelings of a normal girl, instead of just wanting to go to the dungeon every time she could to become strong. She gave her several tips on what to do and what boyfriends do without knowing that the person Ace likes is the same as her. One of those tips was that boys like lap pillows, and that is why Ace is doing it happily. Well, Mini Ace nodded, satisfied to have her bunny with her. While in another mind. Amini Akame was grumbling annoyed while watching that golden-haired girl give a pillow to Belle while caressing her hair. To say that Akame was upset was to say little, she was really furious. Why was that golden-haired girl doing something that according to Akame, only she had that right? While that was happening, Riveria in Kushina mode was watching this through a window in Loki's room. She was just going to leave Loki some papers when she entered. She saw that Lakita was looking at something happy outside. When I approached to see what she saw, I was shocked to see Ace, the girl I considered my adoptive daughter, giving her a pillow as a gift while she caressed Belle's head, the boy I've been falling in love with for some time now, in the short time he's been here. He's proven to be very kind, attentive and chivalrous. At that moment, no matter how much it hurt me, I had to choose my adoptive daughter or the possible love of my life, and I thought, I'm 99 years old, and I haven't even had my first kiss, I also deserve to be happy. Sorry Ace, but from now on you're no longer my adoptive daughter, you're my rival. I have to get my act together if I don't want her to beat Belle. Riveria thought with conviction. After a few more minutes, Belle began to wake up. Ace, noticing this, returned to her typical expressionless look while she watched Belle wake up and asked. Belle. Mama. Waking up and confused. Ace. I'm not your mother, expressive. Belle. A hallucination, confused. Ace. Pouting, I'm not a hallucination. Belle Aiz blushing. Ace. Smiling, yes. Belle. Why are you giving me a R? Ace. Does it bother you, sad? Belle. And not at all, in fact I like it, but why, nervous? Ace nervous, so you heal faster. Yeah, that's why, so you heal faster, smiling at her incredible eye. Belle. Oh okay, nervous, it's obviously a lie. At that moment an image came to Belle's head of a mini Akame, hitting a mini Belle tied to a chair. Sorry Akame-chan, when we're alone I'll give you a pillow and feed you what do you say? An image of a blushing mini Akame acting shyly while nodding her head several times came to Belle, smiling. Ace. Let's keep training, a little happy. Belle. Sorry, I have to go to work, nervous. Ace. To work, curious. Belle. Well. Belle proceeded to tell him how several families rejected him, about the fertility hostess, how and why he pretended to be Rini, about the Minotaur, how despite having a family he decided to continue working to spend more time with the girls and my mother, and how almost every night transformed into Rini, he goes to work. Ace was surprised, but sad because she wanted to spend more time with Belle. Belle, noticing her sadness, decided to say something to her. Belle Ace, how about we both come here to train every morning? Smiling. Ace, his eyes light up, really? Belle Hai smiling. Ace. Smiling, I would love to. Belle. That's great. Well, I have to go, have a good time, see you tomorrow. After that Belle left the training camp leaving a very happy Ace and mini Ace, well with Belle. Belle. Ouch. He gets an image of a super angry mini Akame. Akame. Aren't you going to train with me anymore? Annoyed. Belle. Sorry Akame-chan, but I didn't want her to get sad, that's why I did it, nervous. Akame. Annoyed. Belle. Are you angry? Nervous. Akame. Annoyed. Belle. Oh, I know. How about we sleep together every day as an apology? Smiling, what do you think? Or don't you want to? Smiling innocently. Mini Akame. Blushing, yes, yes I do, smiling radiantly. Belle. Good. Now I'm going to work. After that talk with Minnie Akame, Belle went to the bar to work, although something strange happened, and that is that my mother gave her a grimoire and said that someone forgot it and that it probably wouldn't come back, so he will keep it. We all know it was Freya V. End. Grimoire and Approach with Two Elves, Chapter 4. After going to the fertility hostess to work as Rini, something a little strange happened. Rini? My mom. Mommy? What's wrong, girl? Curious. Rini? Well, someone left a grimoire here. Nervous. My mom. Thoughtful, keep it, it would be. Rini? What? Surprised. B. But what if he comes back for him? Nervous. Mamma mia. I don't think she'll come back for him, besides it was her fault for forgetting something as valuable as a grimoire, it would be. Rini? What exactly is a grimoire, my mom? Curious. Mamma mia. It depends, there are different types of grimoires, high class and low class. As the name suggests, it gives you a strong magic, if it is high class, or weak if it is low class. There are 3 sections of grimoires: protection, healing or attack, and they give you a magic, depending on what class and section it is. And then there are the epic and legendary class grimoires. The epic grimoires may give you a magic from the 3 sections that suits you, very powerful. And those of legendary class give you a magic that has all 3 sections, a very powerful magic that is capable of using all 3 sections: healing, protection and attack. The grimoire you have in your hands is one of legendary class, it would be. Rini? Wow, wait, this is a legendary class grimoire. Surprised, my goodness, how much do grimoires cost? Nervous. My mom. If I remember correctly, the low-class ones cost 500,000 valis, the high-class ones 1 million valis, the epic-class ones 20 million valis, and the legendary-class ones 100 million valis, smiling. Rini? Belle stood there like stone with his mouth open until my mom threw water on his face. Why is that? Angry. My mom? Why didn't you react, and why did I want to? Now move that ass and go to work. Tomorrow I'll give you that grimace and I won't accept no as an answer. Rini hi mom, my mom, scared. Belle just kept working and sometimes talking to Sir Ryu. When he had finished working, my mom gave me my pay for the week and I went to the Twilight Mansion, of course not without first untransforming from Rini and buying my sweets. When I arrived at the Twilight Mansion, I went straight to my room because I had already eaten at the bar. I put on my pajamas and remembered something. Bella came. Do you want to sleep with me? Smiling. At that moment Akame transformed into her human version with pajamas and nodded shyly. Belle stepped aside and let Akame lie down. When Akame lay down, Belle covered them both and they were silent for a while until Akame said. Akame whispering. Hug me. Belle? What? Confused. Akame. Hug me. Blushing. You told me you were going to let me sleep with you, cuddled, so hug me, with a little blush and pouting. Belle. It's okay, calm down. Hugging her. Is this better, Akame-chan? Smiling. Akame. Why yes, that's right, smiling. After that they both went to sleep cuddled with a smile on their faces. In the morning when Belle woke up, he saw Akame asleep, so he didn't want to wake her up. He carefully got out of bed and went to read the grimoire. Belle. There are 2 types of magic, the one that some races are born with, and the second one, the fauna that the gods grant as a blessing. The second is a form of self-expression. What interests you? What do you accept? What do you hate? What do you desire? What do you regret? What do you adore? What do you swear? What do you long for? The trigger is always inside you. White Belle. Well, let's start, that's magic for me. Belle, no expression. It's a weapon capable of doing everything, a weapon capable of protecting those I love and defeating those I hate. Blue Belle. What is magic to me? Belle. Chains that are capable of anything, that help me overcome every obstacle that comes my way. Red Belle. What is it that I seek from magic? Belle. I want to surpass the woman who is like a red lightning bolt, faster than anyone else, and save her from herself. NT. Belle here does not admire A's, in fact he later explained that Belle admires another woman, Reed, and with eyes like a snake. Do you know who she is? Later I will explain how they meet and why he wants to save her from herself. Yellow Belle. That's all. Belle. Smiling, if possible, I want to be a hero, like the fairy tales I read when I was a child, a hero I would be satisfied with. Belle red, blue, yellow, white. How childish. Belle. Sorry, but that's who I am. Smiling. Belle, red, blue, yellow, white. That's who I am. When Belle woke up he didn't know what had happened, he only remembered that he had fallen asleep reading. He downplayed it and went to Loki to update his status. It's been a week since his last update. Talk. Loki pass. Belle hello, we are the same. Loki. Belle. Do you want me to update your status? Smiling. Belle hi, please call me Sama, smiling. Loki. Well, you know what to do, so lie down. Belle. You have. At that Loki began to update Belle's status and was shocked to see his condition. Loki. Be Belle. You have a new magic. Surprised. Belle really? Surprised. Loki. Look. Gives him his sheet with his statistics. Status. Bellcranel. Adventurer level. 1. Family. Loki. Statistics. Strength 196H. Strength 273G. External 220G. Agility 460. Magic 163G. Total 1258. Universal power 1258. Skills. KM Psychme equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once, but is unable to copy physical attributes. Confuso the user is able to shape his mana into chains and use them at will. They are capable of sealing the enemy's magic if they catch him and are harder than mithril and adamantium. They can absorb mana and pass it to their user to heal them and restore their mana reserves. They can attack from a distance, protect and heal, chant, awaken divine chains. Confuso. Acquired skills. Belle was speechless by what he read. He had an extremely powerful magic, he had to admit it. Belle, surprised Confuso. Loki. That's incredible. I didn't know such powerful magic could exist. Surprised. Belle. Sorry Loki-sama, but I'm going to try it now. Smiling, bye. Closes the door. Loki. Still surprised. After that Belle went to his room and saw Akame still asleep. He didn't want to wake her up so he just changed, put on his armor, and went to train with Ace with his knives Akari and Yami. Already arriving at the training camp, Belle met Ace and trained with her. Ace. Why didn't you bring Akame now? Curious. Belle. Huh. Oh, she looked so cute asleep that I didn't want to wake her up. Smiling. Ace. Oh okay, I know there are people who really appreciate their weapons, but that's too human, and I'm drop. After 3 hours and some lap pillows, Belle said goodbye to Ace and told her that she had something to do, to which Ace could only accept, a little sad of not being able to spend more time with Belle. But he cheered her up and blushed, giving her a goodbye hug, and Ace left from there blushing and with a smile from ear to ear. But neither of them noticed that a certain orange-haired elf was there watching that, quite angry with the white-haired man. Minutes later in the Twilight Mansion, Belle was eating. There was almost no one there, so he ate quietly until an orange-haired elf appeared in front of him, quite angry. Lafia. Hey human. Angry. Belle. Lafia, confused. Lafia grabbed Belle by the wrist and took him to the training camp. Loki, Finn, Gareth and Reveria saw that and a drop of sweat fell, but they went to see out of curiosity and Reveria out of jealousy. Lafia. Well, the rules are simple. A one-on-one confrontation allows everything. The fight ends until one of the two can't continue or falls unconscious. Angry. Belle. Wait, nervous. Lafia. Start now. Angry. Belle. Wait Lafia-san, we can't fight, more nervous. Lafia. Activating her magic, unleashed beam of light, bow of the sacred tree. You are an expert with a bow. Belle. Stop, alarmed. Lafia. Shoot, fairy sniper. Penetrate, arrow of absolute precision. Aereo arcs ray. At that point, several magic circles began to appear and fired magic that headed towards Belle. Belle quickly dodged it with some difficulty, and when he thought he had stopped, Lafia's shots began to follow him. He continued dodging until all the shots were about to hit him and he couldn't cover himself or dodge. If those shots hit him, they would probably kill him. Reveria. Belle. Alarmed. Finn. Lafia, stop the spell. Worried. Lafia tried to stop him but couldn't and became alarmed when she realized that he could kill Belle, but then something happened that taught everyone. Belle. Shit. I have to dodge that or I'll die, but how? Wait, that's it. Innating. Awaken divine chains, Confuso. At that, emerald-colored chains came out from Belle's back and quickly blocked the arc's ray. As if it was nothing, Belle quickly got into a combat stance and the chains were positioned to attack and defend behind Belle's back. Imagine it's Belle. Lafia. What is that? Surprised. Finn. Belle. Lafia. Come here now, seriously. Belle. Lafia. Hi nerviosos. Finn. Lafia. What happened? Serious. Lafia. Two challenged him to a duel, embarrassed, sorry. I thought it wouldn't be that dangerous, nervous. Reveria. Lafia apologized to Belle for that it would be. Lafia. Hi Reveria. Sama nervous, sorry. Belle. San sad and sincere. Lafia doesn't like humans, but she wouldn't go so far as to kill one or seriously hurt one, so she sincerely apologized to Belle, quite embarrassed by what she did. Belle. Don't worry Lafia-san, smiling, it was an accident, it's okay, putting his hand on Lafia's shoulder. Lafia blushes. Belle. Sorry. I forgot that elves don't like to be touched, sorry, sad. Lafia blushing, Lafia. Belle. Confused. Lafia. Just tell me Lafia, blushing. Lafia didn't know it, but seeing Belle being so kind, so respectful, and friendly with her made her cheeks start to redden, and for a moment she completely forgot about A's and saw Belle in a new light. In that moment, Lafia stopped admiring A's so much and started to admire Belle more and maybe something more. Belle hi. Lefiya panty wedding smile. Lafia. She only blushed more. Reveria was jealous of what she was seeing, now her student was also in love with her man. At that moment Reveria's hair began to levitate and divide into 9 parts Kushina mode on. Then, realizing Reveria's intentions towards Belle, quickly changed the subject to distract her and prevent her from killing Lafia. Finn. Tell me Belle, what was that magic? Nervous and curious. Reveria paying attention. Belle is. Loki. I'll explain it, Belle Tan, smiling. Belle Hikami-sama, nodding. Loki. You see what you just saw was Belle's new magic, confuso. It is an attack, defense and healing magic, it allows him to make his mana take the form of chains that come out of his back, the chains are extremely strong and powerful, Gareth would even have enough trouble breaking just one, it would be. When they heard that they were quite surprised and were shocked by Belle's powerful magic. Loki. Although, utility too much mana so he can only use them for 30 minutes in a whole day. Reveria. Well that's normal, it's a very powerful and versatile magic, it would be crazy if it spent little mana, it would be, but with a slight smile and blush on her face. Lafia, if she was already beginning to have admiration and something more for Belle, after hearing the powerful magic he has, her esteem for Belle rose even more. Reveria. I see, smiling, Belle. Would be. Belle. Why yes Reveria-sama, nervous. Reveria. From now on you will train with Lafia, I will train you in magic, it would be, but with a slight blush. Hi Reveria Sensei smiling. Reveria. Smiling, just call me Reveria, Belle. Hi Reveria, smiling. Reveria. Fine. I know you train with A's in the mornings, so in the afternoons after 11:30 am, train with us until 4 pm. Understood. Belle. Hi smiling. After that it was already 1 pm, Belle went to his room, and the first thing he saw was Akame still asleep, Belle was tired from using the confuso, so he put on his pajamas and went to sleep next to Akame hugging her by the waist. Time skip. Akame was waking up and when she fully woke up she noticed that some arms were holding her by the waist, she quickly realized who it was, and if when she turned around it was indeed Belle who was hugging her, their heads were very close, she could notice Belle's breathing, just a little more, and they would end up kissing, and so she did, Akame brought her head a little closer to Belle's, and claimed her lips in a sweet kiss, Belle despite being asleep reciprocated. Akame wanted to go a little further, but if she did she would wake Belle, so she thought of something else. Lemon skipped. After that Akame went to Belle and woke him up. Akame. Belle blowing and licking her ear. Belle waking up Akame sleepy. Akame. Hi, come on wake up already, smiling. Belle. I had a strange dream, I dreamed I was drinking the most delicious thing in the world, it felt very real, surprised. Akame. You flatter me, it's a special juice that only I know how to make, smiling, I gave it to you while you were sleeping, here. Gives her the bottle with her juices, it's more of that juice, if you want more just say it, only I know how to make it, smiling a little blushing. Belle. Thank you Akame. Drinking Akame's juices, it's the most delicious thing ever. Smiling without knowing what he actually drank. Akame. I'm glad you like it, I tried hard to do it, smiling innocently, I'll change your clothes now just go eat, smiling. Belle. Thanks, smiling, wait hey you changed my clothes. Blushing. Akame hi and I have to admit that its eyes is surprising fu blushing. Belle. Blushing more, let's eat, nervous. Akame. Don't worry, I've already eaten, it will remain in the form of a katana for now, smiling with satisfaction. Belle. It's okay, less nervous. After that and after Belle drank more juice, Akame juice, he went to the dining room and saw that almost all the family members were there eating. He saw that at a table was Lafia telling him that he will sit next to her. Belle. Hello Lafia. Smiling. Lafia. Hello Belle-kun, smiling happily. When several family members saw this, they were surprised that Lafia gets along so well with a human. Belle. I'll train with you tomorrow, happy, by the way, what is Reveria teaching you? Curious. Lafia. Well, since your magic has a short chant, it will only teach you to discover and master your magic and make it more powerful, as well as to expand your reserves and mana control, and it will give you physical training, first aid, etc. Lafia explained to her new love blushing. "Oh, I see, thanks for the information," Lafia chan smiling. Lafia. "And don't worry," blushing. After that, they both started eating the food they prepared themselves. In the Twilight Mansion, everyone makes their own food and does their chores individually. There are a few things they do together for everyone. Belle was eating meat along with rice, some croquettes and his typical sweets and his juice, Akame. Lafia was eating fried fish, sauteed fruits and some water. Lafia. Breaking the fish and grabbing some, Belle, say ah, blushing. Belle. Ea. Blushing, eating, it's delicious Lafia-chan, smiling. Lafia. Smiling blushing, I'm glad you like it, happy. Belle Lafia die offering her some of her food. Lafia eating while blushing, it's delicious smiling while chewing. Belle. He thanks, smiling. When everyone saw that they were surprised by how close Lafia and Belle were, they looked like a happy couple. Lafia. Belle-kun, what is that, pointing at the bottle in Belle's hands. Belle. It's a juice someone gave me, do you want some? Smiling. Lafia. No thanks, I have my water, smiling. After eating and Lafia and I fed each other's food a little more, we finished our meal. We talked a little about the magic that allows Lafia to use the magic of other elves. I was surprised by that, and I told Lafia that it was incredible while smiling at her. She blushed at that, but she also said that my magic was very powerful. I also told her a little about my transformation magic. In the end we went to our rooms together. It turns out that my room is next to Lafia's and Aze's. Before we entered our rooms, I offered one of my sweets to Lafia, which instead of grabbing it and eating it, she ate it directly from my hand. I was a little surprised, but I did not take it important. In fact, she looked cute like that. She looked like a little girl without realizing it. I began to caress her head while smiling. Lafia was surprised and blushed at that, but she didn't refuse. In fact, she enjoyed it. Belle. Surprised, sorry, I didn't remember that elves didn't like to be touched, sad. When Belle was about to remove his hand, Lafia stopped him. Lafia. Wait, don't you want your hand, keep doing that, blushing, I don't mind if you do it, besides it's nice, blushing more. Belle. It's okay, panty wetting smile. Lafia. She only blushed more. They were like that for a while until Belle told her that he had to change to go to his part-time job, which surprised Lafia a little, but impressed her with how responsible and hard-working Belle is, although it also saddened her because she wanted Belle to continue petting her head. Belle, seeing Lafia's sadness, told her that tomorrow when they went to train she would pat her more. Lafia just nodded, blushing, and before Belle realized it, Lafia kissed her on the cheek and quickly went to her room. Belle was speechless, but decided to downplay it and go to her room to get ready for work. She bathed and transformed into Rini and went to work at the fertility hostess. There she told Mamma Mia about what happened with the grimoire and the magic she gave her. Mamma Mia was very surprised because Belle's magic could be considered one of the best in the world. After serving some more customers and one trying to lift her skirt but getting kicked out, the poor idiot who tried to get over to Rini-chan, after talking a little more with Ryu-san, I finished working and went to the Twilight Mansion to sleep next to Akame-chan. While I was going to the Twilight Mansion, he didn't know that a certain goddess of beauty was preparing a test for him to increase his shine. End. New armor in first relationship, 1 chapter 5. After Belle woke up he went to train with Aze where he is. He was literally watching Belle's progress. With every minute that passed Belle was growing and improving. Aze could say that Belle was now fighting like a medium level 2, almost advanced. Belle waking up, did I faint? Aze giving her a pillow, hi, expressionless. Belle. Nervous, I see. Aze. Does it bother you? Sad. Belle. Not at all, but it's a little uncomfortable, nervous. Aze. I see, then I'll stop doing it, sad. Belle. And no, I don't mind, just do it when I'm fainted, nervous. Aze. Only when you faint, glints in her eyes. Belle. Wait, Aze, what's that sparkle in your eyes, more nervous. Aze. Don't worry, let's keep training, still with a sparkle in her eyes. Belle. Wait. Scared. After they continued training, after Aze fainted Belle more often and after Aze gave her lap pillows, Lafia was spying on them and got jealous of Aze. She also wanted to give Belle lap pillows. After finishing her training with Aze, Belle went to the dining room to get something to eat and drink before going to train with Riveria, and Lafia took the juice bottle, Akame's, and ate some rice and spaghetti with meatballs. Belle. Hello Riveria. Lafia-chan. Smiling. Both of them. Hello Belle-kun, smiling. Riveria. Okay now, Lafia, today we're going to improve your concurrent chant and Belle. I'll teach you how to discover and completely master your chains. I'll also try to teach you healing magic and first aid, although your chains can heal, they use a lot of mana, so I'll try to teach you a way to reduce the mana expenditure, okay, it would be. Lafia Belle hi nerviosos. Reveria. Okay, let's get started. Would be. Time skip. Reveria. Well Belle, you're mastering your chains very quickly, but they still use a lot of mana. Rest, giving Belle and Lafia a mana potion and stroking Belle's head, smiling. You're the same, Lafia. You're learning the concurrent chant quickly. Rest, smiling. Lafia hhai cansada. Belle. Very good Lafia-chan, stroking her head smiling. Lafia. Thank you Belle-kun, smiling. Reveria, who was watching this, became very jealous. Since the training with Reveria had already ended, she told Lafia that she could go rest, to which she only accepted. Belle. About to leave, goodbye Rive. Reveria. Belle, wait. Smiling. Belle. What's up Reveria? Curious. Reveria. Follow me, I need to give you something, smiling. Belle confundido hi. After Belle followed Reveria to her room, Reveria made him go inside. When he saw Reveria's room, he saw that it was very tidy and refined, as if he were royalty. There were also quite a few books. Reveria. Take Belle, giving her a small box, open it, smiling blushing. Belle. Hi, what is Reveria? Opening the box, a necklace. Surprised. Reveria had given him a necklace, like Tsunade's, but it wasn't just any necklace, because this one had a white gem in the center, and it said in Elvish, it said, I love you bellcranel, sincerely. Reverial Joe's Alf, with the letters in red and jade, Belle didn't know what it said, but he still liked the gift a lot, without knowing that in the High Elves, they have a tradition that when an elf gives a necklace with those words to another, it is like a marriage proposal. Of course Reveria knew that but she didn't tell Belle, first she had to fall in love with her, and then she would tell him. Belle. Fascinated, it's beautiful, thank you very much Reveria, smiling, I swear take good care of it, but I still want to know, why did you give me this necklace? Curious. Reveria. Calm down Belle, you'll find out in due time, smiling. Belle. Okay but at least you can tell me what it says, nervous. Reveria. EACL clear, nervous but hides it well, this, pointing to the Elvish letters that say I love you bellcranel, means take care bellcranely this means, from Reverial Joe's Alf, smiling and lying. Belle. Oh, I see, thank you very much Reveria, panty wetting smile. Reveria. Don't worry Belle, I'm glad you like it, smiling. Belle. But this must have cost a lot of money, so if there's anything I can do for you, ask me and I'll do it Reveria, smiling. Reveria. Well, nervous, there's something I'd like you to do, smiling and blushing. Belle. Of course. What is it? Smiling. Reveria. Why you see, I want you to let me give you lap pillows, and also to give them to me, and if it's not too much trouble, let me cuddle you like I'm your husband I mean like I'm your mother, smiling. Belle. Blushing, but couldn't that be misinterpreted? Blushing. Reveria. Don't worry about that, okay? Smiling. Belle. It's okay, blushing. Reveria. Okay, sitting on her bed, come lie down, patting her lap. Belle. It's okay, more blushing, lying on Reveria's lap, it's very comfortable yawning. Reveria. Don't worry, you can go to sleep if you want, smiling. Belle. Hi, sleepy, thank you very much Reveria-chan, falling into Morpheus's arms. Reveria. How adorable you look, smiling while stroking her head. Reveria felt sleepy after an hour, so she lay down and laid Belle next to her, while she hugged him by the neck, and Belle instinctively hugged her by the waist. Before Reveria fell asleep, she approached Belle's lips and claimed them in a warm kiss, after that Reveria fell asleep. Time skip. After a while Belle opened his eyes only to see what was lying there being hugged by the neck by Reveria, and he was hugging her by the waist. She was just a few feelings away from giving a kiss, and Belle, although he is not a pervert, he does have the instinct of a man, and having been raised by Zeus, does not help much, so he approached Reveria's lips and gave her a warm kiss. Reveria woke up quickly, but seeing what Belle was doing, she closed her eyes again and reciprocated the kiss, while pretending to be asleep. After a while, Belle stopped, to Reveria's disappointment, and stood up. Belle. Well I have to go, I still have time to enter the dungeon, goodbye Reveria-chan, see you tomorrow, rest Reveria-chan, giving her one last kiss on the lips. When Belle realized what he did, he blushed furiously and immediately left Reveria's room. Reveria just opened her eyes and smiled as she said. Reveria. See you tomorrow, honey, smiling flirtatiously. After that Belle went blushing to the dungeon. He was killing mounts with Akame in his human form and asked if he could give him more juice later. Akame blushed but happily accepted after a while, killing mounts with my blades and Akame with a katana that I bought her. We were like that for several hours until we returned home, but I told Akame that I would go to the guild to give Ina my stats, to which Akame did and gave her a kiss on the cheek before she left. When Belle blushed left, Akame began to masturbate thinking about Belle to give him more of her juices. After Belle arrived at the guild, he greeted Ina and asked her to record his progress. It should be noted that when Ina saw Belle's progress, she was quite surprised because it was a very accelerated growth. She had to ask until she noticed something. Ina. Belle-kun, you don't wear any more armor apart from that, pointing at Belle's red armor. Belle. No, why do you ask? Curious. Ina. Belle, that's very dangerous. You need more armor that covers you enough, worried. Oh, I know. How about after 4:30 tomorrow we go buy you some armor? What do you think? Smiling. Belle. Well, that's fine, smiling. Ina. Okay. So it's a date. Smiling. Belle. Date. Blushing. Ina. Yes, or is it that you don't want to, feigning sadness? Belle. No, it's not that, nervous, I was just a little surprised, so it's a date, smiling. Ina. Blushing, it's okay. Belle. See you. Ina-chan, smiling. Ina. Raising her hand, see you Belle-kun, smiling. After Belle arrived at the fertility hostess transformed into Rini and found Ryu cleaning some tables, so he went to help her. He asked her for some advice on how to use the katana and Ryu gladly gave it to him after working for a few hours, and after Anya gave him some feminine classes according to her, so that the clients do not suspect that he is a man. Belle told Mamma Mia everything that has happened this week. He considers Mamma Mia a mother, so he always tells her almost everything, clear agreement exceptions like Riveria's kiss etc. After a little talk with Mamma Mia, Belle ate and went to the Twilight Mansion to sleep. I'm Skip. Belle. Did I arrive too early? Nervous. Belle had gotten ready for his date with Ina. It should be noted that when Akame found out about this, she almost exploded in anger. Belle had to promise that he would later invite her on a date and pamper her. Akame happily accepted this, although still a little jealous. Belle was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, dark green pants, and standard brown boots and her necklace that Riveria gave her. Belle-kun screaming. Belle. Ina blushing. Ina. Well, who did you think it was? Smiling mockingly. Belle. Why you look younger, surprised. Ina rubbing Belle's face between her breasts. Hey. I'm barely 19 years old. You're supposed to say I'm beautiful. Belle. Hi. You look very beautiful, Ina-san, can I give you a kiss? Smiling and still blushing between her breasts. Ina. Letting go and smiling, okay let's go. Wait, what did you say? Blushing. Belle. Can I give you a kiss? Smiling. Ina. Well, I wouldn't mind, smiling thinking that I wouldn't, but. Yuck. Ina was surprised when she saw Belle kissing her, but instead of pushing him away, she intensified the kiss and they ended up kissing for a mile. They stayed like that for 2 minutes until they separated due to lack of air. Ina. Well, let's go get your armor, panting and blushing from the kiss. Belle. Yes, blushing, if you want another one just ask, smiling. Ina blushing her face. After that kiss, they both went to the Tower of Babel, where they were looking at the different armors, and Belle was surprised by the prices. He could barely buy anything other than what was here, thanks to his savings from working at the fertility hostess and going to the dungeon. When Belle was going to tell Ina that she couldn't buy something from here, Ina told him. Ina. Let's go to the elevator. I know this is still very expensive for you, so let's go upstairs, smiling. Belle nervous. After looking at the most expensive weapons in the place a little longer, they went to the upper floors, and Belle saw that there were several cheaper armors of acceptable quality. Ina. This is where the novice blacksmiths sell their armor, do you see anything you like? Smiling. Belle. Oh indeed yes, smiling. Ina. Oh. What is it? Smiling. Belle. But I can't buy you, how bad, fake sadness. Ina. Blushing, stop the jokes, nervous and blushing. Belle. No joke, who wouldn't buy such a beauty, smiling. Ina. But you said I looked younger just wearing these clothes, blushing and a little sad. Belle. But I never said I didn't like it when you wore your work clothes. In fact, you look 19, but with these clothes, you look almost 16, smiling, although with both, you look beautiful, smiling. Ina. Well, let's see the armor, redder than a tomato. Belle. Haha, it's okay, smiling. After searching for a while, Belle saw a box at the bottom. When he went to look, he saw that it said Kuryusagi. When he saw inside the box he was amazed. It was a very comfortable black vest with knee and shin guards all in black with crimson edges. It had a very resistant black fabric sleeveless shirt with a face mask stuck to the shirt and gloves of the same fabric as the shirt, along with black arm protectors with crimson edges. So, but imagine that it's Belle and he has the armor and some knee protectors and some black shin guards with crimson edges. There was also a white mask with red stripes and shaped like a rabbit that covers half of his face. Belle. It's beautiful, admiring the strange armor, it's from Welfkrazo, I think I've heard that name before. Ina. Belle, I think you might like this one. Oh, I see you found something, smiling. Belle. Yes. This one looks amazing. It costs a little more than the others, but it looks pretty good and everything is pretty sturdy. Smiling. Ina. Okay then let's pay for it, smiling. After Belle bought the armor, they were about to leave when they saw a somewhat expensive store of elven things. Belle and Ina entered and saw several somewhat expensive things like armor and also jewels. Ina, seeing the armor, decided to give Belle a small gift. When Belle saw the necklaces, she quickly remembered the one she gave to Riveria and wanted to return the favor, so while Ina went to buy something, Belle went to the employee. Belle. Excuse me, smiling. Employee. Yes. What do you want? Smiling. Belle. Could you make a necklace like this, but with the names reversed and the gem in jade color, please, smiling, giving the employee the necklace that Riveria gave him. The employee, when seeing the necklace, was surprised by two things. One, for the gem that had the necklace, it was a white elfin, one of the rarest and most expensive gems in the country of the elves. Not only that, but it was white, one of the rarest colors of this gem. It was usually purple or pink. There were also blood red, sky blue and neon yellow. But those were not very common and therefore more expensive, but the rarest are neon white, jet black and jade green. So when he saw a white elfin like that he was surprised, but he was even more surprised to see the name of who gave it to him. It was Princess Riveria. But despite the surprise, the employee accepted and went to see the manager. When the manager arrived, he told him the cost of the gem with the elven language. Belle was surprised when he saw the property because it was almost all his savings, and wow, his savings were quite a lot, but he still accepted and paid for the necklace. After about 30 minutes the manager returned with a necklace identical to his but jade green that said in Elvish, "I love you Riverial Joe's Alf, sincerely. Bellcranel." Although of course Belle didn't know that, the letters were red and gold. Belle. Thank you very much, smiling. Employee. Thank you very much for your purchase and good luck with your engagement, Belle-sama, smiling. The elf called him that because Belle being engaged to Riveria, the princess of the elves and future queen, that makes Belle the king, but Belle didn't even know about that. Belle. Confused. Before Belle could ask, he heard an argument outside and went to see what happened, but not before thanking him for the necklace. When he saw what was making so much noise, he saw that it was a red-haired boy and a fat man fighting over something. Belle didn't take it seriously and waited for Ina outside the elven store. After about 5 minutes, Ina appeared with something in her arms. Ina turned Belle when. Belle. Okay, let's go get something to eat, smiling. Ina smiling. After that Belle and Ina went to eat Yugumaru-kun, Belle's favorite food. They both said goodbye and agreed to see each other another day, but before Belle left. Ina. Wait, Belle-kun. Screaming. Belle. Huh. What's up? Curious. Ina. Take, giving him a kind of head armor, something similar to a headband like Ace's, but black and with a more elven design. It has small holes, so that Belle can put on the mask without it falling off. Something like that but black, and the parts that stick out from the front will have holes to place your mask. Belle. Wow. Surprised, thank you very much Ina-chan, smiling. Ina. And don't worry, just promise me that you'll take care of yourself and you'll come back alive from the dungeon, staring at him. Belle. I promise. Kissing her on the lips, that was my way of promising that I'll come back, smiling, see you. Leaving. Ina. Blushes, touching her lips, see you, smiling. After that Belle went straight to the Twilight Mansion to train with Akame. Today mom told her she'll take the day off, to which Belle accepted. After training hard with Akame and giving Akame several cuddles, Belle nervously headed to Riveria's room to give her the necklace he bought. Talk. Riveria reading a book, come in. Belle hello, blushing. Riveria. Belle. What do you need? Do you want another lap pillow? Smiling. Belle. And it's not that, here I wanted to return the favor, so I hope you like it, giving him a box. Riveria grabbing the box, what is it? An engagement gift mischievous. Belle. What? Nervous. Riveria. Haha, opening the box, just kidding speechless, this is it. Surprised. Belle. Since you gave me a very expensive necklace I thought I'd give you one too. I asked them to put the same words, but with the name reversed. Do you like it? smiling nervously. Reveria. I love it. Hugging Belle against her breasts. Belle practically proposed to Reveria even though she didn't know it. While Reveria was hugging Belle's double D cup bust, she whispered in his ear. Reveria. Whispering, yes, I accept, darling, smiling. Belle was so distracted trying to get out of Reveria's breasts that he didn't hear those words. Belle accidentally ended up sucking on a nipple while trying to get out of Reveria's breasts. Reveria Belle blushing as she pressed Belle closer to her breasts. Belle hearing that moan tried to escape more desperately, but that only made him give more pleasure to Reveria and therefore make her attach more to his chest. After being like that for a while, a very excited Reveria took Belle from her bust and kissed him, a hot and quite exciting kiss. Reveria used a small spell to make Belle submissive. When she saw that the spell worked, she smiled with satisfaction. Lemon skipped. Belle. I'm in trouble, smiling, since well, I have no choice but to take responsibility and, smiling, I love you, falling asleep. Reveria. Me too, but we have to keep this a secret, at least for now, worried. Belle. Well, we'll worry about that tomorrow, okay? Smiling. Reveria. Okay, smiling, and what do you want to call them? Smiling. Belle. Well, why don't we think about it tomorrow too, nervous. Reveria. Haha, it's okay, smiling, husband, whispering flirtatiously. Belle. He sleep well, smiling, wife, whispering. And. Special sweets. Belle was in the dining room of the Twilight Mansion happily eating his sweets until he noticed Finn approaching him. Finn. Hello Belle. Smiling. Belle. Hello. Eating, smiling. Finn. What is that? Pointing to his gods. Belle. Sweets, smiling. Finn. Can I have it? Smiling. Belle. No, smiling. Finn. Come on, don't be like that, they look delicious, smiling while looking at the sweets. Belle. Buy your own tall, fake smile. Finn. Belle is your captain, I order you to give me your candy, smiling fake. Belle. No, seriously holding his bag of candy tightly. Finn. Say, serious. Belle. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here before I do something you regret, seriously. Finn. Oh, is that a threat? Serious. Belle. Well, what else would it be? Fake smile. Finn. Grabbing the bag, give it to me, seriously. Belle. Let go of my candy. Seriously. Belle and Finn were fighting over the bag of candy for almost 5 minutes until. Belle. Pulling the bag of candy, let them go. Finn. Also pulling the bag, just give me one. At that moment the bag of candy broke and they all fell into the trash can that was curiously next to them. Belle. Finn. Belle. It's your fault angry. Finn. I only asked you for one. What was it hard for you to share one? Screaming. So they continued blaming each other until Belle and Finn started fighting, but of course, Finn, being level 6, easily beat Belle. Belle was on the floor with some bruises and a little blood coming out of his mouth. Belle. I curse you, in pain. Finn. You just had to share your sweets with me, what would it cost you? Smiling seriously. Belle. Finn why are you laughing confused? Belle. I won, smiling with superiority. Finn what do you mean, confused? At that moment Reveria appeared and was shocked to see Belle in a deplorable state, with bruises on his arms, his clothes a little torn and dirty, and a little blood coming out of his mouth. Reveria. Belle. What happened to you worried? Belle. It was Finn, he said I didn't deserve to be in this family, and said that if I managed to defeat him in a one-on-one duel, he would let me stay here, faking a lot of pain. Reveria, it hurts me a lot, faking more pain and sadness. When Finn heard what Belle said, he turned pale when he saw Reveria turn to look at him with murderous eyes that he had only seen once in his life, but this time they were much worse. He was sure that even a god of death would tremble just by seeing Reveria's eyes that showed so much anger. Reverie. Finn. Angry. Finn. Shit. Starting to run. Finn started to run, but Reveria, Kushina style, stopped him. Finn watched in horror as Reveria's hair split into 9 parts and an image of a giant fox with red eyes appeared behind her, showing Finn its sharp fangs. When Finn saw that, he almost had a heart attack. Finny wait, Reveria, BBB Belle, yo. Finn was so nervous he couldn't quite formulate any words. Time skip. We can see Finn all beaten up and Belle being pampered by Reveria. Finn is watching this in disbelief. Belle told a believable lie and made Reveria give Finn the worst beating of his life after he had treated and pampered Belle a little, of course. Reveria was giving a lap pillow to an already healed Belle while he gave her one of her treats. You might be wondering, how does Belle have her treats if she dropped them in the trash? Belle always has a small bag with 8 of his emergency candies, and he gave it to Riveria, Finn cursed Belle, while he watched him give his candies to Riveria so animatedly while Riveria pampered him. Finn. What was it costing you to give me one, Finn thought with anime tears. Riveria you Belle kun, that useless captain won't do anything to you anymore, smiling and pampering Belle. Belle high enjoying Riveria's pampering. End. Minotaur and Trickster Chapter 6. Belle what step curious. Belle. Where am I? Noticing that he wasn't in his room, this is Riveria's room. Surprised, but why am I here? Curious. Belle tried to stand up but noticed 2 things. The first was that he was completely naked, and he felt that Belle JN was in a warm place. The second was that there was someone else on the sheets. Belle pushed the sheets aside to see Riveria naked asleep on his chest. When he looked down, he saw his half-erect henna stuck in Riveria's hussy. He also noticed that Riveria was covered, and that a white thing was coming out of her hussy, and after thinking about it a bit, he noticed that it was his semen. Belle was quite surprised by what he saw and began to think about what had happened until images of what happened yesterday came to his head, how Riveria started kissing him and sucking and licking his cock, and how they bucked for almost 5 hours, how Riveria rode his cock, and how she showed him her CC cup breasts while she put her hands on the back of his neck, how Riveria let him grope and suck her breasts, and how he probably got her pregnant. Belle. Wow, surprised by last night. Riveria waking up, Belle surprised. Belle. How did you sleep? Smiling. Riveria. It was the best night of my life, flirty smile. Belle. I'm glad, but how do we clean up this mess? Smiling nervously. Riveria. Why don't we think about that later? I noticed someone needs attention, smiling flirtatiously, noticing Belle's already fully erect cock. Belle. It wouldn't be bad to do it before getting up, smiling flirtatiously. Riveria. So what are you waiting for? Moving her hips. Belle. Well, here we go. Starting to move. 2 hours later. After bucking like rabbits, Belle and Riveria bathed together while caressing each other. After another hour in the bathroom, Belle and Riveria, already dressed and ready, left the room and went to eat. For a moment, Belle remembered Akame and her training with Ace. It was almost 11, and her training with Ace ended at that time. Belle. Riveria, what excuse can I give Ace for missing our morning workout? Smiling nervously. Riveria. Don't worry, honey, I'll take care of that, smiling. Belle. Thank you. Smiling and kissing her. Despite the big age difference, Belle was a little shorter than Riveria, he was like 3 or 4 centimeters shorter than her. Riveria was very happy about that kiss, and despite having a serious face, she had a small blush and a small smile on her face. Another detail is that Riveria was limping a little, and had an aura of satisfaction around her, with all that it was a little obvious what they two did, but they managed so that the others did not notice when they went to the dining room and saw several members of the family almost finishing dinner. Belle and Riveria went to the kitchen and began to make their dinner while they cooked. There was no need for hints between the two, but well, after cooking, you could see that they made some scrambled eggs with bacon and rice, a juice and a coffee for each. Belle. It's delicious, don't you think? Smiling. Riveria. Of course, we did it together after all, smiling. Belle tuche smiling. Ekla Riveria. Hahaha, both laughing. Before they could speak again, a certain orange-haired elf appeared. Lafia Riveria-sama. Belle kun smiling. Belle. Oh, hello Lafia, smiling. Riveria. Hello, forced smile. Lafia. Belle kun, can you give me some? Pointing at the food. Belle. Sure. Smiling, say ah. Feeding him. Lafia. Ah, eating, it's delicious, smiling with satisfaction. Belle. Right. Smiling, if you want more just ouch. Sore, Belle looked under the table and saw that Riveria was pinching his right side hard while his face showed nothing, he just kept eating. Belle. Well Lafia, I would give you more, but I'm really hungry, so I want to eat it all, sorry, smiling sadly. Lafia. It's okay, discouraged, don't worry, but in exchange you have to give me a lap pillow, sticking out her tongue smiling while closing one eye and Asia funny face. Belle. It's okay, smiling nervously and noticing how Riveria pinched harder. Lafia. I'll go get ready for our training, see you. Smiling. When Lafia left, Riveria turned to look at Belle with a very innocent face, too innocent for Belle's liking, plus an aura of death behind Riveria. Riveria. Ara, it seems I need to punish my bunny, but I wonder how I'll do it, smiling. Belle. P mercy. Smiling nervously. Riveria. Tonight I'll leave you completely dry, smiling innocently. Belle was shocked to hear that and began to fear for his little friend, but he accepted it. It's not like he could do anything anyway. Belle. Hi, by the way, do you want to go on a date next week, smiling. Riveria. In serio. Of course happy. Belle. Okay. Next week Wednesday at 3:30 after training, is that okay with you? Smiling. Reveria. Perfect. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, well let's train, smiling. Belle hi smiling. After finishing all their food Belle and Reveria headed to the training grounds where they found Lafia waiting for them. After training hard for 3.5 hours and Reveria getting jealous of Belle giving Lafia lap pillows, Belle said goodbye to Reveria and Lafia and went straight to the dungeon with her knives and new armor. Belle wore her new armor, except for her rabbit mask. Elsewhere. Otter, is it ready? Curious. Otter. Yes my goddess, seriously. Okay, I want to see how much the brightness increases after this, smiling excitedly, what level do you think it is? Curious. Otter. Like a level 3 at the end of the road, seriously. Perfect, let's see how you can pass this test Fufu, smiling. Otter. Freya-sama, are you sure about this? The boy is barely a level 1, right? Curious. Freya Fufu, just observe OTTAR sonriendo. Back with Belle. We can see Belle in the dungeon killing monsters left and right with Akari and Yami. Belle was on the 7th floor killing Needle Rabbit and Killer Ant, and Needle Rabbit tried to pierce his arm with its horn, but Belle decapitated it. 4 others approached from behind and tried to pierce different parts of his body. Belle cut 2 of them with a vertical slash and blocked the other's horns with his other blade, then cut the remaining 2 with both blades piercing their heads. In front of him the wall began to crack, implying that the dungeon was creating a monster. 6 killer ants appeared from the wall and went straight to Belle to try to hit him, emphasis on trying while Belle cut the body of the first 1 and 2. He stabbed his blade in the head of the second and hit the third hard on the head. The 4 killer ants that remained tried to grab Belle by his limbs, but Belle managed to stab one and cut off the head of another. The last killer ants that remained went to attack Belle from behind. Belle did not realize this until it was very later. The killer ants were seconds away from killing him until Belle summoned his magic. Belle. Congo Fusa. 2 chains appeared from Belle's back and immediately went through the heads of the killer ants. Thanks to his training with Reveria, he could now make them protect him without realizing it, like a kind of autonomous defense, but he can still only activate them for 30 minutes before suffering a mind zero. Belle was about to continue when he heard. Ooh, When I heard that scream I started to shake a little. It was a Minotaur, I knew that, but this one sounded different from the others. When the Minotaur appeared, Belle saw how it was eating some crystals of what he assumed were monsters. Belle saw the Minotaur completely black, bigger than a normal Minotaur. It was missing a horn and had a large sword that looked was of good quality, and with red eyes bathed in blood. It was terrifying in simple words. Belle knew that it was an irregular and a really powerful one. Belle prepared his blades in a defensive stance. He knew that Minotaur was at least level 3, mid-level, maybe late level. And that was worse. Belle didn't know what to do, but one thing is certain. Belle. I won't die without a fight, seriously. Belle approached the Minotaur and tried to cut him on his right side. The Minotaur blocked him with his great sword. He tried to hit Belle with his left hand, but Belle barely managed to dodge it. The Minotaur roared in anger and went at Belle, trying to cut him with a greatsword. Belle put his 2 blades to block the attack, but when he blocked it, he could feel the bones in his arm splintering. Belle stepped back and tried to keep his distance while thinking of a plan. He couldn't escape, the Minotaur would follow him and corner him, or maybe find someone else and kill him. Belle couldn't allow that, and he wasn't going to allow it. The Minotaur let out a harsh sound as if he was challenging Belle to a fight. The Minotaur, seeing that Belle stood firm and without hesitation in front of him, smiled with emotion. The Minotaur swung his sword at Belle and tried to split him in half. Belle realized what he wanted to do and quickly dodged the Minotaur's slash. Belle tried to stab his blade into his right eye, but the Minotaur blocked it and tried to pierce his arm with its horn. Belle realized that he couldn't dodge that, so he put his arm out, hoping the new armor will withstand the Minotaur's horn, and surprisingly enough, the arm guard cracked, but the Minotaur's horn couldn't pierce it. Belle mentally thanked Welf Krazo for his armor, however, if his arm guard received another blow like that it probably wouldn't last. Belle had to find a way to end this quickly, and while his chains were strong, he still couldn't give them that much edge, and they wouldn't be able to pierce the Minotaur's flesh, and they could only hold him for a moment before the Minotaur destroyed them. Because Belle was tired, he could probably only use 10 chains at most. Belle was between a rock and a hard place. Why the Minotaur roared as if he was mocking Belle for not being able to do anything, of course that only made Belle angrier. Belle attacked the Minotaur, giving him fierce stabs from all sides. He had grown tired of being defensive and went on the offensive. The Minotaur was blocked as best he could, but Belle still managed to make several cuts all over his body. Elsewhere. Reveria, Finn, Gareth, Bet, Tiona, Tyan, Aze were going to the dungeon. Finn heard from some adventurers that an irregular Minotaur was there purring on the 7th floor. Normally only one of them would go to fix that problem. But Finn's thumb trembled a lot, giving him a strange feeling that they should all go. Reveria and Gareth just agreed, knowing that when Finn's thumb trembled, it wasn't for something good. When they were already on the 5th floor, they heard several adventurers say that a white-haired boy was fighting against an irregular Minotaur on the 7th floor. The Loki family, upon hearing that, quickened their pace, especially Reveria and Aze. They were worried sick, imagining Belle seriously injured, about to be killed by the Minotaur. With that in mind, they quickened their steps as much as they could. Elsewhere, Freya was lost watching the fight. Belle's soul, that was wide and bright, became brighter and purer every time, as if Belle would be freed from all his insecurities. He saw how Belle's soul became so bright that it stung his eyes a little to see it, but he endured it just to see this wonderful spectacle. She had never seen a soul as pure as that. When she saw him, she was quite surprised and wanted him in her family. She thought that maybe he was the person she had been looking for so long. She waited for him to ask for an application to join her family, but he never did. After investigating a little, she discovered that Alan threw away his application to join the family. When she found out about that, she almost made Otter beat Alan to death. But she held back and scolded Alan quite strongly for that. When she found out that he worked at the fertility hostess, she was happy because there she could keep an eye on him. My mother gave her information about Belle every week. When she found out that he defeated a Minotaur without a Felna, she almost fainted. That was something almost impossible to do for someone without a Felna. When she decided that it was time to join her family, it turns out that Loki also became interested in him and made him part of her family. Freya got very angry and scolded herself for her stupidity of not having recruited him before, but she continued to watch over him and gave him a very expensive grimoire, but it's not like she cares about that. She was surprised by each and every one of Belle's advances, and she also got excited one day when she spied on Belle 24 hours a day and saw his large size. She masturbated all night thinking about her and Belle in bed in all kinds of positions. Back with Belle. Belle was attacking masterfully while the Minotaur was only defending itself. Thanks to Belle's blades being larger than normal ones, he was able to do more damage to the Minotaur. The Minotaur got angry that Belle was now cornered. It was a huge blow to the Minotaur's pride. The Minotaur quickly went on the offensive again and began to hire. No one realized that the Loki family executives were there watching everything. Tyan. It wasn't a level 1. Surprised. That Minotaur is an irregular. Surprised and angry. Aze. She just stood in wonder watching the fierce battle between Belle and the Minotaur. While she saw Belle's back fighting the Minotaur, it reminded her of her father. Reveria Belle. She was watching the fight between Belle and the Minotaur with admiration, and why not have it? Until a few weeks ago he was just a novice. His movements were clumsy although somewhat effective, and it was noticeable from afar that he had just started as an adventurer. Even so, Belle was now fighting like a level 3 halfway through in just a month. Belle was so engrossed in his fight that he didn't realize his family's executives were watching him. Belle and the Minotaur were stabbing right and left, neither of them retreating. Belle had a slight advantage, thanks to the fact that his knives were a little bigger than normal ones, and he managed to make several cuts to the Minotaur, although he also received several cuts from it. Out of nowhere, Belle took Yami with a reverse grip and dodged a cut from the Minotaur and stabbed the Minotaur as best he could into Yami's hand, where he had the great sword, and twisted the knife to do more damage. The Minotaur let out a roar of pain at Belle's action. He didn't expect the white-haired man to do something like that. Belle took the knife from him and stepped back quickly. The Minotaur, despite the pain, recovered as quickly as he could and tried to grab his sword again, but he couldn't. His wrist was badly damaged by Belle's cut. When he saw that, he tried to grab it with his left hand. Belle, seeing that the Minotaur could not lift his sword with his right hand, smiled, but that smile went away when he saw that he wanted to grab it with his left, but Belle was faster and put away his blades and grabbed the Minotaur's sword. The Minotaur was surprised why Belle grabbed his greatsword and got into a pose to attack. Belle walked towards the Minotaur and gave him a vertical cut on his torso. Belle continued giving cuts and stabs with the great sword to the Minotaur without mercy. Despite the sword being almost the size of Belle, thanks to his training with Akame, he was able to wield it with some difficulty and trying not to make silly or unnecessary movements. The Minotaur, seeing the situation, decided to use his trump card and got on all fours, preparing his horn to attack Belle. When the Loki family executives saw that, they quickly recognized that technique, as it was a tactic that the Minotaurs used if they were in danger or trouble. Like a bull, they charged with their horns. Belle, seeing that, got into a fighting stance with the great sword. Both looked at each other as if they were waiting for something, and out of nowhere, both charged head on. What an idiot. Fiona. I was very young. Aze. Everything is fine, would be. Belle tried to cut the Minotaur's horn with the great sword, but it was destroyed into 1,000 pieces. The Minotaur smiled at this, but did not realize that Belle quickly jumped taking some distance and took out his knives and charged against the Minotaur. The Minotaur, as if responding to the challenge, got back on all fours and went to Belle. The Minotaur's horn was inches away from impact until Belle made a small sweep, and everyone saw how Belle was a few meters away from the Minotaur, with his blades in hand and his arms crossed, his hair covering his eyes. The Minotaur was still on all fours with his horn raised noticeably, just like Belle, he was completely still. Until. Push push. Something fell to the ground, it was the head of the Minotaur that was separated by a clean cut from the neck. After that his body fell to the ground inert, his body turned into ashes and released a bright red horn. Belle staggered but stood his ground, his armor and clothes were torn to shreds, and he was still holding both knives and didn't move from there, no one made him. Until. Reveria. He's fainted, surprised. Fiona. Argonaut, whispering. Reveria. He'll be embarrassed if you call him that, smiling. Everyone turned to see Belle, who was posing indomitable with his armor and clothes torn and his knives still in hand, but despite that he looked formidable that way, like a warrior. Imagine he has his blades in both hands and his head is down hiding his eyes in an epic way. That Reveria. What are his stats? Angry. Reveria. Do you want me to read them without your permission? Would be. That. He's practically asking us. Angry. Reveria just sighed and approached Belle's back to see his stats. She also took the opportunity to touch Belle's already somewhat marked back while she had a silly face on her face. That. Well. What are your stats? Angry. Reveria annoyed, all her stats are SS serious and surprised. When everyone heard that they were shocked, no one could utter a word, that boy was a damn genius. They knew it, they had just seen the birth of one of the strongest adventurers in the world. Time skip. Belle was in the Loki family infirmary, with almost his entire body bandaged. Belle. Waking up, what happened? Touching his head. Out of nowhere, Belle gets all the memories of her fight with the Minotaur and how she defeated him. She was thinking about that until she realized that someone was lying on her legs asleep. It was Reveria who stayed with Belle the whole time waiting for him to recover and taking care of him. She was the one who offered to put the bandages on him and change them just to be able to touch his somewhat marked body. In addition to giving Belle sponge baths, she wanted to have sex with Belle, but that would hurt him, so she only limited herself to giving oral attention to her little friend. Belle saw Reveria sleeping with dark circles under her eyes. Belle was worried about that, but smiled when he saw that Reveria was worried about him. He started to caress Reveria's head and play a little with her cat ears. Belle decided it was time to uncover her and put his mouth to one of Reveria's ears. Belle. Whispering, wake up Reveria-chan, biting and licking her right ear. Reveria, upon feeling and hearing that, woke up quickly and upon seeing Belle awake, she quickly hugged him as if he were a stuffed animal and placed him between her breasts and held him there. Reveria. You woke up. You had me very worried, crying. Belle was trying to breathe in Reveria's very generous breasts. After a while, Reveria calmed down and stopped hugging Belle so he could breathe and talk. Belle. What happened? Confused. Reveria. After you defeated the Minotaur you fainted on your feet and the Minotaur said this, giving him a red Minotaur horn. Belle. I see, processing it, by the way, who put the bandages on me curious. Reveria. I, smiling, also gave you a sponge bath, smiling flirtatiously, by the way, when you recover we will have the best night of our lives, flirty. LHHAI nervous. After Reveria and Belle talked a little more, after Reveria gave Belle a French kiss and they both gave each other a hickey on the neck, they both went to Loki's office, Belle being helped by Reveria. When they got to the door someone called Reveria to go to a meeting with Finn and Gareth, to which she annoyed she left. Talk. Loki. Pass. Belle. Hello, we are the same. Loki. Belle. You're awake. Surprised. Belle. Yes, he, scratching his neck. Loki. Are you okay, Belle? Worried. Belle. Sure. Smiling, but I came to ask you to update my status, smiling. Loki. Okay, lie down and take off your shirt, pointing to the bed. Belle. You have. After that Loki started to update Belle's status, but. Loki. Belle is level 2. That scream was heard throughout the Twilight Mansion. Everyone who knew that Belle was barely an adventurer last month was shocked. He far surpassed Aze's record. Aze managed to rise to level 2 in 1 year. Belle rose to level 2 in a month. That was a great achievement. Loki. Belle, you can choose between 2 development skills, luck or trickster, surprised. Belle. What is that? Curious. Loki. A development skill is a skill you can get when you level up as a hunter or mystery. You can choose one of the 2 skills you choose, smiling. Belle. I see, thinking, and what does Kami-sama recommend I choose? Curious. Loki. What surprises me is that I had never heard of the ability luck, but I suppose it is an ability that, as its name says, gives you luck. In addition to that, when you kill monsters, they will drop rare items. I suppose this could be considered a divine protection and trickster. That surprises me, since it is like my ability. It allows you to lie to anyone, including gods, except me, of course. It gives you a more strategic and intelligent mind. Smiling. You can also create illusions with ease. I would recommend Trickster, since it would be an ability that would represent you as this family. Besides that, you would be the first member of my family to have that ability, and when you go up to level 3 you can choose luck, but you decide. Smiling. Then I'll follow your advice. I choose Trickster. Smiling. Loki. Okay. Then here we go. After that, Loki gave Belle his status sheet. Status: bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family: Loki. Statistics: Strength 0i. Resistance 0i. Externate 0i. Agility 0i. Magic 0i. Total 0. Universal power 4995. Skills: Harem Saichme equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Tenkan equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species, such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once, but is unable to copy physical attributes. Acquired skills: Trickster equals the user is able to lie to anyone, including some gods. It also allows the user to detect the lies of others. It also grants a more strategic mind and more intelligence. It allows to create illusions of all kinds. Belle. Incredible, impressed. Loki. I know, crazy right? Smiling. Belle. Haha, yep, smiling. I. End. Prazo and Casinos Cap 7. Belle was in the courtyard of the Twilight Mansion. Riveria was with him, giving him a lap pillow while she pampered him happily. Belle will enjoy this as much as he could, and also Riveria, since soon they would go on an expedition where Belle could not go, since according to Loki, he was still a novice in several things and needed more experience despite being level 2. When someone tried to argue about this, Loki said that it was a divine order and no one else spoke. The truth is that Loki wanted to give Belle training in lies and business. She wanted to teach him everything she knew. Belle having the trickster ability, Loki almost jumped for joy. Since it was his same ability, she would be in charge of making Belle a master of deception, so much so that people would really believe that he is her true son. Though Loki was enjoying this, when Freya finds out about this she will explode in anger. Loki was already laughing, imagining that. Other things that happened is that Akame was always very attentive to Belle after the Minotaur thing and took care of him the best she could, in addition to drinking Belle's juice. When she found out about Belle and Riveria's relationship, she almost had a heart attack. She got a little sad but decided to make Belle fall in love with her. She became more affectionate and attentive to Belle. She wanted him to fall in love with her and forget about Riveria. Lafia and Aze also started to take care of him more in a certain way. Another thing is that he received quite a few hostile looks when he went out on the street. According to his goddess, that was why he managed to reach level 2 in a month, and many of the adventurers were envious of him. Although of course, Belle only had to make a sinister smile directed at those guys, and they ran scared shitless. Belle had had several training sessions with his goddess to improve his trickster skill. Thanks to that, Belle had taken Sierra part of his goddess's personality. Like her, she is somewhat mocking sometimes and can also make her same toothy smile and her sinister smile. Yesterday his Kami-sama told him that he would go to a meeting of gods to decide the nicknames of the new adventurers with the other gods. Loki said that he would give Belle a cool nickname. Belle just accepted that. Another thing that happened is that Belle went to the guild to announce his level up. To say that Aina was surprised was an understatement. She almost had a heart attack because of it. Even the sword princess had taken a year to level up. Belle. By the way, thank you very much, Aina, you saved my life. Smiling. Aina. Ea. Why do you say that? Curious. Belle. Well, you see. Belle started telling Aina everything that happened with the Minotaur and their fight and. Flashback. The Minotaur's horn was inches away from impact until Belle made a small sweep and. Belle had cut off the Minotaur's head with both blades in a scissor cut, but at the same time the Minotaur almost managed to pierce his head with its horn, but. Crash. There was a sound of something breaking. It was Belle's headband that Aina had given him. The horn destroyed the headband, but thanks to that Belle's head didn't suffer any damage. If it weren't for that, Belle would be dead right now, but it ended up being destroyed. Then flashback. Aina was quite surprised by that. She had really saved her adventure. She cried at that and hugged Belle tightly, who was confused as to why Aina was crying until. Ina. I'll give you another one tomorrow, okay? I want you to take care of yourself as much as possible, and if I can help you protect yourself, then I will. Smiling as tears flowed down her face. Belle stayed comforting Ina a little longer until Ina, completely happy, let him go. Elsewhere. Loki was at the board of gods choosing the nicknames for the new adventurers. Everyone was laughing and having fun with the ridiculous names or sometimes giving serious names to the adventurers. Everything was fun until. Well, the last one to name is your son, Loki. When the gods said that, several people became serious. How did your son level up so fast? That's not fair, it must have been a joke or something. Several gods were protesting against Loki for that. Almost no one believed that Belle would be level 2 in just 1 month. Loki. Well, what can I say? It seems I'm lucky that prodigies are part of my family, referring to Belle and A's. When Loki said that, several protest comments exploded against him and continued like this until Uranos calmed everyone down. Uranos. Calm down. Seriously, now what we are here for is to decide the nicknames for your children, not to complain like little children. After saying those words, everyone fell silent. Uranos. Okay, now that things have calmed down, let's choose a name for your new member. Several gods began to say their ideas for their names, all of them were ridiculous until a certain traveling god said. Hermes. How are you little rookie, smiles. Little rookie, that's a good name. Several gods gave good opinions about that nickname and decided that it would be. Hermes. Perfect. That name will fit him perfectly. This will be the birth of a new hero. Hermes's thoughts were interrupted when Loki said. Loki. I refuse. Hitting the table with his hand. Gods and goddesses. Loki. Suapodosera Kryusagi, Daiho Loki Syria. Hermes. Sea Killer Rabbit. Nervous. Loki. Of course, or we can call it Vana Loki, since Beltan's development ability is Trickster, that ability also has an effect on the gods, smiling maniacally. When the gods heard this they were surprised and worried, especially Hermes. Hermes was stupefied, that ability and nickname did not fit at all with a hero like the one who promised Zeus that he would be a Belle. Another thing that he and several gods and goddesses feared is that this ability allowed him to deceive anyone and that no one can lie to him, including gods. The gods knew Loki, she probably trained the child herself to make him the best trickster that ever existed. The child was practically a Loki JN, and they knew how dangerous Loki was, now with another things were getting more intense. Uranos. In fact, a name also occurs to me, this name would be good Loki JN it would be an interesting name, smiling. Loki. It also occurred to me, but I already chose, firm. Uranos. It is good that it be so, your son's name will be Kuryusagi. Time skip. Belle was in the guild looking at the new nicknames they gave to those who leveled up, he was looking for his own until he found it. Kuryusagi was the name they had given him, it wasn't bad, but he wanted to be a hero, and that name didn't suit a hero. Belle. Well even if it is, it sounds good, nervous. After that Belle headed to the Twilight Mansion and went to Loki's office to his study sections with Loki. Loki. And tell me, did you like your nickname? Smiling. Belle. Well, that sounds great, smiling, but you know I want to be a hero, and that name doesn't suit one, smiling nervously. Loki. Well, it was that or Loki JN, smiling, although that name doesn't sound bad either JN, smiling. LL Loki JN surprised, it's not bad either, thoughtful. Loki. Freya's face was very funny when she heard about Loki JN haha. Belle. By the way, Kami-sama, what do you do when no one in the family is around or in your free time? Curious. Loki. Why do you want to know? Curious. Belle. Nothing more, maybe I can accompany her or help her with something while the others are on an excursion to the dungeon, thought. Loki. In fact I think you can accompany him later to a place in the entertainment part of the city, what do you think? Smiling. Belle hi smiling. Loki. Well let's keep training JN. Smiling Loki style. Belle hi Oka-san, smiling like Loki. Loki. All you need is red hair and half-closed eyes, and you'll be a copy of me as a man, smiling. Belle. Indeed Henkin. Out of nowhere, Belle's hair turned red and a little longer, and her eyes became half-closed. Belle. How are you? Loki smiles. Loki. Great. Smiling, but you can try to become a woman, I want to see how you look better as a man or a woman. Belle. Just nodded and transformed into a woman with red hair reaching her shoulders and squinting eyes, and with a C-cup bust. Loki. Looking at his bust, is this some kind of mockery? Belle woman. And no, my Henkin allows me to transform into my female version, in other words. Loki. You would have had that bust if you were a woman. Leaving that aside, Loki began to think Belle looked good as a woman and with red hair and half-closed eyes, with that bust in her round butt, she easily surpasses the goddesses of beauty. Loki I know smiling. Belle woman. What thing? Curious. Loki. I'll call you Hela, smiling. Belle woman. EA. Surprised, why? Curious. Loki. I will make you take that form whenever you are as my representative towards which you need a name, and I will give you Hela's, smiling. I will explain the other details to you in the entertainment area, and I will not make a draft for an answer, smiling. The EA exclaimed the barely named Hela. Loki. Yeah, well let's continue with our training sections. Oh, and you can't get rid of this form JN, smiling. Hela hi Oka-san, shaking her head at her Oka-san's nonsense. After that Belle was studying with Loki for several more hours, he currently heads towards the Tower of Babel to ask Adwelf Krazo to create another armor like the previous one. Meanwhile, she was also thanking her luck that the necklace Riveria gave her wasn't damaged or broken by the Minotaur's attack. Really nothing had happened to the necklace surprisingly. She also went to the hostess of the fertility center to inform her that she wouldn't be going to work for about 2 weeks while she fully recovers. My mom also gave him a good scolding for being so irresponsible and facing an irregular Minotaur. She was worried about her daughter's son. Belle had to comfort Mamma Mia in the form of Rini so that she wouldn't start crying for being so worried about Rini Belle. After that Belle just continued with the Loki sections and training his trickster ability. He had also started spending more time with Akame, and she was also more affectionate and attached to him. Sometimes she seemed like a wife, a very flirtatious one by the way, and sometimes she also seemed like a shy girl. Her personality changes were quite funny and amusing. But anyway, returning to the present, Belle was in the Tower of Babel in the cheap part looking for Welf Krazo armor, but he didn't find any. He went to the manager to look for one until he saw the manager and the red-haired boy from the other time fighting like the last time he was here. Belle. Excuse me. Nervous. Manager. Oh. Excuse me, what can I help you with? Smiling. Belle. I would like to know if there are more Welf Krazo armor. Curious. At that the manager and the Redeed were surprised, but the Redeed reacted quickly. Welfo. I make an admirer of my armors huh? Smiling. Belle. Oh. Are you Welf Krazo? Curious. Welf. Of course. Come follow me so we can make a contract, smiling. After that, Welf and Belle were making some agreements where they agreed that Belle would only use Welf's armor in exchange for Welf making top quality armor for Belle whenever it breaks or wears out a lot. They also agreed to party until Welf reaches level 2 and obtains the blacksmith skill. But that agreed upon, Belle headed back to the Twilight Mansion to continue training with his Oka-san. The next morning Belle was with Welf in his smithy. Welf. Okay, is there anything else you want besides your armor? Curious. Belle. Could you make me a knife with this Minotaur horn, taking out the horn? Welf. And you don't want a magic weapon? Seriously? Belle. A magic weapon? No, these things are of no use to me, they break very easily, with a disinterested face. Welf. It seems that you appreciate the art of blacksmithing, smiling. Belle. Of course. Smiling, but I have some advice for you, my friend. I've heard a little about your last name, and I'm not going to criticize you. It wasn't your fault that your last name was frowned upon by many. But if you ever see a friend or someone you love is in danger, leave your pride behind. It's better than someone precious to you losing their life. And by the way, if you ever create a magic weapon that doesn't break, I'll be the first at your door, my friend. Smiling. Welf. Surprised. Belle. Well, see you. Smiling. After that Belle left and left Welf alone without knowing that Welf took his words very seriously. After a while Belle was with his Oka-san in his Hela form and was playing shogi with her. Loki. Okay, JN, go to sleep now. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'll teach you how to bet without having to use trickster, smiling. Hela. But why do I do that? If the trickster is enough, confused. Loki. You can't always rely on your ability. JN, you also have to be a good natural liar and gambler, Loki's trademark smile. Belle hi Oka-san Sonrisa Marka Loki. After that Belle went to sleep in the form of Hela, since according to Loki he had to get used to using that form, and he made him use it until she allowed him to get rid of that form. Another thing that happened is that. Flashback. Belle. What? Surprised and blushing. Loki. As you heard, we're going to the hot springs where only goddesses are allowed to go, smiling. Belle. But why me? Blushing. Loki. Well, you see, the first is that it will be part of your training, smiling. Belle. Training. Blushing. Loki. Yes, despite having the trickster ability, you are still capable of being seduced or tempted by the charm of a goddess or the beauty of a woman, so we will go to the hot springs every day so that you can get used to seeing the naked bodies of several women and stay calm, smiling. Belle. I understand, but for what other reason? Less nervous now. Loki. Well, because only goddesses are allowed to enter that place, but since I like women, they allow another woman from my family to enter with me and calm me down or keep me under control. Usually, Tyne or Riveria are the ones who come with me to control me, smiling innocently. Belle. I see, nervous. Then flashback. Belle was in the Twilight Mansion in the form of Hela and was with Hisoka-san learning to bet and play all kinds of games. Loki was very good at betting, gambling, and the like, she had centuries of experience but. Belle Hela 5. Loki 0. Loki had lost abysmally 5-0 in blackjack, the game she was the best at until Hela Belle Flame defeated her like it was nothing. The worst part was that Hela didn't even know how to play. It was pure luck, and with pure luck she managed to humiliate the goddess of deception in the game she specializes in. Of course Belle Hela didn't know this, she thought Loki was holding back a lot because this was very easy. Oka-san, can you stop generating, is this too easy? Bored. When Loki heard this he almost fainted, she had given her all in the last 3 rounds and lost badly, and now Jan tells her it was too easy. Loki? Blank. Oka-san confused. Loki? You know what, I think it's time we go to the hot springs, smiling innocently. Loki wanted revenge, she wanted to be kind to Belle, and when they went to the hot springs, Ivan went to a somewhat remote area so that Belle wouldn't see so many naked goddesses and would get used to it little by little, but I do that would be different. Bella was in the hot springs holding Loki from trying to touch the breasts of Demeter and the other goddesses who were there and at the same time preventing him from touching hers, while she endured as best she could the massive blush from seeing so many women gathered together and naked talking normally as if nothing was happening. After calming Loki, Bellhera stayed longer in the hot springs to enjoy them. It's been a long time since he went to one of these, and when Loki took him to train, thank goodness he focused completely on training and couldn't enjoy them. Ella, smiling with her arms open leaning against the wall while her breasts floated in the water. Several goddesses looked at her with envy, she was beautiful in simple words, and her breasts were neither too big nor too small, they were perfect. Ella remained silent for a while until. Demeter? Are you Loki's daughter? Curious. Ella. EA. Oh, nice to meet you Demeter-sama, bowing, sorry for the trouble caused by my goddess, embarrassed. Demeter? Don't worry, tell me what your name is. Curious. LH Hela Akakuro, smiling. Demeter. Oh. I see, it's a pleasure, Hela-chan, smiling. Hela. I say the same to Demeter-sama, smiling. Demeter. Come on. Just tell me Demeter Hela-chan, smiling. Hela. It's okay Demeter, nervous. Demeter. That's better. Smiling. Hela and Demeter were talking like good friends as always, thanks to Anya who gave her lessons to be feminine, and although Loki told her to stay in that form longer, she managed to answer with ease and confidence and maintain a fluid conversation with Demeter and some other goddesses. Hela was leaving the hot springs quite happy, she had made friends with some goddesses, for example Demeter, who allowed her to call her by her name, but anyway, Hela and Loki head to the Twilight Mansion to change and go to the entertainment area. Hela was dressed in a strapless red dress with black edges, as if made of beautiful feathers, black evening gloves, and black heels with a small red flower. Next to her was Loki with a similar dress, but in opposite colors, and both had their hair tied in a ponytail with makeup, they looked like sisters, as if they were Tyne and Tyne. Tyne was Belle, the one with breasts, and Tyne is Loki, the one with nothing XD. Both were in one of the 23 casinos in the entertainment area and well. Employee. We have a winner. Stupefied. Hela was sniffing at the casino owner, the owner saw how Hela was sweeping everyone off their feet and was pretty good, he went straight to her and offered her a deal. Boss. If you win, I'll give you the entire casino, but if I win, I'll keep all the money you've earned so far. Does that sound right? Smiling. Hela. Of course. Smiling. And you guessed what happened. Boss. How, falling to his knees. Hela. Hi the casino is mine, jumping from one side to the other. Hela had had a crushing victory, her specialty was really blackjack, now the casino was hers. Loki was standing next to her, well, this was stupefied, she really created a monster. She and Hela were going from casino to casino and how to explain it. Currently Belle was the owner of all the roads in the entertainment part of Orario. He went to the 23 casinos and beat the owners and won the casinos and quite a bit of money. Now being the owner of the casinos, Belle earns 100,000 valis a day, without counting what he spends to keep the casinos running and all that. The casinos were almost 89% of the entertainment area, so Belle is practically the owner of almost the entire entertainment area and one of the richest people in Orario. Loki, stupefied by what she saw. Loki watched Hela humiliate each and every one of her opponents as if they were mere beginners against a master. Loki. He had no mercy. In shock. Belle was happy enjoying and seeing her duties now as owner of the casinos and their luxuries. Time skip. Hela was in her room putting on her women's clothes. Loki told her that it was better to be safe than sorry and bought her basic women's underwear and women's underwear. Oh well. Became. So now you own practically the entire entertainment district. Curious. LHAI smiling. Became. Loki must be laughing his ass off over this haha, laughing. Hela came. Hehehe. Lemon skipped. Family War and Akuma Chapter 8. Belle transformed into Hela was eating with Akame and her Okasan. They were eating chicken with rice and orange juice. Of course Hela was drinking the special juice that Akame always prepares for her more than happy and she was drinking her special Belle drink. Hela. And what are we going to do today? Curious. Loki. I don't know. Why don't you just take the day off? It's not bad once in a while, don't you think? Smiling. Hela. Can I take off this form? Curious. Loki. Unless you want to stay like this, then yes, smiling. Hela just sighed and transformed. Belle. And you came? Became. I'll go to the hot springs, it's been a long time since I went to one, thinking, don't you want to go with me? Smiling flirtatiously. Belle. You know Loki, I would be forced to go with you if it weren't for the fact that I have the day off now, smiling. Became. What do you mean? Confused. Belle began to tell him that Loki took him to the hot springs of the goddesses and also told him how she became friends with Demeter and some other goddesses and how they allowed her to enter Hela without the need for Loki to go. Hela goes for fun and on Wednesdays and Sundays to relax. Little by little, she has been getting used to seeing the naked bodies of the goddesses and talking more with them about various topics. Although the most time what she has not been used to and never will be is that the goddesses talk about boys and curiously among several of the boys that the goddesses talk to, he is among the most handsome and adorable. Belle only gave his opinion when asked in those talks and he did the best he could, but it was the most uncomfortable thing he's done so far apart from what happened with Rini-chan. But anyway, back to the original topic. When they finished eating, Loki and Akame went to do their things and Belle went with Welf to see if his armor was ready. Time skip. Belle was in Welf's smithy. Belle. Do you have it? Smiling. Welf's sip is almost the same only with more resistant and durable materials, smiling with satisfaction. Belle. Perfect. Thanks Welf, smiling. Welf. It is a pleasure to have the famous Kuryusagi wear my armor, smiling. Belle. He thanks, embarrassed. Welf. Oh, here, giving him a red knife and a red sheath, this is Ushiwakameru, it's a magic knife, smiling. Belle. EA. But I never asked for it, surprised. Welf. Don't worry, that's a special one, that one can't be broken, it's a magic knife that recharges, it has 10 fire shots, and each one recharges every 30 minutes, it can be used like a normal knife, smiling. Belle. Wow. Surprised. Welf. I know, I don't even know how, but I did it, smiling. Belle. I see haha, nervous. Welf. Here's your armor, take it. Smiling. It is the same bamboo armor apart with protectors on the knees and shins, only now it was white with red edges and on the back of the chest armor was the symbol of the Loki family. Belle. He curiously the armor has my same nickname, seeing that on one edge of the armor, it said Kuryusagi. Welf. He, yes, by the way, this package arrived, giving him a package, here, giving him inkta. Belle. A package. Surprised, let's see, reading. Dear bellcranel, I hope you like my gift and take it with you whenever you go on air, I have one just like it, yours is the sister of mine, I hope you use it well, I'll be watching you, free. At the end of the note there was a falcon feather. Belle. Free. I don't remember anyone with that name, he said he's always watching me, almost every day I feel like someone is watching me from the Tower of Babel, seeing the package, Welf by chance, who gave you this? Curious. Welf. I don't know, yesterday someone knocked on my door and when I went to see there was only this and a small note apart from the one you have in your hand that says, give it to bellcranel that's all it said, shrugging his shoulders. Belle. I see, thinking. Welf. So what are you waiting for? Let's have it. Smiling. Belle. Okay, opening the package. When Belle opened the package, he found a cloak that looked expensive and very resistant, too much so, he began to doubt if it was made of another mineral out of this world, more specifically that of the gods, but the main material that it looked like it was made of was falcon. And Belle was not wrong, it was a falcon cloak of the goddess Freya. That cloak was indestructible, it is immune to fire, and other things besides that it allows the user to transform into a falcon. Of course Belle did not know that, but he would soon discover it. Welf. Wow. Looks like it's made of good material, surprised, who did you say gave it to you? Curious. Belle. Free, thinking, well thanks for the new Welf armor, when is it due? Curious. Welf. Leave it like that, take it as a favor, my friend, smiling. Belle. Thanks friend, smiling. Welf. By the way, when are you going to the dungeon? Curious. Belle. I'm supposed to be able to come back in 3 days, thinking, today is Thursday, how about we meet at the guild on Monday at 12 and go to the dungeon, smiling. Welf. Of course. Smiling. Belle went to the Twilight Mansion to rest a little and read some medicine. Reveria told him that it was good to practice first aid just in case. After reading for a while, Belle went to a bar with Akame after she returned from the hot springs to spend time, which she happily accepted. Belle and Akame were at the bar chatting animatedly, drinking some beer. The bar was called the Flaming Wasp. Surprisingly, Belle had a very good stamina. He was drinking a new drink that had recently arrived at Orario. It was rum, and it was quite strong and delicious. Belle would then take his Okasan to try it and Mamma Mia to buy it for Belle's customers. Belle was telling Akame anecdotes like, Belle. Yeah, and when Loki and I went to the last casino to claim it, the boss went crazy and even cried and begged me when I beat him at blackjack with a king's flush, smiling innocently, I don't know how I did it, but I won. Hahaha, smiling animatedly with slightly red cheeks. Belle had drunk too much, although he had incredibly high resistance, he had taken a lot and was somewhat drunk, not too much, but he did become a little childish. Belle. Akame. I never told you I love you. Curious. Akame. No, serious and a little sad. Belle. Well, I love you. Smiling awkwardly and kissing her. Akame. Blushing, thank you, still blushing but happy. Belle. Jess, you look adorable like that. Stressing her head. Akame only enjoyed Belle's pampering and flattery and promised to try to get Belle drunk more often or take him to this place more often. They continued like that for a while until they heard. Hahaha, that rabbit. Out loud, did you hear that the rabbit leveled up in a month and a half? I'm sure he just ran and escaped from the Minotaur until the Minotaur got tired and the rabbit killed him. Hahaha, how pathetic he must have looked, smiling. He was a hobbit and spoke much louder than necessary. Hobbit. That rookie sure has some nerve. Regardless of whether he's actually the record holder, it's surprising how people believe all his lies. I couldn't pull that off in a million years. Mocking. Belle didn't even flinch, despite being half drunk he was still a little conscious. Of course he noticed the kiss with Akame, but he was thinking of giving it to her on the cheek and Akame turned around and they ended up kissing, but Belle didn't notice, he thought he had kissed her on the cheek. Loki had told Belle that several adventurers would boo him and other things just out of jealousy of having leveled up in a month, so Belle had anticipated it in advance and had prepared himself. The hobbit just clicked his tongue when he noticed that Belle didn't even flinch. Hobbit. And what about the goddess Loki, huh? She's horrendous, she looks more like a tablet than a goddess, she's surely a useless goddess who doesn't know how to do anything and who lets her children cheat and deceive just like her, surely her whole family is like this stupid god. Crash. There was a sudden sound of something breaking that cut off the hobbit's prayer. It was Belle who had hit the table with his strength of a level 3 adventurer at the end of the road and it was obvious that the table was destroyed into pieces and Belle was standing there, his childish attitude had disappeared and now he was serious. Too serious for everyone's liking. But the hobbit continued with his nonsense. F in the chat for the hobbit. Hobbit. See come. Trembling, Jay, he's just a scared rabbit, very scared. At that moment when the hobbit screwed up even more, Belle used the training with his Okasan and used the trickster ability to make a terrifying beast appear in front of everyone. It was a kitsune. It was a damn 9-tailed fox. More specifically. Ball. Kyubi no Yoko. It was the fearsome Kyubi no Yoko. It was an ancient legend that said that a truly powerful man divided a fearsome beast into 9 parts of different animals and elements, to which the name of Bijus was given, the most powerful of all, the king of the foxes, the Kyubi no Yoko, the beast that had a power comparable or superior to the one-eyed black dragon. It was said to have orange fur all over its body. Fox paws and humanoid body and hands, in addition to its 9 immense and terrifying tails and its red eyes with a torn slit. It had long, black ears that connected around its eyes. It was scary. According to legend, a great hero named Uzumaki Naruto had sent the beasts to a place where they could live in peace and undisturbed by humans. In Belle's village, they worship that fox, since according to the stories of his people, that fox and those of his people made the deal that the fox would protect them in exchange for tranquility and food, to which they accepted. Soon several foxes arrived there and lived in Belle's town, which is now known as the City of Foxes. Also according to that fox, as a sign of respect and gratitude he gave them his name Kurama, that was his name. The name that Belle and all those of his people and the foxes consider their god. Unfortunately, with the black dragon, their home was destroyed, but the foxes managed to survive, and before Belle went to Orario, Belle took them to a quiet place and let them live there. Of course, Kurama had already been sent by Naruto Uzumaki to another place where he could rest in peace, but even so, the foxes continued to live there, and those from his village continued to worship Kurama. It was the creature that Belle was projecting, in a terrifying way, with its eyes slanted with bloodlust and showing its sharp fangs. Everyone. How scary. Terrified. Belle hit the hobbit and knocked him to the ground with a few knocked out teeth and a little blood. PCH, garbage. It was the one that suddenly appeared, and Belle could not distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. He was an adventurer who just entered and did not see the kitsune. He was a tall and lanky adventurer. The man was attractive enough to compete with an elf. His long brown hair was well groomed and neatly combed, the man's skin was soft and white, almost feminine, and he had eyes as blue as the sea. That was Hyacinth. The favorite son of the sun, Phobos Apollo. He's level 3. He's a second-class adventurer. Jacinto. Your energetic Kuryusagi, displeasure. Belle just clicked his tongue at the man. Jacinto. You've hurt my teammates, that deserves compensation, trying to hit him. Belle just dodged until he got tired and hit the effeminate man with his hand on the neck, leaving him fainted. Belle. Let's go Akame, don't hang out with a rabble, jump, leaving a bag of money. Akame chibi. Rabble, sticking out her tongue and hitting Jacinto. After that Akame was untied from the childish Belle and left the whole place silent. Time skip. Belle was in the guild informing Aina about certain things, and Aina took the opportunity to give the white headband to Belle, and Belle just gladly accepted it. That thing had really saved his life. They talked for a while until. Hey you. When Belle turned to see, they were two pretty girls, one with red hair and the other with dark blue hair. Take, giving him a card. After that she warned Belle something who didn't pay attention at all. He just heard the part about give it to your goddess, and that's it. Belle was at the Loki family headquarters and gave the letter to his Oka-san, apart from telling him what happened at the bar this morning. Loki. I see, JN. It would be. LH hi. Loki. Prepare your man's gala suit. Apollo made a banquet of gods where we could bring one of our children, smiling. Belle. Hi, smiling. After that Belle and Akame spent the whole day together training or entertaining themselves with anything. Time skip. Belle was at the entrance of the Apollo family party. He was dressed in a white gala suit with a black shirt and red tie, and his typical hairstyle as always, as well as a necklace that Riveria gave him, which by the way he recently realized the meaning of the written words, but oh well. Belle had his arm entwined with his goddess who looked beautiful. Belle and Loki entered and saw several gods and goddesses here. Belle and Loki sat down and grabbed some food while they talked about anything until. Gods? Wow. It was Freya who had arrived at the party wearing a white dress and Otter at her side. After that everything continued normally until the music changed to a more romantic and dance-like music, and the gods and their companies began to dance. Loki. What do you think if we teach them how to do JN, like I taught you at the casino, smiling Loki style. Belle. Let's go then, Oka-san. Loki smiles. Belle and Loki stood up and began to dance in the center of the dance floor. It should be noted that several gods were quite surprised, so the most surprised were Hermes and Freya. Hermes. He did it. Belle managed to make the lesbian goddess fall in love with him. Oh Zeus, you would be so proud of your grandson now. Freya. I twitch. Otter, is it not possible to release a Minotaur weight in this place? Otter. That's not possible, my goddess, seriously. After that Belle and Loki just kept dancing until the music stopped and the lights focused on Apollo. Apollo. They're enjoying this party. Smiling. Gods. Yes. Incredible idea, Apollo. For a moment the entire music stopped dreaming as a circle of people appeared. Belle, drinking a whole bottle of wine. This gives me a bad feeling. At that moment Apollo's gaze fell on Loki. Apollo. Loki, I hear my children have caused you some trouble. Loki. Yes, and mine to you, while looking suspiciously at Apollo. As Loki thought, Apollo smiled before speaking. Apollo. My precious child was seriously injured by yours, I demand compensation. Loki. I refuse, Loki smile. Apollo. In that case, I challenge you to a war game right now, smiling mockingly. Loki. Oh. My kids are on an expedition right now and you want to play fetch with me? That's dirty. Angry. Apollo. My dear son was seriously damaged by yours, he came home that day all beaten and all bloody. My soul cried in his presence. Dramatic too much. At that moment the hobbit from the bar appeared as if he were a mummy and with bandages covered in blood while moaning as he walked with the help of Apollo. Lewin. It hurts, everything hurts, dramatic. Loki. Did you really do that? Proud smile. Belle. Just shrugged his shoulders smiling. Apollo. Besides, it was your son who started the fight. Don't try to get out of this. There are plenty of witnesses. Smiling mockingly. At that the whole line that appeared a little while ago began to support the god Apollo. Apollo. So you have to accept the wargame or you lose. Smiling. Loki was thinking about what to do, the dirty Apollo took advantage of the fact that his children except Belle were on an expedition to screw up and win the family war and if he didn't show up he would lose by default. Loki was worried thinking what to do until she saw Belle's gloomy but smiling face, it was an evil smile that she herself had taught Belle and that they only used when they were sure of their victory or when they won. Loki also put on the same smile, she would trust Belle. Loki. Very well Apollo, I accept the wargame, smiling. Apollo. So you don't regret it what? Surprised. Loki. I accept the wargame, what? Are you regretting it? Smiling evilly. Apollo just swallowed hard, all the gods knew that Loki only smiled like that when she was sure of her victory, but I don't know how to take it back. Apollo. Well it will be a war between families, smiling nervously, if I win then Belle will join my family, smiling disgustingly. Loki. Damn so that's why, fine. If I win I'll keep all the family things. After that, the strength remained normal, Belle almost got drunk, but his incredibly high resistance to alcohol that the author gave him prevented him from passing out from so much alcohol. The party was over and Belle was with Loki in his office, planning how to win. Loki. So, JN. What will you do to win? Loki smiles. Belle. Who knows, improvise, smiling. Loki. That's my girl, smiling. Belle. It would bother me, but since Oka-san, smiling. Loki. Fine but don't get too confident JNI. Loki stood up and took a chest he had in his office and took out a key and opened it and from there he took out a somewhat large hammer with a Loki family logo. It was a beautiful hammer, it was 1.50 centimeters tall. Imagine that in the middle of the hammer and the pickaxe was the sign of the Loki family. Loki. I want you to wear this as a sign that the Loki family is the best, smiling. Belle. Hi Oka-san, smiling. After that Belle was with Akame giving her a lap pillow while stroking her hair. Akame was overjoyed, she was resting on Belle's lap and humming happily. Belle. And what do you think? Curious. Akame. Destroy them, smiling. Belle. Rest assured, smiling. Time skip. All the gods were watching the fight and asked Uranus for permission to use his arcanum and make some windows. The Loki family was on the 18th floor and they all saw the explanation of the fight, which surprised them quite a bit as they heard that Belle alone will face two entire families, it's crazy. Almost everyone believed that the Loki family would lose with only one of its members remaining and being level 2 what a big mistake. The Apollo family was in a castle waiting for an enemy attack calmly and they also had support from Diane Sech. Thanks to reasons I won't say out of laziness v. They were there supporting Apollo. Close the doors. Lewin. Wait. Lewin managed to get in with difficulty. Sorry Lewin, you're so small I didn't see you ha, smiling. Lewin just got angry but couldn't say anything and went to his post to keep watch. With Belle. Belle was walking calmly to the wall, thanks to his Oka-san he learned a technique that allowed him to become invisible by putting an illusion on his body with Trickster. Belle was dressed in his new armor that Welf gave him and his headband, in addition to his rabbit mask, his falcon cloak that he recently discovered its functions, and the hammer that Loki gave him in addition to his knives. In his hands he had a bomb, and he lit it and left it at the door of the fortress and left quietly. Boom. Everyone was shocked when suddenly the doors exploded out of nowhere. Nobody saw anything. Your positions. Don't let him in. The shouts continued and everyone lined up and waited with their weapons ready. The smoke from the huge explosion was already beginning to clear, but before that happened. Push, a black boot appeared all over the one and the smoke began to clear revealing Belle with his new armor and his falcon skin and his maso in hand. Next to his mask Belle looked intimidating, only his red eyes with a thirst for blood could be seen. Everyone got nervous when they saw him, he was intimidating. In the box of the gods. Ganesha. That style I am Ganesha. Trying to imitate Belle. The gods only had a tiny bit of an I'm sweat while watching Ganesha, but they had to admit it was true, he had style. With Belle. Belle began to approach slowly until he began to run and everyone got into a battle position quite nervous. Belle approached them and began to approach until he hit some with his mallet and sent them flying very hard. Belle began to hit left and right without caring about anything. It was a total massacre. Every time Belle hit, a crack was heard. It was the bones of all the poor idiots who were in his way breaking, even their armor bent as if they were simple papers before the intimidating mallet. But the gods. Apollo. How come he has your hammer? Surprised. Loki. It was a gift to my son, most like me, smiling innocently. When the gods heard more like me, they began to tremble. The nickname Godslayer that they gave to Loki was well known. Back with Belle. Belle was hitting all the members of the Apollo family and Danmachi with a Loki hammer. Belle showed no compassion, just like Loki. After the 30-minute massacre. Belle. Well, now let's see how they handle this awakened divine chains confuso. From Belle's back came several scarlet chains that began to frantically hit everyone and began to steal their mana and energy to give them to Belle. Belle put away his hammer and started fighting hand to hand, just like with the hammer. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Belle almost had the strength of a level 4 at the beginning of the path. Belle was like that for a while until he got inside the castle, where he calmly left some bombs there. Minutes before. Cassandra. Please believe me, Hyakitos. My dream said that the rabbit will rise to the top and claim his trophy as the priestess of healing. Hyakitos. You've got me fed up with you and your predictions. We can win. Smiling. Boom. Return. Belle was standing there after the explosion happened and he was walking into the castle in the most casual way, but he had his trademark sinister Loki smile. Belle found the main door and destroyed it with a single blow. Inside were Daphne and Cassandra as well as Hyakitos. Belle. Ara, how are you? Smiling playfully. Hyakitos. Damn. You're just a simple level 2. Hyakitos went to attack Belle, but he just dodged and started to get bored and hit Hyakitos in the face with his hammer. Belle. Let me ruin that gender-bending face for you, Loki trademark smile. Hyakitos was just lying on the floor clutching his bloody face. Hyakitos. Damn. Pained. Daphne. Grabs Belle by the back and stands there, attack now that he's unprotected. Hyakitos just smiled maliciously and used his fire circle magic and threw it at Belle. Belle just looked at him in boredom, and when the magic was about to hit him. Splash. His chains appeared in action and destroyed the circle of fire with ease. Belle was watching Hyakitos with boredom and pity. Belle. Well, it was nice meeting you, smiling evilly. Everyone. Huh. Belle easily got out of Daphne's grip and went towards Hyakitos and painfully broke one of his legs. Hyakitos. Ah. Sore. Belle turned on the remaining bombs on his belt and lit them and threw them all over the room, leaving Hyakitos in shock and almost everyone speechless. Belle. Well, goodbye. Smiling. Belle grabbed Daphne and Cassandra and ran to the window and broke it. The three began to fall, and just before the premiere, Belle releases Cassandra and Daphne and firmly grabbed his falcon skin. Gods. Wait, that's not the cape. Belle transformed into a beautiful hawk the same size as him. His feathers were white with black tips and he had a black beak and red eyes. And with his white paws he grabbed Daphne and Cassandra and rolled away from the castle. When boom, boom, boom. Several explosions sounded and Belle Falcon just flew across the floor and released Daphne and Cassandra as gently as he could and landed firmly on the castle wall and detransformed. Belle. It's a beautiful sight, innocent smile as he grabs his hammer by his shoulder. In front of him were all the members of the Danmachi and Apollo family, defeated and moaning in pain with broken bones and crying. All. Akuma. At that moment everyone saw them. Behind Belle appeared a horrible demon who was mocking them. The gods were watching this in amazement. He was exactly like Loki. Flashback. Several gods were watching Loki standing in front of lots of gods with her gun resting on her shoulder and watching the gods and goddesses moan in pain and cry. Loki. It's a beautiful sight, innocent smile. Behind her a demon appeared laughing and mocking the gods whom Loki humiliated or killed. The gods were stupefied, watching Loki in terror. That day Loki was given the nickname, the God Slayer. Then flashback. Belle was innocently watching the massacre he caused, admiring it until he saw a very beautiful white-haired woman split without saying anything. Belle observed her for a moment and remembered who she was. She was the best healer mage in all of Orario. She was Sea Saint Hermid Tisaner. Belle stared at her. It's her. Belle. She's the best healer in all of Herario. Fine. I'll keep her, smiling. Belle turned to her. When Hermid saw Belle she tried to escape but couldn't. Belle. Now I think I'll take my trophy, smiling. Belle carried Armand over his shoulder and walked away calmly, smiling. Everyone saw this in shock. It seemed like Belle was going to buck her. He will, but not yet. Hermes. Oh Zeus, you would be so proud of your grandson now, smiling with tears of pride. On the 18th floor. They were all in shock by what they saw. It was their newest member massacring 2 entire families as if it was nothing, but what shocked them the most was how he took Armand as a trophy and happily left there. Riveria was furious as were Ace and Lafia, both would punish the rabbit as soon as they returned to the Twilight Mansion. Finn. Well, it seems that the Neho case has grown, smiling. Aerith. Haha, I didn't think he was like that, nervous. Hein la espada un buen castigation, seeing Ace, Riveria, Lafia. Both. Yes, nodding sadly. Return. Belle was in the Twilight Mansion carrying a blushing Armand and left her on his bed. Armand. Wait, I'm not ready yet, blushing. Belle. Hahaha, I'm not going to do anything to you, calm down, smiling. Belle. If I win the war game I can ask whatever I want to your gods. I already asked Apollo whatever I want and die insect. You will join the Loki family, but you know it wouldn't be bad to claim you that way, flirty. Armand just blushed quite a bit but didn't say anything. Belle was handsome in addition to other reasons that she wouldn't tell anyone. Belle. Unfortunately we can't do that but approaches Armand's neck and gives him a hickey, then I'll claim you completely, smiling flirtatiously. Armand blushed but nodded shyly. Belle, well now let's wait for Kami-sama, smiling, you're quite beautiful, haven't they told you? Smiling. Armand. And I'm not always focused on my work so I don't usually see many people, blushing. Belle. And if we go on a date later and I claim you as mine, smiling flirtatiously. Armand. Blushing, I wouldn't mind. Belle's then it will be later, kissing her, haha, smiling. Armand. Just blushed more. End. War competition for Belle Cap 9. Belle was in his bed lying next to Akame and Ermind. Loki told him that there were no more rooms and that no family was there, so he could ask if they could sleep with Ermind. So Belle was with an annoyed Akame grabbing his arm between her breasts on her right and a blushing Ermind grabbing his left arm and putting it between her breasts. Belle didn't know how they got to this point, but he did know one thing: Riviera was going to kill him, and when he did, his proud grandfather would greet him. He could already hear him saying how proud he was of Belle. Belle just set out to cover the 3 of them and fell asleep as quickly as possible. Akame and Ermind followed suit and got as close to Belle as possible, putting their breasts on Belle's face and intertwining their legs with Belle's on their respective sides, and fell asleep as well. In 3 more days the Loki family would be here from their expedition, and a Kashina like Riveria and a very pissed off Ace were eagerly awaiting their return to see what to do with their bunny. Belle felt a chill as he slept. Time skip. Belle was in the dining room with his Oka-san eating quietly while Akame and Ermind gave each other rival glances. Belle. Oka-san, I'm completely healed now. Do you think I can go to the dungeon to test the hammer more? Curious. Loki. I'd be offended if you didn't use that hammer, JN, smiling. They continued talking animatedly about all kinds of things. Ermind. Okay, let's do this. What do you think if we share it, smiling? We both know that Belle will make several women fall in love even without knowing it, so why don't we share it instead? Akame. You're right, and with his attitude he'll attract a lot of women, fine. We'll share it, but whenever we see a girl fall in love with Belle, we have to test her and see if she's worthy, smiling Chibi. Ermind. Perfect, smiling Chibi. Akame. Ermind. Friends. Smiling. Belle. Oh. It's good to see you girls getting along now. What are you talking about? Curious. Akame. Ermind. Nothing. Smiling innocently. Belle. Oh okay, smiling nervously. Loki. Haha, watching and listening to the girls. Belle. Well then I'll go to the dungeon, see you. Saying goodbye. After Belle left, Loki asked. Loki. They know they'll have a lot of competition for John's heart, right? Smiling. Ermind. Akame. Hi. Serious. Loki. Then I wish you luck, Loki smiles. Ermind. Loki-sama, if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me who else is in love with Belle? Seriously and a little nervous. Loki. Let me think. Well, there are 3 more, Lafia, Izu and Riveria, smiling, but I'm sure that Riveria got their way ahead of both of them, so I recommend that you get your act together and talk about sharing it with them and try to get them to accept it, especially Riveria. Well, bye. Leaving. Akame. Ermind. We have a lot to do, you would be. Con Belle. Belle was outside the guild waiting patiently for Welf. Welf in the distance. Oh Belle. Belle. Oh. You're here, shall we? Pointing to the dungeon. Welf. Of course. Smiling. Belle and Welf headed to the dungeon and started killing monsters until they reached the 12th floor where Welf could barely do anything. Belle was as if nothing had happened, but Welf was on the floor covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Belle. Here, giving him a potion. Welf. Thanks, out of breath, gulp, gulp, drinks the potion. Ah, man, you're a monster. That hammer is very well made. Looking at the hammer. Belle. I know. It was a gift from my goddess, smiling. Welf. And how's it going with the knife I gave you? Curious. Belle? Good. That's amazing. Smiling, here it is, taking it out of its case. Welf. Great. It's good that you liked it, smiling. Belle and Welf continued killing monsters, Belle with ease and Welf with difficulty. Time skip. Belle was walking to the Twilight Mansion eating sweets happily, next to him was a black-haired girl with a purple yukata with a short dress, red stockings and a katana on her left hip, and a small red oriental-style shoulder armor. Her hair was combed into a high ponytail on the right side of her face. And you might wonder what he's doing there. Well. Flashback. Belle was in the dungeon when suddenly they see a girl with a short brown yukata, red boot stockings, a katana and small armor. She was being cornered by several killer ants, and Belle heard. Please help me, crying. The killer ant was about to kill the girl, but Belle crushed it with his hammer, as if it were a fly, and began to massacre the entire herd of killer ants that were there. One attacked him from the front, but he blocked it with his hammer and kicked it. Belle turned around to see how another of those things was about to bite him, but he hit it with a horizontal slash of the hammer and crashed it with other killer ants that were behind him. Belle went straight to some that were on his left side and began to crush them mercilessly. He turned abruptly to put his hammer in front of him and blocked a killer ant that was about to damage him. Belle grabbed it tightly by the head and hit it repeatedly against the wall. And that's how Belle killed all those killer ants. Naramikoto. I woke up as I always do. I put on my battle yukata, my small armor and equipped my katana. I went to the dungeon alone. I always wake up earlier than Aoka and Chigusa and Asuka at 5 AM. I was in the dungeon near the entrance of the 8th floor when a small group of killer ants suddenly appeared. I went towards them thinking that I could finish them off easily and I did, but I didn't realize that before killing them, one of them made a sound to call her other companions. When I realized I was surrounded by several killer ants. I tried to defend myself and kill as much as I could, but there were too many of them. Despite being level 2, it was a whole pack of killer ants, plus I was a bit tired because I was in the dungeon for almost 5 hours. I started running through the halls, but I got lost when I realized I was in a dead end and the killer ants followed me. I couldn't do anything, I was tired, cornered and with no escape. Makoto. Please help me, crying. When a killer ant was going to attack me, a white-haired boy appeared and killed the killer ant. Then I saw how he began to massacre and kill all the killer ants with a strange but powerful hammer with relative ease. Belle. After killing all those killer ants, I turned to the girl who, by her appearance and clothes, is probably from the Far East. L. Are you okay? Holds out his hand. Makoto. Why yes, blushing and shy. L. I'm glad. I'm bellcranel, what's your name? Smiling. Makoto. Makoto, Belle-san, thank you so much for saving me. Bowing. L. It's nothing, I couldn't allow such a beautiful lady to be hurt, smile wets panties. Makoto. Blushes quite a bit, thank you very much, is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Nervous. L. Oh. Tell me, do you know how to make these sweets? Smiling, showing her sweets. Makoto. Hey, looking at the sweets, why yes, those sweets are from the Far East, they're my favorites. Smiling, if you want I'll prepare them for you whenever you like, smiling. L. Oh. Of course. I love them too, smiling, tell me what family are you from? Curious. Makoto. From the Take Mikazuchi family, smiling, and you? Belle. From the Loki family, smiling. Makoto was shocked to hear that. After looking at Belle in detail she realized. Makoto. Why you're Kuryusagi, surprised. Belle. Scratching his neck, but you can just call me Belle, smiling. Makoto hi, Belle dono, blushing. Belle. Can you get up? Makoto. Trying to stand up and no, something managed to hurt my leg, it hurts a little, looking at her leg. Belle. Okay then I'll take you to my family's headquarters to get cured, smiling. Makoto feels Belle carrying her on his back, wait. It's not necessary. Blushing. Belle. Calm down, we'll just cure that Makoto-chan, smiling. Belle put Makoto on her back and grabbed her thighs which Belle could feel perfectly as well as Makoto's breasts on his back, but thanks to his Oka-sense training he didn't blush. Makoto. It's okay, blushing. Belle carried Makoto in this way to the Twilight Mansion and left her in the infirmary. Belle. Okay, let's see what happened to you, smiling. Belle took off Makoto's stocking boots and began to check her feet and saw that she had a killer ant claw buried somewhat deep in Makoto's left leg. Belle. This will hurt, okay? Makoto you have a beautiful gift. Belle carefully removed the killer ant's claw and began to disinfect the wound. After disinfecting it completely he began to bandage Makoto's leg. Belle. Well, it seems that you'll have to stay here or I'll have to carry you with your family. Why wouldn't I let you walk like that or your wound will open and you'll lose a lot of blood, serious. Makoto. I understand, if it's not too much trouble could you take me to my family's house please, blushing, I don't want them to worry, besides I got up very early and nobody knows I was in the dungeon, embarrassed. Belle. It's okay, smiling, let's. Grrrrrrr. That sound came from Mikoto's stomach, she just blushed and looked away. Belle. It seems you haven't eaten, what do you think if we eat first and then go to your family? Smiling. Mikoto. Just nodded blushing. Belle carried Mikoto bridal or princess style, and Mikoto just blushed but didn't complain and grabbed Belle's neck. Belle carried a very blushing Mikoto to one of the dining room chairs and sat her down gently. Belle. I'll be right back, smiling. Mikoto waited for about 35 minutes and watched as Belle appeared from the kitchen with 2 steaming bowls of something. When Belle put down the bowl Mikoto could see what ramen was. It had pork cutlets, noodles, menma, boiled egg, cilantro and onion. Mikoto smelled it and it reminded her so much of home, the smell was delicious, Mikoto was almost drooling over the ramen. Belle. Well, let's eat. Smiling. Belle Mikoto eyed at Akamasu. Belle and Mikoto started eating the ramen and it reminded Mikoto so much of her mother's. It was delicious. It looked so much like her mother's. Flashback. There was a small Mikoto dressed in a blue yukata with sakura prints with a woman with straight black hair and black eyes wearing a pink yukata with lily prints. Little Mikoto. Oka-san, why do you and dad always eat ramen on your anniversaries? Curious. Mikoto's mom. That's why your father and I met eating ramen, it's a little strange, but that's how it was, he who knows maybe you'll also find your beloved eating ramen hahaha, laughing. Mikoto. Oh Oka-san. Don't laugh. Blushes making her look adorable. Mikoto's mother. And how would you like your beloved to be? Smiling. Mikoto. Well, I wish she would save me like those princesses that Harem and I always read about in stories. Smiling. Mikoto's mom. Maybe that's my little one, smiling. Then flashback. Mikoto blushed furiously remembering that both things had happened when she took a good look at Belle, she saw that he was handsome as well as polite and it seems that he cares about others. Mikoto. Maybe, it wouldn't hurt to try, smiling, it's delicious. Thanks, Belle Dono. Happy. Belle. I'm glad you like it. Smiling. Belle and Mikoto continued eating peacefully and from time to time they talked about their tastes or things like that. Belle. Well, let's go with your family, smiling. Mikoto. Hi. Smiling. Belle grabbed Mikoto and put her on his back and left the Twilight Mansion towards the eastern house of Mikoto and her family. Belle and Mikoto were talking about trivial things until they arrived at the Takemikazuchi family's house. Talk. Ui. Mikoto. Hello Aoka-sama, smiling at Belle's back. Aoka and Mikoto. Why are you bringing her like that, seriously? Belle proceeded to explain everything that happened to Aoka. Aoka. I see, bowing, thank you very much for taking care of Mikoto. Belle. Don't worry, it's a pleasure, I'm Belle. Smiling. Aoka. I am the captain of the Takemikazuchi family, Aoka, smiling, can you leave Mikoto in her room please? Belle. Oh of course, nervous. Aoka let Belle in and Belle took off her boots at the entrance and went to Mikoto's room and gently placed her on the bed. Belle. Well I hope you recover Mikoto-chan, smiling. Mikoto. Hey Belle Dono, are you having a party? Blushing. Belle. Yeah but it's just me and a friend who's a blacksmith, smiling. Mikoto. See can I join your party? Blushing. Belle. You don't have one with your family, confused. Mikoto. Okay, we all go together, but mostly we go alone. I'm about to reach level 2 and I'd like to join your party, blushing. Belle. Of course. Smiling, the more the better, happy. Mikoto. Thank you. Smiling. Belle. We always go to the dungeon at 9 AM and we meet outside the guild, if you want to go just go, smiling. Mikoto. Hi. Count on me. Smiling. Belle. And if it's not too much trouble, a little blushing, could you bring me some of the candy I told you about the other time, smiling nervously. Mikoto. Hahaha don't worry I'll bring them, smiling. Belle. Thanks, sad, well I have to go I hope to see you soon Mikoto-chan, smiling, bye. Leaving Mikoto's room. Mikoto just lay down on her bed and began to sigh like in love imagining her and Belle as newlyweds with children, but something that not many know or rather only Chigusa knows, is that Mikoto is a pervert. Mikoto took off her panties and lowered her kimono a little revealing her left nipple, and began to masturbate thinking about Belle bucking her like a dog in heat while she moaned her name. Belle was walking down the stairs and saw Aoka standing there. Belle. That's it, I recommend that you rest for a few days while the wound on your leg heals, unless you have someone with healing magic or potions, smiling. Aoka. Thank you very much for your trouble, Belle-san, bowing. Belle. Don't worry, it was a pleasure to be able to help you, smiling, see you another day Aoka-san, goodbye, waving her hand as she left with her boots on. Aoka just waved him goodbye. Belle went to the Twilight Mansion, Akame, Ermind and Loki must have arrived recently. Belle entered the headquarters and saw the girls and their goddess talking animatedly. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Loki. Anything new to tell? Smiling. Belle. Indeed yes, smiling. Loki. What? You're a cute girl and you let her into the Twilight Mansion ha, laughing. Belle. Exactly. As you guessed, smiling. Loki. It was just a joke, really. Surprised. Belle. Of course. Her name was Mikoto, she's from the Take Mikazuchi family, I saved her from a horde of killer ants on the 7th floor, smiling. Loki. I don't know why, but it doesn't surprise me that much, laughing, but I think he has more competition, right? Seeing Ermind and Akame with black auras around them. Belle. Huh. Not understanding. Loki. Hope John, hope. Belle. Oh okay, nervous, well I'll go train with the hammer, bye Oka-san. Leaving. Loki. Goodbye, JN. Smiling. Akame. What family did he say he was from? Sword in hand. Ermind. I think he said take Mikazuchi, smiling while holding a knife. Loki. Ha, it seems like the competition is increasing, right? Smiling, instead of planning a murder, why don't you learn how to cook these sweets, pointing to a small bag and Jug American, they are JN's favorite sweets and food. Smiling. When Akame and Ermind heard that, they quickly went to the kitchen to see the recipe for the sweets and the Jug American so they could prepare it for Belle. Time skip. Belle was in the second tallest building in Orario, where he has a spiral staircase quietly viewing the city. Belle. Well, I think it's time to go back, firmly gripping the falcon skin. Belle always carried that cape with him, it was something very precious and very powerful, the cape was made of black and white falcon feathers and the neck area was lined with white fur, making it look incredible. Belle jumped off the building and, 1 meter from impact, transformed into a falcon and flew. When everyone who was below that tower or near there saw that, they were quite surprised by this, everyone saw a white-haired boy throw himself off the tower and 1 meter from the ground transform into a hawk the size of the boy with white feathers and black tips, as well as red eyes and white legs. Belle flew as if nothing had happened to Twilight Mansion. In the Twilight Mansion. Loki, Ermind and Akame were sitting thoughtfully, in front of them were Cassandra and Daphne nervous, they wanted to join the Loki family after the Apollo family was dissolved. Plus Cassandra wanted her pillow that she accidentally left at the Apollo family headquarters. Loki. I see, thinking. Cassandra. Even if they don't let us into the Loki family, I can go to the Apollo family headquarters to get my pillow, shy and nervous. Daphne. Why do you keep thinking your pillow is there? Tired. Cassandra. I had a dream where I saw that. Please believe me. Crying comically. Please, I can't sleep without that pillow. Crying even more. Daphne. I already told you that. At that moment, a hawk with white feathers and red tips flew in from the open window and stood next to Ermind and Akame. They quickly recognized him and began to pet him, the falcon let them pet him, they were quite nice. Until Cassandra said. Cassandra. Belle. Smiling. When Loki and Daphne heard that they were surprised, it was true, that falcon was Belle. The falcon detransformed and revealed Belle in his white Anbu armor with red edges and a falcon skin cape that they saw him use in the war game. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Loki. Where were you? Curious. Belle. I went to see the scenery of the second tallest tower in Herario and tell me what I missed. Smiling. Loki began to explain everything to Belle. Cassandra. If it's not too much trouble, I had a dream where it said I left my pillow at the Apollo family headquarters, see could you give me permission to go and pick up my pillow? Nervous. Daphne. I already told you that. Belle. Sure. Smiling. Cassandra. In serio. Surprised. Belle. You said you dreamed that, right? Then let's go. Smiling. Cassandra's eyes lit up at that, no one had ever believed in her with her predictions, Belle was the only one so far. Cassandra began to see Belle with different eyes, something that the others noticed. Belle. Follow me, smiling. Cassandra and Belle left and the others just stood there in silence. After a few minutes Belle and Cassandra returned but Cassandra was grabbing Belle's left arm with hers while she put it on her C-cup breasts and with the other hand she was holding her pillow, apart from that she had a face of happiness that would not be taken away soon and a small blush on her cheeks. Belle was a little nervous, not only because of why his left arm was between a girl's breasts, but also because of the look the others were sending him, except for Loki who was smiling at him mockingly. Belle. Well since we're here, why don't we let them join the Loki family? Smiling. Loki. Well, since JN says that, then I don't see why not, smiling. Well, you can take off your shirts so I can put my skirts on you, smiling. Cassandra Daphne. Hi. They began to take off their shirts until they were only in their bras. Cassandra took off her bra, revealing some pink weights, when Daphne was going to do it too. Loki. What are you doing? Surprised. Daphne. What did you tell us? Confused. Loki. Yes, but they didn't let me tell one of them to leave. When Cassandra and Daphne realized that Belle was still there staring at Cassandra's breasts with a big blush on his face, they realized what they did. Cassandra. She just covered her breasts, blushing. Daphne. She was shocked. Belle just left there as quickly as possible, blushing, clearly remembering Cassandra's breasts. He just left there with a small perverted smile. An image of his grandfather saying he was proud while giving him a thumbs up with tears of pride came to Belle's mind. Cassandra was very blushing. She had just shown Belle her breasts as if nothing had happened. The worst thing was that it didn't bother her. She liked a little that Belle looked at her a little pervertedly. Cassandra. Well, does it make us mad? Nervous. Loki. More competition there, seeing Akame and Ermind in shock. End. Talking Rabbit and Goddess of Beauty Chapter 10. Belle was waking up. Yesterday Cassandra and Daphne joined the Loki family, and Belle by mistake Cassandra could see her C-cup breasts. Belle quickly got that image out of his head and went to take a shower. After bathing, Belle dressed in a soft black shirt and black pants as well as black boots. Belle saw that it was 8 a.m. and went to the kitchen to see all the girls eating quietly. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Loki. How strange that you're leaving so late, surprised. Belle. I wanted to rest a little, that's all, nervous. Akame. Belle, take it, giving him a Jug American, blushing. Belle. Oh. It's Jug American. Thanks Akame, it's my favorite. Petting his head. Akame received them with happiness. She loved that Belle does that. Ermind saw that jealous. Yesterday they were learning to cook sweets, and Belle's favorite food. None managed to make the sweets well, but Akame managed to learn to make the Jug American before Ermind. Ermind still had a little more to learn how to do it, so she had to endure her jealousy. Belle started eating the Jug American and was surprised. The flavor was exquisite. It was the best Jug American he had ever eaten. Belle. It's delicious, Akame. Thank you. Hugging her. Ermind and Cassandra saw this with obvious jealousy. Cassandra took on the task of learning how to make Jug American as well. Belle started talking to Hisoka-san about trivial matters and told him that the hammer was very comfortable and powerful and that he loved it. Loki responded happily and gave him several pieces of advice with the hammer. Belle. Okay, I'm going to train. See you later. Smiling. They all said goodbye to Belle and went to do their things too. Well, only Loki and Daphne, Cassandra, Akame and Ermind went to the kitchen to continue learning how to cook from a strange book by Loki that said Momh's Recipes. They didn't know who it was from, but they grabbed it and there were all kinds of recipes and it showed how to make them in an incredible way. She thought that the author of this book had to be a very good cook, but they were very wrong. Belle was in the yard training with his hammer until he got tired and started practicing with his magic of Hink, and Belle transformed into several things besides transforming into himself but of different races, and I had to admit, if you deposit he looked like a rabbit. When he transformed into a rabbit man he looked devilishly adorable, plus his speed and strength in his legs improved considerably. Another breed that Belle really liked was the Renard. Belle had a long fluffy white tail with a black tip, fangs, and the typical Renard ears, but white with black tips. His nails grew a little, and his features became a little finer. Belle loved Renard's transformation. Besides sharpening all his senses, Sierra also gave Belle a touch of wisdom and calm. Belle wondered what she would look like as a woman, and so she did. Belle transformed into a woman still maintaining her Renard transformation, and now you could see a white-faced girl with C-cup breasts, thin and delicate curves, as well as small arms and long legs, white skin, white hair, red eyes and a white tail and ears with black tips. She was beautiful. And adorable. Belle saw himself in a mirror that was nearby and began to admire himself. Damn it. Yes, with the transformation of Rini Hera beautiful with this divine Hera, if Anya saw it, she would go crazy grabbing her breasts just like Loki, and if Mamma Mia saw it, she would tell him to get to work like that, attacking like a bunny, and probably the profits would increase threefold. Now that he remembered, he had to go visit Mamma Mia and the girls. And find out that he would soon be back to work again at night. Belle just removed the Renard girl transformation and went to her room to put on her armor and cape, as well as her necklace. Belle started walking and again he began to feel that gaze. It came from the top of the Babel Tower. He still didn't know who it was, but he didn't have any holy intentions with him. Belle went to the dungeon where he began to kill monsters left and right, crushing them with the hammer, until Belle saw an Almrage and the Almrage saw him, and an awkward silence ensued. Belle. taking out a carrot that not even the author knows where he got it from. Do you want it? Curious. The Almridge just came up, dropped his knife and grabbed the carrot and started eating it in a comical and adorable way. Belle. Well, goodbye, walks away. Almridge. Follows him. Belle. Do you want another one? Almridge. Nods. Belle. Here, giving him another carrot. Almridge. Eating. Belle left there quietly, but he noticed that the Almridge was following him closely. Belle did not take it seriously, but kept his guard high just in case. Belle began to kill War Shadow on the 6th floor, and surprisingly the Almridge helped him. Belle was quite surprised, but continued killing War Shadow. When they killed them all, Belle and the Almridge stared at each other, until the Almridge dropped his weapon and extended his hands, as if he wanted something from Belle. Belle. Ah, I see, here, giving him another carrot. Almridge. He happily received it and started eating it. Belle. Do you want to come with me? Curious. Almridge. Nodding happily. Belle. Let's go. Smiling. The Almridge picked up his knife and climbed onto Belle's shoulder. While he was still eating the carrot, Belle just walked to the dungeon exit and stroked the Almridge's head. Belle was walking around the clock as if nothing was happening while giving carrots to Almridge. People looked at him with fear and admiration. Belle just walked up to the Twilight Mansion and opened the door. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Loki. Looking at the Almridge, I have many questions, but the first is, how did you tame it? Belle. Oh, I don't know, he just looked at me and I gave him a carrot. After that he started following me and helped me by killing some monsters. Loki. In shock. Belle. Well, goodbye. Smiling and leaving with the Almira. Belle walked quietly until she met the other girls in the kitchen. Belle. Hello. Smiling. They all saw it, especially the Almridge. They came. Belle-kun, don't move, I'm going to take that thing off you, approaching with a knife. Belle. See, calm down, he's not doing anything, stroking him, you see. Smiling. They were all surprised by that. The Almridge was very calm and docile, which surprised them quite a bit. Belle. Say hello to Yuki, smiling. The rabbit, now called Yuki, only raised his left paw in greeting. That of course got a kawaii from all the women and they started to burn and crush poor Yuki. Yuki stretched out a paw towards Belle in rescue mode. Belle. Just leave it, they'll calm down in a few minutes, I'm sadly saying this. Yuki. Watching in terror. Girls. How adorable. With shiny eyes. In the Twilight Mansion only the squeak of a rabbit was heard. Loki and Belle only felt sorry for him. We can see Yuki being caressed by Belle. She looked at Belle with betrayed eyes and Belle looked at her with guilty eyes. It was surprising how the girls discovered that she was a rabbit. This surprised Belle quite a bit because she didn't believe that the monsters in the dungeon had a gender, or at least not all of them. Belle. Here, giving him a carrot. Yuki. Gladly accepting the carrot, giving him half forgive you eyes. Belle. Don't worry, I'll give you more, smiling. Yuki. Nodding happily. Belle continued stroking Yuki's head. Belle. Then I'll find another Almridge to be your friend and play with him or her. Is that okay with that? Curious. Yuki. Nodding. Belle. If someone saw me talking to an Almridge now, they would think I was crazy, smiling. Yuki looked at him confused. Belle. Nothing, he'll explain things to you in more detail later, calm. Yuki. Nodding. Belle. This is crazy but can you try talking? Calmly. Yuki. Nodding. Belle. Okay, say I'm Yuki, calm. Yuki. T2ok Yuki, looking at Belle. Belle was quite surprised by that, he didn't say it well, but Belle can't teach him, correct him, and he's already a talking monster. Belle. Come on, carrying Yuki, I'll teach you how to speak well, going to the library. Belle was sitting with Yuki on his lap reading a book. Belle. Do you more or less understand what I'm saying? Curious. Yuki. Hi. Nodding happily and with a half-feminine voice. Belle. Good. Smiling. Now, what's your name? Yuki. Yuki. Happy. Belle. What is my name? Yuki. Belle. Happy. Belle. What do you love to eat? Yuki. Carrots. Happy. Belle. What do you have to say when you see another human? Yuki. I'm Yuki. From the Loki family. Happy. Belle. What else? Smiling. Yuki. I don't attack humans, nodding. Belle. Good. Giving him a carrot. Yuki. Thank you. Happily eating. Belle. It took me 6 hours in the library and almost 60 carrots, but I finally managed to teach him how to say several things, smiling proudly. Yuki. More. Stretching out her little legs. Belle. Huh. Sure, here it is, giving him another carrot. Yuki. Thank you. Eating. Belle. Come on Yuki, the family will be back soon, smiling. Yuki. Hi, nodding. Belle grabbed Yuki and put her on his head. Yuki just sat on Belle's head and continued eating his carrot. At that the Loki family began to open the door and Loki was there receiving them. Loki. How was the expedition? Loki smiles. Finn. Okay, what happened? Serious. Loki. What do you mean? Nervous. Finn. Don't think I didn't hear about it. They put those floating screens on the 18th floor and we could see how Belle massacred those two families with your hammer, seriously. Loki. Okay, smiling, let's go with Belle, he'll explain everything to you, smiling. All the executives and the vice captain and captain of the Loki family went to Loki's room. Loki. Okay, but first I have to introduce you to the new members of the Loki family, smiling. At that Daphne, Cassandra, Ermind and Akame appeared. Loki, they are new members of the family who joined after Belle massacred their former families, except for her, pointing at Akame, she's a different story, smiling. Berveria. You. Looking at Armin menacingly. Ermind hi, scared. Berveria. Where's Belle? Angry. Cassandra Akame Ermind Belle kun. Confusing. That only made Reveria angrier and Ace was looking at them threateningly. At that Belle opened the door and entered without seeing the situation. Belle. Hello. Smiling and raising his hand. Yuki. Hello. Same as Belle. Everyone was surprised to see Yuki. Finn. Belle. Belle? Yes. Curious. Finn, you know you have an almrage in your head, right? Calm down. Belle. Of course. Don't worry, she's very calm, stroking Yuki, you see. Smiling, introduce yourself, smiling. Yuki. Hello. I'm Yuki. From the Loki family, I don't attack humans. With a raised paw, did I do it right? Looking at Belle. Belle. It was perfect, smiling, giving him a carrot. Yuki. Thank you. Eating. Everyone was stunned watching Yuki and Belle interact as if they were lifelong friends. Finn. Belle, could you exocakerms what happened? Nervous. Belle. Sure. Smiling. Belle told them how he met Yuki and defended him, as well as how he taught him to speak and read more or less, and how he gave him a name. Belle. And that happened, smiling. Finn. I see, thoughtful. Berveria. Belle, aura of death. Belle. Hi, scared. Berveria. Follow me, leaving. Belle. Our time has come, calmly, stay here, Oka-san take care of him, seeing Loki and leaving Yuki in his arms. Loki. Of course. Good luck JN, smiling. Belle left there and the others began to interrogate Loki, where she only calmly answered the questions. Berveria. Okay, explain. Angry. Belle. I told you. Scared, I thought it would be nice if we had the best magical healer in the family and I thought we could ask the Dian Sech family for that, scared. Berveria. And the shy girl and the one with short hair. It would be. Belle. They decided to join of their own free will after he won the war game, scared. Berveria. And the black-haired girl would be. Belle. She's my sword, nervous. Berveria. Huh. Confused. Belle began to explain to her how she was the spirit of the Murisum sword and how they became friends. Berveria, I see, calmer, it's okay, I believe you, smiling, but I want something in return, it would be. Belle. What, nervous. Berveria. You're going to sleep in my room for a week, with a seductive voice and licking Belle's neck. Belle hi Reveria-chan, nervous. Berveria. Okay, now let's go back, tongue kissing him. Belle. Only reciprocated the kiss. Belle and Reveria returned to Loki's office where everyone saw a smiling Belle and a calm Reveria. Loki. Is everything fixed now, JN? Smiling. Belle hi Oka-san, smiling. That surprised everyone and Finn asked for an explanation to which Loki explained Belle's ability and how they became so close to the point of considering themselves mother and son. Finn. Oh, I see, smiling, well that was a surprise, smiling. Ace. Bunny, hugging Belle. Belle Ace. Surprised. Ace just snuggled up closer and Belle started to feel the murderous eyes of Reveria and the other girls. Belle. Well Yuki. Scared. Yuki quickly grabbed Belle's hawkskin and went straight towards him, kicked an unsuspecting Ace in the face and gave Belle his cloak. Belle. Today. Running to a window. Yuki. It's a great day. Continuing her sentence. Belle. To die. Finishing the sentence and jumping out of the window. Belle transformed into a falcon and Yuki climbed on his back and they left as if there was no tomorrow. The girls who loved Belle were shocked but quickly connected and piled out the window to follow him. All. Loki. Hehehe JN is in trouble, smiling. Everyone, nodding. Belle was at the top of the Tower of Babel looking into the distance, sitting watching how the girls were looking for him all over the city. Yuki was on his legs watching anything that interested him, while Belle stroked his head. They were like that for a while Belle ate his candy and Yuki ate her carrots until. Ara, how are you Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Turning around. Belle saw behind him a woman who could be called pure perfection. She had violet eyes and silver hair, firm D-cup breasts, a small waist and a large round butt. He was wearing a strange outfit and looked at Belle with an unholy look. Behind her was a boar man with a large sword and quite muscular. Belle. Who are you? Surprised. Freya. I am the goddess Freya, smiling. Belle. Free, whispering. Freya. Excuse me. Curious. Belle. Thanks Free, panty-wetting smile. Freya just blushed at that smile and imagined her and Belle doing unholy things again. Freya gave a perverted smile as she imagined that. She knew how big Belle was, why you might ask. Well, once Freya watched Belle with her Arcanum mirror all day and saw his surprising size. Freya. Haha, perverted, huh? Seeing Yuki and Almrich. Surprised. The bows behind Freya was on guard upon seeing the Almira. Belle. Oh. You mean Yuki, smiling, say hello Yuki. Smiling. Yuki. Hello. I'm Yuki, give me carrots. Smiling. Freya let a kawaii slip. And she pulled out a carrot from who knows where and gave it to Yuki. Obviously Yuki received it more than happily, and Freya began to pet Yuki. Bows, seeing this calmed down, and became interested in the rabbit or bunny that incredibly spoke. Freya. How did you know it was me who gave you my twin? Pointing at the cloak she was wearing. Belle. Well, you shouldn't have told me your name was a little shortened, Free, smiling. Freya. He right, smiling and playing with Yuki. How did you find this docile Almrich, curious. Otter also paid attention to this. Belle. Oh, I don't know, I was in the dungeon and I found her, she didn't attack me, so I gave her a carrot and she started following me, seeing that I took her to the Twilight Mansion I taught her to read and speak, although she still needs to learn to read and write well, and I still haven't taught her all the meanings of several words, smiling. Freya. I see, smiling. Belle. Tell me, Free, why did you give me that cloak? It's one of the most incredible things in the world, so why me? Curious. Freya. Let's just say I was very interested in your soul and wanted to give you a gift, smiling. Belle. My soul. Confused. Freya. The goddesses of beauty have two abilities that we can use in the human world. The gods are forbidden to use our arcanum in the human world, but some gods can use our abilities that are not exactly arcanum. For example, Loki can use his trickster ability. The gods of blacksmithing like Hephaestus can use their ability to see the minerals and etc. things, in addition to controlling the temperature of their creations. The goddesses of beauty can use our enchantment to make people fall in love with us, and we can also see the souls of people. There are people with black souls who are evil minds, with golden souls that are pure souls, but who want revenge, and souls like yours, explaining. Belle. I see, processing the information, and what is my soul like? Curious. Freya. At first I was surprised why your soul was transparent, laughing. Belle. Transparent, surprised. Freya. Yes, but it started to change and became a beautiful white color, and it is brighter every time. Your soul is unique. I have never seen a soul so white and pure, but it changed. There are few people who have such a pure soul, but now your soul has become unique, smiling seeing Belle's soul. Belle. Oh. Why? Curious. Freya. Why souls are just an aura that always surrounds people and is inside them and are a certain color as I said, but yours changed. It was an aura around you as well as shining strongly inside you, now it is a flame. Your aura has a white flame shape with grey touches. It is a strange but beautiful combination and is in perfect harmony, smiling. Belle. Sugoi, surprised. Freya. Well, I think you should go back or you'll make your punishment worse, watching the girls who haven't stopped looking for Belle with amusement. Belle. I think you're right haha, laughing nervously. Freya. Well, it was nice talking to you Belle-kun, see you another day, with a flirtatious voice kissing Belle's cheek, revealing a bit of pink lipstick. Freya walked away with Bose behind her. Belle. Goodbye Free. Shaking his hand a little blushing. Freya just smiled to herself and left with Bose. Belle. Well, I think it's time to go back, don't you think, Yuki? Looking at the rabbit. Yuki. Asleep. Belle. Well I think that makes sense, smiling. Belle grabbed Yuki and put her on his back and transformed into a falcon. Belle went towards the morning Twilight Mansion being careful not to drop Yuki, and the girls saw him and quickly went towards him. Belle landed on Loki's office window. Loki. And what happened? Loki smiles. Belle. Detransforming, I haven't been hit yet, smiling nervously, well here, carefully giving it to Yuki, she's asleep, she'll wake up soon, smiling. Loki. Don't worry, smiling, should I tell him to remove the lipstick from his cheek? Nah, smiling. Belle. Well. 1 2 3, smiling sadly. At that moment the girls appeared who looked at Belle with murderous eyes. Lafia. Belle-kun, with an overly tender smile. LH hi, nervous. Cassandra. Can you explain, somberly? Akame. What is that on your cheek, with her eyes covered? Belle. See, can I explain? Baze. Forward, serious. Belle. Okay, well, after leaving like a falcon with Yuki, I went to the Tower of Babel and I met the goddess Freya. I thanked her because she was the one who gave me the cape, and when we said goodbye, she gave me a kiss on the cheek and left quickly, half lying. The girls thought about it and decided to believe Belle, but they didn't know he would get away with it so easily next time. Became. Fine, we believe you, smiling and standing up. Never mind. Okay girls, follow us, we have things to discuss and I have a deal that you might like, smiling and secretly looking at Belle. The girls saw Cassandra's look at Belle and quickly went with them. Belle hadn't realized anything, he was confused. Belle. What happened? Confused. Loki. There JN, sometimes you are very absent-minded, denying, smiling to an already awake Yuki. Yuki. That's true. Looking innocent and clueless, but agreeing with Loki. Belle. You don't even know what we're talking about with a drop of an eye. Yuki. Idiot, looking at him innocently. Belle. Oh Cassan, it was you right, smiling. Loki. Hahaha, yep, smiling innocently. Belle. Ah, shaking his head. End. Milan and the Amazons, Chapter 11. Belle was on the armchair in Loki's office, next to him was Loki playing with Yuki. Belle. What are the girls talking about? Curious. Loki. As for important things, just leave them JN, smiling. Belle. Hi Okasan, smiling. But the girls. They were all sitting in a circle staring at each other until. They came. Well, I think we all know the reason why we are here, would be. Ball. Hi, would be. They came. Well, I want to propose a deal, it would be. Lafia. What kind of deal would it be? Never mind. That we share Belle-kun, would be. They came. We know he will attract the attention of many women, so let's make a deal, instead of fighting over him, let's share it, it would be. Baze. But do you think he'll accept? It would be. Never mind. Has to, smiling. Reveria. I refuse, would be. All. A. Became. I know you and Belle have already made her an elf, but everyone here also loves Belle, so we won't make it so easy for you. Reveria. I'll be the only one who marries Belle, would be, I have this, showing the necklace. Lafia. That's it. Surprised. Reveria. Exactly, Belle has one too, smiling. Cassandra. What is that? Confused. Lafia. It's a special necklace, it's a tradition among elven royalty, if someone of any race gives a necklace to an elf of that type, it's like a marriage proposal, surprised. Reveria. Exactly, smiling. They were all shocked by this. Baze. Then you know cocker will happen, true, it would be. Reveria didn't want to fight for Belle's love against all of them, she knew that in a 1 against 5 she would lose, especially because of A's, so we asked her for things in detail. Reveria. Very well, I accept, would be. They all smiled at this. Reveria. However, I will be the one to marry Belle first and have her first child, smiling. They all just accepted this reluctantly, he was practically the one who took Belle's virginity. Never mind. Well, now that this is settled, let's go back to Belle-kun, smiling. They all nodded at this and went to Loki's office. Belle. Have you fixed your things yet? Curious. Girls. Yeah, smiling. Belle. That's great. Now let's go to the kitchen, it's dinner time, smiling. Girls. Hi, smiling. Belle was at the dining table eating onigiri, fruit and sushi along with his juice. The other girls were sitting next to him eating animatedly, Reveria was on his left and A's on his right, many of the men in the dining room fell with great envy. Belle could only smile nervously at this, plus A's and Reveria were feeding him in the mouth. Above Belle's head was Yuki, eating a carrot requena rice bowl v. After lunch, Belle went to the training camp with Akame to train with his knives. Belle was blocked and learning Akame's movements with great mastery, thanks to his battle with the Minotaur. He was also able to copy several of the Minotaur's movements, and that made the fight easier for him. Belle was slowly gaining ground, but still could not beat Akame's experience and skill. In the end he ended up losing, because Akame elbowed him in the ribs and knocked him out with a blow from the handle of the sword. Akame happily put Belle on her lap and began to stroke his head. Yuki, who until a few moments ago was watching Belle and Akame's fight, approached them and climbed onto Belle's chest, curled up and began to sleep. Akame also began to stroke his head. Everywhere. The other girls were in Loki's office watching as Akame got ahead of them and gave Belle a lap pillow. They all looked at Akame with envy, they also wanted to give Belle a lap pillow, but they couldn't now. Loki. Why is it that whenever they want to see someone who's with John, they're always in my office? Curious. Lafia. It's the place where we have the best view, it would be. Reveria. And here we can shout a fruition by the magic of silence, it would be. The girls who didn't know this started cursing Akame out loud. Loki. By Odin, what did I get myself into? Bored, well see you, I have an important announcement to give to Belle, and also to you. All. Curious. Loki. Prepare your swimsuits Izutan, Reveria, Lafia, you three will go along with some other girls to the port of Milan with me, the boys and the others will arrive after us except for Belle, he will come with us, smiling. When Loki said that, the aforementioned began to celebrate in their own way, although some cursed for not being able to go with Belle. But the three who were with him celebrated even more. Ace was smiling radiantly, while Mini Ace jumped from side to side with a Belle plushie in her chibi hands. Reveria was smiling while caressing her necklace and thinking about her and Belle on the beach. Lafia thought about her and Belle swimming together and laughing, doing all sorts of couple things, and in the end, at night with the moon watching them make love, she and Belle, she had a silly smile and a big blush thinking about that. Never mind. Who else will go first? Loki. Tyan, Alicia, Aki, etc., smiling. Back with Belle. He was super calm, he had already woken up, but he pretended to sleep. How many days do you fall asleep on the lap of a beautiful swordswoman? Well, forever for him, and that's why he takes advantage of it. Willie. Take advantage of the bug, exploit the bug. At that moment they heard footsteps walking towards them. It was Loki who was smiling. Loki. Jan. Get your swimsuit ready, smiling. Belle. Which one? Curious. Loki. Both of them, and clothes for a week, both of them too, smiling. Belle. Hi Oka-san. Belle went to prepare his clothes and threw them in a suitcase. He grabbed a men's swimsuit and a normal women's one. He didn't notice that Yuki appeared, and without realizing how much she changed Belle's swimsuit for a much more daring one, courtesy of Loki. Yuki didn't know what she was doing, but Loki bought her a carrot cake and Yuki happily accepted. Belle closed the suitcase and put it away for later, and went with his Oka-san to tell her that he was going to the fertility hostess's tavern. A week ago, Belle returned to work as Rini in that form. It seems that he would take another vacation for now. Belle. Hello my mom, smiling. Mom. Hi, girl. What's up? Do you want to work so early? Mockingly. Belle. It's not that, right? I'm not going to be here for a whole week, nervous. My mom. Why not? Mamma Mia didn't like this. When Belle was in recovery there weren't as many customers as before, since most came here for Rini. For them food and money weren't important, as long as they could see Rini-chan, and Mamma Mia took advantage of this. But if he left again, and for a week, sales would drop drastically again. My mom was very worried about this. My mom? For what reason? It would be. Belle started telling me everything that happened, and that he was going to Milan's port for a reason that Loki hasn't told them yet. My mother. Since, if it is by order of your goddess I can do nothing, sighing. Belle. Thank you, my mom, smiling. My mom. Thanks, when you get back to work I'll have Anya pick out a new embarrassing outfit for you to wear to serve customers for a week, and I'll put something together so you don't miss work again, with eyes from beyond the grave. Belle began to tremble. He still remembered when Mamma Mia punished him, and he had to serve customers in a maid outfit with a very short skirt and very exposed breasts. He remembered that several of the adventurers tried to make a pass at him, and Ryu had to help him several times, and throw out several customers who tried and sometimes managed to touch Rini. Of course those who managed to touch her received a very severe punishment from the elf Ryu, because she didn't want her friend to be desecrated, Sir out of jealousy, and Anya, because supposedly only she could touch Rini. The others also helped her, but that's another story. The good thing about that is that her pay increased. Belle Hi, my mom, resigned. Belle went to the Take Mikazuchi family's house and knocked on the door. It was Makoto who opened it and found Belle. They along with Welf always went to the dungeon together, although she was always very attached to Belle and always gave him some sweets that she very happily and with much effort prepared. She loved how Belle always rewarded her in different ways and how he praised her for the incredible taste of her sweets. One time someone accidentally wet him and she could see how his clothes stuck to his skin and became transparent. She saw his muscles super red and with a trickle of blood coming out of his nose. Just thinking about that made her blush and make a silly face, but she quickly regained her composure and asked. Makoto. What's wrong Belle-kun, smiling. Behind her, hidden was her entire family eavesdropping, including her god. Belle. Sorry Makoto-chan, my family is going on a trip to Milan, and we won't be able to go to the dungeon together for a while, maybe a week, sad for not being able to see her friend and not being able to eat her sweets. Makoto. I see, sad. Belle. But I'll reward you later, okay? Smiling. Makoto. Oh okay, blushing, wait here a moment please, runs away. Belle stood there waiting patiently until he saw Makoto appear with a bag the size of her entire arm, something large. Makoto. Tea here, carefully giving her the bag, they are your favorite sweets, there are quite a few. I hope you can take them and that they last long enough on your trip, blushing. Belle saw her very surprised but quickly hugged her and kissed her. Belle. Thank you so much, Makoto-chan. Smiling wildly, I promise I'll bring you a souvenir and when I get back, we'll have a date, okay? Smiling happily. Makoto hi. Blushing her face from the hug and kiss. Belle. Thank you very much, bye. Running away. Makoto. Bye darling, smiling. Kagusa. So you like it, huh? Smiling. Makoto. EA? Were you listening? Looking at the few members of her family. Everyone just looked away implying that they did it. Take Mikazuchi. So he's your boyfriend. Smiling. Makoto. Not yet, I mean. No, it isn't. Blushing. Aoka. Haha looks like you fell in love with someone fun, smiling. The teasing continued towards a very blushing Makoto, but deep down she was happy that her family accepted her so to speak. Belle was walking happily as he could with his bag of candy, holding it carefully, as if it were the most fragile thing in the world. Belle entered his room and found Yuki lying down resting. Belle. Yuki. Yuki sees him then, we're going on a trip to Milan, are you coming? Smiling. At that Yuki just nods happily to which Belle also smiled. Belle. Okay. Get ready then. Smiling. Belle was with the other girls who would go with him to Milan Primero, they were, Lafia, Aze, Riveria, Tyan, Alicia, and a catgirl that Belle did not know, the goddess Loki also came. Loki. Let's go. Smiling. They set off on the boat towards Milan and waved goodbye to the other members of the family. Belle. Well, now what do we do in the meantime so we don't get bored? Curious. Loki. Well, let's bet. Smiling. Belle. I bet my casinos. Smiling. Loki. I bet the family money, smiling. Loki and Belle started playing their specialty, blackjack, so far the winner has not been decided, but. Loki. Okay, I have poker, thinking and smiling maniacally. Loki. I bet everything, Loki smiles. Belle. Me too, same smile. When Loki saw Belle's smile he got scared, Belle had his own smile, the Belle's business smile. She started to sweat a little at this but continued anyway. Loki. Very well then poker. Smiling, I won. Huh. Loki saw Belle's gaze darken, but he kept his creepy smile. Belle. There, Oka-sen I'm so sorry, feigned sadness, but King's staircase. Smiling. Loki collapsed on the floor, incredulous at what she heard from her favorite son. Loki. I am possible. Turns to look at the girls. The girls who were watching denied as a sign that Belle did not cheat, Loki just collapsed at this. Belle. Looks like I have more money for savings, smiling. Loki. Belle how? Belle. Just luck, smiling. Loki. You know, if you're so lucky, I can't imagine what would have happened if you also had the ability luck instead of trickster, nervous. Belle. Who knows, smiling. Riveria. We're here, would be. Fiona. That's great. Smiling. Belle. Come on. Smiling. Ball. Hi. Belle and the girls went down and started looking at all kinds of things there were, some bought something, and the rest didn't. Belle was watching a crab that was staring at him, the crab raised its hand as if it was waving. Belle. Captain Krabby Patty, smiling. The crab raised and opened its claw as if giving a thumbs up. Belle just smiled at this and put her hand in front of the crab, Captain Krabby climbed onto her hand, and Belle went with the other girls to the locker room to change. When I was about to enter, Loki appeared. Loki. JN, I want you to transform into Hela and wear your swimsuit, the place where we're going is only for women, smiling. Belle. Okay, nervous. Belle went into his room to bathe me and then transform into Belle and put on his swimsuit. When she entered her room she didn't see Loki smile, and as she was holding her 2 swimsuits and all her clothes in the suitcase. She left a very revealing swimsuit in a drawer, along with some provocative women's clothing and underwear, and other very adorable items. There was a white bunny pajama with a hat with ears and a bunny tail. Loki already had this planned, but he was only thinking of changing his swimsuit when he lost all the family's saved money, he thought of making a more elaborate revenge on Belle, or now Hela. Loki. Well now I have to leave here, I would have done the same with Riveria since haha, leaving. Belle was taking a bath, he came out with a towel around his waist and another one drying his hair, Yuki was sitting watching the sea attentively, with fascinated eyes. Belle. We'll go see him right now Yuki, smiling. Yuki looked at him like a girl who had just received the best gift in the world, Belle just laughed at this and went to her closets to take out Hela's swimsuit on orders from her Oka-san, but something gave her a very bad feeling. When she opened the drawer, she saw a red string bikini that barely covered her private parts. Belle. Take me. Screaming. Yuki. Curious. Belle. Yuki, you brought my hawkskin, right? Yuki. Hi Oka-san, sonriendo. Belle. Well, that's goo, what did you call me? Curious. Yuki. Oka-san, are you feeling unwell? Curious. Belle. Surprisingly, a monster calling me Oka-san is the least strange thing I've seen so far, and no, you can call me that if you want, smiling. Yuki. Hi Oka-san, smiling adorably like only a rabbit could. Belle. Well, I can put this on and the falcon skin on top so it wouldn't be noticeable. The problem would be the heat it would give him, but I could put him in the water, and that's it. Also, the falcon skin was waterproof so nothing would happen. Belle. Well, since Henkin. Suddenly Belle's body began to change and transformed into Hela, but there was something interesting, her breasts grew. Hela. Seriously. Touching her breasts. Yuki. Curious. Hela. I'll have to manage on my own, annoyed. Hela started putting on her bikini and it was tight, which only made her large breasts, now almost E-cup, more noticeable. Hela. I'll get my revenge, smiling maniacally. Hela just grabbed the falcon cloak and put it on, now only her long white legs could be seen. Hela grabbed Yuki, put her on her head and went to the beach. Hela. I feel like I forgot something, curious, Kangri. Nervous. Hela quickly returned and saw Kangri in a fish tank eating who knows what. Hela. Sorry, Kangri, I forgot you. Come on, let's go, putting her hand out. Kangri climbed onto it and Hela, along with Yuki and Kangri, went to the beach where the girls were. Hela. Hello. Smiling. They all turned to look at him, but they were confused, only Akame and Ermid knew about Belle's training when he transformed into Hela. Reveria. Who are you? Curious. Baze. You look like Loki, expressionless. Fiona. Yes, just with more breasts, smiling. Loki. Oh, but you don't have any breasts either, Tiona, smiling. Tiona. Oh, you were here, nervous. Loki. Leaving aside the nonsense about Tiona, I didn't think you were wearing the cloak, sad. Hela. I won't take it off, why did you leave me a swimsuit like that? Besides, my breasts grew somehow and it's tight. Angry. Loki. How much did he grow? Hela. Almost 2 sizes. Loki. So you're almost an E-cup? Hole. See. Loki. Damn, I feel betrayed. Crying comically. Hela. That's what I should say. Angry. Hein. Loki, do you know her? Curious. Loki. Yes, it's Belle, smiling. Baze. That is not possible, it would be. Loki. They forget that Belle has a transformation magic that also allows him to change his gender, smiling. Loki began to explain to them why he asked Belle to take that form and also explained to them when Belle bet the casinos were not exactly Belle's, but Hela's. They were all surprised by this. Hela. Por que me pusiste un traje de baño tan revelador, enojada. Loki. Out of revenge, to take all my savings, smiling. Fiona. Argonaut-kun, don't tell me you're wearing a girl's swimsuit, smiling. Hela. Don't make fun of me, blushing. Hein. Well, let's see what it's like, holding the falcon cape tightly. Hela. Surprised. Fiona removed Hela's falcon cloak and revealed a beautiful body and fine curves, as well as a round butt, apart from her bikini, that barely covered what was necessary, and her bust that fell a little tight because of the swimsuit. They all couldn't avoid having a small nosebleed. Hela. Gee, give me that. Shy. Hela quickly grabbed the falcon skin and put it on again. Hela. I'll get revenge. Angry and blushing. Hela was dying of shame for what happened, but she just resigned herself and left Yuki in the arena while she had Captain Kangri on her shoulder. Loki. What is that crab? Curious. Hela. It's Captain Kangri, smiling, I liked it and bought it in a store here, smiling. Loki. I see, and Reveria. Lafia. She was shocked seeing the swimsuit you brought her, embarrassed. Hela. Now that I see clearly, your swimsuits are also somewhat revealing, smiling. Loki. I'll go with Reveria to force her into her swimsuit then, smiling. Alice. You won't do such a thing. Lafia. No profanara's a lady Reveria. The other elves in the group also began to stop Loki, and in the end, Loki could not force Reveria to wear the swimsuit. Hela. Okay, let's go swimming. Smiling. They all got into the water and started playing except for Ace who sat staring at the sea with nothing else to do. Lafia. Why don't you get into the water? Ace. No, I'm fine, it's really not necessary. Fiona. Don't tell me you haven't overcome your fear of water, shocked. Fiona. Now that I remember, whenever we go to the dungeon, avoid the water there. One time I was about to fall into the water and I used my tempest magic to avoid it and sent everyone flying. Lafia. EA. A-san is afraid of water. Why? Surprised. Fiona. Well, once when Ace was younger she called Reveria old and scared. Hein. Reveria tied Ace with an adamantine rope and threw her into the water. I call it swimming training. Ace. I was there for 5 hours, looking scared at the water. Hella. I see, nervous, how about I help you swim there, smiling. Ace. Would you do it? Shy. It just gave everyone a little nosebleed, but Hella replied. Hi. Ella got into the water and started to swim a little after that. A trembling Ace also got in and started to walk to where Hella was. When she got to her, she quickly grabbed her by the waist while she looked terrified at the water. Hella. Hold my hand, nervous. Ace put his hands out and grabbed Hella's. Hella. Okay, now start kicking a little faster, I'll suggest you, smiling. Ace nodded and began to kick as best she could. Hella. Good. Smiling, why do you say you can't swim if you're so good at it? Confused. Ace. It's just that I'm sinking, blushing. All. Hella. Tries to float on her back, smiling nervously and letting go. Ace trembled and turned on her back and managed to float. Fiona. Oh. She did it. She did it. Excited. Lafia. I knew you could, Miss Ace. Smiling. Hein. See. It's easy. Now put your head in the water and use your arms and legs to swim, smiling. Ace turned upside down and joined instantly making unintelligible noises and went to the bottom of the sea. Fiona. Impossible. Shocked. Lafia. That was so fast. She just disappeared. Screaming in shock. Hein. Belle. Save her. Screaming in fear while Lafia and Tiona were still in shock. Ella quickly sank down and carried Ace. Ace quickly grabbed Hella's waist, scared and shaking too much. She was just shaking with fear, not unlike a scared child. Ace. No, let me go, with small tears. Ella remained silent with a blank stare. Hi nah. She's so cute. Smiling. Alicia. Isn't it adorable? Fiona. Absolutely gorgeous. Smiling. Loki. Oh. Izutan, you're adorable even like this, so different from usual, you know. Smiling. Everyone started to comment a lot and blushed a lot because of the shy Ace. Loki stared at Belle Hella with clear jealousy until he realized that he was completely still. At that moment Belle Hella was at her breaking point and a powerful jet of blood came out of her nose pushing her head back. Belle Hella was passed out face up while Ace used his body as a float in a very cute and comical way. Fiona Argonaut Kun. Worried. Hein Tiona. Quick, there's something. Shouting. Loki. He was closer, took most of the damage, sadly. Alicia. An insta-kill to an adventurer capable of matching the first class, in shock. Ella was waking up on a stretcher with her red bikini on display and without her falcon cape. Hella. What happened? Waking up. Fiona. You fainted when you saw Ace, looking with jealousy at her big breasts and body. Hella. I see, can you stop looking at me like this? Nervous. Hein. Okay, Loki is calling you for lunch, smiling as always. Hella. I'm going there, nervous. Ella stood up and frantically searched for her cape but couldn't find it, so she resigned herself and went to eat. But she saw Kangri and Yuki sitting playing with the sea water. Belle put Yuki on his head and Kangri on his shoulder and went to eat. When he was about to go eat, a hand grabbed him inside a dressing room and put him there. Hella. Surprised. Reveria. Belle, could you do me a favor, blushing. Hella. Okay, but how do you know I'm Belle? Curious. Reveria. Loki told me. Hella. I see, what do you need, smiling. Reveria. Well. They were all eating normal fish waiting for Belle, Hella and Reveria when they saw them arrive together and were surprised. There was Hella and they all got a huge nosebleed from seeing her, but besides that they saw Reveria with a full skirt swimsuit that didn't reveal much of her body, just a little of her cleavage and arms. The swimsuit was white from the skirt and waist and the breast part was jade green. Hella. Hello, blushing, can I have my cape back? Blushing. Loki was going to refuse to see more of his beautiful daughter's body, but Alicia went ahead and gave it to him. Hella. Thank you, putting it on and now only showing her legs. Loki. No. Comic. Alicia shaking her head. Loki. By the way, where did you get the Reveria swimsuit? Reveria. I asked Belle to look in my suitcase in your room, but he couldn't find his, sadly. Loki. I knew he would try that so I hid it somewhere else, smiling. Hella. Leaving that aside, and I'm Droplet, what are we doing here, Oka-san? Curious while eating fish. Loki. We came to supervise the Leviathan seal. They say that some monsters have been seen around here, so we will see if the Leviathan seal has any cracks where the monsters have leaked. It would be. Hella. Oh, I see. The seal of Leviathan was, as its name says, a seal that they put in a cave connected to the dungeon where they see sea monsters. The Leviathan himself appeared there. When the family Zeus and Hera killed him, they used the most resistant materials in the world, including the bones of the Leviathan himself, to create a seal that would block the entrance and exit of the cave that connected to the dungeon. There are rumors that the seal has begun to break, leaving cracks through which some monsters have leaked. Back to the present. When they finished eating Tyan and Tiona thanks to their development ability diving, they went to the bottom of the sea, where they perfectly checked the seal of Leviathan, and did not see any crack, so they returned with Loki, but while they were on their way they met an Amazon ship. Tyan. I am possible. A shock. Hello my girls, smiling. Both. Goddess Kali. It was the goddess Kali, their ex-goddess. She was a goddess of war and of the Amazons, mostly in addition to the goddess Ishtar. She was a small goddess with red hair and always wore a strange mask with fangs and bones. Kali. Hello my daughters, smiling. At her side were two very large Amazons, one with a mocking face and the other with a serious face. They were Batch and Argana, her teachers. NT. The one with her face covered is a Batch and the one smiling mockingly is Argana. Tyan and Tiona began to remember things that happened when they were girls, all the hell they lived in their childhood. Tyan thought of all her bad memories until Skura, a place where the Kali family lived, a family full of Amazons. They were a nation where the Amazon warriors dominate. Their men are only used as slaves or as servants, or simply just to procreate. Unlike the other families, the Kali family has two captains who are Batch and Argana, who were twins. Tiona and Tyan were her students and were from the Kali family until the goddess allowed them to leave their family on their 7th birthday. Flashback. Tyan and Tiona have always lived in a strange stone room with some other girls, for as long as they can remember, there were almost 20 of them. Over time they began to go out to a strange stadium where several Amazons saw them fight and enjoyed watching them fight to the death. In the Kali family not having monsters to kill, they have another way to level up, kill another Amazon of a higher level. Argan and Batch managed to reach level 5 thanks to that and are very close to reaching level 6. But leaving that aside, they made them fight with girls who were in other stone rooms besides theirs. Tyan became fond of and became friends with a girl named Seldas. She and Tyan were very good friends too. Tyan. But Tiona was still too childish, so with the mind of a little girl who was much less mature than her sister, they didn't think things through. When she killed someone in the shack she felt strange, she didn't like it, but they always congratulated her and she did like that, so she continued doing it. She didn't know what was bad and what was good. After a while, seeing her, we returned from a fight to the death and as always she emerged victorious. She was already 5 years old, but she was already a good fighter and almost reached level 2. When he saw his sister he saw her in a corner with her arms crossed and her head down. Tiona. Who did you fight with? Tyan. Seldas. Tiona. Good. Tiona was happy that Tyan survived and wasn't dead. In other words, she wanted to say that she was glad that her sister hadn't died, but that made Tyan angry. Suddenly a cigarette hit her face. It was Tyan who was furious at how her sister answered. Tiona was about to hit back but saw her sister's tearful face and stopped. Tyan was very sad and angry about the death of her best friend. She really loved her. Since then Tyan began to become more aggressive and violent with everyone including Tyan. Not even Tyan could save herself from Tyan's abuse. From that day on, all the girls in that room stopped interacting with each other because they knew that one day they would be killed by another of them, or they were afraid of interacting with someone and getting attached and ending up killing each other. So time passed and when Tyan and Tiona realized it was only them in that stone room. One day two 15-year-old girls came and chose them. From then on Tiona and Tyan's life was even worse. They trained them mercilessly. Tiona was trained by the girl called Batch. She always trained her with an emotionless face and without mercy. She always ended up exhausted and with several bruises and broken bones. Desperately trying to learn what Batch taught her without mercy, she tried to hold on to the cruel life she had. Shortly after he learned that Tyan's training was even more arduous and difficult. One day while he was at the beach he found some scraps of paper in the trash and kept it in a corner of the stone room. One day after the bumpy training she took out the paper and with her bloody face asked him. Tiona. Did you read it to me? Batch grabbed the paper and became noticeably nervous. After a moment Batch reacted. Batch. I'll be right back, leaving. Batch did not return all day after that. Several days later she came back and told him. Batch. I'll read it, looking at her with satisfaction. Batch began to read a piece of the story which was Argonaut. Batch told her the story, but it was just a piece of paper and she wanted to know more. Tiona. And what happened next? Batch. I don't know, that's all I know. From that day on, once she won in a ring with another Amazon of her age, Kali called her in person and asked her if she wanted something as a reward. She quickly asked for a copy of the Argonauta book in perfect condition. Soon they gave her the book she wanted, but Tiona didn't even know how to read Amazonian, so she didn't know how to read Kunwar, which was the normal language that almost everyone used. Always after training he would ask Batch if he would read what it said, and Batch would always go on for the whole day and water down the next day by reading at least 5 pages of the book, making the training sessions with Batch less painful and even fun. Batch was not the mean and cruel woman he thought she was, and he even started to love her, and with Batch it was something similar. Batch went every day with Kali to ask her to read the book and learn it so she could read it to Tiona. Although Kali laughed at first, she accepted and began to translate what Batch said. One time Tiona asked Kali to teach her how to read Kunwar and Kali laughingly accepted. After a while, Tiona could read fluently and understood several words. Always after winning a ring she asked for a new book for her collection, mainly about heroes. Batch was disappointed at first because she could no longer read her book to Tiona. But thanks to that, Tiona wanted to be like the heroes, and so she acquired a cheerful attitude, without regrets or anger. The hero books were the ones who saved Tiona from her darkness. Unfortunately, Tien was not so lucky. Then flashback. Kali. I see that you have grown well, except for you Tiona, looking at her breasts. Tiona. My breasts have nothing to do with it. Angry. All of them went towards Milan as well as Tiona and Tien. When they arrived the Kali family sought Tiona and Tien while they were in an internal conflict, remembering each and every one of their companions whom they killed. After that the Loki family returned to their inhabitants and decided that it was better to sleep, the sun was already setting. Belle woke up with his normal clothes and without his transformation. Yesterday before going to sleep, he managed to persuade Loki with alcohol and managed to get his clothes. Thanks to this, Belle now had white shorts and a black shirt in addition to her necklace that Reveria gave her. Yuki was in his arms and Captain Kangri on his shoulder. Belle was grateful to Captain Kangri yesterday before going to sleep and the girls took off their swimsuits. Captain Kangri who knows how climbed onto A's and cut her white two-piece swimsuit with his pins. He cut her cleavage and then went down and cut her panties. He fell to the floor while showing A's his nipples and hussy. The girls did not blush because when they went on excursions they sometimes bathed in the dungeon lakes. The problem was that Belle and Loki were there. Loki looked wickedly at A's and thanked that crab who was now his partner, just like Belle who looked in wonder at A's totally naked body. She was only surprised, and when she noticed Belle and Loki, she quickly covered herself and went to her room blushing. Belle. I have to reward Captain Krabby, seeing Krabby on a piece of furniture. Loki. Me too, smiling with a trickle of blood. Belle was walking when he suddenly heard a commotion outside and went to see what was happening. When he arrived he saw the Aragonese Amazon grabbing a man by the neck who looked very scared. Man. Sorry. I didn't mean to crash into you. Scared. Aragona. In my country, bumping into someone is a death challenge, smiling sadistically. The man just turned pale because of this. When Batch was going to hit the man an arm stopped her. It was Tien who was looking at her with spiteful eyes. Tien stop, it would be. Argana. Or what? Mockingly. Aranaga learned a bit of Kunwar from Kali and used it to mock Tien. Tien. It seems you have learned to speak Kunwar which would be. Argana. I wanted to know what my victim said when I tortured or killed them, smiling arrogantly. That only angered Tien more and he put an iron grip on Aragana. Aragana didn't even flinch at this. Tien and Argana were about to hit each other until Algian grabbed both of their arms. Belle. Calm down, seriously. Tien. No te metas Belle. Esto no te incum. Enojada. Belle. Oh please, if I hadn't stopped her blow you would have died, smiling. When Tien saw it well it was true, the pothole hit her heart directly, barely hurting hers. Belle. Besides, they can't start a fight here, seriously. Tien relaxed and walked away, but Aragana didn't. Argana. Hey, you know breaking up a fight is challenging someone where I come from, creepily smiling. Belle. Yes, and I'm not interested, leaving with a bored face. Aragana. Damn. Angry. Argana tried to hit Belle, but out of nowhere something stopped her, she couldn't move, she felt like she was paralyzed, and that was it. Captain Kangri came out of his back, holding a small needle in his claw. Belle. I know I can't beat a first-class adventurer, so I better use my head and inject you with a very lethal paralyzing poison. Grabbing a small bottle he had, I'll leave this here, leaving another small bottle, it's the antidote, bye, quietly leaving. Argan was red with anger, she had been careless, and her pride had been crushed. The worst was how the boy looked at her, as if she were nothing, a simple fly, but he was also successful when he saw her. Although the boy used a cowardly technique, he used his head, and that indifferent and powerful look succeeded in an extraordinary way. Batch was watching in disbelief as her sister was defeated as if it was nothing. She also saw how she blushed and looked at the boy lasciviously. That surprised her. But she remembered that the Amazons of Tilskira, when they are defeated by a man, they fall in love with him, and if this man meets their expectations and tastes, that love only increases. That is also one of the reasons why Tyan is in love with Finn. When Tyan joined the family, Tyan had to fight with the captain and at least hit him. She didn't succeed, but Finn accepted her anyway. Belle was walking and suddenly a chill ran down his spine. When he turned around, he saw Aragorn looking at him lasciviously and he got a little scared, so he ran away faster. When they got to their room, Loki asked them what happened and Belle told them everything. Fiona. Argonaut-kun, how did you get the crab to do that? Intrigued. Belle. I just gave him fish and asked him for it, smiling. Loki. I think you have a very strong connection with animals, calm down. Belle. Who knows, smiling. Loki began to remember how one time they went with the Demeter family to get some supplies because the Demeter family specializes in farming and livestock etc. And he saw how Belle became friends with all the animals and could even talk to them. That was surprising to everyone, including Loki and Demeter, how Belle communicated and even made friends with the most rebellious, like a black horse with white legs, Orion, that was his name, and he didn't let anyone tame him or pet him or anything. He was very stubborn with everyone except Belle, who gladly accepted his caresses and let him ride him. But anyway, back to reality. Belle. Thanks, Kangri, smiling and grabbing the poison needle. Kangri. Giving a military salute. Belle put away the needle and gave Kangri some roasted fish. Kangri ate it more than gladly. Yuki looked at Belle as if she wanted something, and Belle gave her a carrot which she gladly accepted. Belle. This is fun, smiling. Belle went to his room but found Ace away from the window, whispering things like, I won't go to you old lady again, get me out of here. She couldn't take it anymore while looking at the sea. Belle. Yes, I traumatize you, with a drop of a dime. Belle approached Ace and hugged her while patting her back to reassure her. Ace began to calm down and blushed when she saw how Belle was hugging her, but she quickly hugged him back while Mini Ace was happy. Belle. Calm down, forget the sea, how about we talk, Smiling. Ace. Hi, Tamita. Belle. Tell me what your favorite food is. Smiling. Ace. Jug American, blushing. Belle. That's great. Mine too. Smiling. Ace. Really? Surprised. Belle. Sure. With extra beans and smiling. Ace. Extra cream, smiling. Belle. Exactly. Smiling, but I also love sweets, like these, eating his sweets. Ace. Where did you get them? I didn't see any stores selling those sweets here. Curious. Belle. Oh, a friend of the Take Mikazuchi family gave them to me. She always prepares them for me and when we see each other she gives them to me. Since I won't see her for at least a week, she gave me a big bag with my sweets, smiling. Ace. Oh? Gloomy, what did you say her name would be? Belle. Her name is Yamato Mikoto, she is very beautiful, she wears a lilac battle yukata, a small crimson armor and a katana and recently black hair and eyes. I once saw her at the banquet of the gods when Apollo invited us, she was beautiful and she wore a very pretty dress, smiling. Belle didn't know that he almost made Mikoto's grave at the hands of Ace, who was surrounded by a dark and sinister aura, thinking of ways to kill Mikoto without her family noticing. But the hero Belle calmed her down without realizing it. Belle. She's beautiful, but I like your golden hair better, smiling. Ace. Red. Belle. Yes. You are beautiful, smiling, and I really like your golden hair and eyes, smiling. I also love how you act when you are shy, besides, you are beautiful, smile wet panties no jutsu. Ace just blushed at that while Mini Ace was very blushed and shy looking at her feet, but she was happy. Belle tengo caer con ocas en ver algunas cosas de la misión y de la pelea de Tyan con unas amazonas, deberias a ver a Tyan, cv muy afectada, bueno Baez chan, sonriendo y dando un beso en la frente. Ace only blushed more while Mini Ace held her cheeks blushing and sighing like she was in love. Ace saw her Mini Ace, and in the end Mini Ace won, and Big Ace also began to sigh like she was in love while she held her cheeks and had her eyes closed thinking about Belle. After thinking about Belle for a while longer, Ace followed his orders and went to look for Tyan so she could calm her down like Belle did with her. Belle was in Loki's office, both of them putting a fish tank where they would temporarily put Captain Krabby. It was the least they could do after Captain Krabby cut Ace's swimsuit and showed them both that delicacy. Belle. We thank you, Captain Krabby, crying comically. Loki. For that delicacy you allowed us to see, crying comically. Yuki was lying on an armchair watching them as if she were crazy and jealous. Belle turned around and saw Yuki looking at Kangri with jealousy. Belle. I haven't forgotten about you either, Yuki, carrying her. Belle started scratching under his neck and Yuki started moving his paw and moving his head towards Belle's hand as a sign that he liked him doing that. Belle continued scratching for a while longer and then he let her and gave her a carrot that Yuki gladly accepted while Loki gave crab food to Kangri. Belle. Well, what did you want to talk about, Oka-san? Curious. Loki. Yeah, I think Njord is cooperating with Kali, smiling, and Kali with Ishtar. I heard recently that she arrived here with several Amazons and her horrendous captain. I think they'll attack, but I don't know why yet, so I want you to spy on them and gather information. It would be. Belle. Hi Oka-san, serious. Loki. Well, leaving that aside, Njord gave us rum from here, smiling. Belle. Oh. Really? Surprised. Loki, let's drink John. Holding up the bottle of rum like a trophy. Belle. Hi. Smiling. Belle and Loki drank until they couldn't drink anymore and went to sleep in their respective rooms quite drunk. Time skip. Belle woke up with a slight headache but nothing he couldn't handle. Belle. Well, I have to go investigate, sighing. Belle was going to grab his clothes from his closet but when he opened it he saw a package with a message. Loki. I hope you like it, use it to infiltrate Njord's lair and search for information. That's what the note said, plus a chibi Loki face smiling like only she can. Belle smiled and opened the box and was surprised. It was a metal rabbit fur jacket that he bought at the Monster Fair festival. It was black and had a crimson touch, and the interior was crimson. The cap had a beak that covered his face a little more, in addition to several hidden bags and some silver knives, and there were also black pants with red stripes and several bags, and some black metal rabbit fur boots that were incredibly stealthy. Estes el traje. These are the knives. Belle just put it all on and looked amazing, although he looked like a killer the suit was durable and looked scary as well as stealthy. Belle left, but not before leaving several carrots for Yuki and crab food for Kangri. He went to Loki to tell him that he would go to investigate and went to the Njord family mansion. Belle was on top of a branch while he watched through an open window as Njord and Ishtar talked. He stared at Ishtar's breasts for a moment until Ishtar mentioned. Ishtar. Listen, I want to ally with Kali to go to Orario and lend myself to her Amazons to destroy Freya, jealous and angry. Njord. I don't understand, why do you hate him so much? Nervous. Ishtar. It's not obvious, people and gods have always said that she is the most beautiful goddess of all beauty and I want to be, but with Freya here, that won't work, angry. Njord. No matter how many adventurers you have, Freya has several first-class adventurers besides King Otter, the only level 7 and almost level 8 in the world after the Black Dragon. Ishtar. He don't worry, Kali will lend me her almost level 6 captains, plus I have a plan to entertain and in the best case, defeat the king, smiling. Njord. Really? Surprised. Ishtar. We have a Renard girl who has a magic that is capable of momentarily raising someone's level, smiling evilly. We got a lunar sacrificial stone. That stone only works with Renard and it serves so that once the ritual is finished and the Renard is dead, the stone will be destroyed in many pieces. Each piece will have its soul and will allow whoever carries one to momentarily level up, that way we can overcome Otter, smiling sinisterly. Njord. Incredible, surprised. Belle was listening to everything with rage, he couldn't believe that he would kill a Renard just on a whim of hers for hating Freya. Ishtar. I also think Kali wants to do some kind of silly test on her ex-daughters Tiona and Tyan, with their captains. I think they'll kill them in the end, or so I think, don't worry. Belle was surprised by this, and when he was going to continue listening to what Ishtar was saying, he noticed someone approaching where he was and quickly hid in some bushes that protruded from there. Where he was a few moments ago, a pothole appeared and he was looking around seriously. She had sensed someone here and went to see. Her instinct was very high, thanks to her training until Skira. Her Argan sister focused only on brute strength, skill, dexterity, and speed, in addition to a few things that are related to battle. She was different and also learned survival skills, strategies, cooking, detection, traps, etc. She learned from everyone she could and learned to trust her instinct, in addition to sharpening her senses quite a bit. That's why she could feel something almost 700 meters from where she was. Batch. Get out of wherever you are. Said an Amazonian. Batch didn't know how to speak Kunwer so he asked in his native language. Belle was in a hurry, but he put his hand in a waste bag, Naruto Shippuden style, and grabbed a small needle. He put poison in it carefully, quickly and stealthily, and when Babo turned around, he threw the needle at the back of his neck. Batch, despite her very high instincts, could not dodge that needle and ended up paralyzed with her eyes wide open. She could speak but could not scream for 2 reasons. 1. The needle with poison numbed her vocal cords a little, so she could barely speak but could not scream. 2. If someone found her in that state and had to help her, it would hurt her pride as an Amazon, and she would not tolerate that. Belle came out from where he was hiding and stood in front of her. Belle. Calm down, I'm bellcranel, serious, tell me your name, pointing at her with a silver knife. Batch. Grrrrrr. I'm Batch, seriously. Belle. I want you to tell me what your goddess has planned with Tyan and Tyan Hyrule, seriously. Batch. I won't tell you, kill me, I won't tell you anything, it would be. Belle. Oh please, I am Loki's son, her favorite son, she taught me all the torture methods she has, tortures capable of making a god of death tremble, now I'll teach you, smiling maliciously. NT. It's not very hexual, you dirty filthy people v. Belle knocked out Batch and took her to where he was staying with the girls. Loki. I see, it would be. Belle. What do we do, Oka-san, serious. Loki. We must interrogate her, smiling evilly. Belle. It's okay, calm. Belle and Loki went to a quiet room and there was Batch tied up with adamantine ropes that Reveria curiously brought, but when she saw them she began to shake uncontrollably. Belle had to calm her down with kisses on the forehead and kind words. Batch. What will they do to me? Mockingly. Belle. You had to ask, sorry. Loki. Hahaha, laughing maniacally. Batch took a hard hit but stood firm. Time skip. Batch was crying and laughing while Loki and Belle had feathers in both hands and tickled him all over. Batch. Enough. Enough. Ha 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 ha, crying from the pain. Belle. Will you tell us what you're planning, bored, he stops tickling her. Batch. Ah never. Angry. Loki. It's okay, starting to tickle him again. Batch. Ha 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 ha. No more. Ha 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 ha. Please. Ha 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 please. Ha 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 ha. Crying. Belle. Will you answer us? Bored. Batch. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Begging while laughing uncontrollably. Belle and Loki stopped tickling her and Batch started breathing heavily, a little red from laughing for so long. Batch. They're monsters. Terrified. Belle. Loki. You barely noticed. Smiling Loki style as they grabbed the feathers again. Batch only became more terrified but quickly spoke before she was tortured. Batch. Wait. I'll tell you what Kali's planning. Terrified. Belle. Speak, seriously. Batch began to explain that they wanted to tempt them to each go to a stadium on different islands and that their Tiona will fight her to the death and tie in with Batch, in addition to how their goddess wanted Tiona and Tiona back. Belle. Thank you for your cooperation, starting to tickle him again. Batch. No. Ha 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 ha. Crying. Belle was with Loki and a fainted bump, very tired and sweaty from laughing so much. Loki. Well at least Tyan isn't going to fight, but they can still make Tyan fight with Erigana, it would be. Belle. You know I have this, right? Taking out his needles and poison. Loki. True, smiling, well JN we have to make a plan against Kali and Ishtar, I don't like Freya, but if there is a war within Orario things will get ugly, and the Rockians could take advantage of that, it would be. Belle. Hi Oka-san, serious. Loki. Well now let's relax a little, taking out alcohol. Belle. I don't see why not, smiling. Loki and Belle drank alcohol while talking about trivial things, while Batch was still unconscious and tied to one side of them. Loki. So, have you figured out how to defeat Ishtar? Curious. Belle. It's supposed to be you who thinks that, but if, sighing, let's tell Freya and let her take charge, calmly. Loki. Great, what a great idea. How could I not have thought of that? Surprised. Belle. She can take care of everything, but before that, I'll pay a visit to Ishtar. I plan to buy the Renard. I know she won't give it to me, so I'll buy it for a few days only. After buying it, I'll tell Freya that she can attack, and that's it, calm down. Loki. Simple and efficient, just like I taught you, smiling proudly. Belle. I learned from the best, smiling. Time skip. Belle was watching Erigana without her noticing, he had to find a way to inject the needle with poison, but Erigana was in a place where he couldn't do that without being seen, she was practicing her fighting style. Belle was enjoying watching Erigana's body with clothes that showed a lot of her body and was looking for an opening to see more while looking for an opening to throw the needle. Belle was watching her breasts bounce harmoniously until he noticed. Belle. An opening. Belle threw the needle and hit the target. The problem was that Erigana had incredible resistance so she didn't stop. Her movements became clumsy and unnecessary, as well as slow. Now she was a level 3 of Runeterra mid-course and Belle could defeat her. Belle. Looks like it worked, smiling. Erigana. You. This time I prepared myself and became more resistant to that poison, smiling arrogantly. Belle. But your strength has decreased, now you're just like a level 3 adventurer, I've already captured your sister, now you're missing, smiling. Erigana was surprised because he didn't believe that Pothole had also fallen some time ago, apparently. Erigana. Damn. Trying to hit him. Argana tried to hit Belle, but he dodged it and hit her in a pressure point on her left arm. Argana lost total mobility of that arm and got angry. She tried to hit Belle hard with her other arm, but Belle grabbed her arm in a key and threw her to the ground. When Argana was on the ground, Belle grabbed her useful arm and put it on her back, subduing her. Belle. Looks like it wasn't enough paralysis, grabbing another needle with poison. Argaba. You'll pay, you heard. Blushing and breathing heavily. Yes, Argana was a masochist, and a man would treat her like that as if she were nothing. Success. Belle shivered but refused and pricked Argana with the needle. After a few seconds Argana fainted from the paralyzing poison. Belle. Ugh, now we're going back, carrying Argana on his shoulder as if it were a trophy, and for Belle it was, beating a level 5 adventurer close to 6, only with strategy was a great feat. Belle left there whistling happily for his great feat. Belle. Hello. Smiling. They all saw it and immediately made murderous eyes. Reveria Belle. Lafia, what are you doing? Bays with a woman. The others also looked at him with a bad face, thinking that he did something wrong. Belle. What? It's an order from Loki, also capture another one, going to Loki's room. Hein. That was a bug, in shock. Fiona. How did you do it? Surprised. Aki. What's so special about capturing her? Curious. Hein. That she is a level 5 adventurer approaching 6, would be. That surprised everyone who didn't know that, and it was Belle who was in a certain silence with Loki and Argana. That made them think things wrong and they opened the door a little to see. When they opened it they saw Loki and Belle with 2 other Amazons tied with adamantine, while they tickled her with Argana feathers. Batch was looking at his sister with compassion. Batch. You can do it, Argana. Looking at her with compassion. Argana. Jahajaja. Enough. Jahahaja. Crying while laughing. All those behind the door were looking at it with anime droplets. Belle. So, what do your goddess and the goddess Ishtar plan to do, seriously? Argana. I won't tell you, you'll have to torture me more, smiling excitedly. Belle. This isn't working out the way I wanted it to, with a drop of anime. Loki. Let's use the truth serum, smiling. Belle. Does that exist? Surprised. Loki. Yep, giving Belle a small bottle with a strange green serum. Belle. Okay, grabbing a needle and putting the strange serum in it. Belle put the needle in Argana's neck and she started acting more carefree and more lenient with Belle. Belle. What is this? Curious as he looked at the bottle. Loki. It is a very difficult serum to obtain that is used to put someone in a state close to drunkenness, and to be totally honest, smiling, that is the reason for the name Truth Serum. Belle. I see, looking at the bottle. Belle and Loki started asking Argana questions, and she answered completely honestly and made advances to Belle quite a few times. Belle. Can you tell us where Kali and Ishtar will be seen? Seriously. Argana. I know where it is, smiling foolishly. Belle. Tell me, seriously. Argana. Only if you give me a kiss, smiling. Belle. I'm not in the mood for games, seriously. Argana. I'm not a fufu either, if you give me a kiss I'll tell you everything you want, putting her lips together. Belle. What problems, kissing Argana passionately. Argana was surprised but reciprocated immediately and began to kiss Belle. Everyone including Batch and Loki looked at this surprised. After a few minutes Belle stopped kissing Argana and asked her again. Argana told them everything, the meeting where they would meet, why Njward helped them, and that Renard is currently in Ishtar's mansion, and that she is in the pleasure district. Belle. I see, that would still be a problem, serious. Loki. You'll have to go buy it legally, right? Belle. Yes, although it will only be for a few days, broth that Freya will take care of everything else, and that will increase, serious. Argana, how is the Renard? Serious. Argana. I think she has golden hair and green eyes, as well as white skin, smiling, now give me another kiss, smiling. Belle. No, that's not it, seriously. Argana. Do it and I'll tell you a secret passage there in the pleasure district so you can get in and out easily, smiling. Belle. Since. Sighing. Belle approached again and began to kiss Argana hotly. Argana used her tongue as best she could and explored Belle's mouth and vice versa. Belle. Well that's all, calm. Loki. Girls will kill you, smiling. Belle. You don't even need to say it, sighing. Loki. Then we have to stop Kali and Ishtar, they must already suspect something since Kali's captains disappeared. Belle. Now we have to try to capture Kali and make her explain her plans, sighing. Loki. That will be more difficult, Kali is a goddess of war and she is one of the few goddesses who is able to hide her presence, it would be. Belle. Hide his presence. Confused. Loki. There are gods like Zeus, Kali, Odin, Freya and Hera who can hide their presence, which distinguishes them as gods, and pass themselves off as normal people, it would be. Belle. I see, that will be a very big problem, serious. Loki. Don't say it. Belle was tied to a chair with adamantine ropes while the girls looked at him with bad eyes. Belle. Mercy. Sweating. Baze. Why did you kiss her? It would be. Belle. It was so that he could easily tell us all the information so that we could protect Tyan and Tyan, as well as prevent Ishtar from starting an internal war in Orario on a whim of hers, seriously. Lafia. Okay, so what was that about buying a Renard? It would be. Belle. Well, apparently the Renard girl has a magic that allows someone to level up momentarily with a sacrificial stone that only works for Renard. They will kill her and break the stone where her soul will be. Everyone who has a piece of the stone will be able to use the magic of the Renard and will be able to level up momentarily, seriously. That surprised all the girls. They didn't believe that someone would have a magic capable of leveling someone up like that. They knew that Belle was somewhat perverted, but he also had a kind and caring heart, and they knew that for him to hear that was to provoke his pure hatred. Belle was calm, but inside he was a total fury. Belle. Now we have to capture Kali and make her plans known, tired. Belle was with the girls desperately searching for Kali, but there was a problem, and several plants appeared. They were monsters from the dungeon. They began to destroy the city, and the girls along with Belle had to have them. Belle killed one by cutting off its head and saw out of the corner of his eye a mask of bones. He quickly remembered Kali. Belle. Girls. I'm going after Kali, stay and help stop those things. Serious. Girls. Hi. You would be. Belle went after Kali, and despite the fact that Kali is not an adventurer, it is not for nothing that she is a goddess of war, and she managed to make things difficult for Belle. But Belle is not for nothing an irregular, despite being a level 2 adventurer, he has the power of a level 4 and managed to reach Kali. He rushed towards her, and Kali could do little against his strength of a level 4. Belle. I got you, seriously. Kali. Damn. Angry. Belle. I'll take you to Loki for interrogation, just like we did with your captains. Smiling. Kali. Where are they? Angry. Belle. Don't worry, you'll see them soon, calm down. Kali. Grrrrrrrrrr, angry. Belle. You look adorable like that, like a little girl who didn't get her whim, smiling. Kali. I curse you. Blushing but unable to do so from embarrassment. Belle. Come on, little one, you'll soon tell us what you're planning, then maybe we'll buy you an ice cream if you behave, mockingly. Kali. You wretch. I'll destroy you and what's ice cream? Confused. Belle. It's ice but much more delicious and sweet, plus there are several flavors that are delicious and refreshing. Where you live there would be a lot of sales because it's a hot place, quite. Kali. Could you try it? Blushing at having to ask. Kali usually wouldn't do this, but Belle's description sounded delicious and she wanted to try it, so leaving her pride behind she asked him. Belle. Sure. Look, there's one over there, pointing to an ice cream stand. Belle. What would you like to try? Lemon, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, mango, coconut. Healing a bag of Valis. Kali. Lemon, blushing. Belle. Fine. Give me 2 lemons, please. Smiling. Of course, young man. The man served them both some lemon ice creams and believed that Kali was just a normal girl or Belle's daughter because she was hiding her presence from God. Belle and Kali sat on a stool nearby and started eating. Kali. It's delicious. Eating the ice cream quickly. Belle. I told you, smiling. Really? Give me more. Sorry. Belle. Why? Smiling. Kali. Please. Blushing and shy. Kali felt ashamed of acting like that, but the ice cream was extremely delicious and she wanted more, so she asked Belle again to give her more and Belle gladly accepted. Kali was being carried like a little girl by Belle while they were eating ice cream together. Whenever anyone saw them they would say they were father and daughter. Belle. Kali. Hello. Eating her ice cream. Everyone including Batch and Argana were surprised by this. Loki. Belle, you have Kali in your arms. Belle. I know, he already told me almost everything I wanted to know, just a few things are missing and everything would be fixed, smiling. Kali. Hello daughters, waving her hand. Argana. Goddess. Surprised. Kali. Yeah, I had forgotten that you were kidnapped, calm down. Batch. A shock. Belle. Okay, now let's go. Tell me Kali-chan what we want to know and I'll give you a whole tub of lemon ice cream, smiling. Kali. Hi. Like a girl. Loki asked Kali everything he needed and she answered without problems. Kali. Can I have it now? Impatiently. Belle. Here, giving him the ice cream container and a spoon. Kali began to eat the lemon ice cream quickly and happily and looked at Belle with I love you eyes. Kali. I like you. If you need a favor from me, I'll give it to you. Here. Giving her a strange ring. Belle. What is this? Curious. Loki. That's it. Surprised. Kali. That's right. It's a ring of respect from the Kali family, whoever has it will have the support of my entire family, smiling, plus it has an extra function, it has a pocket dimension, so you can send me ice cream whenever you want, smiling as if I had won something, also I can or you can teleport to me or I to you, thanks to the pocket dimension, it's something that took me a long time to do, but it was worth it in the end, smiling. Belle. Amazing thanks, Kali-chan. I promise to send you ice cream whenever you ask for it, smiling. Kali. Perfect. They all saw how they interacted in a comical way and as if they were friends, although now technically they were, although they were quite surprised by the ring, it was extremely incredible. Belle was looking out the window of a strange house, there were many Amazons from the Ishtar family there. Inside the house were Kali and Ishtar talking about how they would wage war against Freya, the room was silent, but thanks to the ring that Kali gave him, Belle could hear what Kali heard. Kali and Belle made a deal, and Ishtar had no idea about it. Belle was in his assassin's outfit along with his silver knives and poison needles. Belle was well hidden in some bushes, and every time an Amazon appeared he would make sure that no one was there and silently knock her out and take her to the bushes and hide her there. Thus the routine continued for Belle who managed to thwart 12 Amazons without being discovered, the problem was that only 4 fit in the bush apart from him, so he had to hide the others in other bushes or baskets that were around there. Belle. After this I'll go get a really good drink, sighing tiredly. Belle continued listening and heard Ishtar complain to the Renard because apparently her father sold her and now she works as a prostitute, that angered Belle a lot. But he calmed down a little because of what he heard next. Ishtar. But that Renard is useless, she's no good as a prostitute, every time she had a client she fainted before even seeing his penis, just seeing his torso or chest she blushed and fainted, none of our clients took advantage of her, she ended up making them feel sorry for her, and the Renard is still a virgin, tired. Kali That's interesting indeed, surprised. Belle, who heard that, calmed down and mentally thanked that they hadn't done anything to the Renard. Kali. And what is the Renard like? Curious. Ishtar. Her name is Harem, she has golden hair, golden ears and tail with white tips and emerald green eyes, she always wears a red kimono, she is beautiful being honest, but very innocent, tired. Kali. Okay. I see, smiling. Belle. Thanks Kali-chan, I swear I'll buy you more ice cream as soon as we get back, whispering to the ring. Kali, standing at the window, only smiled more at this, imagining her eating all the ice cream in the world. The problem was the headache. When you ate too much ice cream, your head would get cold, and Kali learned this the hard way. Ishtar. What? Angry. Amazon. We found many Amazons from our family knocked out and hiding in some bushes, scared. Ishtar. Were they raped? It would be. Amazon. And no, just knocked out Ishtar-sama, scared. Ishtar. Okay, pack everything up. We'll be back to Herario as soon as we get the order. Amazon. Hi. You would be. Ishtar was worried, she didn't know who would be able to knock out all those Amazons who were level 2 to 4, whoever did it was either very strong or very intelligent. Ishtar was worried about it, in the worst case Loki or another family would probably already know about her plans, so she had to hurry or things would get out of control, but she didn't worry so much, she thought things over a bit and in the worst case they would suspect her only, but Kali would be the main suspect because she was the one who wanted to cause problems because of those Amazon girls of Loki. Ishtar calmed down but did not retract and after her daughters finished packing everything they left quickly. Belle was with the men of the Loki family in the hot springs. It had been 4 days since they arrived in Milan and the boys who were excited to see the girls were disappointed when they heard that only the girls could be in a certain part of the beach and them in another. And they couldn't see the girls, all except Belle, who had the girls' permission to go see them in addition to her transformation magic. Several men looked at them with jealousy, and Belle became uncomfortable and went to the women's locker room without anyone noticing. He transformed into Hela and entered with the girls with a towel covering his body, well barely thanks to his almost E-cup breasts. Fiona. Argonaut-kun. Surprised. Loki. Am I surprised you're here? Did something happen? Curious. Hela. The boys kept looking at me with jealousy, so I got uncomfortable and went over here, but it's almost the same, seeing how all the ones who knew it was him looked at him with surprise and malice, as well as jealousy for his beautiful body, of course, except for those who arrived with him who already knew about this. Loki. I see, calm. Hela. And tell me, what will we do while we're here? Curious. Loki. Well, what else? It's vacation, JN, it's time to relax, smiling. Hela. It's okay, Oka-san, smiling. Hela and Loki talked for a while until it was time to sleep and they went to their respective rooms. Belle was petting Yuki and Captain Kangri quietly while thinking about how to buy the renard in a legal way. It was something difficult, but he could do it. Besides, no matter how much the renard cost, he had a lot of money. The problem is that Ishtar did too, but Ishtar was more greedy, so she spent it very quickly. Belle. Well, now to sleep. Yuki. Ah. Sad. Crabs. Grrgrrgrrgrrg. Sad. Belle. Tomorrow we will go to the beach again. Now let's sleep, leaving Yuki in a small house that Belle made for him, white with red edges, as well as a small mattress for pets. Kangri left him in a fish tank that he had there with sand and water, as well as a piece of log as his house where Kangri could get in. Belle fell asleep peacefully without noticing how a black-haired girl opened the door. Belle was waking up and touched something soft and round. He thought it was his pillow, but it was very soft, and he squeezed it. Hi. Sanrahata. Belle woke up upon hearing that and quickly stood up only to find Akame looking at him blushing and with a perverted smile. Belle. Already seen. Thinking. Akame. If you want to do it, just say so, blushing and flirtatious. Belle and it's not okay, blushing. Akame. Don't worry, kissing him. Lemon skipped. Belle and Akame woke up at almost 11 in the morning because at 5, which is the time they woke up, they had Hex and went back to sleep. The Loki family was eating normally, but the girls were there. Waiting impatiently at a table all together for Belle until they saw him arrive and, to everyone's bad luck, with an Akame smiling with an aura of satisfaction around her. She looked happier than usual, much happier. That gave the girls an obvious idea of what they did last night, or so they thought, and their looks darkened. Akame had gotten ahead of them on the beach. They wanted to be the first to have Hex with Belle on the beach because Riveria had already beaten Belle her first time. Belle ate with them while the girls were very affectionate with Belle. Belle was talking quietly with Lafia about trivial things until Tiona appeared. Tiona. Argonaut-kun. Let's read stories of heroes. Smiling. Belle. Sure. Smiling. Tiona and Belle went to a more secluded table and began to read a story called Hercules and the Great Orders. They started reading the story happily while both gave their happy opinions. The girls who until a few moments ago were fighting over Belle realized that Tiona stole them and are watching them jealous. Akame was the only calm one besides her aura of satisfaction that she had. Belle. Now that I think about it, Tiona is almost Christmas, right? Curious. Tiona. It's true. Belle. I'll give you something you love for Christmas. Tiona. Huh. What is it? What is it? Curious. Belle. It's a secret. Smiling. Tiona. And. Christmas special. Belle was walking happily until he saw how several members of his family were decorating everywhere with all kinds of ornaments, then he quickly remembered. Belle. Christmas. I forgot. Belle started thinking about what to do and realized that he would have to give gifts to the people he loved. He quickly went out to the market to look for things that his friends might like. After hours at the market, he finally came out with several bags with things wrapped in Christmas paper. Belle. I think that's all, smiling. Belle ran and bought things for the waitresses of the fertility hostess. I bought Sir a beautiful metal rabbit necklace with a small ruby that suggested it was her eye and had, I love you, from Belle, written on it. Herario, I bought a nice silver bracelet with a small sign of a rabbit with a mocking mask. You can open the rabbit and inside of it, there was a small picture of Ryu and Belle together smiling. For Mamma Mia, she bought some mittens made of very good material. One day, while she was shopping with Mamma Mia in the form of Rini, she saw her staring at those same mittens, but they were very expensive and she had to take care of her business, so she couldn't buy them. Belle bought things easily because he almost never spends the money he has and wins from casinos, so he had a lot of money saved. He arrived to buy gifts for the Loki family. Baze bought a stuffed rabbit, only it had Belle's fur. Riveria bought a beautiful elven outfit that wasn't very revealing, but was elegant and classy and a bit more daring. I bought Lafia an upgrade for her magic staff to make it more powerful, as well as a very pretty pink bracelet. Akame bought a new armor that she loved but couldn't buy because it was too expensive. I buy Ermind a new healing outfit apart from a small book of medicinal potions written by Athena herself. The book was the most expensive thing so far, and black lingerie with silver stripes. I bought Loki a bracelet that said, I love you Oka-san, from your most lying, annoying, and playful son. Belle. He had also bought something for Freya. It was a necklace of a falcon and a rabbit kissing. On the back of the necklace it said, I love you Free. Belle didn't know that she liked it, so he decided to give it to her. It was also very expensive and beautiful. Belle returned to Twilight Mansion where they forced him to decorate with them. In the end they put up a super giant Christmas tree and everyone started talking. The girls approached Belle and began to talk animatedly with him. Belle also gave the girls hugs from time to time and spent time with each of them. He loved to see how Akame and Ace, who are almost always expressionless, except for Akame with him, he liked to see how they blushed and got shy. When the others in the room saw him put the Princess of the Sword like that, they were all in shock, although of course that did not matter to Belle and the others. It was already night in the Twilight Mansion, and Belle went to the Christmas tree. There were several gifts that everyone left, some with the names of who and from whom, and some anonymously. Belle put the gifts from some members he liked there and went to Loki's office. He knew that Loki wouldn't even bother to go and see if someone left a gift for the tree, so he opened his office, which was also his room, and there he saw Loki sleeping in a man-like pajama and hugging a pillow in the shape of a tree. Belle. Well, I expected that, smiling nervously. Belle just approached carefully and left the box on her desk with a note that it was for her and was from Belle, as well as some cookies that he himself prepared yesterday, and left as quietly as possible. Then he went to Aze's room and left the gift on her nightstand. He saw Aze sleeping peacefully and kissed her on the head. Aze smiled sleepily and a little sleepy, whispering something about Mr. Rabbit or something like that. He went to his room and saw Akame asleep in his bed. He kissed her on the head and left his gift next to his bed. In Ermine's invitation he saw that she had many healing things, but he left the box next to his nightstand and started kissing her neck. Of all of them, Ermine was the perverted one, but she never showed it, so he kissed and licked her neck and heard Ermine moan softly, and then he left her a hickey and left her a separate note in the gift that said, "From Belle. I hope you like my gifts, especially the one on your neck." Then he went to Riveria's. He saw her sleeping peacefully, so he approached her, kissed her softly and whispered a few words in her ear that made Riveria smile in her sleep. Then he left the gift on her nightstand, and also like with the previous ones he left some cookies. They were all different depending on who he gave them to. He went to Cassandra's room and gave her a very comfortable pillow, pink like the one she has, but with bunny prints. Then he went to the secret room he has, and there he found Yuki. Belle. Shit, I didn't buy anything for Yuki, right? I'm going to make him carrot cookies and a carrot stuffed animal. Perfect. Belle said in a low voice. Belle went to the kitchen and started making things for Yuki. When he finished, he left the things next to Yuki and lay down on his bed. He just covered himself and fell asleep. It's Christmas. That was heard throughout the Twilight Mansion. It was Tiona who was overjoyed. When she woke up she was going to go to the tree to see if someone had left her a gift, but she realized that there was already one next to her bed, excited without realizing that someone had entered that room and could have done something to me. Chanel opened the gift and saw that there was a small note that said, "From your friend who loves heroes. Belle, I hope you like it. It's not very well known, but in my village the children like this. Me too, haha. I hope you like it. It's called Tiona. The story of Naruto Uzumaki," staring at her. Tiona just hugged the book and started reading it. Welf was waking up and saw next to him a medium-sized box with a note that said, "From Belle." He opened the box and found a beautiful blacksmith's hammer with purple lines. Welf just cried comically while burning the hammer. Makoto woke up and saw to her right a beautiful katana with a small note from Belle that said, "Belle. I hope you love this gift. Her name is Yamamoto in honor of her beautiful bear." Makoto blushed at the last point because she knew he was referring to her. When she pulled the katana out of its sheath, she saw a beautiful silver-colored blade with a slight turquoise touch. Makoto began to admire the katana and shed a few light tears of joy. Loki was waking up as if nothing had happened with his full-body pillow from Aze. To his left he saw a small box and was quite surprised it had a note that said Belle. When he opened the box he saw a nice bracelet with the trickster logo and some letters in the language of the gods. Loki showed it to Belle. He taught him several types of languages and how to speak and read them, as well as write them so as not to fall into deception and be able to deceive the gods too. He said, "I love you, Oka-san, from your most lying, annoying and playful son. Belle." Loki just smiled and put on the bracelet and grabbed the A's pillow and went back to sleep very happily. My mom was waking up and went down to the dining room, which was closed because they were also going to celebrate Christmas. There she saw that the other girls were also going down. When they went to give the gifts they had bought, they saw that on the tree there were gifts for them from another person. "Sir. Whose gifts are these?" Surprised. "Anya. There's a note there," looking at the table next to the tree. When they saw the note they saw that it said, "I hope you like it, to Belle." They all smiled at this and started to open Belle's gifts first. My mom was surprised to see the bracelet she wanted so much and she started to use them in the air and try them out happily. Sir saw the beautiful necklace and the words and quickly put it on with a big smile on her face that reflected how happy they were. Ryu saw a beautiful silver bracelet. It had a rabbit with a mocking face and could be opened. When she opened it, she saw that it had a picture of her and Belle together. She blushed a little at that, but smiled happily. The others also received gifts from Belle, but that's another story. Airmid woke up and saw a box next to her that had a note. From Belle. I hope you like the Ermid gift, also the neck one. When Ermid saw her neck in the mirror she saw a somewhat noticeable hickey and blushed. She had a wet dream about Belle. First she dreamed that he kissed and licked her neck, it seems that it had been true. When he opened the box he saw a book of healing and medicinal potions. He wondered why Belle gave this to the best healer in all of Orario, but when he saw who wrote it, he was very surprised. Philosophical recipes. From Athena. The book was from Athena, the best goddess of healing and elixirs in the world. One of her best possessions is capable of reviving someone who has only been dead for 5 days, but they were extremely expensive. There were only 5 of those books, and none of those people sold that book, it was too valuable to sell. She looked at it with fascination and opened it and began to read it. When she read it, she was surprised because there were all kinds of things and how to do them in the most effective way. She began to love Belle more and admire him. When she saw the box again she blushed quite a bit. She saw a very erotic set of black lingerie with silver stripes and a small silver bow in the middle of the panties and bra. Ermid thought about giving herself to Belle one day with that lingerie set. Baze woke up and got out of bed. When she was going to take a bath she saw a box that said, "From Belle." She smiled radiantly. Well, Minnie Ace was dying of curiosity to open that box. When she opened it she saw a somewhat large stuffed rabbit with Belle's hair and a face a bit like Belle's, but you could still tell it was a rabbit. She just hugged him while blushing. He smelled delicious, like Belle. Minnie Ace was also hugging a rabbit the same, but chibi, and she was blushing as hell. Ace returned to her bed with her now mini Belle, as she called it, and went back to sleep very happily. Reveria was waking up looking at a box next to her with a note that said, "I hope you like it. From Belle." She smiled to herself and opened the box. She saw a beautiful elven outfit that looked fine and classy, jade and black with ruby touches. She smiled radiantly, but noticed something at the end of the box. It was a black lingerie with stripes and jade ornaments, somewhat erotic. She put on a slightly perverted smile and thought about her and Belle doing inappropriate things with that lingerie on. Akame woke up calmly and didn't notice Belle by her side. She felt a little sad about this, but she also quickly noticed a box next to her. She saw that it was Belle's and smiled. When she opened it, she found an armor that she wanted so much but couldn't buy. Akame just smiled happily for this and began to see and admire the armor while thinking about Belle. So all the other beings close to Belle also woke up finding their gifts, like Cassandra, who found the pillow extremely comfortable and surrounded by rabbits and went back to sleep. Yuki was happy eating some carrot cookies and hugging a carrot plush while giving a massage to sleeping Belle. Everyone started getting up later than the other and started opening their presents. Everyone was happy and celebrating. Bet was hiding from the others, blushing. In his hands he had a photo of him and the rest of the family. In addition to the photo he also had a frame that said, "Thank you for always taking care of us, Bet-san, from Belle." Ed only pretended to be angry about this, but didn't throw it away. He went to his room and put it in a place that was not visible to others, but not to him, and he appreciated it without saying anything, with his tail moving from side to side, showing that he was happy. He recently started talking to the rabbit, or rather the rabbit had started talking to him, and they got along well, so to speak. They always joked around, and Belle understood B and knew and understood why he behaved like that with a weak. Bet was very protective of the family. All the executives knew that. The reason why Bet treasured that photo so much was not only because Belle gave it to him, it was also because behind the frame, it said things of gratitude and encouragement towards all the executives of the Loki family, including this one. He just admired the photo in silence while his tail moved from side to side. Freya was in her room waking up when suddenly a falcon enters her window and leaves her a small box. It was the falcon that Freya told Belle she could call in case she wanted to send something or a message to Freya. "I had a little gift that said, I hope you like it, free." The falcon quickly flew away and a giant bow suddenly appeared. "Otter. Freya-sama," a falcon appeared and we saw it enter her room. "She's fine, worried." Behind him were all the executives of his family, Otter, Alan, Hogni, Hedon, and the Gulliver brothers. "Freya. Don't worry, my children, it's just that Belle-kun sent me something," smiling. When they heard the Belle-kun, their worried looks quickly changed to somber ones, except for Otter, who was calm and interested in what the white-haired boy sent to his goddess. "Otter. What is it?" Curious. Freya. "I don't know, I'll see," opening the box. Inside the box was the necklace of a falcon and a rabbit kissing. The falcon had a purple gem in its eye, which was an amethyst. The rabbit had a ruby in its eye. It looked very expensive and pretty. Freya. "Ara, I think I have my favorite necklace," smiling. Freya happily put on the necklace and saw a note that said, "Merry Christmas, Free." Freya. "Merry Christmas, Belle-kun," smiling. The others saw the necklace and what the note said and how Freya responded, smiling. It produced the biggest wave of jealousy they had ever had, except for Otter. Freya. "Otter, find a ring of respect from the Freya family and give it to Belle," smiling. Everyone was surprised by this, a family ring, whoever had one, depending on the emblem of which family they have, it means that that person has the full support of the Freya family in all kinds of things. It was one of the most difficult things to get in the world, since these could only be given to someone from another family, who has the respect of the god or goddess of another family, and that was something very difficult. Even more so considering that Belle is from the Loki family who is his rival. Alan. I'm going to kill that rabbit. Angry. Otter. Calm down, anyway, one of these days he'll be able to defeat you very soon. Alan. Ha. What you're saying makes me laugh, mockingly, that's impossible. Otter. You're wrong, I know that boy's mother, or I think she's his mother, seriously. That surprised everyone including Freya. Freya. Really? Surprised. Otter. If I'm not mistaken, his mother is Akame no Usagi. Freya. Demon rabbit. Surprised. Akame no Usagi was the former captain of the Hera family, she was a level 12 adventurer, her husband was a black-haired man with red eyes who was the captain of the Zeus family, and the only level 13 that has existed in the world, he was close to reaching level 14. His wife was known for being ruthless and mocking with her enemies, and very kind and protective with her friends and family, thanks to that she also earned the nickname Two-Faced Rabbit for how she changed attitudes, she was sadistic with her enemies, and very friendly with her loved ones, she was an expert in knives like Belle, she had white hair and ruby red eyes. Freya. Now I understand, smiling. Everyone was speechless at this, that boy was the son of the two greatest adventurers of Orario, that also explained his very rapid growth, since the captain of the Hera family had an ability that allowed her to grow very quickly, as long as her feelings lasted. Freya. In that case I want you to give him this too, giving him a strange earring with a ruby that looked very expensive and strangely powerful. Otter. This, surprised. Freya. That's right, smiling. Hogni. What is that, intrigued. Freya. That is his mother's earring, only her offspring can wear it or they will suffer great pain, if he can wear it, it means that he really is her son, and according to Hera, that earring has a part of Belle's mother's soul, Deberu, that was his mother's name, which meant Belle as well as Belle's name. Freya. If I am not mistaken, that earring will give Belle a very special gift. Smiling. Belle was waking up and saw Yuki giving him a massage. Belle. Hello Yuki, smiling. Yuki. Thank you. Smiling. Belle. You're welcome, seeing that Yuki already had her gifts. Belle. Let's go with the others, smiling. Yuki. Hi. Eating cookies. Belle and Yuki were walking towards the Loki family room and saw all the members celebrating there, they also noticed that all the girls with whom Belle was closest were waiting for him impatiently. Belle. Hello. Smiling. The girls turned to look at Belle and began to thank him and celebrate with him. They also began to pamper Belle and Yuki. Baze. Be Belle, blushing. Belle. Yes. Smiling. Baze. Here. Giving him a small box. Belle. Oh. Thanks. Smiling. When the girls saw that they started giving their gifts to Belle, Belle couldn't carry them all, so she took them to her room with the girls and decided to open them later. Belle was with me eating gingerbread cookies that the girls made for him. They were of all kinds and different, for example, A's made some of a bunny, a river of little trees, Cassandra showed off by making them of the Loki family logo. To say that they were beautiful was an understatement. Belle happily ate all the girls' cookies. Belle walked up to each one and gave them a big hug. Belle. Akame. Hugging her, I love you. Smiling. Akame just blushed at this, Belle continued hugging and saying a few words to the girls, of course with Riveria and Hermit, he was a little more daring and massaged their chests. Belle celebrated with them and began to drink rum, Loki had bought some rum just for them as mother and son, Belle was overloaded with a drunk Loki who was already asleep. Belle. It's a good time for a joke, childish smile. Belle started drawing funny things on Loki's face, Loki accidentally took off some of his clothes that covered his chest and revealed his very small breasts, Belle despite being drunk, would never do anything inappropriate to his Oka-san, but that doesn't stop him from playing a joke on her. Belle started riding, great and powerful, on Loki's stomach and finally made an arrow through her breasts, implying that Belle was making fun of her size. Belle put Loki's clothes back in place and walked away with a big stupid grin on his face, he was very drunk. Belle. Is everyone asleep? I'm going with Hermid, smiling childishly. Lemon skipped. Bainrand. I'm very tired sighing but with a happy smile. Belle. Me too, tired. Belle and Ermine lay down on Ermine's bed, which had some of both of their juices on it and covered themselves. Ermine snuggled up to Belle's chest, and Belle grabbed her waist, but didn't waste any time, and grabbed her butt too. Ermine noticed that but liked it. Belle massaged her butt a little until Ermine fell asleep. He put his half-erect penis in Ermine's vagina so that all his semen wouldn't come out and fell asleep like that. He would make sure that Ermine had his child. End. Pleasure Quarter and Renart Chapter 12. Belle was waking up peacefully and was about to get up until he noticed an extra weight on his chest. When he removed the sheets he saw Ermine naked with his henna still half erect in her vagina. Ermine was asleep hugging Belle with love. Belle smiled and kissed Ermine's forehead. He saw that he was in Ermine's room, and memories of last night came back to him. He laughed when he noticed that Ermine was much more perverted than he thought, and he also laughed at the joke he played on Loki. It would have consequences, but it would be worth it, even better if Loki didn't notice and went all over the mansion like that. Belle laughed at this, and his laughter woke Ermine up. Ermine Belle kun. Surprised. Belle. How did you wake up? Smiling. Ermine. I could get used to this, smiling. Belle. Me too, but we have to get up and change, you know. Smiling. Ermine hi but first, someone needs some attention, smiling noticing Belle's half-erect hennis. Belle. Well, that wouldn't be bad, smiling nervously. Ermine just started kissing Belle passionately and they started making love. Time skip. Belle and Ermine were already dressed in their typical clothes and Belle remembered something. Belle. Now that I think about it. I'm not opening my Christmas presents, thinking. Ermine. Go open them, I'll wait for you in the dining room and leave your breakfast ready, smiling. Belle. Thank you Ermine-chan, smiling and kissing her forehead. Ermine just blushed and went from there to the kitchen to make her and Belle's breakfast. Belle entered his room and saw several gifts on his bed and Kangri and Yuki still sleeping in their respective beds. Yuki had a dog bed with carrot prints and a little house where he could get in and rest, as well as a little dish with carrots and water. Captain Kangri had a rather large fish tank with sand and water, as well as a small house where the crab could rest. It also had some decorations. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Yuki and Kangri woke up and greeted Belle. Yuki. Hello. Raising his paw. Kangri grgrgrgrgrg, raising his pincer in greeting. Belle. Well, how about we open the presents, smiling. Kangri and Yuki left their respective homes and went with Belle by their side. Belle took his hand and Kangri and Yuki climbed on him. Belle. Whose is this? Looking at the box, this is Akame's, opening it. Belle opened the box and saw a beautiful black bracelet with a red gem in the center that had the kanji for love written on it. Belle smiled and happily put it on. She opened the next gift which was from Riveria and it was a white jacket with red lining and a cap. It had a crimson interior and looked like it was made of first-class resistant materials. Belle admired it and saw that it had hidden pockets inside. It looked beautiful. Belle put it aside and thought about putting it on later. He opened the next gift and saw that it was from Ermine. It was a pretty necklace with a small bottle with a light blue liquid inside. He saw a note and it said. From Ermine, I hope you like it, I put a lot of effort into making it. It's a healing potion of the best quality I've ever made. It's capable of healing you from all kinds of fatal wounds. It's 5 drops, use them well and take care of yourself, Belle-kun. I love you. Belle smiled and put the necklace in a small box for now and kept it hidden in his closet while thanking Ermine. She opened the next one and it was from Lafia. It was a pretty scarf the same color as Lafia's hair and with blue touches like her eyes. It had LXB written at the end in red. Belle loved it and put it on quickly because it was cold. He opened the next one and it was from Mikoto. She went to the Twilight Mansion personally and Finn greeted her. She told Finn if he could give it to Belle from her and Finn accepted without problems. Belle opened the gift and saw white wakizashi with red lines. The guard was also white. There was a note stuck to the case. I hope you love my gift Belle-kun, she is a wakizashi, her name is Shirakiba, I hope you like it with love. Mikoto. Belle smiled and took the wakizaki out of its sheath and saw a beautiful white blade with a dangerous blood-red edge. It was beautiful in Belle's eyes and he put it back in its sheath and put it on a weapons rack he had on his wall. There he also had 2 armor stands. In one he had his Anbu armor, that's what Belle called it. It was the armor that Wealth gave him, white with red edges, in addition to the mask and the headband. In the second one he had his assassin armor, that's what he named it. It was the armor that Loki gave to Belle to spy on Ishtar, Kali and Jward. He liked it a lot and it had some metal parts, so he considered it armor and put it there. Next to him were weapon shelves where his knives were that Mamma Mia gave him Yami and Akari, and the ones that Loki gave him along with the assassin suit. They were the Jinakiba which meant silver fangs. He also had a shelf with several elixirs of various colors and tones. He had a box with 2 drawers, one had several needles and the other had 6 bottles, some pink, paralyzing, and others blue, antidote. Belle put the wakizaki on the next weapons shelf and went to open the next gift. When he saw them he realized that they were boots just like Bet's, only these were white and red. He saw a note that said, use them well, weakling. They have the same ability as mine. Belle quickly remembered a time he saw Bet return sane magic to a monster with his boots. Bet didn't say their name, so he assumed he should name them later and put them on the armor stand that had Anbu. That armor didn't have boots like the assassin, so those would be the Anbu notes, and the best thing is that they combine very well. Belle saw that there was another gift and it was from Ace. He opened it and it was a brand new, very high quality silver colored kitchen knife set with a dark wooden handle and gold edges. Ace knew that Belle loved to cook and saw that his knives were already somewhat worn, so he thought of buying that for Belle, as well as something else. When Belle saw the box again he saw a small piece of paper, he grabbed it and read it, free coupon for Ace lap pillows. Belle smiled at this and kept the coupon to use on his next visit to Ace. He opened another gift that had the trickster logo and quickly thought of Loki. When he gave him his suit and his blades also had that symbol, when he opened the box he saw a beautiful black deck of cards. It had trickster symbols from the Loki family. Belle put it on his nightstand smiling. Those were all her gifts. Before she could do anything, a falcon landed on her open window with something between its paws and a note tied to it. It was the falcon that Freya gave her so they could communicate. She grabbed the falcon in her arm and began to pet it while she grabbed the things she had and began to read the note. Free. I hope you like them. If my suspicions are correct, then the second gift belongs to you. I hope you like it, because if the earring accepts you then I know your mother, then I will tell you who it is in case you don't know. P.S. Talk to me more often. Belle smiled at this and was also surprised. Freya knew who her mother was. She saw the gift and was surprised when she saw a ring of respect with a logo of the Freya family who was a Valkyrie. Belle was surprised because now she had 2 rings of respect. She saw her nightstand and had a small jewelry box. There she had the ring that Kali gave her alone. Belle grabbed Freya's ring and put it together with Kali's. Then he saw a strange earring. There was only one. It was pure gold and very well made, and it held a red gem that looked like a ruby. But Belle knew it was something more than that. Something told him. Belle only kept it because he couldn't wear it yet, so he put it in the jewelry box and left his room towards the dining room, along with Yuki and Kangri on his shoulders. Belle arrived at the dining room and some greeted him, others just ignored him. It was normal to see him with the Almrich, and the crowd wasn't that big a deal. Belle sat down with the girls who were talking about going shopping or something like that. He understood. Belle? Me? Smiling with a strange little book that said, Itcha Paradise. Girls? Huh? Author A. Cut. Again. Take 2. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Girls. Hello Belle-kun, smiling. Bear mind take Belle-kun, giving him a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, rice and lettuce, plus an orange juice. Belle sat down with Ermine who had an exactly the same meal, and they started to eat in silence. Not an uncomfortable one, they were just enjoying the food and each other's company, something that the girls didn't take very well, let's say, so they started talking to Belle about trivial things, so that he would take his attention away from Ermine, which half worked. Of course it's not like Ermine cares because she had already had a good night with Belle, and it was a Christmas so that made it more special. Belle. I think he's already waking up, thoughtful. Bear mind. Huh? Who are you referring to? Confused. Belle. You'll see. 3, 2, 1. At that moment Loki appeared in the dining room, wearing his usual clothes but. Ahahahaha. Everyone in the dining room couldn't help but laugh. Bet was laughing out loud. Ace was looking away with her hand over her mouth trying not to laugh. Riveria shook her head while laughing a little. Finn laughed amused. Tiona started laughing out loud along with Bet, and so did Tyan. Lafia blushed while hitting her head on the table trying not to laugh. Belle only had a smile on her face. The other girls also started laughing, some more than others. Loki was confused. She didn't understand what was happening. She woke up like every morning. She changed her clothes. She had her usual mini shorts, a kind of jacket with a cap that only covered her breasts and arms, leaving her stomach exposed, and her typical blue boots, her normal clothes, so she didn't understand what was happening. She looked in a mirror and saw it. On her stomach was written, "The Great and Powerful," and a little arrow that pointed to her breasts, barely cupping. Loki just stood in shock and looked around the room looking for someone and found him. He saw Belle as calm as if nothing was happening, but he had a small malicious smile that showed that he had been. Belle. I told you I'd get revenge, smiling. Loki had made Belle transform into Hela and wear a tight swimsuit. For Belle it was the most uncomfortable, and he swore revenge. There was his long-awaited revenge. Loki. You'll pay for this. Running to the bathroom. That only increased the laughter in the dining room, and Loki went to his bathroom to try to get it off. The problem was that Belle did it with super permanent marker, so it wasn't easy at all. In the dining room everyone heard. I curse you Belle. Belle just laughed along with Tyan, Bet and Riveria. Even though Riveria always maintains her composure, Loki has always tried to touch her in a lewd manner, so that scream was like pleasure to his ears. Time skip. Belle was in Loki's office. On one side of the office were Gareth, Finn and Riveria. In front of Belle was Loki, who was shouting 1,001 things about not doing that again and shouting all the rude things he knew in all languages, surprisingly also in Elvish. Loki was breathing heavily while his face was pink-red with anger and he looked at Belle with murderous eyes. Belle just had his arms raised trying to calm Loki with a drop of sweat. The others in the room also had a drop of anime while watching the interaction of Belle and Loki. Before Loki started shouting again, Belle interrupted her, trying to make Loki forget the subject momentarily. Belle. Wait, we also had to talk about the Renard thing, seriously. Loki calmed down and got into the professional. Loki. I know, I have a more elaborate plan. Listen, you will go to the pleasure district with Bet, and if you can also your friend Welf, you will go as infiltrators and look for the Renard. You will investigate it and return to the mansion before 11. Believe me, you do not want to know what happens after that time. Interrupting Belle before he spoke. Once you return we will meet here and you will say what you learned and the information you managed to get. We will make a plan with that information and then we will go buy the Renard. Once this is done, we will notify Freya and she will take care of the rest. Smiling Loki. Belle. Okay now, opinions. Reveria. What will we do if the Amazons manage to capture you? Worried. Belle. Don't worry, I'll wear my assassin suit so I can sneak away better. I'll also bring my needles and paralyzing poison, smiling. That calmed Reveria a little, but she was still worried about Belle. It wasn't a good idea for Reveria to go to the pleasure district, but there was nothing she could do. Finn. In case you can't get any information, don't worry, you have to come back before 11, don't forget that, seriously. Belle. It would be better if you told Bet too instead of just me, with a little bit of anime. Finn. True, and I'm Droplet. Belle was in his assassin suit, along with a backbag with poison-impregnated needles, that the author doesn't know how Belle can grab them without pricking his fingers. He also had his silver knives Jinakiba. On his right side was Bet with an annoyed face. They had explained everything to him and he hated having to go to that place full of prostitutes, but he had to do it, he had no other option, so he just resigned and went next to Belle grumbling. He had his typical clothing in addition to his light armor and his boots. On his left side was Welf, who had agreed to go with Belle to help him. He is his friend and his first and only client, so he went with him to help him in his search. He had never been to this place, but he would try to do his best looking for that Renard girl, so as not to disappoint Belle. He also had his typical canon clothing. Belle. Ready, serious. Both high, serious. Belle, Welf and Bet began to search all over the pleasure district. Belle suggested splitting up and searching more territory. Bet and Welf agreed to meet at the entrance to the pleasure district before 11. Belle was looking for the Renard, but he met a person he didn't think he'd see here. Belle. Mikoto. Surprised. Mikoto. Belle. What are you doing here? Surprised and nervous. Belle. I'm looking for someone and you, curious. Belle knew Mikoto wasn't like that, so he assumed she was here for something else. Besides, Mikoto wasn't much of this, and she looked too shy to even do anything here. Mikoto. Likewise, nervous. Next to Mikoto there was a girl with slightly long hair that covered her right eye and had blue eyes. She had an outfit similar to Mikoto's. She had a small bandage on her neck and she looked very shy. Belle. Hello Hinata Databeo. Smiling. Higusa and Naruto-kun, fainting. Mikoto. Huh. Author. Cut. Take 3 tired. Take 3. Belle. Hello, I'm bellcranel, smiling. Higusa. Nice to meet you. I'm Hitachi Chigusa, blushing. Belle. Who are you looking for, Mikoto? Maybe I can help you while I search, smiling. Mikoto. Why yes, she's a Renard, she has golden hair and… Belle. Green eyes, serious. Mikoto. Why yes, how do you know? Surprised. Belle. It's the same person I'm looking for, seriously, her name is Harem, right? Seriously. Mikoto. Why yes, she's a childhood friend, I found out she's here, but I know she's not a prostitute, she was too innocent for that, screaming. Belle. Calm down, I know, and don't worry, she's a prostitute, but she's still a virgin, and I'm drop. Mikoto. Really? Wait, how do you know that? It would be. Calm down, you see, I discovered that the goddess Ishtar formed a Renard into a human trafficking scheme, and that the Renard has a magic capable of increasing someone's mental level momentarily, seriously. That surprised the two girls quite a bit, they didn't know about that. Belle. Ishtar wants to make a kind of sacrifice with the Renard so that all her adventures level up momentarily and can defeat the Freya family. They had the support of the Kali family, but I already took care of that, seriously, and if you wonder how she is still a virgin, well I heard the goddess Ishtar say that whenever the Renard was going to do the act, she fainted as soon as she saw a man's chest. According to her, none of the men took advantage of her while she was fainted. They got up because they felt sorry for her and left there, and I'm drop. Makoto. Sounds a lot like her, and I'm Droplet. Kagusa just kept quiet, but listening to Belle's information, she was glad that Makoto was okay and that she wasn't a prostitute, breasts not in a sexual way, legally she was, but back to what's important. Belle. Okay, I'll explain the plan to you, seriously. Belle began to tell Chigusa and Makoto the plan, and they accepted it. Belle. Good, and remember, if you find Makoto, just investigate her, don't tell so much directly, seriously. Both high, nervous. Belle. Well, let's go look. Oh, I recommend not staying until after 11. I don't know why, but my goddess told me it wasn't a good idea, seriously. The girls just nodded and each went their own way. Belle was walking quietly along the roofs of the houses and hotels in the pleasure district. Belle had his hood up and was listening to some Amazons talking about a Renard. They were saying that she was useless as a prostitute and that she was very shy, that she was still a virgin and things like that. Instead of angering Belle, it made him happy because it meant that she was still a virgin and innocent and no one had taken advantage of her. I hear that JN Amazon gets up well with her. She was an Amazon with long black hair that covered her violet eyes. She had good D-cup breasts and long legs, obviously a revealing purple outfit. She had a transparent purple dress that showed her white panties. I heard her say she was going to go see her. Belle was going to follow her, but accidentally stepped on a loose tile and fell to the floor. The Azomas looked at him, and because of the fall he took off his hat so his face could be seen. The Amazon squealed happily to see Belle. Amazon 1. I want it. Amazon 2. It's mine. Amazon 3. Wait. That's not Kuryusagi, surprised. Amazon 5. That's right. We won the lottery. Smiling lasciviously. Belle just stepped back instinctively, somewhat scared. Amazon 4. Wait, only one can have it. Amazon 2. Then let's fix it like Amazons. All. Whoever catches it keeps it. Belle was surprised to hear that and saw how the Amazons quickly headed towards him. Belle quickly began to run as fast as his legs could go. Belle climbed onto some boxes and jumped onto a roof. He started jumping and doing somersaults in an epic, professional and silent way. Many believed that he did it just to show off, but it was different. Those somersaults helped Belle gain more speed, momentum and maneuverability. They also served to maintain balance just in case. Lunwar and Anya taught Belle those things. They were in charge of teaching him how to escape, marry, and be stealthy, apart from his stealth techniques and needle control. Belle was mentally thanking Lunwar and Anya for this. The Azomas were surprised. They were level 2 or 3, and none could reach them. It was supposed to make level 2 possible. It was the collective thought of the Amazons. However, they had a slight advantage. Even though Belle was faster thanks to his level 4 speed at the beginning of the journey, he didn't know anything about this place, so he could only run and try to escape. The Amazons knew almost all of this place, so they had an advantage over Belle. Belle managed to escape from them momentarily and transformed into his Renard version to confuse them. At first it worked, but they discovered him and did not take it seriously, that Belle had ears and a tail, and they chased him again. When he saw that they were approaching, he entered a room with a Japanese style. Belle. Almost caught me, breathing heavily. Good morning, master, I was waiting for you. Belle was surprised and turned his head, but found a beautiful Renard with golden hair and green eyes and a red yukata. She was beautiful. Harem was surprised when she saw a Renard with black hair and red eyes quickly enter and close the door, but she thought she was her client. Belle. Huh? Me? Harem. Let me please you, master. Harem approached Belle and began to undress him. Belle was so shocked that he did nothing. Harem. This is a man's torso, blushing. Belle. Belle relapsed, and when Harem was about to take off his pants. Belle. I think what they said about you was true, and I'm Droplet. Belle dressed again and also fixed Harem's yukata. He sat down and put Harem on his lap. While stroking her head, Harem's tail moved indicating that she liked it, and Belle just smiled at this. Just a few minutes Harem woke up. Harem. Huh? What happened? Curious. Belle. You fainted, smiling. Harem. I see, sorry master, sadly bowing her head. Belle. Don't worry, I think you've got me confused, scratching his head. Harem. Huh? Confused. Belle. You see. Belle began to explain how he started running from those Amazons, and the one who almost caught him was an Amazon with long hair and revealing purple clothes. Harem. You mean Aisha, smiling. Belle. Is she a friend of yours? Curious. Harem. She always helps me and treats me well, smiling. Belle. I see, thinking. Harem. Can I ask you a favor? Smiling. Belle. Tell me, smiling. Harem. Would you stay until I've talked to you? I don't have any friends besides Aisha, so I don't usually talk to people, shy. Belle. Sure, smiling. Belle knew it was almost 11, but he stayed anyway. Elsewhere. Bet. Where the hell is that rabbit? Angry. Welf. Maybe they caught him, scared. ETCH, let's go back. If they caught him, we won't be able to do anything. He can still manage. He's not as weak as before, leaving. Welf was undecided, but there was little he could do, so he resigned himself and went home worried about his best friend. Belle was talking to Harem about trivial things until out of nowhere they started talking about heroes and stories. Belle is happy to see someone else who knows hero tales. Harem had many hero tales on her table, and he recognized them all except one. Belle. Hey Harem, do you want to run away? Calm down. Harem, eh? Confused. Belle. Do you want to get out of here? Calm. Harem. That's impossible, sad, Ishtar has me secured, and besides, no hero will come to save me like in fairy tales. I'm a prostitute, an evil in the world, an heir has to finish me off, not save me, sad. Belle. That's a lie, grim. Harem. It's true. I'm just a prostitute, sad, it's like that story, pointing to the book that Belle didn't know. A hero saves a prostitute and they live happily, but in the end the prostitute deceives him and ends up killing him, sad, that's why no hero will come to save me. Belle was surprised by that, now he understood why his grandfather never told him this story. Belle. That's a lie, grim. Harem turned to look at Belle, but before she could do anything Belle said. Belle. If a hero saved you, would you betray him and kill him? Serious. Harem was shocked by that question, but answered quickly without hesitation. Harem. Of course not. Raising her voice a little. Belle. Then there's your answer, smiling. Harem, eh? Confused. Belle. Harem. I promise I'll save you from Ishtar and get you out of here, seriously, I swear. Harem. That's very kind Belle-sama, but I can't escape. Maybe you're right that I would never betray a hero, much less one who saves me, but escaping from Ishtar would be very difficult. Besides that, Ishtar controls almost the entire pleasure district. She has a lot of political power, so even if they rescued me, I would have nowhere to go, and she would find me. Besides, Ishtar has several Amazons watching me almost always, including Frine. She is level 4, almost 5, sad. Belle Harem, you know, smiling, how to overcome any challenge and not back down from anything or anyone, to smile when all is lost, to give hope and confidence, that is the essence of a hero. Smiling radiantly. Harem just saw Belle with a sparkle in her eyes while blushing, she really saw him. Belle was a hero, the best of all, or at least, he was the best for her. Harem unconsciously began to shed tears as she ran to hug Belle. Belle. Come on, let it all out. Harem barely heard that and started crying even louder and told Belle everything that happened to her, her fears and how she wanted him to save her. Belle hugged her and comforted her the whole time. Belle, who still had his Renart form, intertwined his white tail with a black tip with Harem's golden tail with a black tip. In the end, Harem calmed down and was hugging Belle as if he were the most valuable thing to her, and so he was. Belle. Also, I also made a promise to Mikoto that I would get you out of here, smiling. Harem was surprised when she heard that name and thought that the reason someone like Belle was here was to rescue her, which was true. Belle. Get your things ready. Tomorrow I promise I'll get you out of here, okay? Smiling. Harem. Yes. Hugging him tighter. Belle. I promise you, kissing her on the head. Harem blushed but said nothing. She began to slowly close her eyes, letting off steam after a long time had mentally tired her. Belle just smiled and left her on a bed in the room. Belle left there, but not before leaving a note for Harem, explaining why he left and how to rescue her in a legal way. If he couldn't do it, then he would have to fight for her, and he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Belle was going through one of the underground corridors of the pleasure district that Argana had told him about. It was worth kissing her to get her to tell him this secret escape route. Time skip. Belle barely arrived at the Twilight Mansion, went to his room and lay down on his bed. Yuki, Kangri and Akame were confused. Belle. It was a rough day, so don't ask, grabbing Akame and throwing her onto the bed. Belle went to bed in his pajamas, and even the author doesn't know when he changed them, and went to bed with Akame. He hugged her and started to fall asleep. Akame blushed, but happily hugged him back. After a few seconds they both fell asleep. Yuki and Kangri, seeing that there was no action tonight, did not put in their earplugs and slept peacefully. Belle, before falling asleep, thought. Belle. Tomorrow will be a tough day, sighing. End. Fight with the Goliath and Extreme Speed Chapter 13. Belle was waking up peacefully. He noticed how Akame was hugging her, and vice versa. Akame had a smile on her face and was also very close to Belle. They were inches away from kissing, and Belle thought about waking her up like that. Akame began to wake up slowly but noticed something on her lips. It was a warm and pleasant sensation. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised because it was Belle who was kissing her. Akame didn't waste any time and began to kiss Belle passionately. Belle. You're already awake, I see, smiling. Sorry, but there's no action today, smiling. The cane puffed out her cheeks comically, and Belle sighed. Time skip. Belle was walking next to a very happy Akame who was obviously limping a little. Belle ended up pleasing her, and Yuki and Kangri did end up using the earplugs. Belle was somewhat tired from what he had just done with Akame, and she was more than happy. She had the aura of satisfaction around her that showed what she had just done. Akame went to have breakfast. Belle was going to go with her, but remembered that she didn't give the report with her Okasan, so she told Akame that she would go later. Belle walked through the Twilight Mansion towards Loki's office, and several of the members looked at her in surprise. Belle didn't understand why, but she downplayed it. Knock. Knock. Loki. Come in. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Loki. JN. Why didn't you come back last night? Worried. Belle. Well. Belle began to tell him how they searched for the Renard throughout the Pleasure District and how they separated. He also told how he met a friend named Mikoto, who was also there looking for Harem. Loki understood him. He explained how the Amazons tried to capture him and how he managed to escape. He also told that he found the Renard and talked to her. Loki scolded him for that, but Belle kept talking. Belle. In the end, I used the underground escape route Argana told us about to escape, sighing. Loki. You are very irresponsible, JN, that's why I'm proud of you. Loki smiles, but now we must inform Freya of this, and we have to make the legal purchase of the Renard, it would be. Belle. Hi Oka-san, serious. Loki. By the way, why do you have that transformation? Curious. Belle. Belle went to a mirror and saw that he was still transforming into his male Renard version. Belle was going to take it off, but something occurred to him. Belle was wearing an elegant suit that looked very expensive in addition to some jewels, rings and the necklace that Reveria gave him, showing that he is a person of much money. He still had his Renard transformation. He was walking with Tiona and Tyan. They were his bodyguards that Loki gave him. They had a strong will, so the charm of the goddess Ishtar would not affect them. Freya can enchant anyone and of any gender, with her charm being the most beautiful of the goddesses of beauty. Ishtar cannot enchant women with strong will, so her charm would not work with them. Belle arrived at the Pleasure District and went to where Ishtar was. Belle. I want to talk to Ishtar, elegant. Hamaz was the man who had received them, Ishtar's most loyal servant until now, and he received Belle with class and elegance. Sometimes this happened, that a person became interested in one of Ishtar's prostitutes and bought her, either forever or for a few days, usually people with a lot of money. Ishtar. What do I owe this visit to? Calmly. Belle. I think you can already imagine, but I'll answer whoever I want calmly and elegantly, when it would cost me Aisha Belka. Smiling. Belle had done some research on her and realized that she was a good person, so he would take her too, plus she was a friend of Harem. Ishtar was surprised at first by this, but thought it over quickly. Ishtar. She's my sub-captain, but I'll sell her to you for 1 million, don't worry. Belle. I understand, then I buy it, leaving a large amount of money on the table. Ishtar asked Tamaz to count it, and he did it quickly. Tamaz nodded his head, implying that they were real and all the payment. Ishtar. Okay, you'll be able to pick it up in a few minutes, don't worry. Belle. Actually, I would like some more, smiling. Ishtar. Who is it? Curious. Belle. If I am not mistaken, it's a Renard, smiling. Ishtar. Denied. It would be. Belle. Why not? You sold me your captain, so I don't see why a simple Renard is so much trouble. Relax. Ishtar couldn't deny that, but it wasn't like she was going to tell the boy her plans, and she couldn't deny his request because he was right. She was a Renard, and that's it. She wasn't even an executive of the family, and she herself sold her sub-captain, so a Renard was nothing. If she didn't sell to Belle, it would be very suspicious, and she knew who Belle was. She knew that he owned practically the entire entertainment district. Although before the Pleasure District earned 40% more than the Entertainment District, with Belle in charge now they earned exactly the same. This was a fight, a political fight. Who would win? Brothels or casinos? Ishtar thought things through quickly and only had one solution. Ishtar. She is something important for this family so I can't sell her, but I'll sell her to you for 3 days, just that, somewhat annoyed. In 4 days it would be a full moon, a day on which the sacrifice could only be made, so they would sell it for 3 days and return it to them during the day. At night they could make the sacrifice. Belle. That's more than perfect, smiling. Ishtar. At the tower exit you will be given your purchases and remember to return them to the Renard on the 4th day in the afternoon at the latest, it would be. Belle. Don't worry, I will, smiling. Belle left there with a smile and with a surprised Tiona and Tyan beyond belief. After waiting a bit, a more than happy Renard wagging her tail from side to side and a somewhat surprised Aisha arrived with some suitcases. Belle. You are mine from now on, follow me to your new home, smiling. Harem happily followed Belle and Aisha, surprised, only followed them with Tyan and Tiona in silence. When they arrived at the Twilight Mansion they went to Loki's office, where they found Freya and Loki talking about the plan. Next to them were the captains of their respective families. Belle. Hello Oka-san. Free. Smiling. Both greeted Belle. Belle. Well, the plan was a success, now you just need to do your thing. Free. Smiling. Freya. Don't worry, I was already thinking of taking care of Ishtar, but I didn't think it would be so soon. He. Smiling. The others were confused, trying to figure out what was happening. Belle saw this and began to explain to them, especially to Aisha and a very happy Harem. When Aisha saw Harem like that, she smiled. She really liked the Renard despite being so pure and innocent. Aisha. I see, thanks for this. Belle-sama, smiling. Belle. And don't tell me that. Nervous. Aisha. So you prefer master? Smiling. Belle just stayed silent, shaking his head. Harem thought the same thing as Aisha, but in a different way, and started saying that to Belle. Belle just shook his head, designating himself. Belle. Well, now Free, can I ask about the earring you gave me? Curious. Freya. It's your mother's. Belle, just put it on and you'll discover the rest yourself. Belle. Okay, but how do I get nervous? Freya realized something and shook her head at her own stupidity. Freya. Loki. Otter. Loki. I'll help you. Loki smiles. Otter, understanding, grabbed Belle in a bear hug and prevented him from moving. Belle could do little or nothing against the strength of a level 7 at the end of Otter's path. Freya grabbed Belle's left ear and Loki approached with a needle, smiling. Belle. Wait. Nervous. Loki pricked Belle's ear and a little blood came out, which he gently cleaned with a cloth. Belle moaned a little in pain but didn't complain much. Loki. There it is. Loki gave Belle a position in his wound instead of just healing, also left there the hole that Loki made with a needle that was bigger than a normal one. Belle. That hurt, rubbing his ear. Harem you Belle-sama, stroking Belle's head and hugging him. Belle. It's nice, letting Harem continue to pet his head and hug him. Freya watched this with a forced smile, trying to hold back her desire to kill the Renard. Belle. By the way, we have to go with Mikoto and Chigusa so you can talk to them. You want to see them again, right? Smiling. Harem just nodded a little, blushing, and Belle smiled. Belle was in front of some Chigusa and Mikoto, crying his eyes out while hugging a slightly tearful Harem. While that was happening, Welf was in front of Belle, apologizing repeatedly for abandoning him there in the pleasure district. Belle downplayed it and thanked Welf for helping him. As a thank you he gave Welf several kilos of adamantine. It was difficult to get them, but it was worth it. Welf took the adamantine in shock. When he reacted he hugged Belle Nahomo and thanked him for that. Some time had passed since then, and Belle and Welf agreed to meet another day to go to the dungeon. Belle was chatting animatedly with Mikoto, Chigusa and Harem about trivial things. It was fun to see how feared Harem was, it gave Belle tenderness. Mikoto. By the way, Belle. Why do you have a Renard tail and ears? Curious. Chigusa. It's true. Harem. It's not a Renard, surprised. Belle. I'm sorry to disappoint you Harem, but I'm not a Renard, this is my transformation magic, it also allows me to change my gender and race, smiling. Girls. Sugoi. Surprised. Harem. Belle-sama, could you maintain that form for the whole day today? Sorry. Belle. Of course. Smiling. Harem. Thank you. Smiling. Everyone smiled at how lively Harem was, they liked her way of being, she was like an angel, pure and innocent, as well as kind and caring. They continued talking for a while longer and Harem blushed and entwined her tail with Belle's. Belle didn't say anything but just responded. He didn't know that was something that only married couples or those who are going to get married of the Renard race do. But Harem did, and she was blushing a lot because of it. Neither Mikoto nor Chigusa noticed this, something Harem was grateful for. They continued talking for a while until Mikoto and Chigusa had to leave. Belle and Harem went to the Twilight Mansion and entered quietly. Belle went to her room, and Harem went to Loki's office to have him put his falna on her. Belle was quietly feeding Kangri and Yuki until he remembered that he hadn't updated his status in a while, also that he had to go talk to Aina and ask her permission to go deeper into the dungeon. Belle wanted a challenge, so he set out to reach the 15th floor alone and stay there for at least an hour. You can call it reckless, but Belle wanted a challenge, something that would make him feel that thrill for battle like when he killed the jagged Minotaur. Belle arrived at the guild where Aina, more than happy to see him, received him. Aina. Hello Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. As beautiful as ever Aina, good day, smiling. Aina blushed at that compliment. Aina. And you wouldn't really say that kind of thing so carelessly, you know, blushing. Belle. Why not? It's true, smiling. That of course brought out a deeper blush in Aina and made her blow smoke out of her head. Several looked at this strange interaction amused. Belle was a person who always brightened the day and made things happier. Belle and Ina went to a more private place to talk. Belle. You see, I want permission to go to the 15th floor at the latest. You know I'm already level 2 and I have a partner, so can I? Smiling. Ina. It's okay, but I recommend you look for another companion. Belle worried. Belle. Don't worry, sometimes someone else joins us, smiling. Ina. He really? Curious. Belle. Yes, her name is Yamato Mikoto, she's from the Take Mikazuchi family, she's level 2, smiling. Ina. Okay, in that case you have my permission to go to the 18th floor at most, only if you go with your other 2 companions. Okay, it would be. Belle. Don't worry, Ina-chan, I promise, smiling. Ina blushed but nodded shyly. Belle and Ina were talking about trivial things until Belle had to leave for different reasons, of course, not before kissing Ina's cheek, which was super red because of this. The others saw that and started to whistle and give them mischievous looks. Ina only blushed more at this. Belle. See you, Ina-san. Leaving. Ina just blushed and waved goodbye to Belle, then went back to work. Of course there were looks from her colleagues that made her blush more. Belle was in Loki's office, she was updating him on her status. Belle was impatient because it's been a while since she updated him. Loki. You never cease to amaze me, you know, surprised. Loki gave his status sheet to Belle and remained silent thinking about his things. Belle grabbed his status sheet and started reading it. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Loki. Statistics. Strength 422F. Resistance 430E. Skill 492E. Agility 512D. Magic 315F. Total 2171. Universal power 7166. Skills. AM Saichme equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once, but is unable to copy physical attributes. Magic. Tenkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Confuso equals the user is able to shape his mana into chains and use them at will. They are capable of sealing the enemy's magic if they catch him and are harder than mithril and adamantium. They can absorb mana and pass it to their user to heal him and restore his mana reserves. They can attack from a distance, protect and heal, sing, awaken divine chains. Confuso. Hyokutanda Sakudo equals ability that allows the user to increase their speed to higher levels. The more mana they use, the more speed they will have. Chant, give me the speed I crave. Hyokutanda Sakudo. Acquired skills. Trickster equals the user is able to lie to anyone including some gods. It also allows the user to detect the lies of others, grants a more strategic mind and more intelligence, allows the user to create illusions of all kinds. Belle. I have a new magic. Smiling. Loki remained silent. She remembered someone with Belle's copying ability and her speed boosting magic. An image of a silver-haired woman with one green eye and one gray eye came to mind. Very quiet, Loki couldn't help but relate Belle to Althea, but it couldn't be. Althea had an incurable disease and she never married or got pregnant. If she had gotten pregnant, her illness would have killed her after giving birth, so it couldn't be her. Loki remembered old events from the past. Until she remembered, a white-haired woman with red eyes came to her mind. It was Althea's sister, Beru. She remembered that she did have a son, but Zeus took him away and Loki could never see him. She was surprised to discover who were Belle's parents. Few including her knew about the relationship between the captain of the Zeus family and the captain of the Hera family, and only 4 people apart from the parents knew that Beru was pregnant. Loki. Belle, who was the one who raised you? Bella. It was my grandfather. I don't remember his name since I always called him Grandpa. There was also that strange lady. She had long pink hair, she had white skin and amber eyes. She looked a little old. I think she was at least 40. She came to the thing where I lived with my grandfather when she was 6 years old, remembering. Loki. I see, probably Hera and Zeus, who would think that the grandson of the god who worshipped heroes and good would now be the closest follower of the goddess of deception and killer of gods, smiling ironically. Belle. I'm going to try out my new magic, see you. Running away. Loki. Well, I think I have to talk to Finn about this. It'll be interesting. Smiling. Belle was in his room putting on his armor ambu. He grabbed his needles and poison, his white and red wakizaki, put on his mask and his new boots. He still hadn't chosen a name for them. Belle. I'm ready, smiling. Belle had taken off the Renart transformation for a moment, then when he returns he will put it back on. Belle ran towards the dungeon. A few minutes later Belle arrived and entered as if nothing had happened. Belle walked and walked, killing mounts as if nothing had happened with his shurikiba that was the name of his wakizaki. Suddenly a Minotaur appeared, and Belle killed it with 5 cuts. He remembered when he fought against the regular. It was fun but dangerous. Even so, Belle missed the feeling of fighting difficult battles. Belle was on the 15th floor. With a thrust he penetrated the head of a Minotaur. He jumped to the left and saw how in the place where he was now there was a stone axe being held by a Minotaur. Belle quickly went towards him and cut him in the leg. The Minotaur knelt down in a little pain which gave Belle enough time to cut off his arm and make a cut on the Minotaur's back. The Minotaur screamed in pain and quickly tried to hit Belle with his fist. Belle just dodged a blow to the right and finished off the Minotaur by connecting it in the middle. Another one appeared in front of him and tried to charge him. Belle with some difficulty grabbed the Minotaur's horns so that they wouldn't hurt him and began to stop the charge. The Minotaur was surprised because the white-haired man stopped his charge with his hands and it wasn't noticeable that he had put in much effort. Belle, who was still holding the Minotaur's horns, kneed him in the face. The Minotaur held his face in pain as he knelt down. Belle let go of his horns and lifted his leg up to his head, demonstrating how flexible he was. When the Minotaur raised his head, Belle lowered the door and gave the Minotaur an axe kick that caused him to nail the Minotaur's face to the floor. Belle buried his wakizashi in the Minotaur's neck and it disappeared into small particles and ashes. Belle started collecting all the magic stones that were around. In his gem bag he had all kinds of magic stones, from goblins to minotaurs. He also had orc and killer ant stones. He had one from a small wyvern that gave him a bit of a fight, and curiously, he didn't have any from an almrage. They just looked at him, greeted him and left. It was curious how Belle once followed them, and they treated him like another one of them. That hurt Belle's pride, but he was still grateful not to have to fight with an entire colony of almrage. Belle was walking on the 16th floor. In the end he got bored and went a little deeper into the dungeon. Belle walked calmly until a small group of Minotaurs appeared and Belle began to fight brutally with them. The Minotaurs weren't that special. What made combat difficult for Belle was that they were very well cordoned off. If one attacked and left an opening another would cover him and 2 others would direct attacks to places where Belle could go to dodge. That way they made things difficult for Belle. The Minotaur tried to cut Belle. He managed to dodge it and tried to impale him through an opening. But another Minotaur appeared and blocked the attack. When Belle was going to jump back, a Minotaur appeared from behind him and intensely slashed Belle. Belle narrowly avoided that cut. If it weren't for his flexibility and athletic body, that cut would probably have made his head tangled. Belle started to fight more seriously and tried to cut a Minotaur that was in front of him. Another Minotaur blocked it, but that didn't matter much to Belle. Belle, using his strength, grabbed the Minotaur by the face and slammed it into a wall, leaving it stunned. Belle managed to cut the Minotaur that tried to cut before and began to give it several cuts and stabs. Belle ducked out of nowhere and a blow passed over his head. Belle did a 360 turn and cut the 3 Minotaurs that were around him. One was destroyed by the cut, but the others were still alive. Belle lunged at one and stabbed him in the chest with his wakizaki. The Minotaur roared in pain and used ashes. The last Minotaur tried to escape, but Belle threw a needle with poison at him. Belle hit the Minotaur in a place where his skin is not very resistant so that the needle would not destroy him or bounce off. The Minotaur stood still after a few seconds that Belle took advantage of and cut off one of his arms. The Minotaur screamed in pain and wanted to hit Belle, but he was paralyzed. Belle simply cut off his head without showing any mercy. Belle. Phew. Sighing, I'm a little tired, but I can still fight a little longer, walking to the 17th floor. What Belle didn't know is that on the 17th floor was a boss, a monster Rex, more specifically, the Goliath. Belle walked through the 17th floor, but there was nothing, just an immense wall that he heard from some adventurers was called the Wailing Wall or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. Corrigan me my fans. Belle was walking confused to see the entire floor clear and without any monsters. He went towards the door that led to the 18th floor, but before arriving the wall began to crack enormously, showing a monster with a giant humanoid body. His eyes were covered by his somewhat long white hair. He had black skin and looked imposing. Belle did not know, but it was an irregular Goliath. Irregular Rex monsters are scarce, they appear very rarely, and very few survived. Goliath is a monster called level 4, that irregular was a level 5, Belle didn't know that, but he was in a lot of trouble. Belle didn't know what that was, but he wasn't skilled enough to defeat that thing. Belle had to run. He tried to return to the 16th floor, but the Goliath hit the entrance, destroying it. With the entrance covered in rocks blocking his way, Belle had no choice but to try to reach the entrance of the 18th floor or defeat the Goliath. In a way this excited him. This was a challenge he was looking for. That monster was too much for him. He knew he couldn't defeat it, but if he escaped alive from it, then despite having escaped, Belle could proudly say that he survived that monster. Belle prepared himself, put away his wakizaki and took out his twin blades, Yumi and Akari. Belle. What are you waiting for? screaming. The Goliath shouted in response, and with his gigantic fist that was the size of a bell he tried to hit him. Belle jumped quickly and saw how the fist badly cracked the place where he was. Belle quickly climbed onto the Goliath's fist. Belle quickly began to run down the Goliath's arm. The Goliath jerked sharply to try to throw Belle. Belle buried his knives in the Goliath's arm and held on tight. The Goliath, seeing this, tried to hit Belle with his other hand. Belle quickly stepped aside, and the Goliath hit himself in the arm. The Goliath roared in pain from his own blow. Belle, seeing this, came up with a simple and hopefully effective strategy. Belle quickly started running when he saw that the Goliath began to rain blows. Belle was barely dodging. A blow was about to be launched, but showing off his agility and speed, Belle quickly jumped in the air. The Goliath's blow hit his leg, but didn't damage him. His armor received a small scratch. The Goliath with his other fist tried to hit Belle, who was in the air. Goliath thought that in the air, he would not be able to dodge it. Belle didn't know what to do. Seeing the fist headed towards him in the air, he quickly thought what to do, until he remembered. Flashback. Little Belle was watching a girl with red hair and snake eyes. She was killing monsters as if it were nothing with her fists. Suddenly an orc appeared and tried to hit her. She jumped and avoided the blow, but she didn't count on the orc trying to hit her in the air with his other hand. Belle watched in horror as the orc was about to hit the girl. The girl was also surprised by this, but quickly gave a wild smile, and surprisingly, despite the blow, she veered in the air to the left. The blow passed by her side, grazing her arm. She smiled proudly and hit him in the jaw as hard as she could. The blow managed to tear the orc's head off. Belle looked at this fascinated. He had never seen someone so powerful. His techniques and strength were amazing. Belle began to admire her in secret, but accidentally stepped on a twig. The girl turned towards his direction and disappeared. Belle thought he had helped her, but the girl appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. "Who are you?" It would be Belle. I'm Belle Crabble, scared. "What are you doing here, brats?" It would be Belle. I was looking for some medicinal herbs, and I found you killing monsters," he said, scared, and the last thing he said with a sparkle in his eyes. The red-haired girl was surprised by that, but kept her face serious. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Belle. "Why should I?" Curious. "I'm hideous, my eyes are like a snake's, and I'm very aggressive. No one is my friend because of that." Sad. Belle. "But you're very beautiful, and I love your eyes, plus you're incredible. You killed all those monsters by yourself. It was amazing." Smiling innocently. The red-haired girl was surprised again, but without realizing it, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Review. Belle. Confused. Revis. "My name is Revis," smiling. Belle. "Nice to meet you, Revis-chan," smiling. Revis. "Nice to meet you, Belle-kun," smiling. Belle. Hey, you're my first friend. See, can you teach me how to do those incredible movements?" Fascinated. Revis. Ha, of course, but I warn you it won't be easy," smiling. Belle. "I'll try my best, Revis-chan." Smiling. "I want to be a hero. One who will save you whenever you're in danger." Sounds like innocent. Jackie A. I see, then I hope you train hard to protect me," smiling, stroking Belle's head. Belle. "You'll see that they will. I promise you right here that I will always protect you, and if one day we separate, I will look for you and protect you, even if I have to give my life." Hugging Revis. Revis. "I see. Thank you, my hero," smiling with some tears, also embracing him. Belle didn't notice them because he was a little blushing because Revis had told him and because he had inadvertently hugged Revis, but he reciprocated the hug. Revis. "Come on, we have to train you, right?" Smiling. Belle. "Hi." Smiling. That day Belle made his first promise as a hero and also to his dear friend. Then flashback. Belle smiled, and just as Revis turned in the air in a precise and elegant manner, the Goliath tried to crush him with his foot. Belle had an image of Revis dodging an orc step with a 360 turn and making a big cut to the orc with the force of this one. Belle used the same and dodged the orc's foot with a 360 turn. Belle grabbed his wakizashi and placed it so that when the Goliath stepped on that place, the wakizaki would also be stuck. The Goliath didn't realize this and ended up stabbing himself with the wakizaki. He roared in pain and tried to kick Belle, but was surprised when he moved very slowly and clumsily. Belle, seeing this, smiled mockingly at the Goliath, who had impregnated the blade of his wakizaki with paralyzing poison, the most powerful he had. Belle quickly, with his shichilos in both hands, began to climb the Goliath's back. The Goliath was barely shaking off trying to throw Belle. Seeing that he was not achieving anything, Goliath tried to crush Belle's back against the wall. Belle noticed this and quickly began to climb the Goliath. When he was close to being crushed, Belle jumped towards the wall and did a somersault. Belle slammed his legs into the wall. Belle resisted the urge to scream and quickly pushed himself off the wall and jumped towards the Goliath. Just as the Goliath jumped, he crashed into the wall, believing that Belle was still on his back or on the wall, and that he crushed him. The Goliath didn't realize that Belle managed to save himself, and when he tried to verify it, Belle, with a wild smile and wild eyes identical to those of a certain red-haired tamer, appeared near his neck. The Goliath believed that he would try to cut his neck and kill him, so he quickly put his left hand on the back of his neck, trying to make Belle cut his arm and not his neck. Great was his surprise when Belle continued on his way, his blades getting closer and closer to the Goliath's eyes. Bri-I-I. The Goliath groaned in pain as Belle, instead of cutting his left hand, pierced his eyes with both blades. Belle had blinded the Goliath. He knew that the Goliath would think he was going to try to cut off his neck and would protect his neck. Belle would take advantage of that and cut out his eyes, and guess what, the plan worked. Belle smiled even more wildly when he saw that his plan worked. Belle fell to the floor, rolling to try to minimize the pain of the fall. Belle grimaced in pain, but didn't remove his wild smile. He quickly went straight to the Goliath, who was holding his eyes in pain. Belle headed towards the back of the Goliath and went towards his legs. The Goliath didn't notice him because of the pain he was feeling. Belle reached the left leg and with his two knives, made a cut to disable the tendons of the Goliath's left leg, quickly with a speed that was twice that of Belle's, appeared on the other leg and repeated the process of cutting the Goliath's leg. The Goliath roared in pain at this and abruptly fell to the floor. He gave himself a tremendous slap that not even my mother gave me one so strong when I was little. The Goliath felt something walking on top of him, and it was Belle who was walking on the back of the Goliath, cutting and doing all the damage he asked for in this. Belle was too fast, his speed had doubled, he was no match for Ace's speed, much less with his wind magic at half power, but he was still fast. Belle was heading for the Goliath's neck to try to cut it off. The Goliath knew that Belle was planning, and with his right and left hand he protected his neck. The Belle that didn't matter much. Belle with his blades quickly made cuts left and right, cutting the Goliath's hands quickly. He was doing all kinds of cuts. By Iger. Belle and Goliath screamed. In the end, Goliath's hands exploded in blood, and Belle slashed at the back of Goliath's neck. Goliath, who had already healed somewhat from the paralyzing poison, thanks to his rapid regeneration, used his head back and hit Belle, and sent him flying by force. The Goliath began to breathe heavily as he tried with all his might to increase his regeneration in order to kill Belle, the sap who should not be trusted or he would end up dead. Belle saw this and panicked. He couldn't allow the Goliath to regenerate. Cutting its skin cost Belle a lot. Its skin was extremely hard, and it took a lot of effort for him to cut the Goliath. If he let it regenerate, he would die. He couldn't use his chains because he had used them for a while to kill the orcs of floor 11, plus his mana was already somewhat low, and his chains could only hold him back. They weren't sharp enough to pierce his skin. Belle needed to be fast, more than ever, to be able to kill the Goliath before it regenerates. At that moment something in Belle's mind clicked, and he remembered a magic he had related to speed. Belle. Tell me I still have one, even if it's just one, searching his bag. Belle smiled and took out a luminous green elixir from his bag. He was grateful that it hadn't been broken during the fight and drank it quickly. Belle Sinto felt like his reserves from May were at 80% and smiled. He also felt his strength restored, and he was ready for another round. Belle. The more mana I release, the faster I'll be, huh? Let's see what speed I can reach. Smiling wildly. Belle. Give me the speed I crave, Kyokutana Sakudo. After Desiree said those words, a giant sky blue wind appeared and began to push everyone in its path. The Goliath even knelt down from the pressure of the wind. That magic was very similar to Ace's wind magic, only one thing changed, and that was that this one was much more powerful. Belle disappeared in a blink of an eye with a speed exceeding that of a level 5 adventurer. Belle had an abnormal speed for his level. Bri-I-I. The Goliath screamed in pain, and multiple wounds of abnormal sizes appeared on his body. Thanks to Belle's speed, his strength also increased thanks to the increase in momentum he had due to his speed. Thanks to that, he managed to cut the Minotaur all over the body with ease. Belle quickly put away his knives and grabbed his wakizashi that was previously at the Goliath's foot, but which he retrieved thanks to his speed. Belle remembered Chad, who was training with Akame, and she taught him the waning moon cut. That was the name Belle gave it. It was a vertical cut that released a wave of wind in the shape of a waning moon, capable of cutting steel as if it were butter. The problem was that this put a lot of strain on the blade of the weapon. Belle's wakizaki managed to withstand the load, but ended up with a horrible crack in the middle of the blade. One more cut, and the blade would break. Belle carefully put away the wakizashi and took out its blades. The waning moon cut horribly cut the Goliath's chest. The Goliath screamed in pain and held his chest with his hand, which was halfway down and regenerating rapidly. Belle, seeing this, decided not to play anymore and disappeared in a celestial blink. Belle appeared at the back of the Goliath's neck and cut as deep as he could into the Goliath's neck. The Goliath let out another roar of pain and knelt down, beginning to disappear into ashes from that last blow. Belle fell to the ground, breathing heavily, using his extreme speed technique, spent his mana reserves, almost leaving him at zero mind. Despite only using it for about 30 seconds, he used it at full power. His reserves that thanks to the elixir were at 80% were now at 3%. Belle was breathing heavily as she watched the Goliath disappear and leave behind a magic stone that was half the size of Belle. Belle just breathed raggedly as he looked at his knives Yami and Akari. They were very damaged by this fight. It looked like they would barely last another fight. Belle just put them away and got up with difficulty. He didn't know about the Goliath on the 17th floor, but he did know that on the 18th floor there was a city. If he wasn't mistaken, its name was Rivera. It was a rest place in the dungeon. Belle, with his last strength, grabbed the Goliath's magic stone with both hands and went to the 18th floor. Time skip. Belle was on top of a tree looking at the city of Rivera. Well, he saw 5 medium quality elixir potions that he bought. They cost 3 times what some on the surface go, but he assumed it was because of the difficulty of bringing them to this place to sell them. Belle just took the 2 quickly and felt his strength increasing. He knew this was wrong because in the end he would have serious physical exhaustion and that he probably wouldn't get out of bed for a long time. Belle just sighed and saw the Goliath stone a meter away from him. Belle got down from the tree and grabbed the stone. He started walking towards the surface. He doesn't want to worry his family. Belle, back to the surface, used some knives that were sold on the riverbank of average quality. He would only use them once, so it didn't matter if they broke. They were just to not give more load to his blades. And his Wakazaki, something to add, is that the blades were devilishly expensive. They were worth a top quality armor made by the best warriors of the Hephaestus family. That was too much. Belle just started to add things up in his head and was thankful that he had never spent a lot of the money he had saved from the casinos. Somehow, even the author doesn't know how, Belle rose to the surface and carried the stone from the irregular Goliath, killing mounts that stood in his way. Time skip. Belle stood at the entrance of the Loki family mansion and entered as if nothing had happened. It should be noted that Belle spent a whole day in the dungeon, alone surrounded by monsters, and he fought against an irregular Rex monster. That's right, Belle was too drunk to be able to do all that and survive. Belle barely opened the door and saw several members looking at him in surprise. His Anbu armor was a mess, it looked in very bad condition, and his mask had a crack in the middle and was missing some pieces. His armor was stained with blood and was all dirty. Something that surprised them quite a bit was that he was carrying a dark-colored stone with red tones the size of half Belle. It was a stone from a Rex monster. They knew that, and they were surprised to see him carrying one. They could easily know that it was Belle who fought him. But they wondered who were the ones who helped him, since a level 2 couldn't alone count a level 4 Rex monster, right? Belle was in Loki's office and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Come in. It was Hurt on the other side. Belle opened the door and saw the executives and captains of the Loki family. They were Tyan, Tiona, Riveria, Finn, Gareth, Bet, Aze and Loki. Loki? Belle. What happened to you? Worried. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Belle took off his mask, which was on its last legs, and sat down with difficulty on a chair that was nearby. Finn. Belle, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Serious. Belle. A monster, smiling with satisfaction. Riveria. Why are you smiling if I left you like that? Worried. Belle. Why did I kill the bastard? Smirking. Belle was not one of those who were arrogant or boastful, but he did feel great satisfaction in telling his achievement of killing a monster like that alone. Loki. What monster was Belle? Serious. Finn was intrigued by what monster could do that to an adventurer with a power that didn't match his level. Belle. I don't know, I only know that it was on the 17th floor and it was a giant monster, smiling. Finn. Belle. You fought a Rex monster? Surprised. Belle. I don't know, I just know that he was giant and powerful. Calm down. Finn. Belle, the Rex monsters are bosses that the adventurers defeat together. The one you faced was the first boss, Goliath. He is a gray-skinned monster that reaches 7 meters in height and is very powerful. Seriously. Belle. Really? The one I fought with was different, thinking. Gareth. How different? Belle. He was black with white hair, he was at least 14 meters tall and had monster strength, also monstrous regeneration, thinking. Tyan. That was an irregular. Surprised. Everyone was surprised by this. The few times an irregular Goliath appeared it was a pain in the ass. Finn fought one when he was level 4 and almost died because of it. He withdrew from the fight and then came back healed with Riveria and Gareth level 4-2 to kill the Goliath. It was an intense fight that they could barely pull off. Finn. Belle, who was teaming up with you? How many did it take to kill the Goliath? Seriously. Belle. None. Calm. Everyone. Riveria. What do you mean? Confused. Belle. I killed him alone. I wanted a challenge for myself, so I went to the dungeon without anyone to accompany me. I didn't know that on the 17th floor the Goliath appeared, so I entered. When I saw the Goliath I tried to escape, but he blocked the exit. My only option was to fight, and so I did. Belle began to tell them in detail how he fought Goliath. He said everything in detail, without leaving anything out. Belle. And in the end he released his gem in this, somehow taking out that not even I, who am the author, knows, 2 Goliath tusks and a black Goliath skin. The others were stupefied by what they heard. They had just heard how a level 2 defeated an irregular Rex mount of minimum level 5 and made it sound in such a simple way that it was scary. Finn. Loki. Turned to see her. Loki shook his head, stating that Belle hadn't lied about anything he said, which only increased the surprise of the others. Onanana, you said you used a speed boost magic, right? Curious. Belle. Hi, calm. Bet. Use it, seriously. Belle. Give me a break, sighing. Belle stood up and thanks to the position he took on the 18th floor. Belle. Give me the speed I crave, Kayakutana Sakudo. At that moment Belle was surrounded by a sky blue wind similar to Aze's and appeared next to Tiona in a second. Everyone was surprised by this because his speed was that of a level 5, he did not surpass Aze, but for his level it was too much. Loki JN, let's update your status, would be. Belle A. It's okay Oka-san, standing up and going to Loki's bed. Loki began to update Belle's status and everyone could see his back and his skirt. Of course only Riveria understood what he was saying, although only a little. Loki. This. Is impossible, in shock. Loki gave Belle his status sheet and Belle was quite surprised by what he saw. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level. 2. Family Loki. Statistics. Strength 629C. Resistance 682C. Skill 711B. Agility 790B. Magic 644C. Total 3456. Universal power 8471. Skills. AM Saichme equals skill that gives the user 10 times faster growth than average. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once but is unable to copy physical attributes. Magic. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Confuso equals the user is able to shape his mana into chains and use them at will. They are capable of sealing the enemy's magic if they catch him and are harder than mithril and adamantium. They can absorb mana and pass it to their user to heal him and restore his mana reserves. They can attack from a distance, protect and heal, sing, awaken divine chains. Confuso. Ayakutana Sakudo equals magic that allows the user to increase their speed to higher levels. The more mana they use the more speed they will have. Chant, give me the speed I crave. Kayakutana Sakudo. Acquired skills. Trickster equals the user is able to lie to anyone including some gods. It also allows the user to detect the lies of others, grants a more strategic mind and more intelligence, allows the user to create illusions of all kinds. Giant Slayer equals this skill gives the user a drastic increase in their abilities when fighting giant or boss type monsters. L. I'm admin, smiling. Loki. Huh. Finn. Huh. The others. A. L. Cut. Take 2. Author. Don't break the fourth wall V, fix it quickly. Assistance. Hi. Fixing. Author. Now, take 2. And don't let it happen again. Take 2. L. I thought at least I would level up, sad. Loki. You're close but not yet, smiling. L. Well, I'll go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll do the attack, right? Seriously. Loki. Yes, rest. We'll need you at 100% just in case. Oh, don't be surprised, right? Smiling. L. What do you mean? Confused. Loki. From now on you'll have a roommate, smiling. L. Who? Confused. Loki. You'll know when you see her, for now go rest. Loki smiles. L. Hi, leaving. Loki. So what? Are they just going to stand there like idiots or what? Looking at the others in his office. Aze. You said I'd level up soon, right? In shock. Loki yep, simple. That only made the shock of the others even stronger and they opened their mouths in shock. Loki. If you don't close your mouths, flies will get in, smiling. Riveria. Who is her partner? Kashina mode. Aze. Fourth dark. Loki. Who knows, smiling Loki. Belle was walking calmly towards his room. Belle opened the door and was surprised. It was Harem arranging her clothes as if she were a maid. Belle. Oh. You're my partner for sure now, smiling. Harem eh? Belle-sama, how was your day? Smiling. Belle. Do you really want to know? Smiling. Harem hi. Smiling. Belle. I killed a Rex monster by myself. Smiling. Harem. Sugoi is impressive, Belle-sama. Surprised and with a sparkle in her eyes. Anyone could say that Belle lies, but Harem blindly trusts Belle, and she also knows that Belle rarely lies, and that is to protect others in a certain way. Harem listened attentively to the story of how Belle explained that he defeated the Goliath. She was excited to hear this while moving her tail from side to side. Belle. Haru-chan, it's not that it bothers me, but why were you arranging my clothes? Curious. Harem. WLT, that's me, nervous. Harem couldn't say that she rummaged through Belle's clothes and started smelling them, much less that she kept some clothes that she thought Belle wouldn't notice. When she finished, she started folding the clothes that she didn't keep, but Belle appeared at that moment. Harem. It's the least I could do after he saved me and Aisha from Ishtar-sama, smiling, hiding her nerves. Belle. Oh, I see, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, smiling. Harem. Don't worry, I like helping much more if it's you, smiling, blushing. Haru. Confused. Belle. You don't want me to call you that. Curious. Harem. And it doesn't bother me, blushing. Belle. Okay. I love you, Haru. Hugging her. Harem blushed deeply while not reciprocating Belle's hug. Harem. Come, prepare your bed, you have to rest, Belle-sama, smiling. Belle hi, thanks Haru-chan, smiling. Harem. It's nothing, yawning. Belle. It seems you're sleepy too, yeah. Henkin, transforming into his Renart version, now yes, carrying Harem bridal style. Harem blushing. Belle laid Harem down on his bed and then he lay down next to her. Belle hugged Harem and covered them both. Harem blushed at this but hugged Belle, both intertwined their tails and slept comfortably. Harem was pressed against Belle's chest and Belle was hugging Harem's waist. Both slept peacefully. Tomorrow would be the day of the attack and he would have to be at 100%. End. The Attack and the Date Chapter 14. Belle was waking up as if nothing had happened in his bed. He saw that in front of him was Harem, sleeping tenderly. Belle stood up and put on his armor assassin, grabbing his silver knives and his needles and poison. Already enlisted, he left food for Yuki and Kangri and went to Loki's office. Talk talk. Pass. Belle entered the office and closed the door carefully. He saw Loki and Finn inside, looking at some plans of the pleasure district. Belle. Point here, pointing to a route on the map. Through there we can enter and exit without being discovered, pointing with a marker. Finn just did what was asked and the three of them started planning together. Loki. Okay JN, Freya and I decided how we're going to do this. First you'll go incognito to the pleasure district and put a few bombs that will destroy its wall. When the explosion passes, you'll quickly go through the escape route and come to the front with us. Once this is done, Freya will attack from the front and we'll go from the rear. We'll face her captain and once defeated we'll kill Ishtar. We already have information about betrayal and some more things about Ishtar, smiling. Belle. Perfect, but before that, I have to go see Hephaestus-sama, smiling nervously. Loki. Why? Curious. Belle. Well, in my fight against Goliath my knives were seriously damaged, nervous. Finn and Uwakazaki. Curious. Belle. Almost broke, sorry. Both? Oh. Belle bueno bye. Time skip. Belle was in front of Hephaestus who was looking at his weapons in detail. Hephaestus. They are badly damaged but can still be repaired, looking at Belle. Belle. One more thing, nervous. Hephaestus. What is it? Curious. Belle. How much would it cost me to make them Durandal, seriously? Hephaestus. They are already made weapons so that makes them more difficult, but it can be done. Each one would cost you 100,000 valis. It would be, do you have enough money? Belle. Yes please, giving him a briefcase. Hephaestus opened the briefcase and saw 500,000. That was all it cost to repair and add Durandal to Belle's weapons. His silver blades already had it so no problem there. Hephaestus only registered the money and verified that it was real. Hephaestus. That's all very well, smiling. Belle. Thank you very much Hephaestus-sama, send my regards to Welf, smiling. Hephaestus. Sure, smiling. Belle left there quickly and went to the Lady of Abundance. Belle hello, nervous. All the girls turned to look at him in different ways, but the most important ones, Sir and Ryu, looked at him with love. Anya went to tell Mamma Mia, while the others chatted animatedly with Belle about anything and everything. Mamma Mia arrived with a dark aura that assisted Belle. My mom. Don't think that by buying me this, taking out Belle's gift, you're saved from your punishment, smiling maliciously. Belle? Scared. My mom. Anya. Anya? At your service, Naya, smiling pervertedly. Anya grabbed Belle by the back and dragged him towards her room. Sir and Ryu Ivan tried to intervene, but Mamma Mia denied them entry. In Anya's room only cries for help and pleas could be heard. In the end they saw Rini-chan come out in a very erotic maid outfit, super blushing. Rini? I curse them, hiding. My mom. Our sales dropped a lot because of your absence, now put that on, and you'll work like that for a week, it would be. Rini? Hi, Lagrimas and I'm. Rini got to work at that moment, even though it was barely 2 p.m. The fertility hostess was soon filled with people who looked at Rini with passive eyes, some tried to touch her and etc., others left her a tip even if she didn't serve them. A lot of tips. Rini was running around all day waiting tables and serving things. Flashback. Rini was on the fertility hostess's floor while looking at the floor where there were several valets, her pay for the day, they had already closed a few minutes ago, and my mom forced her to clean the entire bar. The others looked at him with a little pity. Rini? My pride, they just took it away from me, crying and I'm. My mom? And you better get ready because you'll have to work like this all week, it would be. Rini? Hi. I'm Skip. Belle was in the Twilight Mansion while he was resting, in a few hours there would be an invasion of the Pleasure District. Belle had his silver blades and his armor assassin at hand. He would be the one to silently initiate the attack, so he had to be completely ready. Belle is receiving a lap pillow from Riviera while the girls were looking at Riviera with jealousy. Belle Riviera-chan, tomorrow, what do you think if we have the date we promised, smiling. Riviera? I would love to, kissing him. That only increased the girls' jealousy towards Riviera. At that moment, but a campaign throughout the Twilight Mansion. Belle. It's about time, seriously. Everyone became serious and went to different places, some to prepare or go to their positions. Belle put on his assassin hood and ran to where Loki was at the underground entrance to the Pleasure District. Belle. Is everything ready? Seriously. Loki. All that's left is for you to infiltrate and give the signal, Loki smiles, here, giving him his falcon skin. Belle. Well, here we go. Jumping as they transform into a falcon. Belle Hawk flew quickly and stealthily, the problem was that he is white in his hawk form and it is nighttime, so he was not very stealthy, let's say. But with the power of the author. Nobody saw Belle, they just thought it was a normal falcon, and that was it. Belle. Haven't you seen me? And I'm Droplet. Belle alone and approached the wall and transformed. Belle okay here we go. Belle began to put some strange papers with magic circles on the wall, courtesy of Riviera, and put them in order so that when one is lit, it creates a chain relationship and destroys a good part of the wall. Riviera called them explosive seals, but they were very difficult to make, only Riviera could do it thanks to her intertwined magic that only she could do. Belle Adjuatber. Igniting the first explosive seal. The seal began to glow rapidly and an explosion occurred. Followed by another and another and another and another. The Ishtar family was more than confused, including Ishtar herself. Ishtar looked out the window and saw her wall that separated the Pleasure District from the other districts in places. She saw a large number of adventurers with a logo of a Valkyrie and a jester coming in and destroying everything. Ishtar was surprised, it was Loki and Freya's family. Ishtar got angry but also scared. He was under attack from the two strongest families in Orario, and to make matters worse, he had no support from Kali or Evilus, nor did he have his secret weapon, the Renart, that was bought for a few days by a white-haired millionaire, very similar to the adventurer of the Loki family. Ishtar? Shit. They knew about my plan. That's why they bought the Renart and planned an attack with Freya. Angry and surprised. Belle was releasing explosive seals everywhere, houses were exploding or burning, while Belle looked like he was having a picnic. Suddenly Belle saw a house taller than the others where there were many Amazons, it was a fortress where they watched and gave orders. There were very few Amazons because most were fighting or giving support against the Loki and Freya family who were attacking them. Belle took advantage of this and left several explosive seals on the first floor. Belle walked away as if nothing had happened, whistling as he lit the seal. Hum. Hum. Boom. Low explosion sounded, signaling the executives and captains of both families to attack as well. Ishtar soon found herself cornered and sent her captain to fight, her sub-captain stupidly sold her out, so she could only send her captain and executives. Tamiz saw this nervously, they didn't know what to do in this situation. Both saw their doom as inevitable. Ishtar? Everyone attack. Let's protect the rear. Gooish. The wall behind Ishtar was destroyed and there appeared Finn, Riviera, Gareth, Ace, Otter, Alan and Hogni. The hideous woman with the appearance of an incredibly ugly toad that would make anyone vomit stood in front of Ace with an incredibly angry face. Horrid woman, I don't remember her name v. Face my sword princess. Angry. Ace just went against her and they started fighting in a battle where Ace had the advantage. Ishtar began to fight hard with her twin axes and tried to cut Ace repeatedly, which none of her cuts could hit her because Ace's sword, desperate, blocked all of her cuts with ease. Ace saw Belle out of the corner of his eye and wanted to go with him, but the hideous woman wouldn't let him. Before they could say anything, Otter appeared and stopped the toad woman. Otter. Go, I'll stop him here, seriously. Ace just nodded and left there following Belle. Toad woman. Damn. You sons of that bitch Freya. She doesn't compare at all to me who am beautiful, Ishtar-sama is too, but she doesn't compare to me, pointing at herself, that hideous free. The hideous toad woman fell silent as Otter began to emanate an aura of death around her hair stood on end, and her eyes turned red as she bared her teeth in an angry grimace and looked at Ishtar as if she wanted to kill her, which was true. Ishtar? Yes, I hope. Otter? Nobody. Insults. Freya-sama. Cutting the toad woman's hideous face in half. Belle was running through the pleasure district which was on fire and it was total chaos. Ace Belle. Running towards him. Belle. Hello Ace, smiling. Ace. Hello, smiling, I'll go there and support the others in this war, smiling. Belle. Yes, you see, smiling. Ace used her wind magic and quickly went to support her other companions. Belle. I wish I was that fast, wait. That's it. Smiling while thinking of something. Belle. It's just a theory, but let's see if it works. Smiling, awaken divine chains confuso. 2 chains came out of Belle's lower back and quickly went towards a very high wall and pulled Belle towards the wall. Belle had used them as a hook to go faster, Levi style. Belle. Oh yeah. Smiling with amusement. Belle quickly went to help and when he arrived he saw several members of his third-class family who were cornered by Amazons who doubled their number. Belle quickly went and began to hit and absorb the energy of the Amazons while he delighted in seeing their almost naked bodies and others who were naked because they were with some clients and had to go out to help unexpectedly and did not have time to put on their clothes. Belle. Thanks Author-sama, and I'm tears. Author thumbs up. When Belle finished the massacre and delight, he turned to see his family members with a serious face but with a threat of blood that betrayed his perversions. Belle. Go to the northern district and help there, seriously. Belle left there using his chains while the other members looked at him with admiration and quickly went to support the district that Belle told them. Belle was running while knocking out and fighting some Amazons until he saw that in the southern district, a giant beam of light appeared that destroyed some blocks, circles of fire, beams of light, explosions, etc. also appeared. Belle. It seems that Ishtar suffered Free's wrath, and I'm drop. Belle started running and saw several members of his family in a mini-camp while some were resting and others were healing. Belle saw Loki celebrating and drinking alcohol with other members. Belle. I want some of that. Grabbing the bottle and drinking from it, let's celebrate. Raising his arm comically. Yes. Was the shout that was heard resonating from the adventurers of the Loki family. Belle was lying in his room at the Twilight Mansion, at his sides were Harem and Akame hugging their arms against their chests while looking at each other with rivalry. Belle. Can I at least organize my things and get my clothes ready? Nervous. Akame. Stop. Confused. Belle. Oh. Tomorrow I have a date with Riveria, smiling. F in chat by bellcranel. Harem Belle-sama, smiling. Akame. Why didn't you tell us that? Smiling innocently. Belle. Ouch. Feeling like Harem and Akame were pinching him, hee. Nervous. Akame Harem. Belle. Help. Upset. That day Belle felt true terror. Belle was knocked out on his bed while Akame and Harem hugged him like he was a pillow. Akame and Harem just fell asleep while hugging Belle as hard as they could. The next morning. Belle was near a fountain in the center of the Love District. At dinner Belle told Riveria the details of how her date would be. Belle was dressed in white dress pants and a white jacket with black shoes. He had a black shirt and a red tie. Belle was looking at the sky while reviewing what he would do today with Riveria. He was deep in thought until a voice brought him out of it. Am I interrupting something? Said a funny and elegant voice. Belle turned his dress from the flight and saw Riveria wearing a long dress that had a long slit on the left side of the skirt, it was red with golden tones and showed a little of her cleavage, she had her hair up in a braid behind her ear beautifully, black semi-transparent stockings and red and gold heels. Belle. How beautiful, stunned. Riveria. Hee, you flatter me, you also look very handsome, smiling flirtatiously. Belle. Well, not as much as you, may I? Extending his hand. Riveria. With pleasure, taking Belle's hand. Belle and Riveria walked arm in arm and went to a luxurious restaurant where it was obvious that it was very expensive. Riveria. Isn't it very expensive? Belle. I own all the casinos, I can afford this I think, smiling nervously. Riveria. If you say so, shaking her head in amusement. Belle and Riveria were served and taken to their tables where Belle and Riveria ordered their dishes. Unnecessary information. Belle ordered a lobster with cinnamon rolls accompanied by a fine wine for himself and Riveria ordered grilled fish with shrimp. Riveria. It's delicious, smiling. Belle. True. Wait until dessert is the best, smiling. Belle and Riveria were talking about trivial things while laughing until the waiter arrived with a cheesecake. Those who don't know what it is, look for it. Belle and Riveria grabbed the forks and grabbed a piece. Belle had an idea and smiled. Belle Riveria of giving him the piece. Riveria blushed and ate the piece of dessert and loved it. Riveria. It's delicious, tasting it. Belle. I told you so, smiling. Riveria. Now you say giving her a piece of dessert. Belle a little blushed. Belle ate the piece of dessert and savored it, he loved that dessert, it was delicious. Belle and Riveria were eating dessert and of course there was no shortage of hints or flirting. Riveria. It's over, sad looking at the empty plate where the cheesecake used to be. Belle. Yeah. Seeing that Riveria had a bit of cheesecake on her lips, Riveria came closer a little, smiling. Riveria was confused but approached Belle. Belle approached Riveria and kissed her while with her tongue, she removed the remains of cheesecake from Rivera's lips. How delicious, smiling. Riveria blushed obviously and began to stutter like a lovesick schoolgirl. Belle. It's fun to see you acting like that, smiling amusedly. Riveria bad, making a very adorable pout. Belle blushed with a small trickle of blood coming out of his nose, that was beautiful, Belle thought. Grandfather, Zeus. These are the pleasures of the good life, smiling proudly. Belle. Confused. Riveria. What's going on? Confused. Belle. Nothing, smiling, come on, there's still a lot of the date left, getting up. Riveria smiled, stood up and put Belle's arm between her breasts. It should be said that Belle noticed that they were a little bigger. Everyone in the restaurant also started to get up when they noticed that the muse had changed to a more romantic one. The waiters quickly removed the tables in the center, revealing a rather large dance floor. Everyone started to go and dance slowly and beautifully. Belle. May I? Extending his hand while kneeling on the floor. Riveria. Delighted, smiling happily. Belle and Riveria headed to the center of the dance floor and Belle grabbed her left hand with his and placed his right hand on her hip. Riveria placed her right hand on her neck. They both began to dance in a precise and elegant manner. Many looked at them with admiration, they looked like royalty, they danced elegantly and without problems, it was beautiful in everyone's eyes. Belle. This is fun, smiling. Riveria. I believe it, approaching Belle. Belle also started to approach Riveria and they gave each other a tender kiss. The music ended at that moment and the people who were there began to applaud Riveria and Belle. Belle and Riveria realized what they did and blushed, both just bowed a little and went to sit again. The waiter brought them the bill. Belle. Well, it's more than I thought, but I can pay for it, smiling nervously. Riveria. How much was it? Curious. Belle. Let's just say it cost more than you imagine, nervous. Riveria. Okay, shaking her head while smiling, what do you think if we go to the Twilight Mansion, I have a gift for you, flirty. Belle just blushed but nodded, paid for the food and left with a very flirtatious Riveria who was very attached to him on the way. Once they arrived, the few members of the Loki family who were still awake looked at them in surprise. Belle and Riveria went to Riveria's room, where as soon as they entered, Riveria closed the room and put a silencing spell on it. Everything that was heard inside the room would not be heard outside the room. Lemon skipped. Belle and Riveria, quite tired, lay down on Riveria's bed and gave each other a kiss that, unlike the others, was a tender one. Riveria. I love you, smiling. Belle. I know, smiling stupidly. Riveria just smiled amused by Belle's nonsense, it was really funny to be honest. Riveria hugged Belle's chest while Belle hugged her waist and they fell asleep Delia mind without noticing yet all the mess they made. Oh yeah, tomorrow they will have to clean the blanket several times. End. Foxy Love and Mama's Earring Chapter 15. Belle was in the dining room of the Twilight Mansion. Yesterday he had his business with Riveria, he was eating with Akame and Harem, the three of them were talking about trivial things. Well, Belle was listening to their stories of both in the Far East and how it was since both were from the Far East. Belle. Oh, I'd like to learn a martial art, they sound amazing, with a sparkle in his eyes. Harem. Belle-sama, if you want I can bring you a book about that, I have some about martial arts, you might like them, smiling adorably. Belle. Really? Thanks Haru-chan, hugging her. Harem. Don't worry Belle-sama, blushes while her tail moves from side to side. Akame working on the eye. Belle oh sorry, scratching the back of his neck. Akame. By the way, today I'm going to buy another katana, taking one out of her waist and seeing that it was already very damaged. Belle. I can give you one if you want, smiling. Akame. Thanks, but I want to buy it. I've been saving a lot for it, smiling, imagining a black-handled katana with an Ashen blade. Besides, I won't be going alone. I'll be going with Tyan, Tiona, Aze, and Lafia, smiling. Belle. Okay, have a nice day Akame-chan, hugging her. Akame. I love this, hugging Belle tightly. Before Belle could say anything, Akame quickly left along with the girls who were calling her to go shopping. Belle. Well, now that I think about it, Harry-chan, how about we go for a walk? Smiling. Harem. CC like a D-date, blushing. Belle yes. Smiling. Harem only blushed more and nodded her head while her tail moved happily from side to side. Belle. See you in about 10 minutes at the entrance of the Twilight Mansion, okay? Smiling. Harem hi Belle-sama, smiling shyly. Belle and Harem went to Belle's room where she was staying and Belle went to her secret room that Loki gave her. There were Yuki and Kangri playing cards. WTF, XD. Belle. Put this card here and you take this one away and give it here, come on Yuki, go for it. Cheering on Kangri and Yuki at the same time while watching them play. Before he forgot again, Belle went to take a bath and put on something more casual for his date with Harem. Belle took a quick shower and changed into something more casual. He put on a black long-sleeved shirt with pants of the same color, his necklace that he always wears and his black boots. He had a white jacket with a red interior and a cap. Belle looked very good. Several of the girls from the Twilight Mansion blushed when they saw him. Belle arrived at the door of the Twilight Mansion and couldn't help but blush when he saw Harem blushing in a black dress with a white top and a bow with a flower in her ear. Belle. How beautiful. Looking at her. Harem. Thank you Belle-sama, you also look very cute, blushing. Belle. Hey, realizing he said it out loud, shall we? Extending his hand, slightly blushing. Harem. Nice to meet you. Blushing, taking Belle's hand. Belle and Harem were walking through the streets of Orario. Curiously today there was an Oriental festival. There were a lot of people in the streets with shops of all kinds of Oriental things. There were also attractions and games with prizes. Of the many people there were many were from the Far East. Belle had a little idea. Belle. Henkin. Belle transformed into his Renart version. He looked incredible and several women bled when they saw him, including Harem. She used to be in a prostitution family. Even though she never did the act, she knows what it is and how to do it. She has never seen a man's body besides his abdomen and chest. She has never seen anything below. And now that Belle is her hero, somehow she only has eyes for him. When she joined the Loki family, many of the members tried to flirt with her. Something she didn't know, Harem simply believed that she was talking to her and that's it. She just answered politely, denying the dates he asked her out. The members. But Belle, it was a different thing. Yes, Belle flirted with her on some occasions, she understood perfectly and very blushed and shy tried to play along. Belle found that very tender. It was fun and nice to see Harem so blushed and nervous when she tried to flirt with him. She flirted. Harem was lost in her thoughts watching Belle Renard until Belle pulled her out of her thoughts. Belle. Haru. Whispering in his ear. Harem reacted to that and blushed as a strange sensation invaded her body and her tail moved from side to side slowly. Harem. Belle-sama, what are you doing? Blushing. Belle. You didn't react like that, that's all I thought of, smiling, what were you thinking? Curious. Harem. And nothing. Blushing, looking at a festival stand. Belle. Looking in the same direction as Harem. Belle saw a takoyaki stand. Harem was looking at it with nostalgia and savoring them. Belle. Excuse me, give me an order of takoyakis, smiling. Takoyaki vendor. Of course. An order for the cute Ranard couple, smiling. Harem smiles. Belle. Smiling with his eyes closed. The vendor just smiled at the couple and served them the takoyakis, an order of 8. Belle. Here we go, grabbing one with a chopstick. Harem. I hope. Belle ate the takoyaki and instantly turned red. Belle spit fire in a comical and funny way, while Harem quickly went to the takoyaki stand that curiously sold milk too. Harem returned with a bottle of milk and gave it to Belle, who quickly drank it. Harem. I forgot to tell you that one of the takoyaki balls has wasabi, sadly with her ears down. Belle. Never mind, something red, it was good but spicy, sticking out his red throbbing tongue. Harem. Laughing amusedly. Belle. Don't laugh. Laughing. Harem. It's just something fun, laughing adorably. Belle. Well, I can't deny that, smiling at seeing Harem laughing. They went together a little longer and people saw them as if they were a happy couple of Renarts. Girl. Mom. That guy's girlfriend is pretty, isn't she? Smiling while pointing at Harem and Belle. Lady? Yes, daughter, your boyfriend is also very handsome, they make a nice couple, laughing at the couple. Belle and Harem blushed, Harem was about to say something, and Belle interrupted her, wanting to give a demonstration to that woman and her daughter. Belle Hair-chan said spreading the takoyaki. Harem blushing, opening her mouth. Belle fed Harem and the people who passed by besides the woman and her daughter, saw them smiling at the couple of Renards who looked adorable. Girl. How pretty. Pointing at them. Mom. Come on dear, let the lovebirds do their thing, smiling. The mother and the girl left smiling, and the people continued with their things while Harem was blushing more than ever. She didn't mind that they said she was Belle's partner, and she was pleased that Belle played along. Today was going to be a good day for her, she would take advantage of the Far Eastern festival to get closer to Belle. Belle had similar thoughts as he saw how happy Harem was having fun. He thought about being with Harem on the day of the festival. The festival was supposed to last 3 days. It was something they celebrated every 6 months. Belle knew it was today because Welf told him Belle would take advantage of those days with the girls he had been with at least as much as he could. Belle. Look. Pointing to a mask stand. Harem. Let's go. Smiling looking at Belle like a little girl. Belle. Of course Haru, smiling. Belle and Harem approached the pot and saw the different masks. Belle was looking at a fox mask with red tones and Harem at a rabbit mask with blue tones. Belle and Harem bought the masks they saw and put them on the side of their heads. They looked into each other's eyes and smiled through their teeth. Belle and Harem continued walking and saw a yukata store for men and women. They looked at each other as if they thought the same thing and went to the store holding hands smiling. Belle and Harem entered the store, with all the yukatas that were there for both men and women. Belle. I have an idea. Let's change into some yukatas. Let's meet in the center of the store in about 20 minutes, okay? Smiling. Harem hi. Smiling. Belle and Harem went to their respective sides to look for a yukata for him/her, and they were looking for a perfect one for a few minutes. NT. Something to clarify is that it was already a bit late, around 3 p.m. Belle was looking at the yukatas until he saw a white one with red man's decorations. It looked very good. Belle grabbed it and went to a dressing room that was nearby. Belle tried it on and saw that it fit him well. He went to look in the mirror and for God's sake. There was Belle with a white yukata with red details, and he had to admit that he really looked good. He came out of the fitting room, and several of the employees blushed when they saw him. That along with his Renard transformation really made him look good. Belle saw the price and it was a bit expensive, but it was nothing he couldn't afford. Belle decided to buy this while thinking about how much it would be going to Belle. Harem was undecided looking at the yukatas one by one. She was thinking about which one Belle would like the most until she found one of pink and red with white and sakura flowers that she loved. Harem grabbed it and went to the woman's dress. She took off her black and white dress, revealing white lingerie with ornaments that Aisha gave her once. She put on the pink yukata and it fit her perfectly, except for her chest which was very tight and she had to loosen the yukata, letting them be seen a little showing a bit of her D-cup breasts. He left the fitting room causing many employees to look at him with jealousy. Harem was embarrassed by the looks and went towards him inside the store. There she found Belle Yobuk. There was Belle. Harem couldn't help but blush until Loki or Hephaestus's hair looked pale in comparison to her face. Belle was a similar case. He blushed wildly when he saw Harem with a yukata that showed some of her breasts. Belle was staring at Harem trying to keep that image in his head. Harem. How I look Belle-sama, blushing. Belle. Beautiful, smiling with a trickle of blood on his nose. Harem. Thank you, blushing, why you look very good too, blushing. Belle. Thanks, you look beautiful like that, I'll buy it for you. Smiling. Harem. And no need Belle-sama, blushing. Belle. Don't worry, besides you look beautiful like that, smiling a little blushing. Harem hi, looking at the ground blushing while her tail moves from side to side. Belle. I love it when you get like that, stroking his head. Harem. She only blushed more. Belle. Are we going to pay them? Smiling. Harem hi Belle-sama, smiling blushing. Belle and Harem went to pay them and gave them a bag to store the clothes they were wearing before since they were wearing the yukatas. Belle and Harem left the store wearing yukatas and ceramic fox and rabbit masks. Belle and Harem walked through the festival and saw that it was already getting dark. Belle took Harem's hand and she blushed. Harem turned to look at Belle asking him why and he just smiled at her. Harem taking courage intertwined her tail with Belle's. Belle followed the act and also intertwined his tail with Harem's. She was very blushing looking at the floor while they were walking holding hands. Belle. Oh look, pointing to a stand. Harem turned around and saw with a sparkle in her eyes a stand where there were some sweets that looked like colored clouds. A catwoman was making them with a strange machine. Many people and children were there buying and eating one. Belle. Let's go. Smiling. Belle linked his arm with Harem's as a couple and they went to the stand. Harem only blushed more as she followed him. Belle. Could you give us two please? Smiling. Catgirl. Sure Naya. The catgirl started making them by turning a stick through the machine and started to make the cotton little by little. Belle and Harem looked at this with a sparkle in their eyes. Some people or beastmen who were passing by looked at the pair of Renarts smiling. Some of them knew the tradition of the Renarts. Only pairs of Renarts can intertwine their tails, something that Belle did not know. Another interesting thing is that Renarts only intertwine their tails when they love each other, but those who are royalty like Harem can only do it with who they are going to marry in the future. So there was no shortage of mischievous glances that were given to the couple. Harem realized and attached herself more to Belle's arm blushing. Belle just smiled amused and hugged her. The catgirl handed them the strange candy. Belle and Harem began to look at it as if they were children watching something incredible. Belle had one that was blue and green, Harem had one that was pink and yellow. Belle and Harem thought the same thing and bit him at the same time. Harem. Belle. How delicious. Eating faster. Catgirl. They praise me, smiling with her eyes closed. Belle. What is the name of the candy? Curious. Catgirl. I still don't have a name for the candy, smiling embarrassedly. Harem. Cotton candy. Looking at the newly named cotton candy. Catgirl. That's a good name. Smiling. Harem. Realizing she said it out loud. Belle. Then it will be cotton candy haha, smiling. Harem just got embarrassed and pulled Belle's yukata a little. Belle turned to look at her curiously and Harem pointed out the cotton candy stand again. Belle. Do you want another one? Smiling. Harem. Nodding. Belle. It's okay. Belle went to buy it and brought a pink and blue one bigger than the others. Belle bit it and started eating the cotton. Belle. Yes, spreading the cotton. Harem blushed and ate from the same place Belle ate from, giving each other an indirect kiss. She was happy to be able to spend this time with Belle. It was like a dream come true. Belle was a similar case. She loved seeing Harem happy, so you could say she was spoiling her like a little girl. Belle. Let's go Haru-chan, fellas. Harem walking happily next to Belle. They went to the center of the festival where many people, mostly couples or families, were gathered there waiting for something. Belle didn't know what, but Harem did. Suddenly something strange like an arrow was shot into the sky. When it was very high it exploded and lights of different colors and shapes could be seen. They started to throw more and it goes down beautifully. Belle was looking at this like a little kid. He was smiling enjoying the games. Harem saw him happy and hugged him holding hands. Once Makoto told her about that festival in the Far East and went with her and Chigusa. They told her that when the fireworks are launched and a man and a woman are holding hands, they will be a happy couple forever. Unnecessary information. I don't know the name of that tradition or what it is exactly, I only know that it is true and many of those who are reading this must know it, I think v. Belle and Harem were huddled together watching the happy fireworks. It was a beautiful day, one they both enjoyed and would happily remember. Hey, can I take a picture of you? Smiling. They both turned around and saw an elf with a camera smiling friendly. Belle. Sure. Smiling. The elf took a picture of both of them and gave it to them. Belle. How much would that be? Smiling. Elf. Oh don't worry, from the house, smiling. Harem. Thank you, sad. The elf said goodbye to them and simply left. Harem was still looking at the photo with a dreamy look. Harem. We look like newlyweds I'm really thinking. Blushing. Belle. We look like newlyweds without thinking. Harem. Blushing, don't say it out loud. Blushing. Belle. Haha, it slipped out, scratching his head. Harem and Belle laughed together and continued watching the fireworks happily. It was a wonderful day. Time skip. Belle and Harem were in the Twilight Mansion returning from their date at the Far East Festival. Both were entering their room and several family members were looking at them in surprise. They looked like a happy couple. Belle and Harem went to their room where Kangri and Yuki were watching a white bird on the floor. Belle. What is that? Picking up the bird. Harem. It's a baby bird, looking at it. Belle. Yuki, where did you find the baby? Curious and serious. Yuki. Branch there, pointing at a branch, pointing at the baby bird, fell. Belle. So he fell. Yuki. Yeah, nodding. Belle. I see, now that I think about it, I've seen this little one there for 2 whole days. He never said that he was breastfeeding or anything, serious. Harem. Then, sad. Belle. Yeah, he's probably dead there or something, seriously. Harem felt sad for the little bird and hugged it tenderly. Belle. How about we keep it and take care of it? Smiling. Belle smiled even more when Yuki and Harem's eyes shone, he even saw Kangri's shine. Belle. Although he asked me what it is, it's not just a little bird, looking curiously at the chick, well, let's take care of it, going for a blanket. Harem. How cute. Petting the baby. Belle. Here it is, grabbing a small blanket. Belle put it on the floor similar to a nest, and Harem put the baby there. Belle looked at the bird curiously, it was strange, it had white feathers with slightly black tips, a black beak and white legs with very sharp black claws, despite its eyes and blood-red eyes that seemed to have very good eyesight. Belle. It's a falcon. Sweating, we're taking care of a baby falcon. To top it off, it's an exotic one, I've never seen those colors on one. I'll go talk to Oka-san, I'll be right back, smiling. Harem hi, come back soon, smiling at Belle. Belle went from there to Loki's office quickly, he met an incredibly rare kind of falcon. Belle just walked into Loki's room office and saw her sitting there surrounded by a pile of papers as she signed and read them with anime tears. Belle. Hey Oka-san, can I ask you something? Curious. Loki. Why didn't you play? Confused. Belle. Should I? Loki smiles. Loki. Good point, what do you need JN? Curious. Belle. Come join me, I found something amazing, smiling. Loki. Okay, standing up, anything to avoid doing this damn paperwork, and I'm tears. Belle. Do you want me to help you later? Curious. Loki. JN. I love you. Hugging him tightly in a dramatic manner. Belle hi, reciprocating the hug by clapping. Loki. Well, let's see what you found, smiling. Belle. Yep, smiling. Belle and Loki went to Belle's room, they entered and saw Harem still hugging the baby and Yuki and Kangri watching him or talking to him. Belle. Well, at least they get along, smiling. Harem. Smiling. Loki. I don't think I'll see another one of these, stroking the bird. Belle. What exactly is it? Curious. Loki. Is a strange species of falcon, it is a bloody snow falcon, they are very lethal, they were known to kill level 4 adventurers easily, I think they are adults. Hearing that, Belle and Harem almost dropped their jaws. It was incredible that a bird could be so strong. Loki. You're lucky, if you manage to tame him he'll be a great ally, smiling through his teeth. Belle. Great. Looking at the falcon. Loki. Okay, let's pick him a name. Smiling and raising his fist. Belle hi, nervous. Loki, Harem and Belle thought of a name, but nothing came to mind at the moment, they would decide later. For now Belle went to Loki's room with his mother's earring in his hand, today he wanted to see what he could do, according to Free it was something incredible. Belle walked into Loki's office and saw her staring at the paperwork. Loki. I can't take it anymore. Throwing everything. Loki put his hands on the desk and started waving them sideways, throwing away all the papers and documents. Loki. Die, you bastards. About to set them on fire. Belle. Wait. Stopping her. Loki. Nuo. You're going to die right now, damn it. Fighting with Belle Chibi comically. Belle Stopping Loki Chibi from setting fire to the papers. Time skip. Belle and Loki were breathing heavily while Loki looked at the paperwork with pure hatred. Belle had in his hand the lighter with which Loki wanted to burn everything while breathing heavily. Loki. Well, what is so important as to prevent him from burning those unfortunate JN, would be. Belle. See, calm down, and I'm Droplet, I wanted you to help me with this, showing the earring. Loki. Okay, I'm curious to know what that thing was doing, sitting at his desk. Belle sat in a chair opposite her. Loki. Give me that and come, extending his hand. Belle gave him the red earring and approached Loki. Loki grabbed Belle's ear and carefully put the earring in his ear and fixed it. Loki. There it is, do you feel something different? Curious. Belle no nothing, thinking. Loki. Remembering. Flashback Loki. Freya. By the way, Loki, speaking before leaving Loki's office. Loki Freya. When Belle puts on the earring, update her status, smiling. Before Loki could say anything, Freya left without saying anything. Loki just kept thinking about what she said. Flashback Loki. Loki. Come on JN, I'll update your status, Loki smiles. Belle. It's okay, taking off his shirt. Belle lay down on Loki's bed where she climbed on top of her and with a needle she pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall on Belle's back, more specifically on her falna. Loki started updating his status and could only open his mouth and give him a sheet with Belle's update printed on it. Belle began to read it without missing any detail and opened his mouth wide just like Loki. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family Loki. Statistics. Strength 692C. Strength 720B. Expertise 761B. Agility 833A. Magic 712B. Total 3718. Universal power 8713. Skills. Harem Psyche equals skill that gives the user a growth 10 times faster than average superior state, makes the user invulnerable against charms, poisons and curses. Copy equals the user is able to copy movements that he has seen once, but is unable to copy physical attributes. Hawk vision equals the user can activate a special vision that allows them to locate things faster or give the user clues about what they want. It is capable of identifying allies, enemies, etc. Magic. Tenkan equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. It can change your age, and even your gender, depending on what you become. It also gives you 30% of the abilities of who you transform into. Without singing. Confuso equals the user is able to shape his mana into chains and use them at will. They are capable of sealing the enemy's magic if they catch him, and are harder than mithril and adamantium. They can absorb mana and pass it to their user to heal him and restore his mana reserves. They can attack from a distance, protect and heal, sing, awaken divine chains. Confuso. Hyokutanda Sakudo equals magic that allows the user to increase their speed to higher levels. The more mana they use, the more speed they will have. Chant, give me the speed I crave. Hyokutanda Sakudo. Acquired skills. Trickster equals the user is able to lie to anyone including some gods. It also allows the user to detect the lies of others, grants a more strategic mind and more intelligence, allows the user to create illusions of all kinds. Giant Slayer equals this skill gives the user a drastic increase in their abilities when fighting giant or boss type monsters. Superior state equals allows you to improve your magic or skills to a higher version than the user desires for a limited time, does not apply to physical attributes. Belle. I'm so broken, smiling proudly. Loki. You're not at Alphea's level yet. Loki smiles. Author. Cut. Take 2. Don't break the script. Take 2. Spoiler. Extra and unnecessary fact. For those who know who Alphea is, you must admit that she is the most broken character in the anime, a character who, like Escanor from the 7 Deadly Sins or Itachi from Naruto, could only die because of a script by the author, for those who do not know. Like Itachi-sama. She had an incurable disease that prevented her from going beyond level 7, but despite that, she was really powerful, being able to give a very tough battle to the captain of the Hera family at that time, who I think was level 8 or 9, according to the author of the manga and anime. Belle. How do I activate it? Looking at Loki excitedly. Loki. I guess you just have to think about it, smiling. Belle closed his eyes and did exactly what Loki said, and when he opened them again, he saw things clearer and with a bluish tone. When he saw Loki, he was surprised because he saw that he was blue, and a very bright one at that, showing that he is a god. Belle. Incredible. Looking. Loki. Let's try it some more. Raising his fist. Belle chibi high, raising his fist. Loki and Belle were testing the Hawk's vision, and with it Belle was able to discover some clues about where Loki kept his alcohol collection. Belle didn't say anything, he pretended not to notice. Luckily for him, Loki didn't notice this. Belle was returning to his room after depriving the Hawk sight with his Oka scent for 2 hours. When he entered, he saw Harem and Akame lying on their bed waiting for him patiently. Akame had Kangri in her arms stroking his head, and Harem had Yuki. Belle saw that the white falcon was in the middle of them, well covered and cared for. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Girls. Hello, smiling back. Belle. How about we go to sleep now, smiling. The girls darkened their gazes, while only Akame, Harem blushed furiously. They turned to look at each other, thinking the same thing. Harem blushed and Akame would be. They turned to look at Belle with unholy intentions, something that Belle noticed. Belle tried to leave the room, but by chance it got stuck. Belle desperately tried to open it, but couldn't. Akame and Harem approached him slowly and seductively, while Belle watched them scared trying to open the door. Belle. Shit. 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 Scared. Akame. You're not leaving here, flirtatious. Harem. See you tomorrow, blushing and shy. Belle Esper. Before Belle could say anything, Akame launched herself into a passionate kiss while Harem blushed and began to take off Belle's clothes, taking all the courage she had to keep from fainting. She was about to reach between Belle's legs and. Lemon skipped. Belle left Harem on the bed, where she was only breathing heavily. Belle tiredly covered her and saw how some of his semen began to come out of her banus, giving a very erotic hue that Belle kept in his memory, so he would never forget it. Belle lay down next to Harem and Akame, who were lying down and sleeping, and he also fell into Morpheus's arms, but not before covering himself and embracing Akame and Harem. They unconsciously reciprocated the embrace while pressing their naked bodies against Belle's. On the other side of the room were Kangri and Yuki, who were covering the ears of a small white falcon that was sleeping peacefully. When they saw how their master and the girls were already finishing their things, they sighed in relief and went to their little houses to sleep at last. Yuki. At least let us know, tired. Kangri, who could not speak the human language but could understand it, just nodded tiredly. The little falcon just slept peacefully, unaware of anything. End. A normal day, chapter 16. Belle was waking up as if nothing had happened. He saw at his sides how Akame and Harem, totally naked, were hugging their arms against their bare breasts. Belle noticed how he was also naked, and the memories of last night came back. He just smiled and went to the bathroom. He took a bath and dressed in a black t-shirt and black pants and his trusty boots. Belle came out of the bathroom and saw Harem and Akame still asleep. He just covered them well and opened the door to leave. Before closing the door, a sound caught his attention. He opened the door again and saw the little white falcon who was hungry. Belle grabbed him in the blanket and went with Loki. While walking through the halls of the Twilight Mansion, he saw a window and saw some worms there. He opened the window and grabbed two. He gave one to the little bird, and it ate it happily. Belle. How disgusting and how beautiful, smiling nervously. Hawk. P. Happy. Belle gave him the other worm which the little bird ate quickly. Belle sighed and went with Loki to his office. Belle opened the door as if nothing had happened and saw no one. He assumed Loki was doing something else and smiled evilly. Belle activated Hawk Vision and began to see the entire room. He saw some clues of what he was looking for. Belle. Very clever, Oka-san, but I win now, smiling maliciously. Belle went to one of Loki's drawers and opened it. There was a bunch of Loki's underwear. Belle put it aside and searched to the back of the drawer. There he felt a small metal lever and activated it. Loki's desk began to move forward, revealing a hatch. Belle put the underwear back in place again, not without laughing a little at Loki's bras. Belle put everything back as it was and opened the hatch, got in and saw a secret room. Belle. This is heaven. There were shelves and shelves of alcohol. It had everything, whiskey, wine, beer, tequila, etc. It had them on shelves, prices and quality. Belle grabbed one of each of the best quality and put them in a bag he had lying around. The little falcon looked at him without understanding why he did that. Belle grabbed the falcon and quickly left the secret room. He put the desk as before and carefully put the bag away. Belle lay down on Loki's bed with the falcon, and there he waited for her calmly. Loki was walking happily while in his hand he had a photo of Ace naked. It cost him a lot, but he managed to get it. She opened the door of her room and was surprised to see Belle in her bed caressing the white falcon. Loki. JN. What are you doing in my bed? Confused. Belle. I was waiting for you, Oka-san. Do you know what hawks eat? I know they eat worms, but when they grow up, that won't fill them up even if I give them 100, laughing nervously. Loki. Good point. Well, if I'm not mistaken, you can eat almost anything as long as it's meat, like fish, bear meat, snake meat, even some monsters. Oh. And rabbit meat. Belle trembled. Elsewhere, Yuki also began to shake without knowing why. Loki. You can give him anything that has meat, smiling. Belle. I see, thinking, by the way, why are you so happy? Curious. Loki. He come, taking the photo. Belle leaned closer and got a nosebleed when he saw Ace naked in a photo. Loki. I know, proud smile. Belle. How? Curiously wiping his nosebleed. Loki. She almost killed me, but I managed to get the picture. I took it while she was taking a bath. Apparently, she was tired from the dungeon. Smiling. Belle. I see, and I'm droplet. Loki. By the way, JN, would be, I want to ask you a favor, would be. Belle. What is it, serious? Loki. You see, I was going to ask you to go with Finn to investigate something about Evilus. The problem is that to open the entrance, you need the presence or arcanum of a god, it would be. Belle. Then. Loki. That's right, I'll be transformed into you. Since you have Henkin, can you use my place for the moment? Smiling. Belle. I'll do my best, sighing. Loki. Thanks, JN. Smiling. Belle. Why didn't you choose someone else to replace you? You could have said you were attending to urgent matters and had someone else do your paperwork. It's better if I go with you too. With my hawk's eye, I can be of great help, seriously. Loki. Finn suspects that we have 1 or 2 traitors in the family. If I leave I will have to explain to everyone the reason, and we do not want Evilus to find out, it would be. Belle. I see, thinking. Loki. Also, your Henkin is very powerful, JN. It would be, if you transform into me you can obtain some of the power of my arcanum, it would be. Belle's eyes opened wide when he heard that. He never believed that was possible. Loki. If someone comes to me to update their status, you can do it, smiling. I already explained to you once how to do it, so there's no problem. Loki smiles. Belle. It's okay, at least I'll get used to it quickly, since you don't have a chest, Loki smiles. That was a blow to Loki's pride, but she also smiled maliciously. Loki. Ho ho. Well, you'll have to wear my regular clothes. Do you know how tight they are? Dark smile. Belle paled at this, Loki's clothes were very tight, everyone knew that. Time skip. Belle transformed into Loki was completely naked looking at Loki's clothes in defeat. But the sigh he put on his underwear, grabbed Loki's black tight shorts, and with difficulty put them on, grabbed the top part which was the strangest, and put it on the same way, grabbed Loki's black stockings and blue boots and put them on. In the end Loki, Belle, was sitting on Loki's desk sighing at Loki's tight clothes. Belle took advantage of this and grabbed one of the bottles of whiskey and poured it. He began to drink with a smile on his face. He turned to look at the falcon and thought about what name to give him. Loki Belle. What do you think of Taka? Smiling. The newly nicknamed Falcon Taka gave a happy nod upon hearing his new name. Loki Belle. You'll be fine, Taka. Smiles. Loki Belle was looking at some papers and writing until someone knocked on his door. Loki Belle pass. The door opened and revealed Tyan and Tyan. Tyan Loki, can you update our statuses? Loki Belle. Of course. Loki smiles. The Lokis, Belle, surprise, they took off the top part of their clothes, leaving their breasts exposed. The ones that stood out the most were Tyan's, which were cuppy. Fiona lay face down on Loki's bed and Loki. Belle began to update her state surprised to see and do what the gods do when updating people's faces. Loki, Belle, gave Tiona his status, looking somewhat surprised at his numbers. He had just seen the status of a first class, and he updated it himself. Tyan also did the same. Loki Belle came up with something, what kind of idiot didn't approve of this? He had to act like Loki, right? When Tyan was lying in bed she moaned as she felt Loki Belle begin to knead her breasts with his typical wicked smile. She was kneading and pinching Tyan's breasts who was moaning with a big blush on her face. Tyan was helpless in a way so she couldn't get Loki Belle off her and prevent him from kneading her breasts as he always did. She was suspecting that it wasn't Loki because when they took off their clothes she didn't jump towards her with her wicked smile as always but just sat in her chair, although she also relaxed and let her guard down when she thought that Loki might have left his tricks and became happy. But that happiness went away when she saw that Loki Belle, when she was on her back and helpless, took the opportunity to touch and knead her breasts while she was helpless. Tyan looked at Tiona asking for help. Tiona approached her and Loki, Belle. Tyan was waiting for Tiona to get Loki off her, but she was surprised, and you readers were also surprised to see read that Tiona also began to knead Tiona's breasts with I'm tears. Tiona. Why don't I have them like that if we're twins? And I'm tears. Tiona and Loki Belle continued kneading and pinching Tyan's breasts and nipples, Tyan with tears and Loki Belle with a smile, while Tyan just moaned with her face red with excitement and embarrassment. NT. Do you want me to do a lemon special of Loki Belle, Tiona and Tyan? It's something very crazy, but I found it interesting, what do you think? Tiona and Tyan left Loki's office blushing, and with their faces a little red, breathing heavily, they went to their rooms without anyone seeing them, and without saying anything, they had their clothes on wrong and covered in their juices. Inside the office was Loki Belle, in bed naked not knowing what to do now while caressing Taka. He got dressed and continued doing the paperwork calmly while drinking. He was a little nervous because he accidentally lost his Loki transformation and had to explain everything to Tiona and Tyan, who surprisingly only accepted it with a blush and continued with their fun themselves. The real Loki was arriving at the Twilight Mansion along with Finn. They went to do their things before having a meeting with the executives of the family. Loki went to his office and saw Loki Belle writing on some documents while drinking alcohol. Loki. Hello. Loki smile. Loki Belle. Finally, sighing, these clothes are very uncomfortable, tired. Loki. I know, smile. Loki Belle sighed and grabbed his normal clothes, went to the bathroom where he changed into his normal clothes and took off the transformation. He came out of the bathroom and saw Loki smiling with amusement. Loki. Tell me, what does it feel like to be a god? Loki smiles. Belle. It was amazing, remembering Tiona and Tyan, I just hated the clothes, looking at Loki's clothes with hatred. Loki. Keep it, one day I want to go out with Hela wearing those clothes, evil smile. Belle just paled but obeyed, putting the clothes Loki gave him into the bag with tears. Belle. Can I go? I have to go pick up my blades, tired. Loki. Of course. Smiling. Loki, without Belle noticing, put in Belle's pocket a copy of the photo he took of A's naked, where you could see her sculptural body that seemed made by the gods, her round and firm C-cup breasts, you could see her pink nipples and her hussy, as well as her long legs. Belle left Loki's office, but not before grabbing the bag with the alcohol and the clothes and Taka. Belle left there in silence, looking amused at the bottles of alcohol that he stole from Loki. He went to his room and saw Akame playing with Yuki and Harem arranging her clothes while Kangri was on his shoulder eating a piece of fish. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Akame. Where were you, would be? Belle. Oh, Oka-sen asked me for a favor, nervous. Akame. In Serio? It would be. Belle. Yes. Even get this? Taking out the alcohol bottles. Belle smiled in victory as he moved the crab bowl and revealed a hole where a button had been. Belle pressed him and the shelf he had there opened, revealing a secret room similar to Loki's, where he had several shelves and display cases for bottles. He already had some there, so he went to leave the ones he got inside. He left the room and pressed a button, the shelf closed again, as if nothing had happened, and Belle put the crabfish bowl back in its place. The girls and the same crab looked at Belle with surprise for such a tremendous and brilliant idea. Belle. Can you take care of him? Pointing to Taka, I named him Taka, I'm going to buy him some things, and I'll go get my blades, smiling. The girls nodded and said goodbye to Belle, each in their own way, Akame with a passionate kiss and Harem with a tender and shy kiss and a hug. Belle left his room and went to the Tower of Babel where Hephaestus was. Belle entered Loki's office, followed by her assistant, an Amazon girl with an eye patch and large attributes that were barely covered by strange clothing typical of Amazons. Belle saw Hephaestus signing some papers. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Hephaestus. Oh Belle, smiling, are you coming for your weapons? Smiling. Belle. Yes please, smiling. Hephaestus. Here they are, taking out a rather large box from under his desk, here, giving it to the Belle. Belle. Thank you Hephaestus-sama, smiling. Hephaestus. You know the price, right? Smiling innocently. Belle why ya, nervous? Hephaestus. Well then you can go, sitting back at his desk. Belle bowed and left thanking Hephaestus's captain for her kindness. Belle ran to the Twilight Mansion and entered smiling. Belle went to his secret room and there he opened the box with his repaired and improved weapons. Belle watched fascinated as his twin blades, Yami and Akari looked like new. He also saw with a sigh of relief how the Wakizaki that Mikoto had given him was like new and looked more resistant and powerful. His twin blades were first class, now they were of the category similar to Aiza's desperate, his second class Wakizaki was now a first class one as well. They looked beautiful and powerful. Belle left them on a shelf smiling, she saw how the night was approaching and sighed in defeat. She opened a drawer in her closet and there were women's clothes, she rummaged around a bit and took out the waitress outfit of the fertility hostess. Belle sighed and transformed into Rini. She dressed in the waitress outfit, which was a green dress with white touches and an orange ribbon, a white apron and white stockings and brown shoes. As well as a white headband with a white lining. She went to the fertility hostess without anyone seeing her and entered as if nothing had happened. It's Rini-chan. He's back. Yes. Look. She's beautiful. Ri and Belle didn't know whether to be ashamed or flattered by that, so she just timidly waved her hand and headed towards my mom to work. Belle was already in his normal clothes and without his transformation, he was still at the fertility hostess's bar, eating delicious spaghetti with rice and beer. The bar had already closed about 30 minutes ago, and now I was at a table eating with the girls animatedly. Belle. I'll go wash the dishes, smiling. Ryu. I'll help you, calm down. Belle smiled, and together with Ryu they went to wash the dishes calmly talking about trivial things. The girls except Sir looked at them mischievously, Sir with clear seals making an adorable pout. Belle and Ryu finished washing the dishes and both went for the cleaning supplies, they were both going to clean the bar. When they were about to start cleaning, Ryu slipped because he didn't see that there was a small amount of beer on the floor that some adventurers accidentally left behind. She was about to fall, but before reaching the floor some arms held her in princess positions. She just looked blushing at Belle, who had been the one who carried her and prevented her from hitting the floor. Belle. Are you okay, Ryu? Worried. Ryu why yo, smiles. Belle. Ah. Sorry, I forgot that elves don't like to be touched, embarrassed. Ryu. Wait. Stay like that for a while, settling into Belle's arms, blushing. Belle. It's okay, blushing. Belle stayed in that position as Ryu had asked him, he was blushing at having a beautiful elf in his arms carrying her princess style. The girls watched this smiling, all except Yesterday who looked at them with clear jealousy. Ryu. See could you leave me in my bed? Blushing. Belle. Of course, nervous. Belle went up the stairs still with Ryu in his arms and opened the door to his room. He just gently left her on the bed. When Belle was about to leave, Ryu grabbed him by the hand and pulled him towards him. Belle. Blushing. Ryu, totally blushing, was hugging Belle tightly without giving him the chance to get out of bed. Ryu. See, can you sleep with me? Blushing. Ryu knew she had feelings for Belle, and she knew she had to take advantage of each and every moment with him. There were many girls after Belle, she knew that, and she would not be left behind. She still did not have the courage to do inappropriate things, but she did have the courage to do this. She hugged Belle and stuck to his chest. Belle blushed, but without knowing what to do she just hugged Ryu by the waist and covered both of them, who still had their usual clothes, except for the shoes that not even the author of this fic knows how they took them off. Belle was a little tired, so he fell asleep quickly. Ryu, noticing this, leaned closer to him and kissed him. Not noticing that Anya and Chloe were watching this with disappointed looks. They had expected more action, but disappointed, they left without realizing they had left the door open. Sir, who was passing by, saw that Ryu's room was open and went to close the door. Before closing it, she heard a small moan coming from there. Curious, she looked inside the room and was shocked to see Belle grabbing Ryu's butt while she was on top of him. She closed the door silently and left there with her face still in shock, not knowing what to think. She didn't realize that Belle was asleep, nor that Ryu was just hugging him. Time skip. Belle woke up comfortably, his hands holding something soft and round. He squeezed a little and heard a sweet moan. Belle opened his eyes in shock and saw that on top of him was Ryu, who was hugging him tightly. Belle noticed that he had his hands on Ryu's ass and didn't know what to do in this situation. Ryu was an elf. She wasn't like Akame or anything. He knew that Ryu wasn't a pervert, so holding back his impulse and ignoring a mini grandfather, Zeus, telling him to do it, Belle calmed down quickly and thought of a plan to get out of this. Before I could think anything, I noticed Ryu Peso waking up and became alarmed. Not knowing what to do, he could only have a stupid look on his face. Ryu woke up as if nothing had happened. She felt great and very comfortable where she was. Suddenly she felt hands on her butt and opened her eyes wide. She looked alert to the sides and saw no one. She quickly looked ahead and saw Belle sleeping peacefully. She turned to look back and saw how Belle was holding her butt. She blushed deeply, and before she could do anything, Belle hugged her and turned around in bed, hugging her as if she were a stuffed animal. Ryu blushed deeply upon seeing this. She felt Belle's breath near her neck and felt her hussy start to get wet. Belle was relieved to notice that Ryu hadn't suspected he was awake. To get out of that awkward situation, he hugged Ryu and turned to the right. Belle noticed how Ryu's body shuddered and noticed how he had his mouth near his neck. Belle resisted the impulse with an abnormal will and calmed down. Belle pretended to wake up and looked at Belle with a confused look. Belle, Ryu? Confused. Ryu? Gee, good morning, Belle, blushing. Belle. You're red, are you okay? Smiling. Ryu blushed more but nodded shyly. Ryu, I are to bathe me, blushing. Belle. I'll go to my room, my family must be worried about me not coming home tonight, smiling. Ryu nodded, somewhat sad because Belle would be leaving very soon. Belle noticed it and smiled. Ryu opened his eyes wide when he saw that Belle kissed his forehead. Belle. See you, smiling. Belle smiled as he left the room as if nothing had happened. Ryu just stood there blushing. When she reacted, she used an adorable pout as she said. Ryu, Belle baka, blushes. Belle, after going to get some of her things from her room, went downstairs and there she saw the other waitresses doing what they were doing and working. When they all turned to look at him, they blushed. Sir recounted what he saw last night with a blank stare. The girls believed that Belle and Ryu were entertaining themselves together. Anya and Chloe cursed for not having stayed there and watched the show. Belle. What's wrong, nervous? Anya. Nothing, Bunny. Naya, blushing, grabbing her cheeks with both hands like she's in love. My mom. You've really grown up, girl, tears of pride. Belle. Confused. Before they could say anything, they all saw an almrage with a necklace that had the Loki family logo on it. It was Yuki, who Loki Leela had sent to look for Belle. Yuki. Hello. Happy, Loki-sama is looking for you, looking at Belle. Belle. Thanks, Yuki, giving him a carrot. Yuki. Thank you. Eating. The others watched with surprise and tenderness the happy conversation between Belle and Yuki. They almost seemed like father and daughter, even more so since Belle had the appearance of a rabbit. Belle left without noticing the shocked looks of the waitresses and the smiling Mamma Mia. My mom? Well, I don't know why I'm not surprised, smiling with her eyes closed. The girls nodded with their mouths open. Mommy? So. Keep working, you lazy bums. And someone go get Ryu, he already got his attention last night. Go get Sir too much drama caused by this, washing the table. Girls. Hi, my mom. The girls quickly went after Ryu, blushing with a silly look, and Sir with her empty exposition. Belle started walking towards the Twilight Mansion, but on the way he saw Ace at a Jug-American stand. Belle leaned closer and heard Ace say, with extra cream and a double portion of red beans, please. Belle smiled, amused by this, and stealthily approached Ace. She was so caught up in watching what the Jug-American were doing that she didn't notice Belle. Suddenly a shiver ran through Ace as he heard someone in his ear saying, "Hello, Ace." Ace quickly turned around in a defensive pose and saw Belle looking at her with an amused smile. "Ace. Don't do that, pout. Belle ves adorable asi, acariciando su cabeza." Ace blushed again, but let Belle stroke her head like she was a little girl. Belle smiled at this, the vendor finished making the jug American and gave it to a happy Ace because of Belle's caresses. Belle and Ace took a walk through the Orario happily, they talked as if nothing had happened. Ace blushed, took courage and turned to Belle. "Ace. Be Belle, why yes blushing. Belle. Confused." Belle saw that Ace was losing jug American and smiled. Belle ate it and enjoyed it, he also liked jug American. Ace looked happy as Belle ate and some cream remained near her lip. Ace blushed and approached the face of an unsuspecting and blushing Belle. She grabbed a piece of cream with her tongue and ate it. She saw Belle blushing and she blushed a lot too. Belle saw that Ace also had a little, but she had it on her lip and smiled maliciously. He, like Ace, approached her and gave her a small kiss and grabbed some of the cream that Ace had on her lip. Ace turned super red out of nowhere and smoke started coming out of her head while she ducked her head to try to hide her blush, which wasn't very successful, let's say. Belle started laughing amusedly while pouting and they both walked towards the Twilight Mansion again. Already in the Twilight Mansion, both went to their certain ones that are next door. Belle doesn't know why, but he had the impulse to take something out of his pocket. When he did, he took out a photo. He got confused and saw it. Instantly he blushed furiously and his little friend began to wake up. It was the photo Loki showed him of Ace naked. Ace saw how Belle took something out of his pocket and saw that it was a photo. Belle blushed when she saw the photo. Ace got jealous when she thought that Belle was looking at another woman's photo. She was very jealous and approached Belle to see the photo that he had. Belle noticed it and tried to avoid it, but he couldn't. Ace grabbed the photo and looked at it quickly. Ace saw it and was shocked and blushed when she saw what it was. Belle alone turned pale when he noticed that Ace had seen her. He just waited for Ace to hit him, but that didn't happen. Instead he saw how Ace became shy and Belle was surprised by this. Ace didn't know what to do, she just blushed and looked down trying to hide her blush. When she looked down, she accidentally noticed how there was something between Belle's legs. She saw how there was a lump between Belle's legs. His innocent mind didn't know what it was like, so he just tilted his head. Riveria had never spoken to him about the human body, so he didn't know what a cock was or what a man's body was like. She just innocently stared at the lump on Belle's leg, tilting her head comically wondering what it was. Belle noticed this and blushed furiously. Belle didn't know what to do, he was thinking quickly what to do. He thought about the quickest thing to do, but suddenly he let out a small moan, something spot touching his cock over his pants. Belle turned his head and looked in shock as Ace was touching his cock over his pants. Ace began to touch and caress the bulge in Belle's pants. She didn't know what it was. She tried to take off Belle's pants, but he didn't let her. She kept trying, but Belle held her pants tightly. Belle, noticing that Ace was not going to stop trying and noticing that some girls were approaching here, he grabbed Ace's hand and quickly went into her room. Lemon skipped. Belle covered them both and they slept, not without first giving each other a passionate goodnight kiss. End. Dungeon Arc. A Dangerous Goal Chapter 17. Belle walked through the streets of Herario calmly. In his hands he had some rather large bags. Belle had gone to buy food and other things for Taka, who was now in his head seeing anything that would interest him. Belle was somewhat uncomfortable because he received many glances from people as he walked through the hours, mostly from girls, who looked at him with blushes and perverted looks. He also received several glances because of the strange bird on his head. Belle quickened his pace and quickly went to the Twilight Mansion. Belle entered the Twilight Mansion where he saw Tiona and Tyan about to leave. They looked at Belle and blushed heavily. Before Belle could say anything, they quickly ran away. Belle. That was a bit awkward, nervous. Belle walked to his room and didn't see anyone. He assumed that Harem and Akame were doing personal things. He assumed that Akame took Yuki and Harem to Kangri, since he didn't see them anywhere. Belle took advantage of this to put and arrange Taka's things in the room. He put a tree branch on a table and arranged it so that Taka could climb on it. Belle put a kind of nest for Taka in which he could sleep. Belle gave Taka some worms to eat. The lady from the store told him that if Belle had a pet falcon, he should give it worms when it was a baby, and that little by little, he would give it meat from some animal. She advised him to also let Taka catch his own food sometimes. Belle listened to everyone carefully and returned happily with a plan to train and take care of Taka. Harem was with Akame shopping. When the food runs out, some members of the family have to go buy more. This day it was Harem's, Akame's, Alicia's, and Akade's, Rawl's and Bet's turn. Rawl and Bet were going together to buy vegetables, Bet with his typical annoyed face and Rawl with a nervous one. Akade and Alice went for the fruits, chatting happily about trivial things. Akame and Harem went to get cereals like flour, bread, tortillas etc. Harem and Akame talked happily, and from time to time, Akame added some perverted things with Belle which made Harem blush. Harem had Kangri on her right shoulder, he was watching everything in detail, he liked to go out for walks. Yuki was on Akame's head eating a carrot while saying to her. Yuki. Belle-sama loves rice balls filled with pork, eating her carrot. Akame was quickly writing down what Yuki was saying, thinking about making something for Belle. The problem was that she wasn't a good enough cook to make rice balls filled with something. She knew how to cook, but not at such an advanced level as Belle or Harem. At least she wasn't the worst cook. She remembered when Ace accidentally burned some cereal. How crappy she'd be urnt cereal. That time Ace just hung her head in shame for her terrible cooking. She didn't even know how she burned the cereal. She remembered this with a drop of sweat on her head as she watched Harem buy things. Belle was walking to the kitchen after arranging all of Taka's things. Speaking of the devil, Taka was on his right shoulder watching everything carefully with curiosity. Belle arrived at the kitchen and saw that there were few things. Belle, making use of his incredible culinary skills, began to cook in an incredible way, while Taka watched him fascinated. Like Yuki and Kangri, Taka was very smart, at least more than any normal animal. Belle. How does Taka smell? Smiling. Taka pie. Belle. Exactly, delicious. Smiling. Some members who were passing by looked at him with a little bit of an eye. Those who were there mostly came to see Belle cook, besides it smelled delicious. The members looked at the strange food with drool in their mouths, they didn't know it, but it looked delicious. When he finished cooking, Belle showed some delicious hamburgers with fries cut into long pieces. It was something that Belle had invented, he named it hamburger and some striped fries. NT. France doesn't exist here, so I can't put French fries on it. Belle sat down and began to eat happily. He bit into the hamburger, and an exquisite smell came out that made more than one person's mouth water. Belle watched them with a drop of sweat at how they drooled over their food, even Taka. Belle. Do you want it? The members nodded quickly, including Taka. Belle. These bucking starving people, sighing. Author okay, no XD, take 2. Take 2. Belle. I'll see what I can do, going to the kitchen. Harem, Akame, Anakati, Alicia, Bet and Raul were entering the Twilight Mansion with very large bags in their hands from the purchases. They smelled something delicious coming from the kitchen and went quickly. When they arrived, their mouths opened when they saw all the members of the Loki gang, including this one, eating a strange food. It had bread like a sandwich, but this one was different. It was round, and with some small crumbs on the bread on top. It had meat inside it. You could see that it had lettuce, onion, tomato, mayonnaise and cheese. You could see how some of them had extra jalapeno in the hamburger. They saw Belle coming out of the kitchen with a jade green apron, while in his hands he had plates with the same food in his hands, and left it to some members who were waiting for the food. Behind him was Riveria with a ruby red apron, and just like Belle went to leave some plates with food. As all the members wanted some of their food and several even offered her several valas just to try it, Belle had to go and ask Riveria for help, who smilingly accepted. Belle sighed in relief along with Riveria, and both sat at a table eating their own hamburgers while talking and drinking. Riveria was drinking some wine, while Belle had a jar of beer, making use of his great resistance to alcohol. Riveria was under the table and without anyone noticing was groping Belle Jn. Belle looked at her blushing, but she continued eating as if nothing had happened. Belle had no choice but to continue eating, still blushing, feeling how Riveria was caressing Belle Jn over his pants, who were already getting hard. Just when Riveria was about to go even further, the shopping crowd arrived at the table where they were both. Riveria grimaced and left Belle Jn. Belle just sighed and quickly calmed down, watching the boys arrive at her table. Harem B. Belle-sama, blushing. Alicia. See, could you, embarrassed. Belle. Don't say anything, sit down. I'll come and give you some food right now, going to the kitchen. Alicia and Harem along with the others sat down, Bet with a calm face, but with his typical annoyed look, Raul smiling like an Akadi, and Akame looking at Riveria with suspicion. She saw how Belle got nervous and looked at Riveria, and how she is towards her hand under the table. Riveria saw Akame's gaze but said nothing. She had become somewhat daring when she was with Belle. In a few minutes Belle arrived with several plates of hamburgers and fries. He left them on the table, and everyone started eating again, all slowly savoring the delicious food that Belle made. Belle. I should add this to the fertility hostess menu, thinking. Belle continued eating while listening to stories told by the other members. Sometimes he also told some anecdotes he had or talked about trivial things. Belle smiled at how cheerful the dining room of the Twilight Mansion had become. He saw Finn stopping Loki from starting to grow Paze or Lafia, while Laze had a knife in her hand, and Lafia covered her breasts blushing, while sending a look of hatred to Loki. Belle smiled seeing the family so lively. Even Taka, Yuki and Kangri were at a mini table eating a piece of fish meat. It was adorable to see Yuki grabbing the meat with her little paws and eating it in an adorable way. It was also fun to see Taka pecking at the food and eating it in a fun way. Angry seemed like the adult at the table, he ate calmly and without haste, after all Belle always gave him delicious food. Belle felt a drop of sweat fall as he saw Tuki and Taka fight over the food, he even saw a vein appear on Kangri's forehead, he saw with a nervous smile, as Kangri hit each of them on the head with his pincers, Yuki rubbed his head, and Taka rubbed himself with his wing. Belle smiled nervously at Kangri's bad luck. Belle was in his room dressing in his armor Ambu and his boots Fenrir's was the name he gave them. Belle had set a goal for himself. On some floors of the dungeon there is drinking water and fruits that Belle can eat. Despite being from the dungeon they are edible. Belle put on a challenging smile and put on his rabbit mask, grabbed his blades and his wakizaki and left his room. Belle walked to the exit of the Twilight Mansion and saw Loki there drinking some alcohol. "Loki? Are you leaving already?" "Drinking." "Belle. Won't you stop me?" "Curious." "Loki. What you're about to do is very dangerous I like it," Loki smiles. Belle. I like challenges like Goliath, smiling. Loki. "One last drink." Giving him a small glass of whiskey. Belle grabbed a small glass and drank it in one gulp. Belle left it on the floor and started walking towards the exit. Loki. "Take care JN, it would be." Belle Hyoka-san, filling. Loki watched him leave with a serious face, she put away the whiskey and went inside the Twilight Mansion to wait for the return of her favorite son. Although it would only be a few days, a few weeks at most, what Belle was about to do was something very dangerous, not recommended for adventurers. Belle was staring at the dungeon entrance, people just looked at him with fear because of his intimidating appearance. Belle, ignoring this, entered the dungeon, knowing how dangerous what he was about to do was. Time skip, 11 hours. Belle had been killing monsters in the dungeon for several hours, it was impressive how she was fighting, when she reached the 11th floor she killed, as if there was no tomorrow the orc that were the monsters that appeared on that floor. Some adventurers who were passing by saw with surprise and fear how Belle killed them by slitting their throats or piercing them, as if it were nothing with his weapons, he killed right and left without leaving any monster alive. So it continued until now. Right now Belle was surrounded by Firebird, it was an entire colony. The Firebird was a very rare monster that appeared on the 19th floor. Belle started running and with his mana chains, he hung from the walls to approach the Firebird and attack them, thanks to wealth his armor was resistant to fire and heat, so the flames of Firebird did not harm him. Belle approached one and cut his head from side to side with his wakizaki. The Firebird saw angrily how one of their brothers died at the hands of the human and approached to attack him, some began to carry fire in their throats to throw it at Belle. Belle saw how everyone was preparing to attack them and he got into a fighting stance. Belle. "They don't have enough hands to peel my cock." Screaming angrily. The Firebird seemed to have become even more angry and rushed to attack Belle. Belle saw one coming straight for him, at the last second Belle ducked and put his wakizaki in place, causing the Firebird to cut itself in half. Belle braced himself and dodged the charge of a Firebird that was looking towards him. Belle. "You might be wondering how I got into this situation, right? Well, that goes back a few minutes." Flashback. Belle had entered the 19th floor after healing his wounds and buying some things on the 18th floor. When he entered the 19th floor he began to fight with several lizardmen that were roaming around there. The lizardmen are lizardmen with hard red scales. While Belle was killing some, he inadvertently tripped over a lizardman stone and fell through a hole that was next to him and it took him to another place, a hidden place on the 19th floor. Belle. "Take me." Angry. Belle fell into a very hot lake. Belle, despite the lake being so hot, Belle enjoyed it as if it were hot springs like the ones Mikoto had once invited him to. Belle was surprised to notice how his wounds began to heal little by little, and his mana began to regenerate quickly. Belle had heard from Finn that on the 19th to 31st floors, there were some waters where they are very hot but have healing effects. Some of the options that Airmind makes have these healing waters. Speaking of Airmind, she has been working in the Loki family infirmary or selling potions in the god Maich's shop. Belle always goes to buy potions from Airmind, who more than gladly makes them for her. Belle remembered with a drop of sweat how Airmind once offered him a high-quality potion in exchange for taking care of matters in the bathroom, and who is Belle to refuse that? Maich and Naza were confused to see a happy Airmind working while limping a little. Returning to the present, Belle once felt his wounds, and his mana, now restored, stood up and began to inspect the place. It was beautiful, similar to the 18th floor. There were even trees and some strange fruits that looked like apples, but larger and with different shapes. Belle looked surprised at the place, it looked beautiful and had the same crystals as the 18th floor. Belle began to walk around the place and grabbed one of the apples from there. Belle ate it somewhat hesitantly, but that indecision went away when he noticed the taste of the strange fruit. Belle began to eat faster until he finished it all and savored it. Belle walked through the strange place until he saw a small cave from which a reddish-orange color came. Belle grabbed a little of the healing water that was there in a bottle and headed to the cave preparing for whatever might happen. Belle went in there and was surprised to see what looked like hell. The place was full of magma or lava, the stones on the walls and the floor were reddish. Belle was surprised to see how there were several firebirds living there. Belle watched them for a while longer and opened his eyes when he noticed what monsters they were. Belle. They're firebird, they're supposed to be ultra rare. They rarely appear on the 19th floor. So this is their nest, huh? Looking around. Belle. Shit, there's a whole colony of those things I have to get out of. Wow. Belle paled when a loud squawk was heard behind him. He turned slowly and there he saw a firebird looking at him threateningly. Belle, scared, saw how all the firebird turned to see him and their looks became hostile. Belle. It's our time, sighing. Belle stood tightly gripping his wakazaki in a reverse grip and Yami in a normal grip. Belle. What are you waiting for? Screaming. The firebird, understanding Belle's call, quickly went to attack him without mercy. Belle prepared himself and waited for the first ones to appear. One of them landed in front of him trying to kick him. Belle dodged it and gave him an axe kick to the head that unbalanced the firebird and gave Belle the opportunity to finish him off by stabbing him in the head with his wakazaki. Belle almost fell into the river of lava that was there. At that moment he also thanked well for his armor, highly resistant to high temperatures and fire. Belle sighed and looked at the firebird with a challenging look. The firebird, responding to Belle, went to attack him. Some started to load fire in their throat to shoot it at Belle. Belle got into attack position as he said. Belle. Awaken divine chains confuso. From Belle's back appeared several chains that allowed Belle to reach the hateful firebirds that wanted to attack him. Belle approached quickly and cut its head from side to side without mercy. The firebird, similar to a phoenix, dissipated into ashes when Belle killed it, leaving a bright orange magic stone. Belle stood back on the stone floor and looked at the firebird with a look of hatred. Belle. They don't have enough hands to peel my cock. Screaming angrily. The firebird seemed to have understood him and had become even angrier. They rushed to attack Belle, angry at the death of one of their brothers. Belle saw how one was going directly to him. At the last second, Belle ducked and put his wakazaki in place, causing the firebird to cut itself in half. Belle prepared himself and dodged the charge of a firebird that was looking towards him. When the firebird passed Belle, Long seeing it dodged it, Belle ordered his chains to attack it quickly. The firebirds were surprised to see how the chains on Belle's back went to his brother and began to penetrate him, killing him quickly, leaving only his magic stone. They didn't realize the surprise when 4 chains directed at 4 other firebird and pierced them from side to side. The 4 firebird died quickly, putting the others on alert. They became confident when they saw that Belle was only one, and that cost them a bit, but even so they were many more than Belle. In number they barely surpassed Belle. The firebirds turned to look at Belle, but he smiled and began to disappear little by little. Birds paw v. The birds were confused when they saw him disappear like a ghost. They began to search for him frantically, and when they thought that one of their brothers had escaped, they began to attack the others. The firebird that was identical to the others except for one thing, its eyes were ruby red. The eyes of the firebird are intense yellow. The birds were confused to see one of their own attacking the others. They were about to stop it, believing that something had happened to it, or that something the human did to it, when the bird with red eyes suddenly saw its claws grow a little longer and become sharper. The claws on its left paw were white and those on its right were black. The bird headed towards 2 of them and surprisingly for the others it pierced the eyes of the firebird. It attacked, not only piercing their eyes, but also piercing their brain, killing them. The other firebird were surprised to see this, but their surprise was short-lived when they saw how this one began to charge fire in its mouth, a very powerful fire. The firebird got into attack position, waiting patiently, believing that they were able to withstand that fire. The largest firebird of all had blue flames covering his body instead of red, showing that he is the leader and an irregular. He narrowed his eyes as he looked more closely at the fire charge in his brother's throat. He opened his eyes wide when he noticed something different. He was going to warn his brothers to stay away, but… Phew. The red-eyed bird launched flames that, unlike the others, were crimson. On the fire scale there are 6 levels, NT. At least in my fic that's how it is V. The first level. Yellow flames. Second level. Orange flames. Third level. Blue flames. Fourth level. Green flames. Fifth level. Red flames. Sixth level. White flames. Those were the 6 levels of fire. The white ones were the most powerful flames of all, although there was a legend of the 7th level. The black flames. They were just a legend, but it was said that the black flames were the most powerful, surpassing the white ones by 10 times. It was said that they were capable of burning the sea. The black flames could not be extinguished with anything. They would burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Once that time had passed they would pay for themselves, regardless of whether their master or creator ordered it. But well, returning with Belle, he was throwing a reddish flame of fire from his mouth to the other firebird. The blue firebird could only move away watching in terror as those red flames coming out of hell itself burned a large part of his colony of brothers. He watched helplessly as several of them fell to the floor, canonized and turning into ashes. Before he could do anything, the red-eyed firebird engulfed itself in crimson flames and headed towards him, spreading its wings. The blue firebird tried to escape, but it was too late. The red-eyed bird pierced him with its crimson fire wings, as if it were a hot knife cutting butter. The head of the blue firebird fell to the floor next to his inert body. The other firebird who managed to survive watched with helplessness and fear as their leader died at the hands of one of his most powerful brothers. He looked at the others calmly. There were 23 firebird left, and he prepared to attack. The others, realizing this, stopped making aggressive poses and slowly went down to the floor where they lowered their heads in supplication. They begged the red bird to let them live in exchange for loyalty. The red bird descended from where it was and landed triumphantly before the others, who still had their heads bowed, while drops of lava could be seen falling down their faces. The red bird began to detransform, revealing Belle with his rabbit mask in hand. The other firebirds were surprised to see the human again. When they were about to attack him, Belle grew crimson fire wings on his back and looked menacingly at the other firebirds. The firebird, realizing that they were at a disadvantage against the human, lowered their heads in submission once again. They now had a new leader. Of Belle. Taking advantage of the distraction of the firebird, I used the illusions of Entrator to leave an image of me in the center while I, invisible through the illusions, turned into a firebird using Henkin. I was surprised to see that he could use crimson flames. I knew the scale of the power of fire. I smiled when I noticed that he was more powerful than the blue flame firebird that was there, probably that was an irregular. He launched a barrage of red flames that killed several of them. Some survived or escaped, including the blue firebird. Belle quickly headed towards her. The blue firebird tried to escape from me, but with my wings set on red fire, I pierced it as if it were butter. As he went to kill those who remained, he was surprised to see that they bowed down in a respite manner before him. I descended from where I was and detransformed. I saw how the firebird were preparing to attack me again, and I got nervous seeing that by trusting me they would attack me. Suddenly I thought of me half transformed into the firebird, and I was surprised when I felt heat emanating from my back. My eyes opened in surprise when I saw how some wings made of red fire came out of my back that intimidated the other firebird. Belle smiled at this, but felt how his mana reserves were emptied quickly. Not as much as with the confuso, but it was in a fast way. Belle saw how the firebirds bowed before him and began to walk towards the exit of the magma cave where there was once a whole colony of firebird that he himself killed. Belle. This isn't the time for my jokes, but I'm awesome. Smiling as he saw his reflection in a healing lake. Belle began to fly with his wings while fire came out of them in an epic way while his crimson eyes shone. Belle. I'm an admin. Raising his fist. The birds only squawked in response as they rose up in epic fashion behind Belle. Harem was in Belle's bed, caressing Kangri, worried. It was already 9 at night and Belle hadn't returned yet. She and Akame were already very worried. Akame, who was already tired from a long day in the dungeon and the shopping, decided to go to sleep, but not before saying a small prayer for Belle, worried. Harem stayed awake for a while longer, waiting patiently for Belle, looking at the stars. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and she quickly turned around with a sparkle in her eyes. Akame also quickly woke up and turned around to look at the door, hopeful. But his hope quickly faded when Loki entered instead of Belle. He had a small candle to light while he was wearing his pajama. Harem. Loki-sama, do you know where Belle could be? Worried. Loki. Yes, I know where it is, calm. Harem. Tell me. Worried. Akame grabbed Loki by the shoulders and looked at her seriously, waiting for an answer. Loki was not at all nervous under the penetrating gaze of Akame and Harem. Loki. I can't tell you, Loki smiles. Harem. Equals why not? Worried. Loki. At Belle's request, looking at the stars. Akame to Belle-kun. Surprised. Loki. Belle is attending to personal matters, I won't lie to you, what he's doing is dangerous, looking at the girls, he could even die. They looked at Loki with expressions of horror, but before they could say anything Loki interrupted them. Loki. But don't worry, he'll be back in a few weeks at the latest. Until then, I'll tell you if he's alive, smiling. Akame. And how? Worried. Loki. You forget that I am a goddess, smiling. Freya breaks the rules a lot, so I don't see why I don't, smiles Loki. Besides, I still feel my Falna in him, that means he is still alive, looking at Kangri, hello little one. Kangri Aldo his clamp as a greeting to his grandmother, the same was for Taka and Yuki. Loki. Let's see, looking in Belle's jewelry drawer, here it is, taking out a ring with the Kali family logo. Loki took out a tub of ice cream and a portal opened from the ring where Loki put the tub of ice cream. After a few seconds he heard an adorable thank you. and from the portal appeared some money. The girls looked at this in surprise, they saw Loki leave the ring in Belle's jewelry box and left the room quietly. The girls tried to open the jewelry box out of curiosity, but were surprised to notice how a seal appeared and prevented them from opening the jewelry box. Only Belle and Loki could open it, besides Riveria obviously. They sighed and went back to bed to sleep, still worried about Belle. Belle was lying on the grass of the strange room on the 19th floor. He watched with a drop of sweat as all the Firebird that were still alive were lying around him in a loving and protective manner. Belle noticed how they released a little heat to warm Belle, and so he wouldn't be cold. Instead of wondering why this happened, he simply wrote it off as his good luck with animals and went back to bed enjoying the warmth of the Firebirds. Time skip. Belle was walking around the 30th floor of the dungeon, calmly killing monsters that appeared to him. He had already killed enough. She had a snakeskin that would go up her body like a cape. It was the skin of a lamia, a monster that from the waist up looks like a woman and from the waist down has the tail of a snake. She had a necklace made of lamia claws. The lamia was one of the monsters that caused her the most problems. As revenge for that, Belle used the rare items that they left like her claws and her skin, which was quite tough in fact. While walking he saw a Bloodsaurus, a dinosaur-like monster that measures more than 5 meters, red skin and is carnivorous. Belle saw it and had an idea. Belle. Well, here we go, sighing with a smile, wake up divine chains confuso. 2 chains came out of Belle's back and he quickly went to the Bloodsaurus. The monster didn't notice this and Belle took advantage of that to quickly mount on his head and with his chains put them in the monster's mouth as if they were the reins of a horse. The Bloodsaurus was alarmed and began to shake quickly, trying to get rid of what was on top of it, but Belle held the chains tightly and didn't allow the beast to escape. After a while of fighting for dominance, the Bloodsaurus finally gave in and let Belle control it. Belle smiled at this and ordered the monster to keep walking. It did so and started walking through the dungeon. Belle and the Bloodsaurus saw another Bloodsaurus eating a monster. Belle smiled and ordered the monster he was riding to attack. The monster obeyed the orders and quickly went to attack the other who was eating quietly without realizing anything until. The Bloodsaurus that was eating quietly became unbalanced when it heard a very loud growl. It turned its head, but it was too late. One of his brothers had rammed him and continued moving forward with him until he crashed into a wall. The Bloodsaurus was going to attack him, but he realized how something covered by red skin got under his brother and landed in front of him. Before he could do anything, that strange figure cut off his head with a white blade. The Bloodsaurus gave up, leaving only its magic stone. Belle looked with satisfaction at the Bloodsaurus that he captured and got back on it. The monster let itself be dominated without problems and looked powerful, at least more than the normal ones. Belle even thought about giving it a name, and so he would do. Belle. Let's go back to the 19th floor, controlling the monster. The dinosaur monster let itself be controlled by Belle, and they walked calmly to the 19th floor, where a herd of Firebird were there prowling the place. The Bloodsaurus prepared to attack in case of protecting its master, but was surprised when the monsters bowed in respect towards Belle, and Belle just smiled at them kindly. Without realizing it, the Bloodsaurus' eyes lit up and he began to admire Belle. The monster followed him to a tree where several trunks and a small, half-made house could be seen. Belle. Do you want to help me? Smiling. The Bloodsaurus nodded in response and began to carry logs and give them to Belle, who was making the cabin. Belle, after putting all the logs and leaving more and more finished a part of the house, began to make a kind of giant backpack and some giant reins. The Bloodsaurus looked at him carefully, seeing what he was doing. Belle signaled him to crouch down, and the monster did. Belle put the giant reins and the giant backpack on the Bloodsaurus' back and saw that it fit him well. Belle. You'll help me in the dungeon, is that okay with you? Smiling. The Bloodsaurus nodded in confirmation and Belle took the reins from him again. Belle saw that the crystals that illuminated the ground were beginning to darken and lay down on the grass. The Firebirds lay down with him and so did the Bloodsaurus, and they slept very peacefully. Belle planned to stay in the dungeon for a few weeks, not knowing what kind of surprises he would find here. End. Dungeon Arc. Secrets of the Dungeon Chapter 18. Belle walked through the dark corridors of the dungeon with his blades in hand, ready for anything. Behind him were 2 dungeon beasts that followed him faithfully. Fenrir, the current strongest Firebird after the one with the blue flames, Belle had named him after a few days. The other was Gigantomachina. Author. OK no XD, really references. Take 2. The other was Rekka, was the Bloodsaurus that he had domesticated before. His skin, unlike the other Bloodsaurus that had blood red, Rekka's was between black and red, implying that they were an irregular. Belle turned him into an irregular when he accidentally fed him a magic stone while giving him Minotaur meat. Thanks to that, Rekka became an irregular. It was quite funny to see how he tripped over everything because he wasn't used to his new strength and size. Something to note was that he discovered that Fenrir was female, a finding to add to his personal log that he created a few days after entering the dungeon. Without wanting to rack my brains trying to think of a name, I'll simply name the female firebird Fenger. Both monsters had saddles on their backs, with Fengers being very fire resistant for obvious reasons. At this moment they were returning from the 18th floor to get supplies. Rekka for obvious reasons carried everything without much effort. Right now they were on the 25th floor of the dungeon. For some reason when Belle entered the dungeon with the goal of surviving here for several weeks, a family had had an excursion before, so the dungeon was somewhat empty that day, making the job easier for Belle. But now that the monsters were returning and in abundance, Belle had things somewhat difficult. They were in a kind of dumb lake where there were several monsters in it, more specifically. Blue crab, a crab monster classified as a metal-type monster. One of its claws has developed abnormally, making it a threat in battle, and it is capable of charging forward. Its defense is stronger than that of a deadly hornet. That was what Belle thought as he watched them from a distance. Fenger wasn't very strong against water, and Rekka didn't know how to swim, and taking into account his great weight it was another disadvantage. Belle. Shit, looking hidden, stay here unless I order otherwise, seriously looking at both monsters. Fenger and Rekka nodded knowing that they would only be a burden to their master and remained mere spectators. Belle knew from Ina that the blue crab are very tough, their most sensitive soul being their eyes which were as hard as the skin of a minotaur. Belle thanked Hephaestus for his new and more powerful weapons. Grabbing a carry and Yami with a reverse grip, Belle stealthily headed towards one of the blue crab. The crab monster was out of the water and sleeping without problems, but he opened his eyes when he suddenly felt someone stab one of the joints of his legs, one of his sensitive areas. The blue crab turned angrily to see his attacker, but couldn't see anything. When he was about to turn around to look somewhere else, he was received by a strong blow that made him shudder. He looked up at Solo and there he was, Belle with his armor ambu, and with a giant mace on his shoulder. The Loki hammer was what Belle used to hit the crustacean on its shell. Belle began to spin the hammer in his hand and charged again against the crustacean. The blue crab put its gigantic left claw to defend itself from the blow, but great was its surprise when it felt its pincer crack. The blue crab trembled with fear when it saw Belle's monster strength that did not match its size. Belle put the hammer behind his back and began to spin it, preparing to charge the crustacean with thousands of blows. Belle saw the crustacean as a pure elixir to level up. And so he did with most of the monsters in the dungeon. The crustacean, seeing that he couldn't even use his best weapon against the adventurer, tried to gain ground by entering the water. Little did he know that Belle was going to let his prey get away so easily. Belle hit the crustacean on its shell with all the strength he could muster. The blue crab couldn't stand that blow and collapsed on the floor before reaching the water. Most of its attacks were with its giant claw, and it was damaged, and for its other attacks, it needed water or more mobility, which Belle wouldn't let it take both. Belle knew this and smiled wildly as he used his hammer to strike thousands of blows to the crustacean shell, with a force equal to a level 3 at the end of the road. The crustacean endured and blocked as best it could the intense rain of blows that Belle was giving it, but it was alarmed to feel how its shell began to slowly crack, its shell of which it was proud began to crack. The crustacean with its other claw, considerably smaller than the other, tried to hit Belle. Belle saw this and quickly put the hammer in a protective manner. Unfortunately for Belle, the strength of the crustacean was also great and it sent him flying into the pool of water. The crustacean got in after Belle and began to search frantically until it found him. Belle was there in the water, somewhat shaken by the impact of the blow. He saw the crustacean coming quickly against him and was alarmed. The crustacean was about to hit Belle, but he moved as best he could and barely avoided the blow. He didn't have Tyan's diving ability and Tyan, nor Reveria's magic to freeze the that's it. Belle had recently discovered something about his magic Henkin. Magic allowed him to transform into someone he knew. The better he knew them or knew how it was, the better his transformation would be, and the better he could use it, in addition to the strength and ability of who will transform. That in addition to his semi-transformation ability, which was thanks to his superior state ability, improved any magic and ability of Belle. Thanks to that he obtained the semi-transformation, or how he called it, hybrid state. Belle. Henkin hybrid state. Suddenly Belle's skin changed to a darker shade, his eyes changed to a more sandy color, and his hair became longer and darker. He became thinner and more athletic, and he felt his strength increase considerably. Belle grinned wildly as he nimbly and efficiently moved sideways in the water, dodging the blow the blue crab tried to give him with its large claw. Belle. Great. With a semi-transformation of Tiona I can fight better in the water. It's good that I asked him how was his diving skill, smiling. The crustacean got angry about this and began to attack Belle with several blows from its small claw and its large claw, only two of which managed to graze Belle. Belle grinned fiercely and punched the crustacean out of the water. The crustacean let out a squeal of pain from the strong blow that Belle gave him. So strong was the blow that it pushed him out of the lake. The crustacean rubbed his head with comical tears in his eyes, but he continued to tremble as soon as he saw Belle emerge from the water with a creepy smile directed towards him. The blue crab began to tremble in fear when Belle prepared his hammer to deliver a final blow. Belle. It's not personal, smiling. Belle hit the crab hard on the shell, and it could be heard as it went crash. The crab quickly disintegrated, leaving its shell, which was a rare item. Belle put away his hammer and cancelled his hybrid state, returning to normal. He grabbed the crab shell and looked at it in confusion. A light lit up above his head and he went towards Rekka and Fenger. He put the shell in the giant backpack that Rekka was carrying and left from there smiling, while the other two just looked at him in surprise. Time skip. Belle was resting peacefully on top of Rekka while writing in his dungeon log. He had discovered something interesting. All the monsters had a kind of home, or at least most of them. The place he explored where there were several Firebird was their home, so to speak, only he explored only the first part. There were zones, so to speak, each one had a different habitat and a monster that always regenerates there. Right now he was on the 27th floor hiding in a cave without making any noise. Outside the cave was Amphisbaena. He read that it's a monster Rex from the 27th floor with an appearance interval of 1 month. And it's the only monster Rex capable of moving between floors. It's estimated to be level 5 in terms of strength, though the guild lists it as level 6 due to the area being underwater. It's a long-necked two-headed white dragon over 20 meters long and 10 times wider than an orc, with the right head having red eyes and the left blue. It's capable of using 2 different breath attacks. The right head uses a crimson mist that surrounds itself and weakens magic, while the left head breathes out blue flames that burn even in water. Additionally, it's capable of using its necks to slam into its opponents and attack them underwater. Belle was at a great disadvantage, not only because of the area of the place that was water, but because of the power of the rob in front of him. His chains could not do anything against the monster Rex, because he could weaken them with his right head. Maybe he could against the flames of his right head, but it was still very risky. Belle sneaked out of the cave and saw how the monster Rex was lying down waiting for something to happen. He didn't have to wait much longer when suddenly Bellchibi appeared in front of him. Both heads of the monster saw him comically closing and opening his eyes several times in disbelief of the bravery or stupidity of the adventurer who stood in front of him as if nothing had happened. The monster's heads reacting roared in sync and tried to crush Belle with the neck of the left head. As he was about to hit Belle, he placed a hand in front of him and said, "Belle. Stop. Chibi." The monster stopped his attack, confused by 2 things. Why Chibi Belle didn't seem to be afraid of him, and why the hell did he obey him? Belle. Thanks for staying still, Loki smiles. The monster opened his eyes in shock and heard a strange noise approaching him. He turned to look, but it was too late. Bray-ire. The monster screamed as a waning moon-shaped cut the eyes from its left head. Bellchibi smiled in amusement as he began to fade away like a ghost. The real Belle appeared coming out of the cave with his knives in hand. He had used a technique he copied from a cane. He had often spied on the top executives of the Loki family to copy their skills and learn them thanks to his ability. Copy. Or modify them to his own style and improve thanks to his ability superior state with which he improved copy and obtained improved copy, which allows him to copy and recreate an improved version of the original technique that he copied. That's right, Belle is broken. Belle smiled when his attack waning moon slash worked. The monster roared in anger when his right head saw where the slash came from. He saw Belle with anger and with his colossal neck he tried to crush Belle. Belle jumped to the side, narrowly dodging the blow. He looked at the monster with challenging eyes and the monster looked at Belle with angry eyes. Belle knew that he couldn't be distracted for even a second. That would cost him his life. He might have managed to kill only the Goliath and an irregular one, but Amphisbaena was 2 or 3 times as powerful as Goliath, and taking into account that most of the place was water, that gave Belle a lot of disadvantage, and he had already spent a lot of mana to transform into something, and his semi-transformation spent a lot more mana. However, his eyes opened wide when he saw how his strength and speed increased considerably, and then he remembered his ability. Giant Slayer equals this skill gives the user a drastic increase in their abilities when fighting giant or boss type monsters. Belle smiled as he quickly went for the left head of the Mount Rex, who had earlier tried to crush him, with an axe kick very similar to that of a certain Sundeer werewolf. Belle hit the left head of Amphisbaena, who was surprised by the sudden attack that caused some damage. He rose frantically, throwing an unsuspecting Belle into the air, who somersaulted to stabilize himself and land with elegance and precision. The monster Rex quickly headed towards Belle. Belle saw out of the corner of his eye how the left head that he could still see gave orders to the right one. Belle was alarmed to notice how the right head began to open its mouth as much as it could, and from it began to come out blue fire that became stronger and stronger. It was preparing to attack Belle. Belle saw this and tried to get out of the line of fire, but was greeted by a strong swipe from Amphisbaena that hit him with its tail. Belle was sent flying several meters back, but still in the line of fire of the monster Rex's right head. He coughed up some sage as he felt the strong blow shake his bones inside him. Belle saw the monster Rex and opened his eyes in shock as he saw how it launched its blue fire attack towards him. Belle looked at him with fierce eyes as the fire headed straight for him, ready to roast him alive in just a matter of seconds. Belle knew that what he was going to do was a risky bet, but what could he say? He was Loki's son. If he didn't take this bet, he couldn't say that he is the son most similar to Loki ever. Belle put his boots Fenrir in front of the blue fire and prepared for the next thing. Belle. Hi. Belle screamed just as he felt his legs burning like hell, but he smiled with difficulty as he saw how the blue fire did not pass his legs. He saw with relief how the magic boot sucked the blue fire in an extremely fast way, but he could still feel the intense heat of the flames. Once all the flames were sucked into Belle's boots, they began to glow brightly, warning Belle that they had to release the power now. Belle, heeding this warning, jumped as high as he could, and with a strong kick in the direction of Amphisbena from his boots, came a strong blue flame that headed towards the left head of the Mount Rex, who was surprised by this. His left head was put to one side trying to avoid the attack, but it was in vain. RR. It was the scream that the beast gave when the fire almost burned its face, but did burn its neck, causing great damage in this area. The Mount Rose dived into the water, trying to lessen the pain of the burn that Belle inflicted on him with his own attack. Belle knew that if he went down there the monster would kill him quickly in the water, and he was too tired to fight, so he called Fenrir and Rekka, and they quickly went to the entrance of the 27th floor. The monster was too busy healing his Vela wound, cursing the bleach-haired human who caused those wounds. Belle and his faithful companions went back to the 19th floor to the secret room. Fenrir burned and destroyed the monsters that were there to go faster to the 19th floor, and Rekka ran ramming and crushing the monsters that he found. Already on the 19th floor, the secret room, the three arrived sweating and breathing heavily. Belle asked Fenrir and Rekka, who bent down to take off their saddles and Rekka's backpack. Once finished, Belle headed towards the hill, and there he could see a cabin big enough for a family of 4. Belle stored the saddles there and opened his backpack, leaving the supplies in the house. Once he had everything arranged, he grabbed a paper and a pencil and left the house. He saw his companions playing on the grass in a fun way and smiled. A hobby that Belle was beginning to have was drawing. He began to draw both of them playing on the grass, giving a beautiful portrait. While he was drawing, he was also planning how to defeat Amphisbena. He wanted to defeat her, he needed it was his test. While thinking that, I continued drawing Fenrir and Rekka playing in the grass. Elsewhere. Loki was in his office looking at Belle with an arcanum mirror. Seeing that he was fine, he was happy, and was quite surprised to see how he had already tamed several monsters. Loki. I hope you come back soon. The girls are very angry that you left so suddenly. Looking out the window. Through the window you could see the girls who loved Belle coming in with practice dummies in Belle's shape and hair. Loki watched this with a drop of sweat running down his temple. Loki. Well, forget about that, smiling as he opened his underwear drawer. Loki pressed a small lever and his desk moved forward and revealed a hatch through which Loki climbed and saw his own store of alcoholic beverages. Loki headed towards the one that said rum. He wanted to try a rum that he bought a long time ago. It was a very expensive one that he got at an auction. It was one of the best rums in the world. She gave a lot of money for it, and now he would enjoy it. She opened the shelf and was going to grab it, but was shocked to see that there was nothing there. Loki's hands began to shake uncontrollably as she stared at the empty shelf where her rum should have been. She looked with dead eyes at the shelf where there were some falcon feathers curiously similar to Taka's. Loki. Belle. Raising his arms. Belle stopped drawing when a feeling of mockery arose within him. Belle. It seems he's already realized, smiling. Fenrir grr. Tilting head. Belle. Nothing, smiling. End. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.